Chapter 1 Masked Contenders. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Scholars struggle to pinpoint when the Age of Gods ended. Some say it was the Void Singer and her undead plague. The gods did nothing when she pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. It was Yggdrasil's druid that crossed the dimensional rift and brought us the world tree. Then, it gave us magic. We saved ourselves while the gods twiddled their thumbs. The bastards didn't stir until the worship and sacrifices stopped. Then they wanted us to bow while giving us nothing in return. Feck the lot of em. We can take care of ourselves. Archwizard McLagan. The Merchant Queen's annual tournament typically lasted 2 weeks. The first trial went on for 5 days, and the participants got to rest for 3 days before attempting the second. They had 72 hours to complete it, but the sooner they met the requirements, the greater their chances were of making it to the final stages. The crowd cheered as the final 4 entered the Golden Isles arena after 2 days of recovery. Glass walls lining the fighting pit's boundary still displayed highlights of their escapades. While the masked participants toiled, they watched the events of the 8 days in a couple of hours. Failed competitors sat just above the entrance, still wearing their disguises. None moved or reacted as the final 4 marched across the arena and stopped before the Merchant Queen's viewing box. My great-grandmother, the first Merchant Queen and the founder of our empire, started this competition. Queen Mercer's voice boomed across the arena. Enchantments made the air around her mouth ripple as she spoke, amplifying her voice loud enough for all to hear. She believed it would breed healthy rivalry between the factions under her and exhibit the skill and power to our allies and future clients. I can honestly say all of you, the 4 on the ground and the 32 in the seats, have succeeded at your tasks. Cheers rang through the crowds. Whoops, whistles, and clapping hands drowned all sounds for close to a minute before the Queen raised her hand. Everyone quieted within a couple of heartbeats. The trials grow challenging with every passing year. We're not trying to weed out the weaklings. My fellow audience members will agree that we're all busy people. If the trials didn't cut down the numbers before the final stages, we'd be stuck here for several days instead of a handful of hours. However, I'll admit, given the challenges you faced in the trial of survival, my 2 decades younger self would be sitting with the 18 that didn't finish. It doesn't matter whether you surrendered or failed to reach the rendezvous point at the given time. You tried your best, and the Trade Empire is proud of you for delving into the evergreen depths. All participants will receive a simple weapon, tool, or garment of their choice from one of our trade houses. Please submit a request after the tournament closes. The audience cheered once again, and the Queen let them quieten naturally. I understand that some of you are unhappy with this year's trial of courage. The truth is, it wouldn't be a test of your mettle and bravery if it didn't incite fear and doubt from the get-go. You'd be foolish not to hesitate before entering the Yellow Rock Wastes. I implore the 8 who forfeited not to feel shame. You're all being reared for positions of leadership. This involves making hard decisions and occasionally retreating when you and your people are in danger. Be assured, our best mages spent months testing the wards and ensured they'd protect all competitors from the natural decaying aura and toxic air. The glass walls showed flashes of the 10 competitors who attempted the trial in search of the Waste's treasures, ether crystals. The images showed the 2 who got lost and cornered before surrendering. It spent a while longer displaying the skills and prowess of the next 3. The amulets around their necks flashed when victory against the beasts of Yellow Rock proved impossible. It teleported them away. The last person to fail the trials survived the hazards and prevailed against the beasts. Unfortunately, she failed to find an ether crystal before time ran out. Now, there are 4, the Queen said. Everyone who attempted the second trial will receive a 25 gold letter of credit to purchase goods from our convoys. Instead of market rates, you'll get whatever you want at cost. Queen Mercer's eyes moved from the seated 32 to the 4 standing before her. Regardless of who wins the tournament, all 4 of you have done yourselves, your houses, and the Trade Empire proud by making it this far. The final 4 shall receive a bronze token to claim a prize from our vaults. With the group trials past, the need for anonymity is over. The Merchant Queen continued. There is no chance of bias or nepotism influencing the trial of combat. You shall fight until 3 of your 4 life wards are shattered, or you surrender. I'd prefer you avoid the latter." The crowd cheered, and the queen whooped with them. "Now, remove your masks and speak your name. We're eager to learn the identities of the very best my empire has to offer." All four competitors stood at attention as their queen spoke. Despite the mask and nondescript attire, it was apparent that the first in line was a woman. Her shape betrayed her. Yet the candidate had completed both prior trials in record time. A shield and short spear sat on her back while a rider's axe hung from her belt. Her position in line said she had performed the best in the previous 2 trials. The woman stepped forward, removing her mask and lowering her hood. Long golden locks cascaded over her shoulders, and blue eyes sparkled in the mid-morning sun. A scar across her left eye and another on her chin suggested her battle experience. "Eliza Tarth of the second convoy," she said, bowing as mages projected her escapades from the previous trials on a giant glass wall. A wave of cheers washed over the audience. While most quietened, a far section continued its whoops and clapping. "It's an honor to serve you, my lady." All of the Queen's 24 convoys had sent a representative. They transported goods across the continents using trade routes lesser merchants feared. Utilizing the treacherous roads required fighters capable of repelling bandit hordes and dungeon-born monsters. The candidates were either children of the convoy's leaders or born from their guard captains. Their training involved physical and magical arts tuned for skirmishes. The convoys also taught their young the secrets of merchant craft and the relevant mathematics. However, it was combat where they excelled, giving them the best odds in the tournament. A worker from one of the artificing houses approached Eliza. He carried a bulky hexagonal device made of crystal and bronze. It appeared bigger than his head and floated an inch above his rune-covered gloves. Eliza pressed her palm against the object. It lit up with an etheric blue light. The glass walls around the arena flashed. "Eliza Tarth Protester, Foci, Haste. Mana level, 2931. Rank, Novice." "You honor us with your tenacity and grit, Eliza," the queen replied. "I heard you failed to complete the second trial last year. I'm glad you've returned and made it to the final 4. When the queen nodded, Eliza retreated to her previous position. Next, the remaining competitors were more nondescript in comparison to Eliza. The man standing next to her was tall and featured a wide build with powerful shoulders. The long sword hanging from his waist and the buckler strapped to his left forearm suggested affluence. Runes and luminous crystals covered them. Several cheers rang through the crowd when he removed his mask and hood, revealing a handsome tanned face with golden hair and blue eyes. The audience recognized the young man instantly. His popularity with the women of the Golden Isles was no secret. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Edward Gedge, son of Marcus Gedge, and Royal Guard in training. The Queen's stepson dropped to his left knee. He hadn't won the privilege of using her last name but enjoyed all the benefits of princehood. Most considered him spoilt and lazy, making the murmurs accompanying the applause unsurprising. He had recently celebrated his 22nd year and benefited from arcane training at Woodson University in the city-state of. However, his swordsmanship tutors and the Royal Guard called him average at best. 9 competitors came from the leading powers of the Golden Isle, the sky-bound cluster of islands that floated along ley lines and served as the merchant queen's home and throne. The participating families included advisors, military leaders, and similar ranking figures that served the ever-expanding trade empire. Rumors suggested the queen had also sent 2 young men from her household, but the masks kept the participants and audience from confirming the whispers. Now, they knew for sure. Queen Mercer's son from her second marriage hadn't just entered the tournament but reached the final 4. The privileged young folk had tutors filling their heads with education to rival that of royalty and nobility in the Imperium, the Grand Tribes, or any city-state. Their affluent background also won them the best combat and arcane trainers too. Unfortunately, they lacked experience. Unlike the convoy's representatives, it was rare for more than one such candidate to reach the final 4. The artificer approached Edward. His information also appeared on the glass wall when he interacted with the device. Edward Gedge, newborn star, Foci, galvanizing touch shaping. Mana level, 3537 12/16. Rank, apprentice. The Queen smiled and waved to the next in line. Louis Mercer, son of Queen Mercer and heir to the Golden Isle Guard? The man third in line said, removing his mask. Louis had his half-brother's hair and eyes but featured a more androgynous build. His bow came with a flourish, and the crowd's cheer put the previous two applauses to shame. He smiled and waved as the glass walls showed him and his illusory doubles dancing around wolves. The young man had only just hit 18, but talk of his fencing and arcane abilities had already dominated the Golden Isles. Much like Edward, he too enjoyed training at the continent's finest institute of arcane arts. Louis Mercer, newborn star, Foci, Fifi or illusory forgery, Mana level, 4044 1925. Rank, apprentice. Nothing makes a mother prouder than to see both of her boys in the final four, the merchant queen said. I recognized Louis's spell work, but I'm glad to see Edward here, too. Your father and I couldn't be prouder. She finally turned her attention to the last person in line. It's your turn, young one. Don't leave us in suspense, Nox Ratra. The young man stepped forward and removed his mask and hood, revealing a head of messy dark brown hair, olive skin, and hazel eyes tinted with green. He put on his best smile and only offered the queen a curt, half bow. Disinherited son of Queen Mercer, firstborn, and former heir to the Golden Isle Guard. I represent the Gilded Alchemists. The Empire's production and manufacturing houses filled the final 3 slots. They also lived on the Golden Isles but lacked the time and privileges to learn from as many tutors as their better-born peers. Instead, they focused on their family's craft, sharpening their production skills. They rarely received arcane training outside of the essentials for their trade and only participated in the mandatory combat training all young folk of the Golden Isles received. The 10 crafting houses rarely sent participants, and the few that attended rarely completed the first trial and never made it to the final 4. Even though the glass walls displayed Nox flawlessly sniping monsters from treetops and rocky outcroppings, no one except a cluster of people seated far behind the queen cheered. Nox was 2 years older than Edward. He had received no arcane training from any renowned academy and didn't benefit from the island's tutors. The only training he had came from the Empire's alchemists and related artisans. Short ingredient collecting excursions to passing forests taught him survival skills and helped sharpen his archery. The artificer hesitated before offering Nox the device of crystal and metal. He glanced over his shoulder at the queen and then at his colleagues bordering the arena's floor. Nox didn't give him a chance to retreat. Instead, he approached the man and pressed his palm against the device's sky-facing hexagonal surface. The runes lit up as he fed it mana, and his information appeared on the glass wall. Nox Mercer Ratra Protester, Foci, slow, mana level, 3231. Rank, novice. That's my boy. A woman cheered. The distance and crowd made it impossible to pinpoint her, but Nox identified the woman's voice. It was his paternal aunt. Moo, that's my nephew. My nephew made it to the final trial. The color drained from Queen Mercer's face. Everyone in her vicinity appeared furious except the woman seated directly beside her. Nox failed to recognize the amused face. He guessed his mother had invited a foreign guest. The unknown woman smiled and nodded at him. We'll forego the lots this year, Queen Mercer said, the smile returning to her face. I'd like to see Louis fight Liza and Edward combat Nox. After witnessing everyone's performance in the previous trials, I believe they'll offer us the best demonstration of our Empire's power. Finalists will receive silver tokens, and the victor shall win a golden token for one of our best prizes from the vault. A half-hearted cheer pulsed through the crowd, barely interrupting the cacophony of conversations. Meanwhile, guards escorted Liza and Louis from the arena. Edward and Nox wasted no time. They walked to the marked spots on either side of the dividing center line. Mother really doesn't want to give you a chance, Edward whispered, grinning. His eyes drifted to the quiver hanging from Nox's belt and the bow in his hand. Then the young man's brows furrowed as he peeked at the bulky box-like container on Nox's back. Did you seriously complete the previous trials with that load? Can't you do anything without your potions? Do you honestly think you can fight me with that on your back? Nox laughed. You need to try harder if you want to get in my head, Eddie. Mum might think she did you a favor. She couldn't be more wrong. I'm going to make you beg for mercy, father killer. Edward's face contorted into a snarl. making his otherwise handsome face appear vicious. "People might think of me as a bully since you're half my size. I don't care, though. I'm going to take my time with you." Nox laughed even harder. "You speak like a villain from an amateur bard's tale. It's going to be so satisfying when you get nothing but a bronze token. You might have settled on a focus and started your mana system, but the difference between a protester and a newborn is unimaginable. You must be stupid if you think you have a chance against me." "I'll bet 50 gold. Too rich for my blood," Nox said, interrupting his stepbrother. Even though 10 years had passed since the day his mother announced Louis' ascension and his disinheritance, he still remembered Edward's gleeful smile during the speech. Nox wanted to make his stepbrother pay for every insult and attack, but mostly for decade-old moments. "Mother doesn't spoil me with an allowance. I earn my keep. Let's bet our tokens and competition winnings instead." "Agreed," Edward exclaimed, his cruel laugh almost carrying over the crowd's chatter. "Referee," Nox called to the woman hovering near them. The woman skittered over. "Will you bear witness to this wager?" "Witnessed and marked," the referee replied. She scribbled in her ledger before retreating to her prior position. "Shake hands." The step-siblings went through with the ceremonial pleasantries. Even though Edward grinned and waved at the crowd, he appeared stiff. Nox matched his opponent's gestures to the crowd but projected the body language of someone more relaxed. He didn't consider the event to be a true duel. Instead, he intended to put on a show for the audience. After all, they would soon serve as his future customers. Louis and Liza's names disappeared from the glass wall as the referees, artificers, and all support staff left the fighting grounds border. Now, there were two. Soon only one would remain. Chapter 2, Brother vs. Brother. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Would either of you like me to repeat the rules? The referee asked. No, Edward and Nox replied in unison. Very well. He held a leather-bound book as thick as Edward's head between the pair. Place your hands on the ledger. The pair obeyed. The trial of combat doesn't just test your mettle and ability, but also your honor. The tournament's commandments will now hold truer than ever. You may use no weapon, tool, armor, or consumable that isn't of your making or purchased with coin earned through labor and wits. The same goes for materials and all associated costs if you produce them yourself. Do you declare that the first commandment will continue unbroken? I do, both men said, and the ledger lit up with etheric light. You will use nothing besides the objects you first declared when reporting for the trial of survival and have carried until now. Do you declare that the second commandment will continue unbroken? I do. If either commandment is broken, may the perpetrator's protection wards shatter and fail. The referee said. The lights emanating from the ledger gained luminosity until they were almost blinding. Glassy triangles and arcane patterns shimmered in the air around both men. When they faded, the referee turned on his heel and marched out of the fighting ground. When he crossed the boundary, a barrier made of countless hexagons shone around them. The defenses would protect the audience from all that happened during the fight. Most would consider it unnecessary since neither man had earned the title of mage or ether warrior. Nox thought their underestimation silly. The glass walls had already told Nox most of what he needed to know about Edward's arsenal. In order to condense their mana clouds into a star, practitioners needed to adopt a concept as their core. Most typically did so using a basic cantrip. Galvanizing Touch was one such spell. It shocked one's target with lightning but only through touch. It meant Edward hoped to build his arsenal around lightning-focused magic. Given his rank, the man had likely evolved or matured the basic cantrip, expanding its capabilities. Unfortunately, Edward was leagues ahead of Nox in his arcane journey. He hadn't just matured his star but also started his journey toward the first planet in the system. Since it focused on the concept of shaping, it meant Edward hoped to contain and imbue lightning into objects instead of projecting it. Eventually, he'd learn to conjure weapons and tools out of pure energy. Still, Nox estimated the central star's core mana value would need to reach a minimum of 64, if not 128. Before such feats became possible. It also meant Edward needed time to build up charge and pour lightning into his attacks. However, Nox refused to let such possibilities make him complacent. His opponent knew 2 if not 3 more cantrips. Begin. The Queen's voice thundered across the arena. Edward drew his sword and fell into a pre-charging stance as soon as the match began. Lightning sparked from his fingertips almost straight away and slowly traveled up the blade. The couple of heartbeats Edward used before initiating his attack was all the preparation time Nox needed. He didn't nock an arrow or even reach for his quiver. Instead, he ran. Nox's free hand retrieved a large metal flask from his coat. He unstopped the custom container with his teeth and took a long swig of the cocktail within. The effects hit him almost instantly. First, Nox's eyesight grew sharper, and his heartbeat slowed. He felt nimble and quick. Sniper's eye and feline grace, he whispered, naming the first two concoctions. Nox's speed increased with every footstep, and his body felt lighter. Sprinter's high. Finally, he felt his voice box widen while his vocal cords thickened. Auctioneer's brew. Even though he still whispered, the words sounded as loud as everyday speech. Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all who don't care for such polite terms. Nox's voice boomed as loud as Queen Mercer's. However, the air didn't ripple around his mouth. The volume stung his ears. Potions existed to protect one's eardrums from high decibels, but adding a fifth concoction to the cocktail would have made it too toxic even for Nox's supernatural resistances. My dear mother invited you to witness the trial of combat, but I've arranged something much more entertaining for you. What are you playing at? Edward hissed, charging at Nox. A blinding blue glow enveloped his blade, and a curtain of spiderwebbing lightning followed it as he moved. Nox slowed to a skip, continuing to retreat from his stepbrother. But thanks to his potions, he successfully kept pace. My esteemed opponent has greater stride, better tutors, and excellent martial training. Meanwhile, I spend most of my time hunched over a workstation, either researching alchemical techniques or practicing them for the betterment of my mother's empire. Given Edward's daily laps around the Isles, he should have no trouble catching me. Yet the distance between us remains consistent. Shut up! Edward yelled. How is this, you ask? Nox asked, finally nocking an arrow. I call the potion Sprinter's High. It's a variation of the well-known feline grace and is compatible with it without raising toxicity. Who needs expensive enchantments or their even more ludicrous recharging costs when you can just take a swig of Noxian brews? Nox drew his bow, slowed for a heartbeat, aimed, and released an arrow. It struck the ground just in front of his opponent, forcing the larger man to slow down. Nox used the opportunity to change direction and ran. By the time Edward regained his pace, their distance had doubled. Your foot soldiers and guards need not suffer. A vial of the inexpensive concoction on their belts, and they can cover distances much faster than their opponents. Stand and fight, you coward. A couple of laughs rose from the crowd as spittle flew from Edward's mouth. The light enveloping his long sword flickered momentarily but then solidified with renewed vigor. Suddenly his speed multiplied. Oh! Nox feigned surprise as Edward accelerated, closing in on him. Then he continued in an almost deadpan tone. Stepbrother has haste. Whatever will I do? Nox stumbled, stopped, spun on his heel, and faced Edward. He exhaled, stretched, and reached for his quiver only when a dozen feet remained between them. Then his hand changed course. It pulled a pinky-sized vial from his belt and threw it at Edward. Unlike with the arrow, Edward didn't slow. Instead, he swiped at the container with his sword. He hit his mark, and the glass shattered. The smell of burning filled the air as the contents splashed against his clothes and foamed. The white lather grew and thickened, expanding over his body. Edward skidded to a halt as it covered him, hardening with every passing moment. What sorcery is this? He demanded. Nox laughed, and a chunk of the audience followed. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Brave men need not fall when blocking or slowing the charge of a dungeon-born beast. Nox told the crowd. A vial or two of this lovely brew will stall, if not stop them altogether. Find me after the tournament and just ask for trap foam. He put on a sheepish grin. I know the name isn't the best, but I dare you to find something more catchy that encapsulates my creation's power. The foam grew over Edward's head and hardened. A heartbeat later, a glass triangle materialized above him and shattered. The alchemical material cracked and crumbled around his head, neck, and shoulders. "Oh, pickle. I should be running." His jester-like tone drew more laughs from the audience as Nox turned tail and ran once more. He heard the hardened foam shatter and lightning crackle behind him. Edward's coughing and war cry followed. When the thundering footsteps reached Nox's ears, he reached for another potion. He barely had it in his hands and had half turned when a blinding flash forced him to close his eyes. A powerful force struck the case on his back, and Nox found his face in the dirt a heartbeat later. The sudden fall knocked the air from his lungs, and the cocktail in his stomach threatened to take a journey up to his mouth. The footsteps grew louder, and Nox knew he had little time for recovery. Instead of trying to rise, he rolled onto his back. Edward grinned at him from a couple of feet away with his lightning-encased sword raised high above his head. Reflexes forced Nox to raise his arms in defense as the blade came down on him. It stopped an inch from his forearm before the sound of glass shattering filled his ears. A second swing followed, and another protection ward shattered. However, Nox successfully suppressed any attempts at blocking it and rose to an upright position. Edward attempted a third swing just as Nox activated his first cantrip. Everyone thought little of Nox. He remembered a time before his father passed when Queen Mercer and the royal family heralded him as a genius. Ancient bloodlines had combined to give him a keen intellect and great magical talent. Times had changed. Instead of a prodigy, they called him Black Sheep, Father Killer, Cripple, and much more. An unfortunate godfall may have limited his magical capabilities, but the incident left his intellect untouched. The limitations had only forced Nox to hone his mind and grow creative with his magic. The metal case on Nox's back sprang open just as Edward attacked with his most powerful slash yet. A mechanical arm shot over Nox's shoulder and caught the blade. The runes covering it glowed as lightning arced off the sword and danced along the three triple-hinged fingers and attached wooden forearm. "I was hoping to save this for the final," Nox sighed. "But you had to go ruin my surprise." "Seriously?" Edward grunted, struggling to retrieve his weapon. "An artisan's arm? How is it this fast?" Nox didn't answer. The average artisan's arm moved much slower. They followed the user's verbal and occasionally mental commands to hold objects in place or to handle volatile materials. No literature spoke of anyone weaponizing the tool. After all, fine-tuning one would require complicated spell scripts and expensive materials. There were more efficient ways of achieving the same with magic, and most mages developed better defenses. Those who fought at close range rarely needed such implements in the first place. "I'm not telling." Nox threw a pellet at his opponent. Edward retreated before it hit him, successfully extracting his sword and taking it with him. The projectile didn't explode into a mass of quick hardening foam. Instead, it hissed, expelling streams of dense purple smoke. Despite his arcanically reinforced resistances, Nox's nostrils and throat burned. He climbed to his feet and sprinted in the opposite direction of Edward. It wasn't long before his lungs complained. The cocktail's contents were never meant to mix with the neurotoxin in his smoke bomb. "Need a quick escape?" Coughs punctuated Nox's marketing attempts. Not all poison gases need to prove fatal or scarring. He paused again, wheezing as mucus threatened to clog his air passages. After taking a moment to regain his breath, Nox continued. "Sometimes disabling your pursuer's lower halves is enough. Making them lose control over their bowels and bladders is also an excellent deterrent." The quiver still contained 7 arrows. Nox had hoped to spend more time displaying his products, but Edward's magic had progressed further than he had initially assumed. An arc of blue energy shot through the smoke cloud, parting it. The projectile flew several feet wide of Nox. Shaping had somehow helped Edward create a ranged spell out of galvanizing touch. "You surprise me, step-brother," Nox exclaimed, auctioneer's brew amplifying his voice. "Either you're smarter than I initially assumed, or Mother is bribing the Department of Dungeon Studies." "It's probably the latter. Someone must have designed that spell for you." "That's lightning cutter, isn't it?" The next arc of energy buzzed just over Nox's head, and Edward's footsteps grew louder, thundering in his ears. The cocktail was only supposed to enhance his senses moderately. However, the growing results suggested the combination had unintended effects. The influx of stimuli, primarily sound and brightness, was reaching the point of growing overwhelming. He needed to end the fight soon before the side effects did it for him. Nox needed at least a silver token if he wanted to achieve his goals. Nox nocked an arrow just as Edward burst through the smoke cloud. The projectile flew true, but the target didn't slow. Instead, Edward let it pierce his shoulder. A sword swipe and the trailing curtain of lightning halted the second arrow. A third met with the same results. Edward's speed and reflexes appeared to improve with every passing second. "Oh, no," Nox said in a deadpan tone, dropping his bow. "I'm outmatched. Whatever will I do?" When Nox feigned, grabbing handfuls of vials from within his coat and throwing them at Edward, the charge still didn't slow. He knew what he needed to do. Even though he had initially planned on putting on a show, Nox would need to face his opponent seriously. The Golden Isles military training covered hand-to-hand combat. Most disregarded it, focusing on weapons, magic, or a combination of both. Because of his limitations, Nox had no choice but to practice it regularly. He never got the chance to practice it outside of weekly spars. The techniques would probably never see use in a real combat scenario, but he had to try. A defensive stance with weight on the back foot felt most appropriate. Nox kept his arms at chest height and held them in front of him, keeping the elbows relaxed. Meanwhile, the artisan's arm rotated in its ball socket and up the spinal brace to its highest point until it sat between his shoulder blades. The device reached over his right shoulder, and the three fingers opened, forming a claw. Controlling it demanded complete concentration on the related cantrip, but he had no choice but to split his focus. Much to Nox's relief, Edward fired no more lightning cutters during his approach. Given the low mana levels of the shaping planetoid, 3 users had likely already stretched Edward. Sniper's eye enhanced vision should have helped Nox see the differences, but the sensory overload and the increasing brightness got in the way. The light enveloping the long sword appeared dimmer, and the lightning curtain following it had shortened. Nox assumed the sweat on Edward's face came from physical exertion. Now, he saw more. Bloodshot eyes, pallid skin, unstable gait. Edward had burned through most of his reserves. A half step proved sufficient. Edward's long sword sliced through where Nox had stood a thundering heartbeat earlier. The artisan's arm darted forward and caught the larger man's right wrist before the weapon could rise. As expected, tendrils of lightning danced around Edward's free left arm. However, the final attack had sufficiently drained him, and he failed to react in time. Nox released the mage hand cantrip controlling his third arm, and thrust his right palm into his stepbrother's solar plexus. The slow cantrip wasn't a touch spell, but he lacked the ability to project it any farther than a couple of inches past his skin. Since he didn't rely on his magic as much as Edward, not that he had many options, Nox could afford to overload the spell with mana. There was no cantrip Nox had practiced more than slow. He hadn't found better compatibility with any other novice-ranked spell. It also proved helpful in alchemy, slowing chemical processes enough for Nox to manipulate them freely. After years of research, he had found no better cantrip to use as his stars concept. Much to Nox's surprise, the overcharged slow did more than decelerate Edward. It froze him in place. The light enveloping the long sword dimmed, and the lightning curtain disappeared. Nox heard glass break and panicked momentarily, expecting his protection wards to shatter. Instead, he spotted shards of light blue crystal on the floor. Luminous patterns reminiscent of writing filled them. "You lose, stepbrother." Nox poured mana into his third cantrip and channeled its effects through the palm still pressed against Edward's chest. "You're not the only one with galvanizing touch." The lightning that traveled up Nox's forearm paled in density and luminosity when compared to his opponent's spell, but it did the job. The second protection ward shattered, and the third followed a heartbeat later. The fourth materialized between Nox's palm and Edward's chest and remained solid despite the onslaught. "Please deactivate your spell, Nox Ratra," the referee's voice boomed. "The match is over. You have won." Chapter 3. First a queen, then a mother. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "You need to disqualify him," Edward yelled, his voice echoing through the mostly empty throne room. His footsteps further ruined the grand space's quietness as he paced between the walls. Queen Mercer sat on her throne, and her husband, Lord Gedge, occupied the seat next to her. A third presence lingered around them, but Knox failed to spot anyone else. His acute mana sense detected a third signature hovering around them. After the match, the Queen summoned the competitors and the referee for a private meeting. Knox couldn't be sure why, but magehood joined them, too. He appreciated her presence but couldn't fathom why the Queen wanted her around. His aunt ranked high in the alchemists faction but wasn't their leader. On what grounds? Queen Mercer asked. He cheated. That artisan's arm was far beyond ordinary. How could a mere alchemist's apprentice afford the materials and runework necessary for? I looked it over, the referee said, interrupting Edward. Besides a handful of extra runes, it's a standard artisan's arm. That's impossible, Lord Gage stated. He spoke with a neutral tone and kept his face expressionless, but the man's eyes betrayed his scorn. That tool has been weaponized. I'll happily share my alterations with everyone in the trade empire, Knox said. He shrugged, casting a cantrip as he approached the artisan's arm on the table between them. An ethereal hand manifested an inch over his palm. When he held it against the artificed device, the hand slipped into the machine, and it stirred to life, rising like a snake and moving with the same fluidity. I adapted the mage hand cantrip to control it. It might take a few years of practice, but I'm sure even Edward could pull it off. Then what about all of his potions? Edward hissed, kicking over a chair. You expect me to believe he made those himself, bought the ingredients with zero help, and then carried them throughout the competition? I'm sorry, Master Edward, but that's what our records say, the referee replied, tapping the thick sheaf of paper next to the artisan's arm. We've received purchase records, expedition briefs, and workshop usage notes signed by many alchemists for the past 6 months. Personally, I thought Master Rattra's efforts were overboard and unnecessary until he submitted his inventory before the trial of survival. The middle-aged man looked up at the Queen. I tried to talk him out of carrying such an unnecessary load into the competition, but he refused to listen. I've got to cover my shortcomings somehow, Knox replied. Edward has his fancy training and university education. I'm just using everything I have in my arsenal. Was victory not enough? Lord Gage asked. An angry vein threatened to burst free of his temple and strangle everyone in the vicinity. Why did you need to humiliate my son? Knox smiled. I sincerely apologize, Lord Gage. The words dripped with insincerity. It was an unfortunate side effect, that's all. I only intended to market my creations and find clients with deep pockets. Alchemical research and expeditions into the wild don't come cheap, you know. Now, people will talk about what just happened, and I'll have the means to fund my own workshop and eventually leave the kingdom. You should have respected the tournament then, son. Sighed, placing a hand on Knox's shoulder. There are better marketing methods. Not without the senior alchemists stonewalling me or trying to get my recipes, Knox replied. How could you let this happen, Moo? Queen Mercer asked. She sounded more tired than furious. You're supposed to contain his self-destructive tendencies. Expeditions off the island? Really? Do you want him to end up like his father? You mean your last husband and supposed true love? Knox lost control over his calm tone and volume for a moment. The words carried more venom than he initially intended. The man whose child you callously threw away after his passing? Don't you dare speak to my wife in that tone of voice, Lord Gage exclaimed. His words sounded more like an animalistic snarl. Knox could see where Edward got his natural toxicity and penchant for vitriol. My mother is queen first and your wife second. She can speak for herself, my lord. Why don't you warm your chair as you're supposed to and stay out of this? How dare you? Enough. Everyone felt silent when Queen Mercer raised her voice. She glared at Knox. I won't have you take that tone with my husband. Then she turned to Lord Gage. And he's right. I can speak for myself and handle this situation. You know better than to speak for your queen. Lord Gage clenched his jaw, eyes darting between his wife and stepson. Then he nodded and sat back in his chair. Edward stared open-mouthed at Queen Mercer and his father, appearing lost for words. Yes, Knox. I mean my former husband and my first love. Do you know that before you, he listened to my pleas and stayed on the island? If not for your begging, he would have never repeatedly defied me to visit dangerous ruins and forests. After a decade out of combat, He should have never ventured into a region where chances of a dungeon emergence were high. You turned him into a prisoner, Nox said. Queen Mercer continued, ignoring his interruption. If he remained on the Golden Isles as I requested, he wouldn't have gotten caught in the Godfall and died. I know you hate me for your current circumstances, Nox. You need to realize, though, they're of your own making. He was 6. Mu exclaimed. You can't blame a 6-year-old for wanting to see things. You can't blame a 6-year-old for his father's death. Queen Mercer ignored her, too. You're 22, Nox. I expect you to know better by now. I have an empire to run. I did what I had to for the sake of our people and to keep you out of harm's way after your father died. Why can't you just listen to your mother? Because Ma has been more of a mother to me than you ever were, Nox answered. You've ignored my existence since I was 6. Then kicked me out for your fool of a husband and bully of a stepson before I even turned 10. What makes you think I owe you anything? I'm your mother and, more importantly, your queen. Stop your nonsense and do your job as an alchemist as you're supposed to. No. Queen Mercer sighed, throwing her head back against her throne. Her husband and stepson launched a barrage of insults at Nox, but he tuned it out like the ambient noise in the gilded alchemists' workshops. Instead, he glared at his mother, waiting for whatever she had to say next. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Everyone except Nox, get out, Queen Mercer commanded, sounding exasperated. All but her husband obeyed immediately. She had to nudge the man with her foot to make him move. What is it you want? She asked once they were alone. I've already told you what I'm after, Nox replied. Your long-term goals. Freedom. I want to be free of you and your rule so I can make a life for myself outside the trade empire. Why? Why? Nox raised an eyebrow. What do you mean why? You discarded me as soon as you could, and your husband and new children make my life miserable. I gave up on expecting anything of you long ago, Mother. All I want is a life free of your rule and out of your new family's reach. Is that too much to ask for? You want to go after the god that killed your father, don't you? It's a dungeon even Arcane's fear, Nox. You're going to get yourself killed. Please. After 16 years of being a mother in nothing but name, don't pretend to care. Nox wasn't sure why he felt the burning need to antagonize his mother. It wouldn't benefit him in any way. For some reason, he wanted nothing more than to see anything besides her forever placid facial expression or fake public-facing persona. Nox wanted his mother to speak to him as Mu did, with compassion or any sort of emotion. He got none of what he wanted from Queen Mercer. I want you to forfeit the tournament, she said after a long silence. You might have gotten away with humiliating Edward, but I can't allow you to do the same with Louis. Why? Because you want him to lead the Empire's army someday. You can't have his image tarnished so young. Precisely. He's far too vital to our military stability. I've seen his arsenal, and the Tarth girl will prove no challenge. You, on the other hand, are a wild card, and I'm not a gambling woman. What will it take for you to forfeit? I want a gold token on top of all the rewards I've won thus far. Fine, Queen Mercer replied. It surprised Nox that she agreed without any argument. The prize vaults were overflowing with rewards, and the Queen had proven miser when it came to handing out its contents. Her swift agreement proved how much she wanted to protect Louis's image. Nox refused to admit it, even to himself, but the revelation wounded him deeply. However, I'm going to void the bet between you and Edward. He's going to be a pain if he doesn't get anything out of this. You're never to share our bargain with anyone. If you do, I won't just confiscate whatever the gold token gets you but everything else. Do you accept my terms? I do, Mother, Nox replied, putting on a sweet smile for the Queen. I'll arrange for your freedom, too. I promise you that. There's no point in keeping you bound to the Empire if you feel no bond or loyalty towards it. Because of her performance in the first couple of trials, the bookmakers favored Eliza Darth. At 20 years of age, she had already served in the Second Convoy's defensive forces for half a decade. Like most in her faction, she likely started her training young and had more experience than her opponent. Nox could think of no better focus than haste for someone of her capabilities. At its base, It hastened one's basic speed and reaction time. There was a time when Knox considered it as the concept for his star. It was the antithesis of slow and perfect for someone that suffered from his limitations. Unfortunately, Knox had little talent for melee combat. It was still tempting since he had read accounts of mages picking air or something flammable as the focus of their planetoid. They used haste to accelerate the material's constituent parts and ignite it. The casters eventually became masters of flame or explosion. Knox wondered whether Eliza had similar plans. She charged at Louis as soon as their match began, moving almost as fast as a sprinting horse. Eliza held her shield in front of her, covering everything from the tip of her nose to her knees. Her spear remained perfectly parallel to the ground as she ran. She reached Louis before he could react and thrust her weapon into his gut. No triangular wards appeared to protect him. Instead, Eliza skewered Queen Mercer's prized son. Then pink flames burst from his eyes, nostrils, mouth, and all other orifices. It spread across his skin, and then his body exploded in a puff of similarly colored smoke. Knox felt a pang of jealousy. Fire was a difficult cantrip to master, and not many had an affinity with it. The flames emanated little heat but had the power to muddle minds and confuse the senses. However, making the most of it required a large mana zone since fire proved most useful at mid to long ranges, making it beyond Knox's capabilities even if affinities lined up. Eliza didn't stand around. She slid several feet sideways with just a kick of her right foot, drawing an impressed chorus from the audience. Knox hypothesized it was a creative use of the grease cantrip. He guessed the young woman had no aspirations of magehood and planned on walking the path of an ether warrior. A rapier emerged from a mote of pink flame and thrust through where she had stood moments ago. The air rippled. It felt as if Knox was looking through the fumes above a boiling cauldron. When it cleared, Louis emerged. Bits of fire clung to him. He moved swiftly, swinging his rapier. The tip appeared to cut the air, leaving a trail of pink flames in his wake. They arranged themselves, forming a complicated network of spell circles and runes. He drew the primary shapes and symbols. The connecting lines and remaining syntax appeared out of thin air. Eliza spun on her heel and charged at him. She didn't just run but slid along the ground, and frequent kicks sped her up further. The sections where the convoy sat cheered as she accelerated, closing in on Louis with every passing second. She skewered Louis, and he again exploded into a plume of pink flames. Instead of disappearing altogether, the fire dispersed and then grew into humanoid shapes. It solidified a heartbeat later, and 4 copies of him stood around Eliza. All 4 Louises lunged in unison. Eliza ducked behind her shield, swinging her spear in a wide arc. The 2 she struck exploded and disappeared, while the other 2 struck her back and right side. Eliza's first protection ward shattered. Queen Mercer's prediction proved correct. Despite Eliza's skill and experience, she failed to find and strike Louis. He attacked her methodically, leaving shallow cuts, piercing joints, and occasionally stabbing vitals. Eliza learned from her mistakes and put her best foot forward. Unfortunately, she only delayed the inevitable. It took Louis 5 minutes to destroy her remaining wards, and all of his remained untouched. The convoys appeared unimpressed. They preferred more direct attacks since they had people and goods to protect and worked in large formations. Eliza's training hadn't prepared her for someone like Louis. "I forfeit," Knox told the referee half an hour later when the time for the final came. "What?" he asked. "I'd like to forfeit," Knox repeated himself. "I'm not winning against Louis." It wasn't true. A combination of smoke pellets full of neurotoxins and hardening foam would have made quick work of the illusionist. "My tools are no good against his magic. So why waste the time? I'm still in good shape and mostly uninjured. A good rest and a hot meal is what I'd like." The referee's enchantments had expanded before Knox replied. It projected everything he said across the arena, and a stream of disapproving hoots, insults, and worse followed. "You've made a mockery of this tournament," Queen Mercer exclaimed, rising from her seat. Enchantments amplified her voice for all to hear. "First, you insulted me and then made a joke out of the trial. Now you want to forfeit because it's too much trouble? Do our ways mean so little to you?" "No, Mother," Knox replied, struggling not to sound sarcastic or deadpan. He wondered whether the public admonishment would help ease Edward's humiliation. "I recognize Louis, your heir, as my superior. Going against an illusionist with a band of mana zone as small as mine is pointless. I'd like to take all the rewards I've accumulated thus far and move on. Silence. The booing ceased even though the Queen didn't raise her volume. Only the sections seating the production houses didn't spit vitriol. It shames me that people know I carried you, Nox Ratra. A heavy silence hung over the arena. A choked sob rose from somewhere in the crowd. You defy orders and venture into the wild, risking our secrets. You make a mockery out of our ways. I see no choice besides banishment and the revoking of trade privileges. You won't ever benefit from my name or gain beneficial rates from any affiliated merchants or traders. Take your rewards and be gone. Queen Mercer kept her word. She used unexpected means to fulfill her promise, but the woman had done it. Nox had his freedom. It came out of the blue, and he wasn't sure how to react besides staring at her dumbfounded. Yet he wanted to thank the woman. Nox worried about how Mu would see things, but he felt relieved. Chapter 4. Unique Not Broken. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The first mana systems were inefficient and volatile. Sure, you can name the Phoenix and Tidebringer, debate their destructive power, and sing tales of their exploits, but no one talks about how they died. Fire drove one mad and she burned herself. Tidebringer lost all faith in the war and the people he was fighting for and disappeared into the oceans. The star system might be weaker and it takes forever to reach archmage levels, but it's stable. Now that the gods are trapped in their domains, we don't have to sacrifice our young for the war. Slow and steady wins the race. Archmage Lorraine Gibson found Nox as soon as he left the public eye. She wrapped her arms around him, bawling. I should have never let this happen, she said, squeezing him tightly. I didn't like that beach when she married your father, and I like her even less now. The referee escorting Nox cleared his throat. Perhaps you should save this conversation for the dressing room, madam. The Gedge house is currently out for blood and might jump at any opportunity to hurt Master Ratra. They might very well call your sentiment treasonous. That's because they are. Nox sighed. You can't be talking like that, Mu. I love you. Don't let this ruin your and your children's lives. How can I not? She asked, holding him even tighter. I might not have birthed you, Nox, but you might as well be one of mine. Her words grew increasingly unintelligible as the sobbing intensified. You're all that's left of Palaf, you fool. He won't be alone, Lilin said, appearing out of thin air as she always did. The young woman had a talent for moving soundlessly and blending in with her surroundings without relying on magic or sigils. Nox isn't going anywhere without me. I don't know whether that's meant to reassure me, Mu said, pulling away and wiping her tears on her sleeve. Most of the time, I have to bail Nox out. It's your fault. Excuse me, Mu. Lilin feigned offense. I'm an angel. More than often, I'm in trouble because Nox screws up, while deviating from whatever scheme you cooked up. Mu finished the sentence for her. Nox almost chuckled. Even though he had a mother, half-siblings, and maternal relations on the Golden Isles, the two women were the only people he considered family. Lilin was there when his father died, and he suffered crippling injuries. She was there when his mother disinherited him and had him removed from the palace. She was there when the Gedges and miscellaneous aunts and uncles tormented him. Nox knew no truer friend beside her. Either way, Nox won't be alone. Wherever he goes, I'm going with him. I'm an orphan and a mere employee. No one will get in my way if I decide to cut ties and leave. Thank you, Mu said, hugging the younger woman. I insist you continue your conversation in the changing rooms, the referee said, clearing his throat again. Some people wish to speak to you, and the Queen ordered we not keep them waiting. The women continued their conversation as they walked. Nox brought up the rear, watching the pair. He didn't know when he'd get to see them together again or Mu, and wished to memorize the scene for when times got tough. Nox tried to recall his father's face and looked for familial resemblances between him and his baby sister. Mu shared the same dark hair and olive skin as Nox and his father. They originated from the southern continent beyond the Sapphire Straits to the south. The Imperium had brought their people north to work as cheap labor, and few existed outside their borders. The merchant empire had a considerably diverse population, with giant pale folk from the Nepjung mountain range to the dark-skinned oasis dwellers from the bleached wastes. Yet Mu and Nox stood out amongst them because of their odd combination of features. Meanwhile, Lillian's black hair, pale skin, and azure eyes helped her fit right in. By Nox's count, over a dozen men had expressed interest in the young woman, but she had turned them all down. Mu claimed Lillian had eyes for him, but Nox knew better. Their childhood trauma during the Godfall had forged an unbreakable sibling relationship that left no room for romance. "Have you thought about what you want to do?" Mu asked when they reached the changing room. "The guards won't let you leave with any equipment or ingredients. You'll have to start from scratch." "I'll figure it out," Nox replied. "I reckon a dungeoneer license will take priority. We can attempt low-ranking rifts to gather materials and make some money." "The Imperium has too much competition," Lillian said. "Perhaps we'll start in a free city, build a reputation, and Nox can get certification from the local alchemical authority. It should be smooth sailing from there." "I think you're underestimating how difficult it is out there," Mu stated. "When it comes to alchemy and trading, reputation is everything. The banishment is going to follow you, making everything significantly harder. I'd suggest you change your identities and start afresh. It means you'll have to regain all your alchemist qualifications, but a blank slate is better than a tainted one." "May I suggest an alternative?" a female voice asked, making everyone but the referee jump. "How long have you been there?" Lillian demanded, dropping into a defensive position. The light appeared to warp around her palm, and the purple runes painted along the back of her hand glowed lilac. "Lady Kreese has been waiting for you," the referee said, facing Nox. "Queen Mercer thought you, and she needed to meet." "I'm no lady," Kreese said. "Just Kreese is fine." She approached Nox. "It's nice to meet you." "You were sitting with Mother," Nox stated, glancing between Kreese and the referee. "I don't understand. Why would she want us to meet?" "Have you ever considered attending Woodson University?" Kreese asked. "That places Freres and the similarly privileged." Nox turned away from the woman and to the chest where his clothes and remaining potions lay. "I don't have the time to attend a magic academy and study with people 8 years my junior. Besides, I'd need Mother's permission to attend anyway." "A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation." "Why?" Kreese raised an eyebrow. "You're exiled, a legal adult, and an accomplished alchemist. You don't need Queen Mercer's permission for anything ever again." "Still, I don't have the time to start from scratch and waste time amongst children. Besides, I'm not allowed to give Nox any money," Mu stated. "Woodson University's tuition is astronomical from what I've heard, and his savings won't be enough." "Are you offering to sponsor Nox?" "Oh, by Gaia, no," Kreese answered. "I make good money but not enough to sponsor someone's education. However, I can arrange accommodation, tuition, and a workshop for 1 semester." She faced Nox. "Between your alchemical skills, showmanship, and natural charisma, you should have no trouble paying your own way." Kreese raised a hand, silencing Nox and Mu before they could interrupt. "This isn't charity. It's a loan. I'll expect you to pay me back eventually." "Finally, you don't have to start from scratch," she continued. "You're an accomplished alchemist, already have a protester, and the recorded mana levels suggest you're ready to transcend to the next level. Woodson University doesn't work like most academic institutions. There are a handful of necessary modules everyone must complete, but afterward, you can study whatever you want. Certain units have prerequisites, requiring you to pass relevant exams or milestones, but you can study whatever you want. We divide classes based on ability and merit, not age. You'll likely work mostly with people in their early to mid-20s. "This is an amazing offer," Nox said. "It really is. But I've got plans and goals. There was a time when I wanted nothing more than to follow my father's footsteps and attend Woodson University, but that time is long gone. You're pursuing an Arcane-ranked dungeon. I overheard most of your conversation, and Lydia, Queen Mercer filled me in on the rest. It will take you decades, maybe half a century, before you gain the strength and permission to challenge such a dungeon legally. However, If you attend Woodson University, specifically the Department of Dungeon Studies, you could cut that time by half, if not more. Did I forget to mention that joining the department comes with a basic Dungeoneer's license? As you complete more modules and prove yourself, your clearance level will increase. This means access to dungeon materials for alchemy and greater riches to help pay your way. That does sound good. Nox hesitated, glancing at his aunt and dearest friend. I'm still not sure. Can you fund Lilin for a semester as well? I don't know, Kreese stated. She turned her attention to Lilin. What can you do? Lilin raised her left arm, palm pointing at the ground. Clothes rained from her palm. I turned the heavy cantrip into gravity and am working on a shaping planet to access spatial magic. It's mana intensive, but what are you doing wasting your talents in a production house? Kreese asked, frowning. I'll support both of you, but instead of an entire semester, it will have to be 2 months. That's the best I can do. That means you'll have 8 weeks to find a way to fund the remaining 6 and the following semester. I don't understand, though, Nox said. The sudden development set his heart pounding. Why are you going out of your way to do this? Why are you even on the Golden Isles? You're an outsider and, from what I can tell, not affiliated with any trade organization. You don't belong here, Kreese. What's your agenda? That's rude, Ma said, smacking Nox on the back of his head. Lady Kreese's offer is beyond amazing. Thank her and make the most of it. He's right to question me. Kreese smiled. She approached Nox and looked him straight in the eye. Queen Mercer invited me, hoping I'll take an interest in your half-siblings and personally mentor your half-sister, perhaps your brother, too. And will you? I have no interest in Louis. He has potential, but he has much growing up to do. I don't have the time or energy to deal with an 18-year-old boy's hormones. Your sister, on the other hand, has a lot of potential. She has the charm and arcane potential to make a great queen. I might not be right for her, but I'll probably recommend another, more skilled teacher. That's a long way away, though. It'll be another 8 years before she's old enough to attend the university. Then why are you so interested in me? Nox asked. A war is coming, Kreese answered. The gods may have fallen, but they're not done. The bastards want revenge and will never settle for humanity ruling the world free of their influence. I'm looking for young mages with the ability and drive to end the war before they can begin. We need to mentor individuals hungry to infiltrate divine domains and destroy them from the inside. You want dungeon killers? Precisely. Kreese paused. Before I invest in you further, I have a few queries. Ask away, Nox replied, growing increasingly uncomfortable with the proximity. Someone at your rank shouldn't be juggling so many concoctions and gases. Why didn't the neurotoxin paralyze you? Her eyes drifted to the flask on his hip. More importantly, how is that cocktail not making you throw up blood? Nox unbuttoned his shirt, exposing a kite shield-shaped tattoo at the base of his sternum. Lines extended from its 3 corners and met in the middle, dividing the shape into 3 sections. A skull and bones symbol occupied the top left corner. The section next to it had the faint outline of an indiscernible shape, while the final bit sat empty. Of course, a sigil of immunity. I should have expected such of an alchemist of your caliber. She tapped the top left section. Near complete toxin resistance. It's surprising that you've advanced it to such a level at your age, though. When the godfall struck the Sunder ruin, a toxic miasma came with it, and I got caught in it, Nox explained. My father pulled me out and gave me his sigil even though it left him weak and vulnerable. The arch-ranked toxins accelerated its growth, and it's had almost 2 decades to grow. I've been hesitant to fill the other 2 sections, though. It looks like life took the decision out of your hands, Kreese stated, prodding the section with faint lines. Either way, this makes you even more desirable. Whatever this is, it wasn't planned. What else do you need to know? What's wrong with your mana zone? Kreese asked. Slow is typically a ranged cantrip, but you only used it once Edward was within touch range. Using the spell with that level of power shouldn't be possible with such a quick cast. You're either hiding your mana system stage, or your mana zone is abnormally concentrated. Queen Mercer said you were broken, but she refused to elaborate. He's not broken, Mu said. A broken man doesn't get to the finals of the Queen's tournament. I don't intend to slight your ward, alchemist Mu. Kreese offered an apologetic bow. I'm merely curious about my investment's condition. Since you're offering a loan and intend to invest in my future, you have the right to ask. Nox unbuttoned his cuffs and removed his shirt altogether. Scars resembling warped handprints marked his forearms just below the elbow. Angry red tendrils extended from the burn-like imprints towards his wrist and shoulders. Their density lessened further from the central scars. Precise lines and rune arrangements in blue ink ran across the almost mirrored scars. They had the same precision and flair as the paintings on the back of Lillian's hands. I got them during the Godfall, Nox explained. My mana circuits are damaged. All the healers and scholars in the Golden Isles studied my injuries and attempted countless remedies. Nothing worked. I can't project my mana zone far from my body. It used to be a hair's width initially, but it's grown since. Now, I can project my mana just over an inch from my body. On the bright side, my range and power are significantly higher than my peers in similar ranks. Your mother was wrong then, Kreese said. You're not broken, you're unique, and I reckon my guidance could make you a formidable dungeon killer. She glanced at Lillian. You too. Gravity mages are rare but not unheard of. However, you're the second person I've met with spatial magic. I reckon the two of you will make a terrifying duo. Chapter 5. Family Heirlooms. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. After the meeting with Kreese, Lillian darted to the apartment she shared with Nox and his aunt. Her spatial magic voided the need for luggage. She had room for clothing, tools, crafting materials, and a lot more. Knowing Lillian, Nox was sure she'd steal whatever she could on the way. Mu and her neighbor's belongings were safe, but to Lillian, everyone else was fair game. She'd likely get away with it, too. Not many knew about her spatial magic, and even if they did, not many had the means to peek within it. Meanwhile, Mu took his artisan's arm to her artificer friend. Now that everyone knew about the banishment and how Nox used it, their services wouldn't come cheap. Fortunately, he had his letter of credit from the Queen. It wouldn't just fix whatever damage the tool suffered but would also pay for necessary material upgrades, an additional joint, and 2 more fingers. Ideally, Nox would have liked a new segmented limb with enough pieces to move like a tentacle. Unfortunately, that would cost double if he wanted it to have the durability and agility for combat. Because of the duel, the artisan arm lost parts of its custom rune work. As a result, Nox didn't worry about his mother benefiting from his ideas. He trusted his etching skills and was sure he could modify whatever piss-poor job they did to suit his needs. Unfortunately, the work would take much longer than the 12 hours he had to evacuate the Golden Isles. Mu promised to send it with the next delivery to in the guise of the last of his belongings. It would take a month, hopefully less, but Nox doubted he'd get the opportunity to dungeon delve straight away. Meanwhile, the tournament referee guided him to the Queen's vault. Nox knew she had a more secretive, better protected space for the Trade Empire's most valuable, powerful, and terrifying assets. Queen Mercer knew better than to expose such items to her subjects or the public. As far as everyone was concerned, they didn't exist. Nox only knew of its existence because his father had walked him through it once when he was little more than a toddler. The vault the public knew about contained items that the Empire didn't mind trading. She also dangled the artifacts and materials over her subjects as potential rewards for exemplary performance. Rune scripts covered the building's interior and exterior, and giant stone statues stood at regular intervals. Rumors said they were golems, but Nox knew for a fact that his mother didn't have powerful enough mages to maintain and restore such complex enchantments. Large squads frequently patrolled the perimeter and halls, and even larger groups boarded every entrance. Remember not to touch anything before offering the accompanying plaque token, the referee told Nox once they reached the vault's entrance. I know, Nox said, showing off his 3 pill-shaped coins. He fanned them out like a hand of cards. Bronze for the outer hall prizes, silver for the inner pavilion, and gold for the heart. I'm aware that as the former prince, you're no stranger to the vault. The referee stared at Nox with an almost sympathetic look on his face. It's merely my job to remind the winner and every runner-up of the system's parameters. Your brothers are still at the feast, So you're the first to enter. Make it count, young master. Is a difficult city, and dungeon delving is a dangerous profession. I appreciate. Your father was a close friend, the referee continued, interrupting Nox. He'd be proud of the man you've become. Please choose wisely and stay safe. Nox didn't know what to say. He only nodded and marched into the vault, leaving the man behind. Even though most of his mother's subjects would kill for an item from the outer hall, Nox wasn't impressed. It mostly contained top products of the Empire's best craft houses, and after growing up amongst them, he'd seen it all before. He spotted bottles of rare brews carrying Mu's emblem. It occurred to Nox that he'd need one of his own soon if he wanted to make it as an independent agent. Nox had plans for what he wanted for his silver token and an idea of what he'd like from the vault's heart. Unfortunately, he didn't know which vault housed it and kept his expectations low. However, he had no idea what he wanted from the outermost hall. It had swords, axes, and maces capable of withstanding abusive wielders like Edward, and a few rare specimens that could handle practitioners twice as strong as him. Nox cared about none of that. He focused more on the tools. The simple and modifiable rune scripts meant he could expand their uses to fulfill other purposes. Most people with bronze tokens would go for satchels, pouches, and similar containers with spatial spells inscribed into them. They weren't as potent as Lillian's magic, suffering from limited storage space. The rune scripts required regular mana infusions, and products from the Golden Isles had the lowest failure rates, or so the merchants said, and the Trade Empire's ironclad patents helped reinforce their claims. Thanks to the company he kept, Nox didn't need such products. A pair of fingerless gloves drew Nox's attention. They combined the attract and repel cantrips to produce interesting effects. The right glove lay flat within the display, and a luminous blue stone shone at the palm's heart. Meanwhile, the left counterpart floated 6 inches above. The second glove wobbled in the air when Nox tapped the glass case, but the distance between them didn't change. The second glove's magic appeared inactive, making Nox wonder whether the applied cantrips allowed the rune scripts to levitate other items and spatially lock them to the glove. If not, he believed his mastery of runes could help him achieve such functionality. He wasn't skilled enough to count as a journeyman artificer. However, his limitations forced Nox to learn how to push cantrips and adapt spell forms. He had taught himself how to modify pre-made items to save on cost. The endeavor kept Nox from building notable settings, but the artisan's arm spoke for itself. Nox was ready to commit his bronze token when he saw a silver glow out of the corner of his eye. The light didn't emit from the target of his attention but from a neighboring weapon. The object in question was a simple, rectangular, hard leather case with polished brass buckles. It was as long as Nox's forearm and no wider than his open hand. The runes covering it were subtle, and the plaque didn't provide much of an explanation. However, the name told him everything he needed to know. Portable Adept Alchemy Kit. You're worth a silver token. Nox grinned, claiming the first of his prizes. He knew the product well. The container housed a limited spatial spell. It was larger on the inside but would only allow alchemy equipment. The kits often came with a compartment for ingredients, too. Lillian's ability to create multiple pocket dimensions made the product almost redundant. However, Nox's current concern was economics. Purchasing flasks, burners, pestles and mortars, and all the other essentials would cost him a minimum of 60 gold. A spatial spell on the case would add another 20 gold coins to the price. If the container included cleansing and sterilizing spells, Nox believed the prize's value would increase by another 20 gold. Nox's assumptions were based on the prices on the Golden Isles. Residents received everything at little more than cost. It wasn't known for its artisans. It had a university with production departments, but they mostly served the military and dungeon delvers. Nox didn't doubt that good quality crafting equipment, especially for adept rank artisans and above, would suffer from an obnoxious markup. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. The inner pavilion was half as big as the outer hall. As a result, Nox didn't have to spend long looking for what he wanted. He marched straight to the section full of brands and accompanying tonics. He walked down the rows, reading the plaques detailing the contents: sigil of the warrior, sigil of marksmanship, sigil of thievery, sigil of the artisan, sigil of wilderness traversal, sigil of recovery, sigil of smithing, sigil of weather resistance. The vault had several dozen sigils. No one knew their origin, and, as far as Knox knew, all attempts at recreating them had failed. Typically, parents or masters passed them on to their heirs. Occasionally, if both a man and woman had a sigil, children born of their union displayed one of the ancient tattoos or a compensate. The Queen's people had successfully taken sigils from dying or retired individuals with no heirs and captured them in the brand. Knox believed the tonic contained blood and the originator's arcane essence. 2. Sigil scholars had noticed one consistent pattern. The tattoos almost always passively empowered the body. They either focused on something specific like immunity or qualities relevant to a skill set or profession. Knox's sigil of immunity made him immune to most natural and alchemy-made toxins. The outline in the second segment didn't tell him much, but he suspected it had something to do with smoke inhalation. If he wished, he could dedicate the final section to gain a resistance to mind magic or a specific debilitating effect. Now, Knox wanted something that was relevant to one of his skill sets. He gravitated towards the sigil of marksmanship. Since his scarred mana circuits limited his range and he lacked the constitution for melee combat, Knox heavily relied on his archery to fight. He believed it would prove invaluable in dungeons. However, the sigil of recovery tempted him. 2. Alchemy made curing most wounds trivial. The accumulation of toxins from consuming too many concoctions didn't concern him, either. However, the sigil could improve his body's ability to recover from fatigue, exhaustion, and mana drain. As Knox debated between the two, his eyes also gravitated toward the sigil of the artisan. While preparing for the tournament, he had extensively studied the ancient tattoos and believed it would have a lot of overlap with the sigil of marksmanship. Both skill sets demanded a steady hand, fast reflexes, and excellent senses. He believed they'd differ when it came to more specific qualities. Marksmanship would likely focus more on keener sight and hearing, while artisan would prioritize smell and touch. Living under the Merchant Queen's rule had taught Knox that money was survival. Magic and archery would keep him alive in dungeons, but he needed deep pockets to learn magic and buy everything necessary for delving. Gold coins would put clothes on his back and pay for shelter and food in his belly. Knox didn't waste much longer pondering the issue. He used his silver token to gain the sigil of the artisan. First, he downed the tonic and then fed the brand a mote of mana. When it lit up with golden light, Knox pressed the hot metal against his left bicep. It stung as the light flowed from the brand and spread across his skin. When the process finished, he had a new tattoo. It featured a flask wearing goggles in the foreground, a smith's hammer, a saw, and several other tools fanned around the rounded bottom. By the time Knox reached the vault's innermost room, his heart threatened to pound out of his chest. Even though he believed in his chances of winning the tournament, he didn't expect to get anything more than a silver token. The likelihood of his mother interfering and preventing his appearance in the finals was always high. Knox would have happily settled for just a sigil, but now that he had a gold token, he hoped to get his hands on something far more valuable. He only hoped it wasn't in the secret vault. A handful of rare and powerful sigils sat just around the entrance: sigil of sniping, sigil of the berserker, sigil of the bard, sigil of supreme intellect, sigil of body regeneration, sigil of leadership. They all appeared more specialized than those available in exchange for silver tokens. However, Knox weaved through them. The space between the display cases shrunk. "This has got to be intentional," Knox chuckled, speaking to himself. He half expected Lillian to appear from the shadows with a smart-ass comment. The arrangement felt like a blatant attempt to tempt people and keep them from exploring deeper. Armor and garments came next. Some full plates had the power to encase the wearer in solid mana steel while leaving them flexible. Others repelled metaphysical magic attacks. Fireballs, frost dart, and lightning strikes against the user would fly wide or have a chance of failing. Some hoods had the power to make the entire body invisible while muting all sounds. A pair of heavy boots multiplied the power of kicks, while others came with sets of wings. Nox ignored them and approached the weaponry sitting at the back of the room. Spectre's Bow consumes the wielder's mana to conjure spectral arrows. They'll manifest when an arrow is knocked and will follow its path. Thundering Hammer, two-handed downward strikes will boom with the power of thunder. The ability consumes mana and the sonic boom's power scales with investment. Magnetic Javelin, the javelin will link with its wielder. Using the return command will make it shoot back into the owner's hands. Meanwhile, the follow command will pull the wielder to the javelin. Many such weapons sat near and along the back wall. Time had dulled the glass protecting most. At times, peeking through the scratches and stains proved challenging. Some weapons appeared far too powerful to hand out as prizes for a tournament. Others felt more suitable for a silver token holder. Nox noted them but continued to peek inside each display case. Often after having to scrub the glass and plaque, his heart dropped as he approached the end. Then just as he was on the verge of settling, Nox found the object of his desire. Ratra Bow. The text accompanying the artifact's name was illegible. It appeared as if someone had taken an enchanted dagger to the plaque. The damage to the information felt unintentional. It appeared as if someone had attacked it out of rage. Nox needed no explanation. He knew what Ratra's Bow could do, or at least some of it. Nox had seen it in action. After all, it made arrows out of the wielder's mana. Nox couldn't be sure whether his memories were accurate, but the projectiles also adopted the injected magic's properties. It wasn't the strongest weapon in the vault's heart. The Spectre's Bow was far more powerful. In fact, the weapon before him didn't look like a weapon at all. Instead, it contained a long leather glove covered in mana stones, runes, and spell circles. A 6-inch long, 2-finger-thick metal rod accompanied it. More minute engravings ran along the length, creating channels and guidelines for mana. The price and power didn't matter too much to Nox. It had sentimental value. He was just glad to hold his father's weapon. Nox had worried his mother treasured it as much as he did and kept it hidden in her secret vault. It wasn't dangerous or anything worth keeping secret. However, the weapon once belonged to her first and true love. That's what she used to call him when calling Nox responsible for the death. He expected Queen Mercer to treasure the bow and to ensure no one else ever touched it. Instead, she'd left it in a forgotten corner, available for anyone with a gold token to claim it. Now, Ratra's Bow belonged to Nox. He considered it the second part of his inheritance, alongside the Sigil of Immunity. Now that he had both, Nox believed he had a piece of his father with him for the journey to come. Palaf Ratra wasn't a warrior. He was a master alchemist and expert artificer who enjoyed personally collecting his materials and occasionally taking his son out to see the world's sights. Nox remembered his father wearing the glove when they slipped away from the Golden Isles for hours at a time. They'd visit passing canyons, waterfalls, and ancient ruins. The trips were some of his fondest memories. He no longer remembered how many of them were accurate. In many, Palaf's face was a blur, but Nox still clearly remembered his father's voice. "You've selected your prizes." The referee projected his voice directly into Nox's ear, interrupting his train of thought. "It's time to leave the vault. Your brothers await their turn." Chapter 6. Essence Glass. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The following day, Nox woke early. It took him several long, confused moments to remember where they were. It felt like a prison cell at first. The room was barely bigger than a broom closet. It had no furniture besides a bunk bed. Lillian's foot dangled from the top level. Then he spotted the circular window. When Nox climbed out of bed and peeked out of the opening, he saw nothing but a sea of clouds. They were on an airship. It was late in the evening when they boarded the vessel. Despite his exhaustion, Nox remembered the crew being displeased with their time of arrival. Queen Mercer had held Kreese up at dinner. Her word delayed the airship's departure. Exhausted after the tournament and all the following events, Nox didn't give it much thought. He'd gone straight to bed. Nox's stomach lurched when he stepped out onto the upper deck. No bone-chilling wind buffeted him. His eyes caught a faint shimmer when he rubbed them. By the time Nox's vision recovered, he could no longer see the aero shield spell's effects. The Tier 3 spell protected the ship and the above balloon from the fickle wind currents and weather. Giant mana engines hummed at the vessel's rear, propelling it in the desired direction. The vastness of his surroundings and the height made his stomach gurgle. Heights never bothered Knox before. It wasn't his first time on an airship. They were the only method of entering or leaving the Golden Isles. Schooner and frigate-class vessels regularly ferried hunters, explorers, and others between the floating islands and the land below. Pal refused to take his son down on excursions. Once Knox was old enough, Ma turned a blind eye to him riding down with hunters and gatherers. Occasionally, he visited passing towns and small cities, too. The smaller settlements lacked deep pockets for the merchant empire's best products but happily settled for an apprentice's concoctions. They helped fund his experiments and equipment. However, none of his previous journeys involved a vessel that ascended above the clouds and skimmed them like waves. Knox had never traveled at such altitudes or speeds. It felt unnatural. He considered approaching the railing and peeking but changed his mind halfway to his destination. "You'll need a stronger stomach if you intend to make a career out of dungeon delving," Kreese whispered, making him jump. She didn't appear out of thin air like during their first meeting, yet she had successfully snuck up on him without making a noise. "You'll rely on high-speed vessels to ferry you between dungeons and wherever you call home." "How do you keep doing that?" Knox demanded, clutching his chest. His heart pounded in his chest. "Magic." "That's not much of an answer." Kreese's skin shimmered. Golden light seeped through her skin. Knox wanted nothing more than to figure out what spells she had in her arsenal, but it was a rude and private question in mage circles. "You're up early." "I like to take in the sunrise," Kreese replied. "The light is cleaner above the clouds." "But none of that's is important right now. I was hoping to catch you without your shadow." "Lilin isn't my shadow. Please." "That girl follows you around like a familiar does an archmage." "That's not important, though." "It's important we discuss your future." "Isn't that what we did yesterday?" "Not your immediate future," Kreese said. "I want to talk about your long-term goals. More specifically, I'd like to know your plans for your core. Why would someone as skilled as you remain a protester when you're on the verge of breaking through? I'd bet you have enough mana circulating around the star to start on a planetoid, too." "I need a catalyst," Knox answered. "Slow isn't the most powerful focus on its own." "That's doubly relevant for someone with a mana zone as small as mine." "You have a mana bow now." Kreese nodded at the long glove covering his left hand, forearm, and elbow. "Reckon you'll start sometime soon?" Knox nodded. "I just need enough gold to buy a chunk of Eternum ice. It's a controlled substance on the Golden Isles, and I've never had enough coin to afford any. Now that I'm an independent agent, I was hoping to dedicate all my resources to saving for some. Alternatively, if I can get clearance for a journeyman dungeon soon, that's impossible while still sporting a protester core." Kreese interrupted. "Evolving slow into freeze would certainly make you powerful. I've worked with several ice mages, but they generally dedicate their first planet to an elemental focus and combine it with slow for the same result." "Yes, but that's not mana efficient, is it? And since I can't draw in water from my environment, I'd have to carry it on my person. Meanwhile, nurturing freeze would help me get around the issue. I could just conjure ice when water isn't available. Then, I can dedicate my first planet to shaping." "Smart. But I believe you should think outside the box." "What do you mean?" Knox raised an eyebrow. "People with mana zones as small as yours are rarely magically gifted. They don't nurture their cores or benefit from the same abnormal mana density as you. On top of that, you've perfected slow and matured it just fine on your own. It's on the verge of evolving. You just haven't found the correct path yet. I think going for freeze now would be a waste and slow down your current development." "I'm not sure I follow." Knox frowned. "I considered true slow and then slowly working towards time magic. But what's the point if I can't project my magic more than a couple of inches from my body?" He held up his gloved hand. "This will turn mana from a freeze-focused core into frost and eventually ice arrows. Then I can use ice shields, spikes, and other shaped conjurations at melee range for a brutal defense. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." "Boring." Kreese feigned a yawn. When Knox didn't respond, She narrowed her eyes and chuckled. "Hold out your hand." He obeyed. Kreese dropped a piece of glass in his hand. It was warped. Bubbles and cracks filled it. It stung his palm as he looked up at her questioningly. Nox almost dropped the shard, but then he caught tendrils of lightning dancing through it. "This is from my duel with Edward," he mumbled, studying it closely. "Your slow was so potent that it halted electrified mana darting at you. The lightning struck your mana zone and condensed itself into a mana crystal." Kreese raised her hand when Nox opened his mouth. "I tested it. It's not the same as the crystals artificers use for their devices or the stones in mage foci. This is unique. I reckon it's crystallized arcane essence." She took the shard from his hand, and her fingertips glowed with golden light. The cracks grew, and the glass crumbled. A mote of lightning remained, floating between her fingers. "It's not as stable, and an infusion of energy is enough to revert the crystal to its original form." The lightning dissipated as she spoke. "I think freeze would be wasted on you because you could turn your protester into something unique. I reckon you should build your mana system around the concept of crystallizing essence." Nox found himself at a loss for words. He had spent almost a full decade planning his course direction. He didn't think anything besides freeze and eventually ice shaping would be possible for him. That's certainly unique. Alchemists have to work far too hard to extract arcane essence. If I can find mana sources and just crystallize the energy, that would make my life so much easier. I knew you'd appreciate the idea. Kreese grinned. Your combat plans don't have to change much. You won't have frost or cold effects, but instead of ice, you can just make crystal arrows and shields. Best of all, you don't have to worry about your conjurations melting. As your magic grows stronger, I reckon it'll take more energy to revert the essence glass to its original form, making them rather durable. It's tempting, Nox said. I was counting on frost, ice, and cold to debilitate dungeon dwellers and keep them at a distance, though. Your display during the tournament tells me you're a creative man, Nox, Kreese said. Think bigger. During training and practice, work with Lilin to stockpile gravity essence and use them for arrowheads or fashion them into bombs. Making crystallize essence the focus of your core will make you incredibly versatile. You could easily focus on stockpiling destructive essences and become your delving party's primary monster killer. Debilitating effects would be a bonus, but they shouldn't be your responsibility. Every delving party needs a dedicated vanguard, a couple of support mages, and someone good with scouting and traps. Leave slowing, trapping, and disabling to someone else. Nox thought about the idea for a moment. This will make me unique. Dungeon lords and their intelligent subjects won't know how to counter me effectively. Better yet, you could crystallize their magic and save it for later or turn it against them. If you're ever up against brigands, rogue delvers, or foreign powers, they won't know how to deal with you. Thank you, Nox said. Kreese waved her hand dismissively. It's the least I can do. According to department rules, all professors need at least one apprentice, and you're my first. You can't very well be my apprentice while still stuck at the novice rank. That doesn't give me a lot of time. Nox frowned. We reach in 3 days, and the semester starts in 4. I estimate it'll take you a day or 2 at most. You're crystallizing essence with slow alone, and your star is boiling over. Kreese held out her hand, and a sphere of golden light manifested, floating 6 inches above her hand. When she moved away, it didn't follow her. You're going to cast slow on my light spheres until the essence crystallizes, and you get a feel for the process. Yes, Mom. Anything else? Oh, our conversation is far from over. As your tutor, I need to assemble your curriculum. All students must complete a few essential modules, but I'd like your input for the rest. Very well. Let's get started. Nox originally picked up the slow cantrip to improve alchemical processes. Several concoctions required multiple stages of rapid cooling during the production processes. Most alchemists used chilling grasp, but the Ratara family preferred slow. It worked at a molecular level when focused on a small area, assisting in rapid cooling. Most frost and ice mages nurtured the same process for their star and built their entire system around it. On rare occasions, A poorly controlled slow had turned parts of concoctions into glass. Nox and Ma had theorized it was an unfortunate reaction between the combining essences and the spell. Now that he thought about it, he realized the anomalous reactions only occurred when brewing mana-rich concoctions with 3 or fewer volatile essences. At first, slow did nothing. Kreese's conjured sphere hovered in place, shining like a dim golden lamp, adding to the growing light of dawn. Nox cast the cantrip repeatedly but got the same result. Mindless spellcasting will get you nowhere, Kreese told him. You're not pursuing an accidental reaction. Mana might be living energy, but it needs parameters to function. Unexpected reactions occur when there is a gap in the directions. When pushing the limits, the intent is essential. Tell the mana and the spell form how you want it to evolve or mutate. Do you know how to do that? Visualization? Nox asked. Kreese nodded. Take your time and feel how the spell form functions. Read the mana's flow and then tweak it to achieve the desired result. We're not sorcerers harnessing primal or ancestral energies. You're now a wizard in training. You're right, Nox said, rolling his neck. He had already used half the mana in his core. I need to approach this like an academic. Precisely. Think of it as alchemical research. You need to study the results after every experiment. If only the observations of mana sense were more quantifiable. Nox sighed. He moved closer so the light sphere hovered in his mana zone. His understanding of the conjuration's mana structure and composition deepened. He didn't just feel its mana but also how it flowed around the structure. When he cast slow again, he still failed to get the desired results. However, Nox got a better idea of how to proceed. I think I get it now, he said. Can you conjure something volatile? I think I need to start with something less stable, so you can stabilize it with slow? Kreese asked. Nox nodded. I reckon the crystallization occurs when the cantrip stabilizes volatile mana. If you get a feel of stabilizing the unstable, you can repeat the process with inert mana. Kreese smiled. Now, you're thinking. I'll conjure all the light orbs you need. We'll take breaks whenever you run low on mana. I can keep going all day. Nox held up a pouch of marble-sized pellets and shook it. The contents jingled. I've got a surplus of mana and stamina boosters. I envy your sigil of immunity. Kreese chuckled, and the pair got to work. Chapter 7. A Mage's First Apprentice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Godfalls. We were so proud when we came up with the name. We thought we had won. It was hubris. A god losing its divinity is bad for them and worse for us. We lost cities, farmlands, mines, and so much more when the bastards entered the mortal plane and claimed a chunk of it as their domains. We invade them, we die. We don't invade them and magical beasts sneak out and then hundreds die. The age of the gods is over. The time of man has come. But at what cost? Unknown. Kreese couldn't help but feel impressed with Nox's approach and progress. The young man had undeniable talent. After his duel with Edward, she had questioned the hunters he frequently accompanied on material-gathering expeditions. They sang praises of his archery and butchery skills. Apparently, he also had an excellent eye for herbs. While Lillian stashed their belongings in her spatial storage, Kreese had also sampled Nox's alchemical creations. She lacked the young man's toxin resistance and limited herself to a swig of Sprinter's high and feline grace. The combination didn't burn her throat or stomach, proving the alchemist's compatibility claim. The effects struck her almost instantly, and she felt noble and lithe. It felt as if she could keep running for days. Kreese considered testing another brew but didn't want to risk the discomfort. Most alchemists limited themselves to recovery and resistance brews. They created buffing tinctures, too. The bulk of the concoctions greatly boosted one aspect but suffered from high toxin buildup, discouraging frequent usage and cocktails. Meanwhile, the potions with compound effects only provided minor empowerment. Unlike Nox, she couldn't think of many alchemists who displayed creativity with debilitating creations. Smoke bombs with varying effects were cheap but unpopular since misuse could kill the user and their entire party. The same went for bottled oils licks. Delvers occasionally carried them to cover their escapes when situations got too hairy for their liking. Smoke screen and grease cantrips could achieve the same results. and most parties opted for a member who specialized in such effects. Kreese believed Nox's product had the potential to change the market. Trap foam would prove especially popular amongst hunters who wanted to capture their prey alive or kill beasts with minimal damage to the hide and flesh. His workshop had more debilitating products with amusing names. Kreese lacked the courage to test them, but they tickled her imagination. She knew her decision about Nox was the correct one. When Lilin joined them on the deck, Nox recruited her to track spell forms. She started by sketching the base script for Slow and made alterations following his directions. He offered only light instruction. Lilin appeared to anticipate his needs and do as needed. Kreese couldn't help but feel impressed about how the pair worked together. She took a step back and left the two to their own devices. By the end of the day, every cast of Slow created fragments of crystallized essence. Much to Kreese's surprise, he had greater success with Lilin's gravity locus. The black sphere pulsed in her hand, and the air swirled around it. Nox appeared to struggle with his balance when he approached it. Kreese kept a healthy distance, standing over a dozen feet away, but could still feel its effects. When he cast Slow, more essence fragments materialized. The locus's heart remained intact, and instead of falling to the ground, the shards orbited around it. The following morning, Kreese once again woke up at the crack of dawn. She liked to be the first to rise. It let her soak in the sun's first rays and funnel them into the mature star, rotating in her core. She wanted it to grow bigger so new planets and moons could join the system. Kreese needed to improve her offensive potential if she wanted to contribute to the war against the gods. Mages with the dancing lights or shine cantrip as their star's focus rarely made it as battle mages. They served as scouts, diviners, or control wizards. Kreese wasn't one of them. She lacked large devastating spells but made up for it with quick, hard-to-avoid magic. It took regular training to keep her casting swift and undetectable, and she liked to do so before the world stirred. "Good morning." Lilin surprised Kreese when she reached the upper deck. "Do you have a cantrip or spell erasing your presence?" "It's generally me that sneaks up on people." Kreese raised an eyebrow, wondering how the younger woman got the jump on her. Her background light detection spells warned her of all movement in her vicinity. Gravity magic could bend light, but only adept or expert mages could achieve such power. Lilin hadn't yet reached the rank of journeyman. Lilin only grinned, nodding at the vessel's bow. Nox sat cross-legged, shards of black and clear essence glass littered around him. "Why are you two up?" Kreese asked. "He's not going to succeed without adequate rest." "Nox passed out straight after dinner," Lilin answered. "Then he poked me awake half an hour ago, claiming he's nailed the spell." "I don't think he has." Kreese focused on her mana sense, reading the energy radiating from the boy. "The spell may have grown more efficient, but it's not ready for his core yet. Maybe you should help him." Kreese shook her head. "He needs to do this himself. Nox is in unexplored territory. I wouldn't know what to say. He needs to feel the flow of mana in his core and figure out how to adapt the spell form to it." The mana radiating from Nox crested, and more crystals materialized in his hands. They were as clear as glass and clinked on the wooden deck as they fell. "He's almost there," Kreese commented. "It's your turn next." "I already have gravity as my star's focus, and my first planet gives me access to spatial manipulation." "What do you plan to do next?" "I could. Once my star ascends to its next phase, I plan to add a planet focused on manipulation," Lilin replied. "Save your mentorship for Nox, though. I appreciate what you're doing for us, but I don't want your guidance. I have a plan for my mana system, and it's a solitary journey. I'm only here for Nox." This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. "I'm only trying to help." Kreese threw up her hands, feigning surrender. "As long as you're supporting us against the gods, I won't interfere in your life or magical growth. You're plenty powerful without my interruption already." "Thank you." Even though Nox had signed an apprenticeship agreement, Kreese didn't know him on a personal level. Lilin was even more of a wild card. She had taken the pair under her wing, but she didn't trust them. It was too early to expose her arcane secrets. So, despite her love for routine, Kreese chose to skip her daily exercises. The crew spilled onto the deck as dawn passed, forcing the trio to relocate to the vessel's rear. Nox continued his attempts at evolving his core, and Lilin observed. Despite her scholarly interest in the creation of a brand new focus, she eventually got bored of watching her new apprentice. A woman smoking against the rails caught her attention. Kreese hadn't spent much time fraternizing with the crew, but she recognized her as the first mate. As Kreese approached the woman, something felt off. Normal human beings made constant minute movements. Muscles twitched, chests heaved, eyelids blinked, and they swallowed saliva. Light bounced off all surfaces within line of sight and then seeped through Kreese's skin. Her channeled spell processed the absorbed light, making her aware of everything going on in her vicinity. She felt nothing from the first mate. The woman didn't move at all. Instead of approaching the first mate directly, Kreese walked to the railing 6 feet to her left and looked at her directly. Her blood ran cold. A long, almost transparent tentacle hung out of her mouth. It extended over the railing and disappeared over the vessel's starboard side. "Cloud Hunter!" Kreese yelled, calling on her magic. Mana flowed from her star into the first planet in her system. When she raised her left hand, the palm glowed red. After a couple of heartbeats, the tentacle sizzled and broke just over her navel. The appendage fell, disappearing over the side. Meanwhile, the first mate collapsed like a sack of bricks. Kreese dashed to her side and wrapped both hands around the tentacle still sticking out of the first mate's mouth. The woman's throat spasmed. Kreese didn't let up and continued her gentle attempts at extraction. Lilin suddenly appeared at her side, carrying a gravity orb in each hand. A tentacle solidified between the spheres when she thrust them forward, stretching and wrinkling. As the material warped, the light flowing through it danced, making the appendage easier to see and for Kreese's magic to detect. When Lilin pulled the gravity orbs apart, invisible forces ripped the tentacle to shreds. The crew jumped into action. Most of them retreated below deck, and 2 stood mobile like when Kreese found the first mate. The captain, a man, and a woman sprinted to the stunned individuals. Lightning crackled around one's hands while the other 2 inflated like muscular balloons. Meanwhile, Kreese successfully extracted the tentacle from the first mate's throat. The woman threw up clear slime, rolled onto her side, and burst into a fit of violent coughs. Her eyes rolled up into the back of her head, and her body seized. Kreese left her alone and thrust her palm towards more tentacles slithering over the vessel's edge. Her palms once again glowed red, and the appendages wrinkled. 2 of them burst into flames while the rest retreated. She cursed under her breath. Because of the almost transparent body, the Cloud Hunter was naturally resistant to her light-based attack and detection spells. It alarmed her that the crew weren't better prepared for such a possibility. The extra cargo forced the vessel to fly at a lower altitude than usual, but that was a poor excuse. A deep, long boom thundered in the clouds below the vessel. It sounded like a giant tuba in the hands of a musician with enhanced lungs. The call quaked and halted when Lilin dropped her gravity orbs over the edge. Then the clouds parted, and a giant clear dome parted from the sea of white and gold. Tentacles grew out of its edges and underside. Many clung to the hull while the rest chased the people still on deck. Kreese pointed her palms at the creature as it leveled with the vessel. It maintained altitude but drifted away from the railing. Lilin threw her gravity orbs at the beast, but her spells fell short. "Damn it!" Kreese swore. "It's outside my range." "Captain, can you hit it?" "No." The man called back. He pointed at the first mate, lying at Kreese's feet. "She's our head gunner." "The beast got our ranged casters." "What about whoever is maintaining the air bubble and propelling us?" "Can't spare them. We'll suffocate and lose stability without the bubble. Propulsion is the only reason the beastie hasn't got us yet." "What do we do?" A luminous blue projectile shot from the airship. It struck the beast and dented the clear hide but failed to penetrate it. The indent popped out a second later, leaving no imprints. Another projectile struck the creature a second later, and the results were no different. Kreese's eyes darted to the magic's source. It was Nox. The young man stood on the bridge's roof, holding a bar of solid mana in his left hand. The weapon's limbs grew out of metal rod that came with the long glove. All the runes, stones, and spell shapes on both pieces glowed with the same light as the bow. He touched the rod with his right and drew the arm back. A mana arrow grew extended between the rod and the glove. It lacked the bow's solidity. Mana vapors blossomed from the unstable projectile. He released the arrow, and the results didn't differ. "You need to crystallize the mana." Kreese yelled. You won't penetrate the Cloud Hunter's head otherwise. I don't know if I can, Nox called back. Just mix it in with your mana's natural slow effect, she replied. Don't think about it too much. Feel and execute. 2 more arrows flew from the bow without achieving the intended effect. Meanwhile, the Cloud Hunter's tentacles pulled a stunned crew member and the man trying to help him overboard. The transparent appendages pulled them under the dome, and they disappeared into the clouds. Tentacles came for Nox, and Lilin raced to his side, moving with almost inhuman grace and speed. Kreese guessed the young woman used gravity magic to make her body lighter. Gravity orbs shredded the appendages. She paused and approached her friend. Lilin spoke in Nox's ear, and Kreese failed to hear the message over the chaos. Before she could provide further guidance, a powerful tug pulled her off her feet. A sneaky tentacle had wrapped around Kreese's ankle. It pulled her over the railing, but she successfully wrapped her arms around the thick wooden banister. Her detection spell continued to feed her information about everything happening around her. But Kreese ignored it all, focusing on clinging to safety. Despite its size, the Cloud Hunter lacked strength. It excelled at ambushing foes and capturing the unbalanced. It failed at overpowering Kreese's death grip. The light emitting from Nox's bow turned almost blinding. Kreese's mana sense told her there was more at play than just increased mana investment. The slow cantrip's mana intertwined with the new crystallize essence spell's energy. Then a whistling projectile shot past her and struck the Cloud Hunter. A giant explosion boomed behind Kreese, and the tentacle holding her ankle went slack. Lilin appeared, standing over Kreese a moment later, and pulled her over the railing. The 2 women collapsed in a heap, panting. Nox was by their side a moment later. He kneeled next to Kreese and pried the now white tentacle from her leg. He grinned when their eyes met. Beads of sweat covered Nox's brow, and his hands exhibited a slight tremor which often accompanied excessive mana usage. I did it, he said. His tired eyes and tone betrayed his pride. I'm an apprentice now. Chapter 8. Arcane Pioneer. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Talk me through it, Kreese told Nox after the chaos passed. I realized I was going about it all wrong, he answered, in between spoonfuls of oatmeal. The ship's cook had rewarded the trio with breakfast while everyone worked. After the exertion that accompanied almost draining the central star, Nox needed it. All the text talks of 2 possible methods of evolving the focal cantrip. You either overlay a more complex spell form that expands on the basic script, like freeze would sit on top of slow, or you replace the cantrip with something greater. Crystallize essence separates raw mana and essence before crystallizing the latter. Targeting the mana in an active spell isn't easy, though. It follows the patterns the spell form dictates, often at unbelievable speeds. An infusion of slow is necessary to make the magic targetable. It's a multi-stage process, Kreese commented. Exactly. Crystallize essence's script deviates far too much from slow. It can't act as an overlay. I can't replace one with the other, either. So, I thought outside of the box, as you recommended. The final spell form has layers. The mana first flows through the slow script before activating crystallize essence. They're separated by connector and overflow. You made a 3-dimensional spell the focus of your core? Kreese raised an eyebrow. Nox nodded. You do realize that 3-dimensional scripts are tier 3 spells, right? Even journeyman mages struggle with them. Practitioners wait until they're adepts or even experts before dabbling in this kind of magic. You shouldn't have been able to pull this off. The mana cost and efficiency alone should be beyond you. Nox shrugged. I approach it like an alchemical cocktail. You need to layer the concoctions with varying concentrations and quantities and adapt ingredients so they don't clash or increase toxicity. You need to layer and stagger the trigger and catalyst spells to ensure everything works together. Otherwise, you'll end up with clashing, inconsistent effects, which might end up toxic. The spell for my core is simple in comparison. I guess I needed the pressure of combat for the pieces to come together. When I figured it out, the bits just clicked together and solidified in my core. Slow is a cheap cantrip to begin with, and crystallize essence isn't much more expensive. Efficiency was more of an issue than cost. I remedied the problem using an overflow loop. Gatherer runes collect the excess mana and channel it back into slow, which funnels it back towards the upper layer. Interesting. Kreese frowned. closely studying the drawn spell form. It's clear you have practice with basic spell design. I reckon we can put you directly in the intermediate class. I doubt it will prove much of a challenge for you. Can't I just go for the advanced module? Unfortunately not, Kreese replied. The department demands all students, regardless of background, complete the intermediate course before gaining access to the advanced one. Standards differ depending on where you're from. We need everyone on the same level so that every student in the advanced course has a consistent starting point. Also, most professors demand displays of practical understanding. After all, any scholar can learn the rules and parameters, achieving theoretical competence. Only a true mage can put it into practice. You were right, my mana system was in overflow. I don't have a manometer, but I reckon my star's max capacity is far greater than 32. It feels like I have enough in me to start a basic planetoid, too. I'll focus on shaping, as I had planned for freeze. Do you know where to start? Nox shook his head. Take this. Kreese pulled a 6-inch tall leather-bound journal out of her coat pocket and placed it in Nox's hand. Continue practicing crystallize essence for now. Just coalesce the excess mana, but don't give it a purpose just yet. I've read a handful of journals featuring stars with 3-dimensional foci. I'd like to check for side effects and interactions before you solidify a planetoid. In the meantime, I'd like you to journal the process of turning slow into the new spell and then journal how it develops. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. What if I don't want to share my secrets with the world? You're not. This is more for you than others. You're in unexplored territory. As far as we know, you're the first crystal essence mage ever. There is no reference text or guide for what you're attempting. You might find yourself stuck in a few years. She tapped the journal's hard leather cover. Your musings, spellform development, and experimentations might be the key to getting yourself out of a bind. We also need to ensure you're not the last of your kind. The journal might be key to the continuation of your legacy. I'm honestly not even thinking about my legacy right now, Nox stated. I need to get on par with my step-siblings, make enough to survive, and then get strong enough to challenge the Sunder ruins. My legacy is the least of my concerns. Believe me, when you're on your deathbed, you'll regret not leaving a record of everything you develop, Kreese said. You might have an heir or apprentice who'll want to carry on your torch. They'll need your records. What's the point if no one continues your fight against the gods? Very well. Is there anything else you want to tell me? My mana zone is bigger, Nox replied. It's still small and I haven't figured out my maximum range yet, but I'm not limited to an inch anymore. Nox helped the crew after his conversation with Kreese. He had read about cloud hunters before, but it was his first time seeing one. The Golden Isles levitated well below the clouds, staying out of their hunting grounds. The creatures also avoided the ley lines which the floating island followed. The beast looked like a cross between a jellyfish and an octopus. The bulbous dome constituted half of its body. Now deflated, it was no more than a smooth leathery balloon. A layer of clear slime covered it, making it smooth. Nox scraped a sample of it into a stoppered vial. Studies claimed it made the creature's body hydrophobic, keeping rain and cloud moisture away to maintain light body weight. Some research papers claimed it insulated the body against lightning. 2. Nox wished to study the chemical makeup to perhaps recreate the solution. Even though the mass of the tentacles was dense and had a greater volume than the dome, they only constituted 2/3 of the remaining body mass. Its digestive and sensory organs weighed less than 1/5 of its entire body. Nox found an assortment of glands during the butchering process. 2. Since the crew wanted nothing besides the hide and tentacles, the elastic, lightweight materials also resisted the elements and made for great sky sailor clothes. Nox claimed the organs and glands. He sensed mana radiating from a few of them and wished to investigate the sources and perhaps find alchemical use for them. During conversing with the crew, Nox discovered that the staff only worried about cloud hunters during ascent and descent. The vessel usually flew at much higher altitudes. However, they departed from the Golden Isles with cumbersome cargo. It kept them from climbing higher without multiplying fuel expenditure or mana costs. While passing through the cloud hunters' hunting grounds, the crew would disappear below deck. Occasionally, The fighters with sharpened senses stuck around to keep dense populations from overwhelming the vessel. Only one person died during the attack. The stunned individual had survived but suffered liver damage and lost an eye. Unfortunately, the crew member trying to save him had perished. The Cloud Hunter's tentacles strangled the poor crewman. The other 3 victims hadn't yet stirred. So, Nox checked their blood and studied the creature's digestive organs to find the toxin at play. Brewing an antitoxin proved no challenge, thanks to his new portable alchemy kit. He administered it and followed up with a healing brew. Their breathing steadied, but they didn't stir. The captain thanked Nox and paid him 2 gold. Their fast ear detected more cloud hunters ahead, so the ship gave up on conserving fuel and ascended to a higher altitude for the evening and night. The air mages responsible for the aero bubble spell also gathered breathable air and kept the temperature bearable. They expressed concerns about mana expenditure increasing at higher altitudes. Nox sold the captain 8 gold worth of recovery pellets. He didn't nearly have enough to pay for his semester, but it was enough money to purchase alchemy ingredients. The rest of the day proved uneventful. Nox ate with Lilin and his new master before heading to bed early. Overall, the day had proven fruitful. He'd woken early to craft spell forms, used his father's bow for the first time, evolved his core, and then helped in butchering. The alchemy was too minor to drain him. Nox expected to fall asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. However, despite his heavy eyelids, sleep didn't come. Instead, his restless mind kept him awake. Nox thought about his father. Using the bow reminded him of his last day with Palaf. The sigil of immunity helped him deal with the Cloud Hunter's innards without fear of poisoning. It was perhaps the best gift he had ever received from a parent. Losing the runic tattoo's protection had cost the man his life. Nox doubted Queen Mercer would ever risk anything for any of her children except her daughter and the heir to the throne. Palaf Ratero was a great man, and Nox wanted to spend his days honoring him. The final piece would have been emulating the man's magic. However, Nox had opted for a different path in life, and some parts of him felt guilty about it. Memories of Palaf blurred, but Nox still remembered his last day with his father. Chapter 9. A Father's Sacrifice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox, don't wander, Palaf yelled, racing after his son. Half a decade cooped up in the Golden Isles had added girth to his waistline. A queen's husband ate well, and Palaf had a sweet tooth. He struggled to resist the palace's pastry chefs. A brisk jog was enough to leave him panting. Palaf regretted not dedicating a part of his day to exercise. The floor might not be stable. Stay close. Why do they call this place the Sunder Ruins, Baba? Nox asked, dragging his little friend behind him. The girl was the same age as him but stood a head taller. Her wide eyes darted between every nook and cranny. She appeared terrified. Palaf regretted not leaving Lilin on the schooner with her parents. Our ancestors ruled this part of the continent before the Imperium drove them south. They named this city. I might be wrong, but I believe Sunder meant beautiful in the old tongue. I imagine Sundar was gorgeous in its prime. Sundar is still pretty, isn't it, Lilin? Nox pulled his friend along while his father continued to breathe heavily, pursuing them. I want to go home, Lilin whined. Perhaps we should turn back, Palaf commented, studying the sky above. I don't like the look of those clouds. If it gets too choppy, the schooner won't be able to take us home. Your mummy won't be happy if you stay out late, Nox, Lilin said. Let's go home. She squeezed his hand. Please. Okay. Nox sighed. I was hoping we'd find some treasure. You're the merchant queen's heir? Palaf scooped up Nox and seated him atop his shoulders. We've got all the treasure you'll ever want. It's not the same. I wanted to find treasure like in the bedtime stories. Lilin took Palaf's hand as they marched back towards the vessel. They exited the grand hall that Nox had labeled the 5th treasure room and continued down the primary hall. Palaf kept track of the sky through the holes in the ceiling. The sky continued to darken, and the clouds appeared ready to burst. Suddenly, Lilin froze. Palaf tugged on her arm, and the little girl stumbled. She dragged her feet, resisting his guidance. Keep up, Lilin, he said, struggling to keep the desperation out of his voice. We'll have to spend the night here if the storm beats us to the schooner. I saw something there, Lilin said, Digging her heels into the ground, she pointed at the corner ahead. "It's a ghost." "There's no such thing as ghosts, silly," Nox said. "It's probably a monster." The ground trembled before Palaf could silence his son. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor, and a pit formed in his stomach. The dense black clouds swelled, and purple patches dotted it. Palaf recognized the occurrence. He had read about it plenty but refused to talk about it and scare the little ones. "What's wrong? Shhh." Palaf hushed his son. The floor wobbled as he dragged Lilin forwards. He saw moving shadows ahead too, but preferred dealing with them over a collapsed floor. Unfortunately, they made it only a couple of steps before the ground gave away. Palaf scooped up Lilin and held her close to his chest as they fell. The frightened child screamed in his ear, but he didn't let go as they landed awkwardly on his left hip, and debris rained around them. Nox's legs tightened around his neck, making breathing hard, but Palaf persevered. Several agonizingly long moments passed before the trembling ceased and the debris rain halted. It took a handful of minutes before Palaf's head stopped spinning, and his vision settled. A dull ache dominated the left side of his head, and warm blood trickled around his ears. "Are you okay, Lord Rattra?" Lilin's little voice whispered in his ear. "I'm fine," Palaf groaned, releasing the child. She crawled out from under him before tugging on his arm. Lilin lacked the strength to pull him upright, but Palaf played along. "Are you hurt at all?" Lilin shook her head. She opened her mouth as if to speak but then paused. Her brows furrowed, and her eyes darted around their surroundings. Dust clouds obscured their vision. "Where's Nox?" The question snapped the man out of his daze. He bolted to his feet and scanned his surroundings. Palaf's vision sharpened following an ocular mana infusion, and the shadows grew less oppressive. "Your eyes are glowing," Lilin commented, but he ignored her. Palaf was glad that the little girl was safe, but securing his son took priority. "Is that magic?" "Yes, love," Palaf answered. Palaf's heart calmed for a moment when he spotted Nox. The 6-year-old stood on the other side of a mound of rocks. He didn't recall the boy climbing free and scaling the unstable debris, leading Palaf to wonder whether the head injury had knocked him out for a while. He didn't call out to his son, worried raised voices would attract whatever creatures came with the godfall. Instead, Palaf took Lilin's hand and pulled her towards the boy. Taking Nox and his best friend out for expeditions was always a pleasure. Lilin's parents were his favorite airship pilots, so he never had to convince them to leave their daughter in his care. Unfortunately, the boy's love of wandering always added to the stress of sneaking away from the Golden Isles. Since Nox was in sight, he didn't worry too much about him heading deeper down the corridor. Then Palaf saw the objective of his attention, and his stomach sank. "Get away from the chest, Baba!" Palaf yelled, abandoning all thought of keeping silent. He scooped up Lilin and scrambled over the rock mound. Stones shifted and rolled under his feet, forcing Palaf to his knees, but he didn't slow. "I found treasure!" Nox exclaimed, weaving around the debris and toward the ancient metal container. It had a cuboid body and a large domed lid. "That's not treasure, Baba." Palaf gave up on catching his son. Instead, he dropped Lilin and grabbed the metal rod hanging from his belt. The runes and spell shapes hummed to life when Palaf held it in his gloved left hand. Solid blue limbs extended from the rod, forming an elegant but stringless compensate bow. A solid ice arrow crackling with lightning manifested when he fed it mana and ran his right hand over the grip. Palaf inhaled, took aim, and then fired while exhaling slowly. When he released his arrow, it flew true. The projectile zipped over Nox's left shoulder and struck the chest's main body just below the lip. It sprang open, screeching. Teeth lined the container's rim, and a disgusting tongue lashed towards Nox. Much to Palaf's relief, his son reacted appropriately. He dropped to his knees and rolled sideways, moving away from the mimic. Tiny legs sprung out of the rectangular base, and the monster pursued Nox. "Stolen novel, please report." A second projectile followed. It slipped in between the gnashing pointed teeth and struck the soft flesh within. The mimic screeched and staggered backward. It stumbled on the tiny, asymmetrical legs, struggling to right itself. The limbs appeared ill-suited for rapid movement but didn't make any noise. Fortunately, little Nox moved faster than the mimic. He sprinted back towards his father, eyes wide with fear. He leapt and hugged his father's leg as more ice arrows shot from the bow. A couple disappeared inside the beast's maw, then the third planted itself in the hyperflexible tongue. Palaf pumped his fist as frost fire consumed the monster, and it writhed, spitting out human remains, armor, weapons, tools, and much more. "Hold on to these," Palaf said, grabbing 2 daggers from the pile. He gave one to each of the children. "If anything grabs you, person or beast, stab it and run." "Run where?" Nox asked. His voice warbled, but the boy steeled himself and tightly held his now sobbing friend's hand. "Look for corners or alcoves. You remember our secret knock?" Nox tapped the wall with his dagger's hilt in the tune his father and he loved. "Good. Hide the best you can, and don't come out until I reply with my part." "Okay, Baba." Nox nodded. He remained tight-lipped, refusing to speak. Palaf squeezed Lilin's hand. "Make sure he doesn't do anything silly." "All right." Before the girl could answer, the wall behind the mimic's remains parted. The floor under the trio tilted, and they slid through the new opening into a cavernous room with tall ceilings and a curving wall. A line of pillars stood 10 feet from the wall, separating the domed space into 2 sections. Chests, crates, and cabinets sat along the wall, populating the outer ring with possible threats. Meanwhile, a giant slumbering man lay snoring in the central section. He was 10 times as large as any man, and his humongous belly loomed over them like a dark brown, hairy hillock. "Kamakana," Palaf commented, identifying the bearded face, signature bushy eyebrows, heavy golden jewelry, and the Garda, a mace typically used by his ancestors. The mythical figure starred in their epics. If he was correct, they had a chance of surviving. The monster of a man was known for his uninterruptible sleep. The full-grown adult-sized platters and bowls littering the space around his head suggested Kamakana hadn't long feasted. "Lord Ratra," Lilin whispered, tugging on his arm frantically. "There's a girl there." The figure appeared immobile at first. Nothing but a dirty and ripped length of cloth covered the girl. Her golden hair was a frazzled mess, and blood stained her face. Palaf's enhanced eyes detected shallow breathing. "Stay here," he told the children. Palaf removed his shoes before approaching the girl. Even though Kamakana was known for his near uninterruptible slumber, he refused to take any risks with his son in tow. At the same time, Palaf would never forgive himself if he didn't help a needy young person. She was probably left alive as the giant's plaything. He doubted she'd survive Kamakana's carnal interests. Palaf kneeled next to the girl and shook her gently. "Hey," he whispered. "Wake up. I'm going to get you out of here." When she didn't respond, Palaf unhooked the flask hanging from his waist and took a sip. The brew eased his throbbing hip, and the dull ache dominating the left side of his head eased up too. Then he slid an arm under the girl, lifted her shoulders and head, and tipped the vessel's contents into her mouth. She coughed at first but then stirred, grabbed the flask with both hands, and drank the contents hungrily. "Easy there," he told her. "You don't want to burn your throat and stomach. If you need water, we've got plenty on our vessel." The girl's eyelids fluttered open, revealing blue irises flecked with gold. "Thank you," she told him through another fit of coughs. "Can you walk? We need to get moving." Palaf only got a smile in response. Before he could press her for an answer, a high-pitched yelp made him jump to attention. It was Lilin. He spotted a giant tongue dragging her toward the outring when he spun around. "No!" he hissed, releasing the girl and jumping to his feet. Her surprisingly strong hands grabbed his arm before he could race to her rescue. "Don't leave me," she said weakly. Despite her appearance, she didn't carry an imperial accent. Then her eyes left his face and drifted beyond him. She frowned. "No." Nox had rushed to his friend's rescue. He had one foot on the writhing tongue, and both arms raised high above his head. He held the dagger in his hands. The girl blurred. She released Palaf and shot across the room. Her hands grabbed Nox's forearms just past the elbow. He screamed as smoke rose from where their bodies touched. "Don't you dare hurt my child." Palaf's breath caught in his chest as realization struck. Kamakana wasn't a god but just a mythical figure. He likely served as the blossoming dungeon's guard but didn't serve as its lord. The girl did. He summoned his bow without a second thought and conjured an arrow. The head spun at blinding speeds, and an aura of frost surrounded the projectile. When he released it, The arrow shot forth at near blinding speeds and struck the goddess's shoulder. She screamed, and the world shook. "You dare strike me in my own domain!" Her voice thundered. Arcane stirred. The walls cracked, and all the furniture along the walls came alive, gnashing ugly teeth and extending even uglier fleshy tongues. Fortune favored the three humans. Godfalls, birthing dungeons, and their first residents left deities weak. Even though he was only an adept-ranked mage, his arrow had done enough damage to injure the goddess momentarily. He sprinted towards her weak, stunned form and cast a minor barrier spell. An ice wall burst from the ground between her and Nox. It raked the skinny upper arms, forcing the girl to release his son. The mimic tongue had released Lilin, so he scooped the children and sprinted into the outer ring. More fleshy appendages lashed at him, but he slipped past them and through a crack in the wall. Then they fell. The trio landed in a heap on a rocky island sitting in the middle of a purple lake. A narrow pathway connected it to an archway in the far wall. Nox coughed as the thick miasma rising from the water washed over him. The stench was enough for Palaf to recognize the toxin. Lilin was uninjured and would likely survive its effects. Her head hadn't dipped in the thick fog hanging over the floor. Meanwhile, Nox wasn't in good shape. Palaf didn't know enough to diagnose his son, but dark burns banded his upper arms like thick, uneven bracelets. Angry, angular lines spread from them, suggesting damage to the mana circuits underneath. The goddess had assaulted him with a mana burn attack. It would have killed him instantly if she weren't weakened from the godfall. "He's too weak to survive this," Palaf whispered. He checked his belt and bandolier. Most of his vials had shattered from the multiple falls. He doubted he had an antidote for the toxin anyway. A pit formed in Palaf's stomach as he realized what he needed to do. "Keep your head above the fog," he told Lilin, releasing the girl's hand. She only nodded. Palaf conjured a shard of ice and unbuttoned his shirt. He sliced his skin across the sigil of immunity tattoo on his sternum and let the blood flow. Then he ripped open Nox's tunic and accurately drew the pattern in blood. Finally, Palaf forced open the boy's mouth and pressed a bloody finger on his mouth. "I give you my resistance to all toxins, natural and man-made." Magic boiled in Palaf's star as he spoke. "Take my life force and immunity, and live." Palaf's knees wobbled as the sigil left him. He collapsed, and breathing grew difficult. Meanwhile, a dark tattoo formed on Nox's chest. Of the three sections on the kite shield, only one had any art. It was faint but enough. Nox would live, but Palaf knew what it meant for him. He picked up his son, and slung him over his shoulder. "Let's go," he told Lilin while heavy footsteps thundered overhead. Arcane was awake. "We need to get back to the schooner before the poison takes us." The little girl nodded and took his hand. Then the duo ran across the stone bridge. They didn't know where it would take them and could only hope no greater threats awaited them. Palaf hoped Lilin's parents were still alive. It was likely he wouldn't see the day's end and needed them to get Nox back to the Golden Isles. Chapter 10 Princely Quarters. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sure, ether warriors are weaker than mages in the long run. They sacrifice their mana system's growth for physical enhancement and swift recovery, limiting their arcane arsenal and foregoing mental acuity. The arrogant will call us impatient, stupid, or lazy for taking the swifter path to power, but how many mages make it past the adept rank? The truth is, without ether warriors, mages wouldn't survive. We do the hard work. We stand at the front lines and take the brunt of whatever god-born beast mages wish to bring down. Ether warrior mortality rates are higher than mages because we risk ourselves to ensure they, our strongest weapons against the gods and their domains, survive. Logan Jerick. When Nox returned to the deck the following morning, he was in sight. A titanic ash tree with a canopy as big as the Golden Isles peeked its head above the clouds. Birds fluttered around the dense green. The airship started its descent within the hour. As they dipped below the clouds, Nox spotted the ocean's blue beyond the distant mountains. It disappeared as they lost altitude, and then he saw the city that was to be his home. It expanded in concentric circles from the tree's base. The walls grew taller, Further from the center, a grand stone structure grew out of the trunk. All the buildings between it and the first major wall featured matching architecture. Knox had read about the city before. It was Woodson University. The magical tree appeared around the same time as the first godfall. Knox had heard the two were somehow related but hadn't done enough research to confirm the claim. Instead, he studied the city below them. It didn't rival the Golden Isles in opulence. The structures, though grand, appeared utilitarian. Markets and workshop chimneys populated the circle just beyond the university buildings. The volume left Knox wondering whether the city seriously lacked skilled artisans or if they focused on a small pool of products. They likely charged a fortune since their clientele were mostly dungeon delvers and students from rich noble families. The outer sections of the city appeared mostly residential. Knox would have to save exploring for another day. The airship passed over the docks along the city's perimeter and flew straight to its heart. Woodson University had its own docking platform. It appeared just about large enough for a galley. Knox imagined vessels ferried student delvers to and from rifts and dungeons regularly. They likely needed ample cargo space for materials collected in the divine domains. 2. I've never seen so many people in one place, Lilin commented, leaning against the railing next to him. The crew darted around the pair, busy with the landing procedure. Knox wanted to stand at the bow to get a better view, but he worried they'd get in the way. Don't get any ideas. Knox told her. Who, me? I don't get ideas. I'm just an innocent young woman. Innocent young woman? He laughed. And I'm still a spoiled prince. We're going to have fun here. It's so much bigger than your mother's cramped home. Knox tore his eyes from the city of Yin, the monstrous tree it was named after, and faced his dearest friend. He gripped Lillian's forearms. Promise me you won't do anything of your usual nonsense unless we're in a dungeon. Nonsense? Lillian feigned offense. I'm a saint. You're a terror, and you know it, Knox whispered. Listen. He forced Lillian to face him. We need everything to go well here. Promise you won't do anything crazy. Chill your biscuits, will you? She chuckled. I know how important this place is to you. I promise not to do anything to jeopardize your ambitions. That's a part of our deal, isn't it? He nodded. However, if I feel you're in mortal danger or someone poses a risk, I'll step in. If it's the latter, promise you'll talk to me first. I promise, Lillian said. She planted a soft peck on his cheek before returning her interest to the city below. The schooner circled the giant tree as it slowed and lost altitude. Half an hour passed before they stopped. The crew lowered two ramps. One connected to the upper deck and the other to the cargo deck. Two large crates had already left the vessel before Chris joined them. Are you ready to go? The woman asked. We never really unpacked, Knox answered. Good. We'll need to be quick with the tour. I'd like to catch Dean Myrina before this afternoon's staff meeting. She needs to know about you too and approve your curriculum. Shouldn't you discuss it with us first? Lillian asked. You can decide for yourself after the first semester, Chris answered. You need to get caught up on the compulsory modules first. I'd also like to have you approved for dungeon delving as soon as possible. Just leave me enough time for alchemy on the side, Knox commented. I doubt novice and apprentice rank dungeons will earn us enough money to pay for the rest of the semester and next. The crew paused when Chris approached the gangplank. The captain thanked Chris, he didn't say why, and he shook hands with all three of them as they disembarked. The docking platform was a hive of activity, and they had to weave through traffic to reach its exit. A suited woman stopped the trio. She and Chris shared hushed words and exchanged paperwork. They both glanced at Knox and Lillian. Their conversation grew more heated, but eventually, the trio were allowed through. As the trio walked, Knox spotted a familiar crest. A small group of servants fussed and struggled with chests, cases, and crates as tall as Edward. Their clothes carried the Merchant Queen's crest. A handful also featured the Gedge House's emblem. Knox stuck behind the two women, hoping to avoid their line of sight. It was likely his half and stepbrothers accompanied them. The pair likely didn't know Knox had gained admission to Woodson University, and he wanted to lay under the radar for as long as possible. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. Armored guards lined every entrance and operated checkpoints in between. One or more individuals in robes or long coats accompanied them. They occasionally stopped passing pedestrians and checked their paperwork. Tight security, Lilin commented. Woodson University leads the continent in arcane and dungeon research. We lead in spell development, too. The Imperium and Divine tribes might be the city's allies, but even they have agents hoping to pull off a heist. Kreese paused to greet a gaggle of chatty teenagers. Despite her rush, Kreese spoke to them patiently. When they continued 5 minutes later, she picked up the pace. This is the Department of Production. She waved at the buildings along the circular city's outer wall. You can't reach the docking platforms without passing through them. I'd dare to say our arcane artisans rival the Golden Isles. We prioritize weapons and defensive equipment, and the quality can be inconsistent. Keep that in mind when commissioning anything. Students with good portfolios might demand an arm and a leg for their time. Those without will charge less and will more than often submit inferior products. But you might get lucky and find something exceptional. Eventually, the trio ended up on a wide street that connected the gate on the nearby wall to the central structure around his base. Kreese pointed at the distant structure. That's where you'll spend most of your time. The Department of Dungeon Studies shares the building with the Department of Arcane Research. We work pretty closely. I'd advise you to stay away from all buildings with the sword and shield crest above the door. The War Mage Department sees Dungeon Studies focus their rivals. They don't realize that most of us don't give a shit about the petty conflicts between city-states and the greater powers. Things have gotten heated in the past. I'd suggest you just keep away from them. I don't have the time for petty squabbles, Knox said. I wanted to get started on delving as soon as possible. It will take me a while to get clients for my products. Until then, Dungeons and Rifts will be my only source of income. We hope to avoid my brothers, too. Louis will probably leave me alone, but Edward will want revenge. I doubt my banishment was enough to please him. What's that? Lilin asked, pointing at an especially grand structure further down the road. It stood between a War Mage building and the Department of Production. A dormitory for the Imperium nobles, Kreese answered. Almost all of the other structures in the campus circle are dormitories, libraries, training rooms, and cafeterias. You'll find some cafes, restaurants, and shops, too, but given your budget, I'd suggest you avoid them. If you need to buy something, work on your relationship with the production department. They'll give you the best price. If you prove yourself as a decent alchemist, you'll be one of them. Will they give me discounts and priority commission slots? She told him. It pays to work your way into their ranks. The department will expect you to contribute, too, though. That means selling your products just over cost. Kreese led them away from the central structure toward the walls bordering the campus. I wish I had the time to show you around properly, but getting to Dean Myrina takes priority. It's a bit late to admit a new student, let alone two. I need to call in a handful of favors. Thank you, Knox said. I'd still be a protester without your guidance, and it would likely take us forever to gain dungeon access. Just show us to our accommodation, and we'll take care of ourselves. The buildings against the campus walls were worse for wear compared to the rest of the buildings. Sap stains and dampness left dark patches on the grey stone. Moss covered some of them, too. The structures had fewer sun lamps illuminating the building's exterior and streets. The doors and windows were in disrepair, and cracks covered the walls. Stables, warehouses, and other miscellaneous buildings stood between them. An unpleasant smell filled the air. Kreese led the pair into an especially ugly three-story building. She walked past the ground-floor apartments and the stairs heading up. Instead, she took the pair into the basement. Knox smelled livestock and animal droppings. I expect your alchemical expertise will be sufficient to fumigate the space and wash the smell out, Kreese said. I apologize, a short, rotund man said, sticking his head out of the first room past the apartment's entrance. Bits of straw sticking out of his light brown hair, and tufts of fur clung to his clothes. He wiped his palms on his pants and shook Knox's hand. The grip was unusually warm and firm. Knox got a peek of the room beyond the doorway. He spotted a couple of goats, rabbits, and animals he failed to recognize. I'm Pudge. Pudge is a life mage and tamer, Kreese said. He mostly works with arcane researchers. If you want an animal companion, I'm your man. This is out right now. He has brews to help deal with the smell. I'll open a few windows, but it won't make a difference. That's quite all right, Lilin said, peeking over Pudge's shoulder. Is that a baby owl bear? No. Pudge stiffened and slammed the door closed behind him. His eyes darted between Lilin and Kreese. Carnivorous animals and magical beasts need to live in the pens unless they're 100% charmed. Kreese smirked but said nothing. She led them deeper into the apartment instead. Lilin's room came next, and she took Nox down another flight of stairs. The level didn't stink of animals but of dampness and mildew. There aren't a lot of windows down here, she said and pointed at a couple of panels on the walls. One had an L-shaped bench under it, and the other sat over a herb drying rack. The ventilation is enchanted. It funnels fumes and acrid smells out of the space. The mana levels are low. I'm sure you could replace the mana gems and increase their power. It's smaller than Moo's workshop, Nox commented, but it'll be nice to have a place of my own. He peeked up the ancient chimney and tested the lever that controlled it. No one had removed the burnt logs and ash from when it was last used. I've never had a private workspace, though. It'll be nice. Kreese pointed at a couple of doors at the back of the room. The space comes with a couple of storerooms. I reckon you can turn the bigger of them into a bedroom. There are no windows down here, so you'll need a few mana lamps and maybe purchase a cot, but this will do for one semester, won't it? It's perfect, Nox lied. Even though he was disinherited and kicked out of the palace, he had never lived somewhere so dark and damp. Moo always ensured he had enough space. The household had staff who made his bed, changed his sheets, washed, and pressed his clothes. They regularly aired out his room and changed the flowers on the bedside table, adding a pleasant aroma to the room. Nox's new living conditions felt worse than the Golden Isle's dank dungeons in comparison. I like the privacy, and the vents will protect me from Pudge's stink. Lilin won't be pleased, though. She'll probably end up spending most of her time down here. Is she an alchemist, too? She has little patience for the trade, but she prefers sleeping in the dark and quiet. It might be a semi-basement above, but it's probably still too bright for her liking. Lilin is an odd one, Kreese said. You have no idea, Nox chuckled. His new mentor stared at him expectantly, but he didn't elaborate. Chapter 11. Heavy course loads. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox went to bed and woke up in darkness. He didn't know the time or how long he slept but felt reinvigorated. He struggled to tell whether it was the environment or his new core. He had read that certain star advancements improved the practitioner's vitality. Typically, it happened at the adept rank, where the distinctions between ether warriors and mage became more distinct. The first benefited from body enhancements, while the latter enjoyed an enhanced mind. Nox wondered whether his unique focus had affected his body at all. After all, it contained a three-dimensional spell form. Don't get ahead of yourself, Nox told himself as he climbed out of his hammock. Lilin hadn't thought to pack a cot but had stolen several rolls of fabric from a tailor down the street. The family used Nox's status as a disinherited son as an excuse to treat him poorly. She considered the theft retribution. Nox wasn't a tailor and didn't recognize most of the fabric. He picked the lightest and strongest of them and anchored them to the storeroom's walls. Despite the lack of sturdy support, it was more comfortable than the airship's fluffy cots. The hammock took no floor space, leaving room for furniture in the 6-foot by 8-foot storeroom. Chests sat underneath it, and Lilin happily gave him one of her bedside tables. It would feel less like a prison cell once it had a couple of light sources and perhaps an air circulator. Good morning, Lilin whispered in his ear, making Nox jump. He hadn't expected her to wait for him in the dark workshop. You need to stop doing that, Nox exclaimed. You might be a... Lilin slapped a hand over his mouth and nodded over her shoulder. A pallid figure with long, slick back hair stood behind her. Can you start a day without yelling at me, please? She put on an almost saccharine voice. Then Lilin turned to the man accompanying her. Nox isn't a morning person. Please don't let Nox's rude greeting shape your first impression. That's quite all right. The man chuckled, stepping around Lilin. I have sisters. I know how annoying they can be. He offered Nox his hand. I'm Vis, Venom Mage and Journeyman Alchemist. Nox Ratra. Knox shook the man's hand. I don't have enough accomplishments to add to my introduction. Don't sell yourself short. I bumped into Professor Crease on my way home last night. She told me you're an excellent alchemist, too. He looked around the workshop. I always intended to use this space but never got around to it. The School of Alchemy accommodates my needs. I understand you intend to start a business? I'm not sure whether I'd call it a business. Professor Crease kind of sprung this whole thing on me. I didn't have the coin prepared to pay my tuition and don't have familial support either. Alchemy will pay for pretty much everything. People who live in the wall accommodations aren't the most well off. But I didn't realize things were so dire for you. I have a few contacts in the city. I'll see if they'd be willing to work with a newcomer and unknown. I appreciate it, Vis. Lilin pulled a mana lamp out of her spatial storage along with fruit and pastries. The trio sat around a dirty workbench and ate. Now that Knox got a better look at the pale man, he couldn't help but think this matched the description of vampires from old storybooks. He had an almost sickly slender frame but a handsome face. The shiny hair and sparkling amber eyes didn't help either. The concept of a venom mage intrigued Knox. He had considered the path, but the only base tier poison or acid cantrips he could find were long range. The toxic touch and acid armor spells were first and second tier spells, respectively, requiring advanced stars and mana systems, making them unsuitable for the core foci. Knox still had plans for working toxins into his fighting style but needed to master shaping and to advance his star further before executing the idea. Before I forget, Vis fished 2 envelopes from his coat pocket. He handed one to each of them. Professor Crease asked me to give these to you. They're your curriculum. She wanted to hand them to you herself and talk you through them. Unfortunately, a handful of students disappeared after returning for the semester. They're mostly commoners, and the guard isn't giving the search adequate effort. So, she and a handful of other professors are heading the investigation. Professor Crease said she'll just meet with you next week. Knox and Lilin eagerly opened the letters. The long list surprised Knox. Beginner dungeon theory, intermediate mana system theory, intermediate spell weaving, advanced alchemy, beginner essence shaping, intermediate dungeon combat, an introduction to barriers and shields. Besides the regular classes, Knox also had hour-long mentor-apprentice sessions with Crease. The letter listed his schedule, too. He had all but beginner shaping and intermediate dungeon combat classes no more than twice a week. Knox imagined the rest heavily relied on a lot of self-study. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. This whistled. That's a heavy course load. If I were you, I'd delay a couple of those until the next semester. Is it that bad? Knox asked. Most students only take on 4 or at most 5 modules per semester, Vis answered. You're either really behind, or Professor Crease trusts you to finish some of these early. Not all professors adhere to a rigorous mid and end of semester examination system. If you display reasonable competence, they'll pass you early and leave you to your devices. Lilin showed him her list of classes. Beginner dungeon theory, beginner mana system theory, beginner spell weaving, beginner essence manipulation, intermediate dungeon combat. She had no private lessons with Crease or any other professor. I'm Professor Crease's first apprentice, Knox said. She wants me to get caught up so I can start delving as soon as possible. If you're in the intermediate dungeon combat, you're ready for rifts. I'm unsure about dungeons since I haven't risked them myself. After breakfast, this helped the pair clean the basement level. Knox guessed the pallid man would eventually request occasional access to the workspace. He didn't mind as long as his secrets remained secret. Queen Mercer's people had apparently shown up while Lilin was packing his belongings. Since Knox developed his concoctions while living under the Trade Empire's protection, the recipes belonged to the Trade Empire. They owned the patents. Lilin let them have Knox's recipe book. Not even Mu knew that the contents were incomplete. Knox only shared his alchemy secrets with Lilin. The recipes listed all the ingredients, but he left the quantities and processes encoded. Anyone without his memorized codex would end up with incorrect values and steps, creating incorrect or inferior products. Around mid-morning, Vis left to meet with his mentor, giving the pair privacy. Knox used the time before his first classes to plan how he'd start his money-making endeavor. A few necessary obstacles stood in the way. You need a brute to ward against mind magic and divination, he told Lilin. We'll be in trouble if anyone discovers your secret. I can take care of myself, she replied. Focus on your insane course load. I promised that I wouldn't do anything stupid. True, but a powerful enough mind mage or diviner. I'll be fine. Lilin's tone turned short and cold. It's not an immediate concern. We have 2 months to pay for the rest of the semester and then gather money for the next. Don't waste coins on ingredients for an expensive, unnecessary brew. It's not unnecessary. Knox sighed. He counted out the little money they had. 33 gold. Fortunately, we don't need equipment. The alchemy kit and the ventilation system need power. That'll set us back 15 gold, at least. I'll have to spend a bit on vials, but the rest can go toward ingredients. Keep your eyes open for what brews your classmates use the most. I'll visit the shops and conduct a price analysis, and then sell the in-demand product cheaper than them. Lilin asked. Knox shook his head. Undercutting the production department and local merchants will only get us in trouble. We need to find holes in the market and exploit them, either with potions not widely available or better quality product that doesn't cost much more. I'll keep my eyes open. Each envelope also contained a triangular pocket watch. The back featured an embossed ash leaf with a brick arch at its heart. Each corner had wide, padded buttons. When Knox squeezed them all at the same time, the clock face disappeared. It took on the same glow as the glass walls in Queen Mercer's arena. It's a manometer, Lilin exclaimed. It's not the most detailed, though. Knox Ratra, apprentice, custom slow. 4840. That's a nice jump in star mana, Lilin commented. I'm still 24 away from the next stage. I hoped I'd start higher after stagnating at 31 for so long. When you reach 64, you'll be displeased about how far you're from 128. Lilin sighed. You have enough overflow to start a planetoid, too. Any idea what you're going to do with it? Kreese asked me to wait until she's done the research, but the curriculum tells me enough to get started. He tapped beginner essence shaping and an introduction to barriers and shields on the list. I'll make shaping the planetoid's focus. Are you going to have them add crystallize essence to the registry? Lilin asked. Or will you let the display just say custom slow? I intend to leave things as they are unless instructed. What about you? These things will probably serve as our student and delver identification. Lilin showed him her manometer. It exposed one of her many lies. Lilin Gray, apprentice, spatial shaping gravity. 3642-1920. When Kreese sees this, she'll know I lied about starting with heavy, Lilin said. Then she'll question how you made something as complex as spatial shaping your star's focus. Knox sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Delay showing your manometer to professors or anyone from the research department. We'll figure something out in the meantime. Kreese already knows I'm great with spell forms. Perhaps we can convince her that I helped you develop a 3-dimensional script for your core. We need to think of what the base was, though. Leave that to me, Knox said. I'll think of something. Just think of convincing excuses until then. Will do. Chapter 12. Scholarly Foundations. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Knox and Lilin walked to their first class together. Since they didn't have a professor leading them, the pair had to show their manometers at multiple checkpoints and building entrances. Knox had 2 classes in the 4 hours before lunch. Both were in the Department of Arcane Research buildings. Fortunately, the guards didn't push to see all of their information. The guards taught them only to squeeze the 2 buttons along the base and display their name and star's mana level. The foci and planetoid's mana remained hidden. Beginner dungeon theory was first. The lecture had already started when the pair entered the auditorium a couple of minutes after the 8th morning bell. Fortunately, the mass of students was large enough for them to sneak in and find seats in the back. Several sets of eyes darted toward the duo. Almost every face Knox saw appeared close to a decade younger than him. I imagine this is the 2nd semester for most of you, the professor stated. Introduction to Dungeon and Magic Theory will have covered much of what we will do in the first few weeks. Can anyone tell me how dungeons are born? An arm shot up near the front of the room, and the professor gestured at them to speak. When a divine entity falls to the earth, a dungeon is born at their point of touchdown. They don't always settle at their landing spot but travel across the land collecting samples for their future domain's inhabitants. Smaller dungeons are born whenever they pause for a rest. Good. The professor nodded. Almost an exact quote from the introductory course's materials. I'd advise you to think of everything you've learned over the duration of a course instead of just parroting what the text says. Your answer is incomplete. How else can a dungeon form? Another student near the front volunteered an answer. Sometimes the gods. The young woman paused. Occasionally, dungeon lords and their domains produce beasts too powerful to control. They're either born when the dungeon lord is still recovering from godfall and creates a monster during their panic, or the creature has survived in the dungeon for years, found success killing delvers, and got strong enough to break free of their lord's control. Good. The professor exclaimed, smiling. This module will cover the distinctions between the two dungeon types, the two types of lords, and the conditions necessary for beast-born dungeons to solidify. Another hand shot up. The student sat somewhere near the middle of the several hundred-strong class. Will we study dungeon beasts and boss-class monsters, too? We'll cover boss-class beasts and how they ascend to such ranks but won't spend much time on regular dungeon creatures, the professor answered. Any other questions before we begin? Will there be any rift field trips or beast cadavers? No. But this module is compulsory if you want to study rifts or dungeon flora and fauna. We're here to build a foundation so you can branch out into more specialized studies and delve into independent research. A wave of groans passed over the lecture hall. It started at the front of the room and died just past somewhere near the middle. I know this might feel like basic stuff, but it doesn't matter what department you're in or aspire to join. Dungeon studies, arcane research, production, and war mage aspirants all need to complete this module at a reasonable level. Can we finish the module early if we exhibit adequate comprehension? Another student asked. No. The professor replied. This is a purely theoretical module. A 2-hour exam will be used to test your competence. You need 60% to pass and at least 80 to qualify for some of the greater research modules. That's enough questions now. This might just be an induction lecture, but we've only got 2 hours and a lot to cover. The lecture didn't cover anything new. Handouts passed around the class covered everything they would learn over the next 4 months. It marked the start and end dates for all topics, the mid and end of semester exams, and what they'd cover. The professor continued with his introduction and a light summary of everything covered in the introductory novel. Knox took notes while Lillian stared ahead, her nose crinkling as if something in the air smelled foul. He didn't question her and focused on the lecture. The pair parted ways after the lecture. Knox headed to intermediate mana system theory while Lillian stayed in her seat for the beginner version of the module. He didn't need to leave the building. 2 flights of stairs and 3 wrong turns later, he found the lecture hall just after the 10th morning bell. It was a third the size of the last, and the class appeared even smaller. Knox couldn't help but wonder why Chris had enrolled him in the module. It wasn't a compulsory module, and he struggled to see how the research-focused class would benefit him as a delver or alchemist. Then the professor arrived. Instead of passing out handouts, she wrote the syllabus on the chalkboard. Foci development, and evolution. Planet and moon formation. Binary star systems. Understanding essence. The final 2 topics of the module intrigued Knox. Queen Mercer's library had a few research papers on mana systems with 2 stars. They mostly discussed the challenges of such an endeavor and only listed a couple of anecdotal instances where it resulted in scarred circuits and death from intense mana burn. As an alchemist, he was already familiar with essence. However, he mostly used elemental energies. In the real world, arcane essences came in all shapes and sizes, and since Knox's magic now revolved around them, expanding his understanding felt compulsory. He tried his best to follow the catch-up lecture, but his eyelids grew heavy. The professor's monotonous drone didn't help. Knox's propped-up head almost slipped off his palm and slammed on the desk as he struggled to stay awake. It took the professor throwing chalk at someone else in a similar state and yelling at them for Knox to push the drowsiness away and focus. He appeared around the same time as the advent of magehood almost 2 centuries ago, the professor said. Some took notes, but the others just stared. Arcane history wasn't a part of her course, but she drawled on about the beginner module and related courses. I'd suggest you take Arcane history next semester. It's worth knowing your roots. The great druid, Flint Woodson, chose this beautiful land as his place of death, and the magical ash sprouted from his corpse. He claimed it was the daughter of the mythical world tree, Yggdrasil, but we don't have enough evidence to confirm the claim. It was thanks to his efforts we gained the power to break free from the gods' tyrannical rule and start the age of man. The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement. The records aren't clear on exactly when Woodson University was established, and Dean Myrina Woodson's memory is starting to fail. She and the first council members created the current Starcord Mana system we now use. It's more efficient than the random collection of core systems the first mages used and the reason for our ongoing success in the battle against the gods. I believe certain organizations in the Imperium utilize other systems, but there's a reason why close to half of the student body is from the Great Empire. After class, Knox encountered a familiar face. The many identical corridors had him going in circles as he looked for the building's exit. Knox's stomach rumbled, demanding lunch, and he picked up the pace. After an indoor checkpoint, he found himself in the dungeon studies part of the circular building. Finding the main staircase proved easier, but he ran straight into Edward on the final landing before the ground floor. The stepbrothers stared at each other wide-eyed. Edward appeared dumbfounded, and his entourage hesitantly glanced between the pair, exchanging confused looks. Meanwhile, Knox looked for an opening between the small group of men and women to flee. "What are you doing here?" Edward asked. "Same as you, Eddie," Knox said, putting on his best smile. "I'm trying to get an education." "How?" He frowned. "Mother banished you. You cheated your way in, didn't you?" "Number. It's not that simple when you have to pay your own way." "I'd love to hang around and catch up, Eddie." "It's Edward," Eddie hissed, and one of the girls in his group giggled. "But I really have to go." Knox checked his manometer. "My next class is in 33 minutes, and I'm desperate for a spot of lunch." "You're not bluffing." Edward's eyebrows rose. "You're really a student here." Knox hopped over the railing to the ground floor when the group didn't part for him. He had already descended half the flight and didn't have long to go. Knox bent his knees as he landed and marched away briskly, resisting the urge to look over his shoulder. His stepbrother's shocked face was comical, but the time crunch was real. Kreese had paid for entry to the workers' cafeteria for 2 months. The university had 4 of them littered around campus. All of them stood closer to the bordering wall than his base. It took Knox 10 minutes to find the closest cafeteria. Clear signage between buildings kept him from getting lost. It had already taken him 5 minutes to leave the central building. Now, he only had 25 minutes to get his food, eat, and return to the Department of Dungeon Studies for his last and longest class of the day. The line heading into the building moved swiftly. Someone at the entrance checked his identification and checked with a long alphabetized list. Once satisfied, the woman stamped him with a brand that sunk into his skin. It didn't burn like the sigil gaining procedure. Because of his lack of time, Knox opted for the easiest to eat food. Long tables with benches on either side occupied the giant hall's center. Meanwhile, an assortment of stalls sat against the walls. They plied diners with wraps, sandwiches, bowls of soups, stews, porridges, skewered meats, and a lot more. The diners wore the standard issue Woodson University coats or simple coats. Knox guessed the cafeteria fed students of similar financial status, low-ranking university staff. The city-sized campus needed a small army of maintenance staff, dock workers, messengers, porters, and a lot more, and noble students' servants. He didn't get much time to explore the options. By the time Knox got his hands on a sandwich stuffed with roast beef, pickled cabbage, and horseradish, only 15 minutes remained before the start of his next class. He ignored his craving for a cup of sweet, Citresti and started his journey back to the university's central building, relying on public fountains to quench his thirst. Getting lost and exploring on the first day had its advantages. Knox learned the location of several classes and lecture halls and identified low-traffic corridors. He successfully finished his lunch by 1:45 in the afternoon and entered the classroom at the same time as the ancient professor. "Good afternoon, class," she said, waving at Knox to take a seat. The class contained less than 30 students, and most appeared closer to 20 than 16. A handful of them appeared as old as Knox, if not a few years his senior. "I'm Dean Myrina Woodson, one of the founders of this humble institution, head of the Department of Dungeon Studies, and I still occupy a seat on the university's council. Some call me the last living druid and the best shaper alive, but I'm humble enough not to use such titles officially." Dean Myrina winked and got a couple of polite chuckles from the class. "We, now mostly extinct druids, were known as builders and protectors of all life. The great Yggdrasil and the first druid, Gaia, tasked us with safeguarding the realms of the living from the void and the godlike entities that rule it. I'd like to think my father and I succeeded at safeguarding this world. At least no void lord has penetrated this dimension since it planted her roots in your soil, and I've successfully eliminated all who worshipped them since my arrival." The ancient woman paused and looked around the room as if trying to remember her purpose. "Sorry, I got off track for a bit. It happens occasionally when you get to my age. Anyway, we druids were predominantly shapers, and I've been at it for a couple of centuries now." Dean Myrina raised her hands to chest level and pointed her palms toward the ceiling. "My mana system differs from yours, but I have dominion over water, earth, and light." As she spoke, a sphere of each dominion manifested and floated 6 inches above her outstretched palms. They took up orbit around her. "As a result, I have experience shaping liquid, solid, and energy. You'll find no better teacher than me for the School of Magic. If you wish to learn under me, I expect you to attend every class, arrive on time, and do the work I assign to you. Any failures may result in you requiring to repeat this module and determine your access to the advanced units." A young woman in the front row raised her hand. She spoke when Dean Myrina gave her permission. "Is it true what they say? Is this a mostly practical class?" "Yes," Dean Myrina answered. "As the dean, I have far too many responsibilities and don't have the time to assign homework and correct papers. I'll give you reading materials. But shaping is an art form that relies on visualization and intent. Displaying adequate shaping skills will be enough to complete this course. Since you're all beginners, our focus will be creating a planetoid, assigning it a relevant shaping focus, and then getting the mana level to a minimum of 16. You'll be excused from this course once you meet the aforementioned requirements and can successfully and consistently cast an apprentice rank shaping spell. If anyone already meets these requirements and failed to find a seat in the intermediate course, I'd advise you to leave now. Deceiving me and then trying to win favor will get you nowhere. I will find out eventually, and you'll pay for wasting my time." A couple of 20-something looking students rose from their seats, looking sheepish. They quickly gathered their things and left the classroom. Once the doors closed behind them, Dean Myrina had a young woman in the front pass around a list of reading materials, and the lesson finally began. Chapter 13, Wolfhammer's Howl. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The city of is small. Its location leaves it vulnerable to all sides. The walls might be enchanted, but an army of siege mages can rip through it with little trouble. And the prize? Don't get me started about the prize. Who wouldn't want the world tree's endless mana under their control? We can't risk it, though. The Woodson line nurtures Yggdrasil's daughter, and keeps our future alive. We need the world tree to ensure our future generations continue growing stronger and the dungeon lords remain in their domain. We need the damned druids as much as their tree. Emperor Olive Moraine. Dean Myrina's shaping class was 4 hours long, lasting all afternoon. but it passed in a blur. She didn't stop at the introduction and had everyone start basic shaping exercises. Then she hobbled around the classroom, noting everyone's skill level and stage. The dean adapted the drills accordingly and provided everyone with basic guidance. Nox struggled with the exercises more than expected. He created clear crystals out of the mana in his core and attempted to shape them into geometrical shapes. But all of his attempts failed. The mana obeyed him in its raw form, following his will. However, he needed help finding the same success with crystallized essence. Shaping, like manipulation and reinforcement, is mastered through repetition and practice. Your mind and mana circuits must get used to the exercises and patterns. The fact that you can already do it with raw mana is amazing. It won't be long before you can repeat it with essence glass. Nothing changed before the end of the lesson, but Nox felt a familiar tingle around his left bicep. It was the sigil of artisan. The tattoo sensed his intent and was helping him with his shaping. He recalled similar sensations when actively nurturing the sigil of immunity by exposing himself to alchemically brewed toxins. The new sigil was helping him with his shaping endeavor. The dean had called it a tool for building, so he understood why the sigil made the same connection. He hoped it would accelerate his progress. After the class, he met Lilin for an early dinner. She had found beginner manipulation just as challenging. They were both mentally exhausted. Their mana circuits burned from trying to form new channels. 2. Nox felt extra discomfort in his arms, especially around the mana burns. Then they shopped for gems to power the portable alchemy kit and the vents before calling it a night. It felt as if barely a minute had passed before the manometer's alarm function forced him out of his hammock. However, 8 hours had passed since he went to bed. He dressed and ascended the stairs to the sub-basement, hoping Lilin was up, too. She wasn't. Nox had no choice but to poke her awake. The young woman slept like the dead, and it took considerable effort. "Leave me alone," Lilin said. "I'll eat you." The same threats mean little after 18 years, Nox replied. "Commande, you're going to make us late." "What is it?" she hissed. "I know you like to wake up at the ass crack of bloody dawn, but I need my rest. Combat class begins in an hour. We need to freshen up and eat." Lilin groaned, sitting up. "We should have never come here. You and I could have gone to the Imperium or joined a free city guild, worked up the ranks, and, you know that would have taken too much time." Nox prodded her harder. "We can't give up just because it's difficult. I failed at shaping worse than you did at manipulation. Don't you want to relieve all that pent-up stress by humiliating some young masters?" "That does sound fun," she sighed, sitting up. "I want to see more of your bow, too. I doubt I can consistently reproduce whatever I did against the Cloud Hunter. It'll probably take at least a shaping planetoid before I can produce full essence glass projectiles." "Fine. I'll just settle for humiliating spoilt young masters and ladies." The apartment only had one washroom. They took turns relieving themselves and washing up before heading to the nearest cafeteria for breakfast. The smells of grilled sausages, thick cut and honey-drizzled bacon, and eggs beckoned Nox. It pained him to resist, but he couldn't afford to stuff himself too much before a physically intensive lesson. So, he settled for porridge with chopped nuts and sliced preserved peaches. On his way to a table, he saw a stall with soft-boiled eggs and gave in. He joined Lilin with 2 on his plate. Unlike Nox, she had a plate piled high with meat and sweet treats. She shoveled the food into her mouth with gusto. The upcoming combat class didn't deter her. Lilin stuffed herself and went back for seconds. The vendors gave her the stink eye, but Nox had learned long ago that she didn't care what others thought of her. That was his job. He often wondered whether she used spatial magic to expand her stomach's capacity so that she could engorge herself. However, Lilin's stomach didn't swell, no matter what she ate. The university's clock tower struck 6 just after they reached the large, rune-lined terrace that would serve as their classroom. It sat on the Dungeon Studies department's roof, overlooking the sprawling city below. Its rough trunk bordered one side, and only a railing protected them from the drop on the other. Sun lamps floated above the training area, bathing it in warm light despite the giant tree's shadow and the thick canopy above. Several pairs of eyes glared at the duo. The group of 10 wore better clothes than the rest, and their weapons appeared of better quality, too. At first, Nox chalked it up to Edward's presence, but then he spotted a similar-looking slender figure. It was Louis. Knox couldn't help but feel surprised by his half-brother's presence. He was only 18 and didn't just have a well-developed mana system but enough skill for the apparently rigorous intermediate combat course. Some part of Knox felt envious and wondered whether he'd have achieved similar feats at the age if he benefited from the same resources. Then he bottled down the thoughts while telling himself that his brothers had no freedom. Queen Mercer had long decided their futures, and they needed to live as per her whims. The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. Before we get started, I want to get something straight, a harsh-faced tiny man said, marching onto the terrace. I'm Battlemage Aaron Wolfhammer, and I believe a good deal of you don't deserve to be here. He faced the side of the terrace with Edward and Louis. Besides the obvious noble sign and gold-rich individuals, several common-looking students stood in the area too. You lot entered this course in the appropriate manner. You completed the beginner course and proved your mettle. Then he faced the side with Knox. More than half the class stood scattered around him. Meanwhile, the dean, your mentors, guild leaders, and commanding officers forced me to accept your lot, singing praises of your exploits. It's not that I don't want you here, but as far as I'm concerned, you're not worthy of this class or the privileges accompanying it. Sure, you might have fought brigands or hunted magical beasts, but only a fool would think that makes them ready for dungeon delving. In a fallen god's domain, everything is out to kill you. Besides the obvious beasts, you need to deal with their followers and the dungeon itself as they all try to kill you simultaneously. However, since you have practical combat experience, I'm willing to give you a chance to prove yourselves. I will be harder on you than the others, and sometimes it might feel like torture. I assure you, conditions in dungeons will often be worse. Talk to me if you can't handle it, and I'll move you to the beginner course. A heavy silence hung over the courtyard following the short speech. Smiles dominated Edward and his cronies' faces. Meanwhile, Louis appeared passive and uncaring. His eyes had long moved on from Knox. What are you lot waiting for? Start your laps. I want 5 from the beginner course graduates and 10 from the rest of you. No arcane reinforcements or empowerments allowed. The laps weren't just around the giant terrace as Knox had hoped. Instead, his siblings, their entourage, and the other veteran students took off along the university's roof. The long, wide path went all around Drunk. The rest of the class hesitantly looked between them and Professor Wolfhammer before following. After the second lap, the flask hanging from his belt tempted him. A combination of feline grace and runner's high would make the task a breeze. It was unlikely the professor's mana sense would detect their presence. However, Knox refused to fall short of his step or half-brother. It would be embarrassing if he got caught, too, and would probably delay his dungeoneering license. Lillian jogged next to Knox, unaffected by the exertion despite the volume of greasy food in her belly. Each lap took the class's veteran members 8 minutes, and the pair successfully kept pace with them. By the third lap, sweat soaked his clothes, and maintaining the same speed grew difficult. Yet Knox kept pushing himself until they finished and remained on the terrace for further instruction from Professor Wolfhammer. Edward and his cronies tried to body-block Knox, but he weaved through them effortlessly. A friend with spatial magic proved invaluable. Like always, when Knox got too hot, he removed his shirt and coat and dropped them in a pocket dimension. She did the same with her clothing, leaving only a vest to cover her torso. When the duo finished their 10th lap, hushed voices spoke of the bear. Some stared, and others stuck to quick glances. Knox heard whispers talking about the warped skin on his forearms and the tendrils extending from them. Others accused Lillian of using magic since not a single bead of sweat clung to her. Good, Professor Wolfhammer said. I expected more of you to quit. Anyone that gave up had already left the terrace. Knox imagined they would demoted to the beginner class. At least everyone here has decent tenacity. He shot curious glances at Knox and Lillian, too. Next, I'd like a demonstration of power from all newcomers. You can work alone or in groups of up to 3. What would you like us to do? A young woman asked. She stood a head shorter than Knox, had a frizzy mane of light brown hair, and striking green-grey eyes. He recognized her from beginner shaping despite her disheveled form. Dean Myrina had relied on the young woman to pass around handouts and take notes. Now that he got a better look, Nox noticed similarities between the two women. They shared several facial features. Unlike the dean, her cheeks carried some fat, but the chin, nose, and brow were near identical. My magic excels at defense. She nodded at the dummies and targets lining the terrace's sides. These won't give you an accurate impression of my capabilities. I have a solution for that, Professor Wolfhammer said. Everyone that completed the beginner course had to fight a magical beast to pass the course. You're going to do the same now. Where? Floating spell forms solidified around Professor Wolfhammer. 6-limbed wolves grew out of them. Nox had never heard or read about the giant creatures. 4 legs stayed on the ground like that of a regular canine. It was the human torso growing out of the neck and shoulders that made them odd. The creature had 2 furry arms ending in giant hands with monstrous claws and wolf-like heads. He's a summoner, Nox whispered, struggling to hide his amazement. The wolf centaurs stood 7 feet tall, and each of them carried a warhammer as long as their torsos. One side had a meat tenderizer-like hammerhead, while the other featured a pick. Each group will face one of my beautiful beasties. The professor grinned. To pass my test, you must either defeat your opponent or survive 5 minutes against them. My babies won't hold back. They'll avoid fatal blows, but that doesn't mean your limbs are safe. If you're not careful, you might end up crippled or maimed. What if we fail? A man asked. The wet hair and sweat-soaked clothes made him look half a decade older than Nox. Will you demote us to the beginner class? It all comes down to your performance, Professor Wolfhammer replied. If I sense your mentors and backers exaggerated your capabilities, I won't have a choice but to demote you. That's the entire point of this exercise. If you fight well and still can't defeat my summons, you'll repeat this exercise every lesson until you do. And if we defeat them? Nox asked. He left his shirt and coat off but had pulled on the glove accompanying Ratra's bow while the professor spoke. Professor Wolfhammer grinned. His eyes narrowed as he studied Nox and Lilin. You'll enjoy the same privileges as them. He nodded at the half of the class standing around the training dummies. That means only 5 laps, custom training plans, and a fair bit of freedom with delving party creation. These are the weakest of my summons, but defeating them on the first try will also win you privileges. I'd suggest you not get overconfident. They're not easy opponents. His eyes scanned the newcomers. Who'd like to go first? 5 hands shot into the air. Nox, Lilin, and the young woman from beginner shaping were among them. Chapter 14. All fear the control mage. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox and Lilin went first. The rest of the class retreated to around the targets and training dummies. Only Professor Wolfhammer and his summons remained. The tiny man cast another spell, and a hammer as tall as he manifested in his hands. Unlike the weapons held by his beasties, its head resembled a wolf and was bigger than his skull. Puffs of white vapors rose from the nostrils every few seconds, making it look like hot breath on a cold day. Are you sure you don't want a third? The professor asked. It's a bad idea to face my beasties without a vanguard. We'll be fine, Lilin said. Are there any rules? Nox asked. Anything we can and can't do? There are no rules when it comes to dungeon combat, boy. If I had to make one, it would be to come out alive. Victory isn't always necessary, but survival is. You may use everything at your disposal. Professor Wolfhammer raised his weapon high above his head and slammed it down on the ground. The stone terrace warped. Blocks rose and dipped. After a moment of shifting, the stone stilled, leaving the space looking more like an obstacle course than an arena. Begin. The tallest of the 3 summoned beasts charged forward, not giving the pair any time to prepare. Not that they needed it. Nox and Lilin had fought creatures more than twice their size before. He stood his ground, manifesting a compensate mana bow, while she retreated a dozen steps behind him. The first projectile fired lacked form. It looked more like a bolt of energy than an arrow. It struck the wolf centaur in the chest and inflicted minimal damage. However, Nox hadn't just fired an ordinary arrow. It was combat, and every unit of mana counted. The beast slowed to half its starting speed. The mana he fed the bow had just circulated through the slow half of his core's spell form. When readying the second arrow, Nox poured more magic into it. He let the mana circulate through the star before channeling it through his father's weapon. Nox tried his best to shape the energy as it grew into an arrow. The projectile adopted a faint outline, but the intended crystal head didn't form. Instead, sharp, jagged fragments rotated around the body. When Nox released the arrow, the essence glass went with it. Unlike the first attack, the second inflicted damage. Crystal shards ripped curving lines in the grey furless hide around the chest before remaining embedded in the chiseled flesh. Meanwhile, the mana arrow shattered, leaving burnt and warped skin behind, typical of mana burn. A whine escaped the wolf centaur, its snout crinkled, revealing monstrous chipped fangs. Despite the ongoing slow effects, it picked up speed and leapt between the jutting blocks. The hammer rose high above its head, and the metal hummed in its hands. An invisible force tugged Nox backward just as the weapon came down. He didn't fight it. The spell pulled him several feet away from the monster. Then Lilin flew over his head. She reached the wolf centaur just as the hammer smashed the spot where Nox had stood a heartbeat ago. A black sphere pulsed in each of her hands. The force pulling Nox weakened as she passed him. Lilin thrust her palms forward, and the spheres remained hovering in place. The beast roared as the essence shards ripped free from its flesh and took up orbit around the gravity orbs. The wolf centaur's wounds grew, and veins pressed against bare hide as it struggled to lift its hammer. Tufts of fur ripped free and joined the essence shards. Veins bulged on Lilin's forehead as she forced the gravity orbs together. When the wounds on its body grew, the beast leapt away, abandoning its hammer. She threw the gravity orbs after it. Much to the duo's surprise, the wolf centaur launched forward as soon as it landed. The humanoid torso bent forward, and the gravity orbs shot past it. Instead of picking up the hammer, the beast pulled its arms back and swung from the shoulder, swinging its clawed hands like scythes. Lilin flitted away like a lithe dancer. Sweat beaded her forehead as another gravity orb solidified in her hand. She threw it at the wolf centaur. Unfortunately, it was ready for her attack. The creature sped away, taking its hammer with it. Another projectile caught the creature mid-stride, cutting its speed in half. Instead of following up with another projectile, he and Lilin sped at the beast in unison. Instead of two, she only conjured one gravity orb twice as big as the ones before. Nox felt its effects and let her move ahead of him. When she caught up to the wolf centaur, Lilin stopped short. His giant hammer's swing packed so much power the blast of air following it made her stagger backward. Nox shoulder charged Lilin, pushing her out of the way before the follow-up attack could hit her. The hammer grazed his shoulder, ripping his sleeve and peeling his skin. The blow rattled every bone in his body, and it took every ounce of focus to complete a cast of supercharged slow. Staying upright in his current state proved challenging. His hand grazed the wolf centaur as he fell. It froze, and essence crystallized around the hammer before clattering to the ground. Lilin's giant gravity orb pulled the super-slowed wolf centaur off balance. It landed stomach first on the sphere. The magic ripped pieces of fur, hide, and flesh free of the creature. It thrashed and whined but still didn't fall. Professor Wolfhammer's magic appeared potent enough to hold the beast together through Lilin's violent gravity magic. Nox saw no option but to waste valuable resources. First, he smashed a thumb-sized vial on the wolf centaur. The contents expanded into foam as it reacted to the air. The gravity orb accelerated its movements and swiftly covered the beast. Nox struggled to resist its effects. His body still hadn't recovered from the hammer graze. The gravity forced him to his knees. Fortunately, the orb kept the foam on the wolf centaur and away from him. The wild mana radiating from the spell and the summon roiled, twisting and mingling. Nox knew what he needed to do. He fought down the urge to retch and crumble under the pain. A shuffle brought the thrashing wolf centaur within his mana zone. A stray limb whipped past him, and the claws drew blood from his cheek. He ignored the pain and poured all the mana he could spare into crystallized essence. A flower of black, clear, and blue essence glass bloomed. Shards grew out of the hardening foam and wolf centaur's flesh. It gurgled blood before going still. Lilin's strong hands wrapped around Nox's shoulder and pulled him away from the still-growing glass flower. She pulled a metal flask out of thin air, unstopped it, and poured the contents down his throat. Skin itched, and bones groaned. Nox felt the wound on his cheek knit itself closed. A cold rawness consumed his left arm as fresh skin grew. Something also clicked in his shoulder, suggesting a dislocation. A few cheers sounded from the group waiting for their turn at the test. Meanwhile, Heavy silence hung over the rest of the class. Edward, Louis and their entourages stared at him either with horror or contempt in their eyes. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. Professor Crease wasn't lying when she said you two had talent. Professor Wolfhammer guffawed. I'll admit it. I expected a lot less from you. It's not every day a new professor shows up with 2 recruits. When they do, they're rarely competent, let alone good. I don't remember the last time someone beat one of my beasties on the first try. Louis Mercer did, one of the young women sticking to the trade empire's prince said. Surviving 5 minutes against my summons and defeating them isn't the same. The professor returned his attention to Nox and Lilin. You pass, as promised. I'll treat you the same as everyone else. We'll talk more after class. A wave of whispers passed through the group of veteran students as Nox and Lilin joined them. What was that foam? Is he really using a mana bow? Don't they drain your star super fast? How the hell does an apprentice have gravity magic? That's the disinherited prince. I bet he bribed the professor. He did. That wolf was the weakest. 1340. The whispers weren't all wrong. The pair had won by the skin of their teeth. A summon's durability, physical strength, and magical prowess grew with the summoner's power and mana levels. Professor Wolfhammer's stars stored more arcane energy than the 2 apprentices put together. Every arrow ate away at Nox's stores. Lilin's gravity orbs consumed even more mana. If the fight had gone on any longer, the pair would have lost or relied on Nox's creations to trap the beast and stall for time. Nox looked over his shoulder at one of the groups discussing the fight. He spoke loud enough for the whole class to hear. I'm an alchemist, he told them. Trap foam is one of my patented creations. If you'd like some, I'd be happy to sell a few vials to you. I require an advance payment if you want a case or more. Typical Nox. Edward scoffed, trying to scam his betters. Please save business discussions until after class, Professor Wolfhammer said. Who's next? More people volunteered than before. Watching Nox and Lilin in action appeared to have filled them with confidence. Some fought like aspiring ether warriors, using haste or other body enhancements. Some utilized offensive magic ranging from throwing fireballs to conjuring blades and manipulating them to slice, stab, and block. Only teams with debilitating effects got close to defeating the wolf centaurs or surviving the 5 minutes. In the end, every group failed one after the other until there were only 2 people left. The young woman from beginner shaping faced the last of the summoned beasts with a lone companion. A boy barely as old as Louis stood far behind her. If he moved any further back, his coat would touch his bark. Standing a little over 5 feet tall with chubby cheeks and a lanky frame, he looked like an adolescent barely out of puberty and carried himself like such. One of the young men hanging close to Edward's entourage had started a betting pool, and much to Nox's surprise, the odds were in the duo's favor. You're not going to bet against Dean Marina's grandniece and nephew, are you? They've got druid blood running through their veins. If the banished boy and his servant girl can win, they can, too. Some gamblers appeared unsure. Their chatter suggested that they wanted to trust the duo's lineage but knew too little of their magical capabilities. Nox ignored the chatter and focused on the pair. Begin. The young woman opened her palms, scattering an assortment of seeds around her. Thick brown and green vines sprouted from the ground and climbed up her legs. They coiled around her limbs, abdomen, torso, and then the rest of her body. By the time the wolf centaur reached her, she had gained a foot in height. The beast swung his hammer, and she didn't dodge. Instead, Dean Marina's grandniece caught the weapon in one hand and punched her opponent with the latter. Squirrels as big as house cats ran up her body and leapt onto the wolf centaur as the pair grappled. They bit exposed flesh and ripped at the fur but struggled to inflict meaningful injuries. The wolf centaur opened its ugly maw and chomped down on the woman's armored shoulder. Fangs sunk into the hardened vines, ripping through them and exposing the layer underneath. It cracked, and bits shattered. Blood trickled onto the wood, but she didn't let up. The beast whipped his head back, ripping a chunk of armor away and revealing delicate freckled skin underneath. Shallow teeth marks marked her flesh. The woman pulled her head back and then swung it forward, bashing the armored temple against the wolf centaur's mouth. A high-pitched whine escaped the beast, and shards of broken teeth rained from its mouth. It dropped its hammer and attempted to pull away from the woman in living plant armor but failed. More squirrels emerged from magic circles around the boy. A group gathered around the giant hammer, and while individually they couldn't do much, they collectively had enough strength to inch the hammer away. Meanwhile, the wounds on the woman's shoulder stitched themselves closed, and the plant armor grew over it. Furry, long-tailed rodents climbed over the wolf centaur's face. They ripped at ears, eyes, nose, and everything they could reach. Unfortunately, the woman failed to overpower the beast, and the squirrels lacked the power to do anything substantial. "Time is up," Professor Wolfhammer exclaimed. His summons melted into nothing. "Good job, Miss Woodson. Any delving party would be lucky to have you as their vanguard. You pass." Then he turned to her brother. "I'm afraid I can't say the same to you, Master Woodson. Your capacity for multiple summons and control over them is nothing short of amazing. However, they lack the power and utility to contribute much to a delving team." "Come on, man," the boy said, his shoulders slumping. "How often will we face creatures as strong as yours in apprentice dungeons and F-rank rifts? This isn't up for argument, lad. You're more than welcome to move to the beginner class or try again next semester. If you attempt the latter, I can almost guarantee the results won't differ. But, believe me, lad, I'm not attacking you. My summons aren't particularly powerful." "Are you kidding? Those wolves are insane." "Wolves?" Professor Wolfhammer laughed. He tapped his weapon's pommel on the stone floor. "I started off summoning hammers, not wolves. It took a lot of effort and planning to get where I am now. If you join the beginner class, I can guide you." "Summoner to summoner, I know what I'm talking about." The boy relented. Professor Wolfhammer spoke to them a while longer, listing training plans and other inconsequential details. Nox pretended to listen until he dismissed the class. "Why did you hold back?" the professor asked once he had Nox and Lilin alone. "What makes you think we held back?" Nox raised an eyebrow. "Kreese filled all of your teachers in on why you should get to take on more modules than the university allows and why you deserve a slot in intermediate classes." Professor Wolfhammer nodded at the flask hanging from Nox's belt. "Your cocktail would have made the laps a breeze and saved you a fair bit of pain in the fight. I wanted to prove to you that I could win without alchemy." "That's stupid. It's an integral part of you. Prove to me you're smart and think quickly on your feet. Pride gets you killed. In a dungeon, you use whatever it takes to win, short of sacrificing your comrades. Either way, that's not important. I just wanted to let you know that a position in this course comes with a basic dungeoneering license. Since you have my green light, you can attempt apprentice rank dungeons and FD rifts." "Straight away?" Lilin asked, grinning from ear to ear. "Unless Kreese says otherwise, you can start tonight," Professor Wolfhammer replied. "I'd suggest you get a third person, though. Both of you have enough power and control to serve as the battle and control mages, but that's no replacement for a vanguard. They don't need to be amazing. Just find someone who can take a couple of punches and hold beasts and boss-class monsters' attention." "That's easier said than done." Nox sighed. "But thank you, Professor. This is good news. It will make it easier for us to gather alchemy materials. Also, you need to figure out something more than your mana bow. You looked a few shots from mana drain. Maybe carry a quiver of real arrows for regular dungeon dwellers and save your mana for the boss." "Yes, Professor." Chapter 15. Brotherly Rivalries. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "Are you sure you're okay?" Lilin asked. Intermediate dungeon combat ended just before the 12th bell, and Nox's next class wasn't until 2 in the afternoon. Meanwhile, Lilin had no afternoon classes. So, the pair opted to get an assortment of food from the cafeteria and eat in the green space next to the nearby library. It had benches and picnic tables for students. The pair weren't the only ones dining outside. Nox and Lilin were the worst dressed of them. They were the only pair not wearing a pressed pair of the university's long coat. "Just a little mentally exhausted," Nox replied, rubbing his cheek. "The brute took care of my wounds but didn't wipe my memory of them. I still feel the stinging on my cheeks and the rawness on my shoulder. It's unnerving at times. I'd rather sell healing brews than take them." "Better not to get hurt at all," Lilin said. "You know I could have taken that blow, right? You would have taken it too well. I told you we need to be careful. What do you think would happen if the professor and the entire class saw you take a hammer blow and walk away uninjured? How would you explain it with nothing but gravity and spatial magic? Lilin shrugged. I'd figure something out. I'd have to figure something out. We were in the middle of a fight, and we both did what we needed to do. Let's put it behind us and both be more careful. Alright, we can access dungeons now. I suppose nothing else matters. Exactly. Nox wasn't one for overeating, but he was ravenous. The light breakfast, followed by 4 hours of combat training, had burned the little food he consumed. He had a plate piled with smoked beef ribs, mashed potatoes, charred greens, and gravy. A small bowl of prawn chowder sat on the side. He had a mug of citrus juice, and honey cakes, too. Lilin had the same but in greater quantities. The other students dining in the park shot them disgusted glares. A handful also appeared concerned. After living as the merchant queen's disinherited son, Nox was used to unwanted looks. He had long learned to ignore them. Lilin cared even less than him. The pair ate ravenously, stuffing their faces. Nox inhaled the chowder and half of the rest before slowing. He was savoring a roast potato when a gaggle of unwanted presences approached them. Have some self-respect, Nox, Edward said, sneering at him. Mother might have banished you, but you're still a prince. When you eat like a pig, brother, it reflects badly on us, Louis added. At least stay in the cafeteria when you and your— He glanced at Lilin. Disgust flashed across his face. Toy are engaging yourselves. Eddie, Louis. He nodded at the pair. What brings my lovely little brothers to me on this beautiful day? Did my display stir the all inferiority complex again? Don't call me that. Both brothers hissed in unison, speaking in the almost exact tone. Their faces adopted the same expression, too. Nox found the reaction rather comical. They reminded him of villains out of a bad pantomime. The outburst drew a few chuckles from their entourages. How are you here? Louis asked, his cheeks reddening. He fidgeted, glancing at the similarly well-dressed students laughing at him. This grand establishment's scouts recognized my potential, Nox replied, grinning from ear to ear. I have you to thank for that, Eddie. Your defeat cemented my position. You cheated. Edward growled. Why else did you forfeit? Louis asked. If Mother didn't protect you, the royal guards would have strung you up. You're lucky we didn't face off, Nox. I would have. The lordling stopped talking when Nox burst into a fit of laughter. Mother protected me? He laughed even harder. You want to know why I forfeited, Louis? It's because Mother begged me to. She didn't want her special little boy humiliated. That's a lie. Mother would never. Our dear mother will never admit to it. Of course. She threatened to confiscate everything I won from the tournament if I blabbed about it, but what can she do to me now? I'm banished. She has no authority over me and even less in you. She's the merchant queen, Edward protested. She could demand they hand you over. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. On what grounds? Nox chuckled. You need to learn how politics and diplomacy work to do well in your future role, Eddie. The Gedge name won't protect you forever. How do you think the merchant queen's reputation will fare if she throws her weight around to steal my belongings? I still don't believe you, Louis said. You and Lilin are criminals. Think what you will. Nox stretched, raising his gloved left arm high above his head. Its counterpart hung from his waist. Where do you think I got this beautiful weapon? It's certainly not from the vault's middle pavilion. Louis' eyes widened as reality finally sunk in. He still appeared unwilling to believe the truth, but the evidence spoke for itself. This belonged to my father. If you visit the vault, you'll find its case in the heart's left rear corner. The plaque will say Rattray's bow, and someone took a dagger to the description. I don't know whether it was Mother heartbroken over the death of her first love or your father crumbling under his insecurities. Edward's hand shot to the sword hilt at his waist, baring his teeth as he spoke. Talk about father again, and I'll cut you down. Meanwhile, Louis didn't continue the conversation. He glared at Knox for a moment before briskly walking away. His entourage hesitantly followed. Edward and his hangers-on followed moments later. Only a group of 3 remained. Knox knew at a glance that 2 of them were siblings. The male and female pair both had silvery blonde hair and blue-grey eyes. They both carried themselves with the practiced grace of nobility. The matching brow, noses, and chins confirmed they were siblings. Knox would have happily bet money on them being twins. Meanwhile, the man accompanying them looked like he originated from beyond the Sapphire Straits. He had dark brown eyes and curly brown hair, traits Palaf had, too. Instead of initiating conversation with them straight away, Knox resumed his meal. The beef had gone cold and lost its pink hue, but that didn't deter him. He dipped a slice in gravy and horseradish and took his time savoring the flavors. Lillian hadn't stopped eating throughout the conversation. In fact, she had an amused smile on her face, as if it all had been nothing more than a show to accompany her lunch. The smug expressions on the 2 well-dressed men's faces faded. Annoyance and then discomfort replaced them. Knox was in no rush and let them stew. Then the male half of the twins stepped forward. "I'm Victor Oakhart of House Oakhart. You may have heard of us. We trade a fair bit with the trade empire and are the continent's leading supplier of copper." He waved at his sister. "This is my sister, Annabelle." Finally, he nodded at the dark-skinned man. "And this is Rogue Singh. His family owns several fine eateries spread across many imperial cities. He's my oldest friend and the best vanguard in our class." "I'm also Annabelle's fiancé," Rogue added, putting an arm around her waist. "I'm sure my half and step-siblings have filled you in on my identity," Knox said. He waved at his companion. "Meet Lillian Gray." "No fancy titles or backgrounds for me," Lillian added through a mouthful of food. "Just an orphan that survived by making the right friend and watching his back." "How can we help you?" Knox asked. "Roke and I were beyond impressed with your performance," Victor said. "We completed the beginner course, and this is our 2nd semester in the intermediate. You're the first to defeat Professor Wolfhammer's summon on the first try. Most of the class is busy talking crap, but we respect skill and talent," Rogue said, eyeing Knox's honey cake. "We were wondering if you'd consider attempting a delve with us. We've put our cards on the table," Knox replied. "Isn't it fair you do the same before we make a decision?" "Of course." Victor shot him a saccharine smile, but Knox saw annoyance flash across the aristocrat's face. "I haven't decided whether I'll walk the power of battle mage or ether warrior. My core uses the duality of attract and repel as its focus. It might not sound particularly impressive, but it makes me a reasonably hardy monster killer." "Vanguard." Rogue raised his hand. "I'll cement myself as an ether warrior as soon as my core transcends. Bodily reinforcement is my specialty. I have a sigil of the warrior, too." "So what do you think?" Victor asked. "Would you like to work with us?" "I can't decide without hearing from everyone, can I?" Knox met Annabelle's eyes. "What do you bring to the team?" "I'm a support mage," she replied, fidgeting and looking off to the side. "My core is focused around the Farsight cantrip. It makes me a competent diviner. No ambushes or traps can get us as long as we have Anna on our side," Rogue said, slinging an arm around her shoulder. "She's our living security ward." "So, what do you think?" Victor stepped closer to the duo. He reached for one of Lillian's pastries as she almost impaled his hand with a fork. The lordling leapt back, frowning. "Between your mana bow and Lillian's gravity magic, we'll have all the necessary elements to take on a dungeon's elite guards and perhaps even a boss monster." "Give us a bit to think about it," Knox said, sounding his best not to sound enthused. "Lillian and I will get back to you once we've made a decision." The male pair appeared displeased. Rogue attempted to press the matter, but Victor thanked Knox for his time and pulled his friend away. Meanwhile, Anna hovered for a minute before her brother's cold summon pulled her away. "I vote we accept the offer," Lillian said. "They look entertaining." "I'd rather not tangle with aristocrats unless I can help it. Victor and Rogue want to use us and have their own agenda. I'd rather not give in to their facades and then pay for it later." "What about Annabelle?" "Don't think for a second I missed you eyeing her. She's cute but too subdued. I don't want to deal with someone stuck under their family's thumb." "You're no fun." Lillian sighed, rolling her eyes. Knox didn't want to admit it, but he doubted they'd get any better offers. More importantly, the longer he kept Lilin from cutting loose in a dungeon, the worse things would get for him. Chapter 16 Barriers and Shields. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Knox had little trouble justifying his behavior with Edward and Louis. The first of the two had gone out of his way to make the relationship as sour as possible. Knox blamed Lord Gedge to some extent. Queen Mercer was more than happy to ignore Knox after she pushed him out of the main house. She wanted to desperately forget her first husband, his family, and the child she made with him. Meanwhile, Lord Gedge took it upon himself to tarnish the Ratran name, and his wife did little to stop him. The Imperium Lord clearly hated all who originated from beyond the Sapphire Straits. All people that looked like Knox and his paternal family started as prisoners of war in the Imperium and lived as lower-class citizens. Some, like Rogue's family, had broken through the class disparity using grit and entrepreneurial spirit, and people like Lord Gedge resented them for it. Knox suspected that the many wars and the resulting losses played a role in blind hatred. It was no secret that the Mercer and Gedge marriage was one of convenience and not out of love. The royal family forced the Queen into the wedding within months of her first husband's death and ensured it was consummated. The union won the trade empire more links in the Imperium, while the Gedge house gained political capital. However, knowing that his wife cared little for him bruised the aristocrat's ego. Since he couldn't take his frustrations out openly, he channeled them indirectly at Knox by taking away privileges and having guards rouse his friends. The man successfully isolated his dead rival's son, forcing him to focus on alchemy and academia. Edward observed his father's actions and basked in his wrath. Knox often wondered whether it was the only warmth his stepbrother experienced. There was a time they played together. Knox was 6, and Edward 4. They didn't understand the minds of adults. Lord Gedge put an end to that and filled his son with venom. As Edward grew, it wasn't just his friends and acquaintances that received random beatings but Knox, too. Lilin put an end to it, and he learned to avoid his stepbrother altogether. In comparison, Louis wasn't half as bad. Unlike Edward, he had Queen Mercer's attention. The new baby stirred something maternal in the woman. As a result, Louis grew up somewhat shielded from his father and half-brother's venom. He was an idealist, refused to see any fault in his family, and cared more about magic and academia. Knox and the related drama were an afterthought to Louis. However, when the two siblings got together, they appeared to balance each other. Edward's presence made Louis nasty and hateful. Meanwhile, the same qualities were subdued in Edward. The duo's relationship always intrigued Knox, but he disliked them too much to think long or hard on the matter. Meanwhile, the Oakharts and Singh had done nothing to offend or inconvenience Knox. They presented themselves as ambitious young delvers eager to form a well-rounded team. However, the company they kept made him dubious. He'd be lying if he didn't admit that their station and background had him jaded from the start. Something about how the two men presented themselves especially put him on guard. Knox struggled to put his finger on what it was, body language, tone, or something else, but their approach made him suspicious. "I think we should accept their offer," Lilin said as they lazily ate their desserts. "They could be useful. I'd like some time to learn more about them and consider the offer," Knox replied. Professor Wolfhammer said we need a good vanguard to delve effectively. Victor and Rogue are both frontliners. Annabelle can help scout, disable traps, and more. We couldn't ask for a better team. "I know what you really want, Lilin. It's too risky until we know more about this team. Believe me, I want to delve as soon as possible, and fulfilling your needs is a priority, too. We just need to be smart about it." "Fine," Lilin grumbled. "I'm just getting impatient." The pair parted ways after lunch. Knox reported to the Dungeon Studies Department's third floor for the first Introduction to Barriers and Shields lecture of the semester. He saw students as young as Louis and older than himself. It was no different from beginner shaping. Practitioners took the classes when their mana systems had the provisions for it. Some dedicated the first planet to shaping or the relevant focus. Others left it for later stages. The class had novices, apprentices, journeymen, and adepts. It wouldn't surprise Knox if some had achieved greater ranks, 2. A familiar face sat among them. It was Dean Myrina Woodson's great-grand-niece. She nodded at Knox when he entered the classroom and removed her satchel from the seat next to her. He accepted the gesture and took the seat next to her. "That was an impressive display," Knox said. "I can say the same thing about you," she replied. "I'm Knox Ratra." "Caitlin Woodson. Are you maybe looking for a delving team?" Knox asked. "Lillian and I are looking for a decent vanguard. We got excellent beast-killing potential between us and our excellent control mages, too." "I'm not entering any delving party without my brother," Caitlin said, interrupting him. "He can't delve until he completes the beginner combat course." "Exactly. Delving without someone you can trust implicitly is stupid." "I don't know you, and your friend gives me the creeps." "Fair enough," Knox said, getting out a fountain pen and his notebook. "A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation." "Things don't have to stay that way, though," Caitlin continued. "Trust can be gained, and creepiness managed." "I get it. You're not ready to climb with us just yet. Maybe things will change next semester." The professor arrived just before the first bell afternoon, putting an end to their conversation. He was a portly, middle-aged man. The charcoal hair on his head had long retreated from the brow and forehead until it only covered the back and sides of his head. Knox stood at 5 feet and 8 inches, average height for people from the south but short when compared to the locals and Imperium citizens, but still had at least 3 inches on the professor. The man appeared unimpressive and more suited to sitting behind a desk than in a dungeon. Unlike other professors, he didn't jump straight into the lecture. Instead, he removed his coat, mumbling about aches and pains as he did so. Then he wrote Francis Lorenzo on the blackboard and took attendance. After reciting every name, Professor Lorenzo took a few seconds to study the person who responded. His expression betrayed very little. After the roll call, the professor passed around reading lists and printed handouts with diagrams and spell forms. He only started speaking 10 minutes after class began. Barrier and shield spells are the most direct and potent forms of defensive magic. Can anyone tell me why many mages prefer them to body enhancement or armor spells? Caitlin raised her arm and answered once the professor gave her the go-ahead. Body enhancements and armors leave very little distance between flesh and attack. Kinetic attacks can still reach you through them, while fire, lightning, and similar spells will still assault sensory organs and gaps in the armor. "I understand you speak from experience, Miss Woodson," the professor said. "You mention the negatives of one but not the positives of the other." He drew a line down the middle of the chalkboard and scribbled on either side of it. "Armor and body enhancement defenses only protect one person and suffer from the weaknesses Miss Woodson was so kind to detail. However, unlike the spells we will cover in this class, they don't deter mobility or martial ability. A practitioner could shape growths onto their armor to create weapons, too. Unless you dedicate a planet to manipulation on top of shaping, shield and barrier spells aren't mobile. They help you defend while maintaining a healthy distance from your opponent. If you're smart, you can use it to control the environment, too. Obstacles can serve as defense and offense. Just be aware that your opponent can turn such weapons against you unless you're prepared." The professor drew 2 stick figures on the chalkboard. He drew a dome around one and a shield in front of the other. "These are the basic defensive spells we'll practice in this class." He tapped on the dome. "Some of you will be better suited to the dome. It's best when you're swarmed or dealing with enemies who can attack fast and from multiple directions. It isn't the most sturdy since your mana needs to cover a larger space." Then he pointed at the shield. "Others like Miss Woodson's vine growths will fare better in shield form. It doesn't offer as much coverage, but you can concentrate your magic, resulting in a sturdy defense. I'll teach this class alongside Dean Woodson's shaping. It is compulsory for defensive spells, and my lessons, in turn, will help you progress faster in her course." Professor Lorenzo assigned them a simple exercise. Every student needed to shape a mana disc a foot in diameter and hold it for 15 seconds. He adhered to Dean Woodson's opinion of repetition being critical to a shaper's success. Then he went around the class talking to students individually, discussing their magic and how they hoped to integrate defense into it. The exercise came surprisingly easily to Nox. He once again felt his sigil of artisan tingle as he worked. Since the exercise didn't require a crystal disc but one of raw mana, his visualization proved sufficient. Unlike the other students, he failed to create a shimmering disc a foot away from him. Instead, the clear shield manifested just an inch away from his outstretched left arm. Meanwhile, Caitlin's disc floated 3 feet away from her. It appeared a lot clearer and more solid than his conjuration. Nox guessed she had more practice at shaping than him. The young woman probably received more personal tutelage from her grandmother. He hadn't observed her practice in beginner shaping and wondered why she wasn't in the intermediate course. Right, Master Ratra. What is it you wish to achieve? Professor Lorenzo scrutinized Nox's disc closely. My star is built around the dual concepts of slow and crystallize essence, Nox said. Both the professor and Caitlin raised an eyebrow. I was hoping to build a spell presence that conjures a shield of essence glass. Once I get better at shaping, maybe I can shape the outer surface to have large protruding spikes capable of impaling an attacker. That's pretty advanced, the professor said, leaning closer to Nox's disc as it flickered. By my estimates you don't have a planetoid dedicated to shaping yet, do you? No. Nox shook his head. However, I have the surplus 8 mana necessary to create a planetoid. It's just not clicked yet. I reckon you're not far off. Still, it will take a lot of practice before you can successfully create an essence glass shield, and even longer before it has spikes large or sturdy enough to pose a threat. Don't be discouraged. It's a great idea, but currently outside your means, mana level, and this course's coverage. May I suggest an alternative? Please do. Nox tried his best to keep the disappointment out of his voice. He had spent years imagining the great Arcane dungeon boss Kumbhakana impaled on giant jagged spikes growing out of an ice shield. The short, pudgy man plopped down on the seat next to Nox and claimed his notebook. It will push your shaping capabilities but may also help form and advance a planetoid faster. He drew a stick figure and then a bubble around it. Domes and spheres are more complex forms than a shield. They demand greater concentration and control. And they're more mana intensive, Nox added. Yes, but your mana costs will drop drastically as a planetoid reduces the burden on your star. Best of all, you don't need one particularly thick. After all, you won't be trying to block an attack altogether. Professor Lorenzo scribed the word slow next to the dome in capital letters and underlined it twice. Professor Kreese tells me the cantrip is especially potent in your hands, so make a dome out of it. Start with a curved shield and then expand it into a dome. With time, you could turn it into a low investment channeled spell that uses multiple small discs, triangular, or hexagonal plates that orbit around you. That's long term. Of course, a manipulation planetoid will be necessary for such a spell. However, you could make it cheap and sustainable by spreading the spell out across your star and 2 more heavenly bodies. Nox took the notebook from the professor and studied the basic spell form outline he had drawn. That's quite brilliant, he mumbled. Why didn't I think of that? Experience, Master Ratra, the older man said. I'm the professor for a reason. Then he moved on to Caitlin to discuss a living shield of wood, vines, and brambles. Chapter 17. Too little money, even less time. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox didn't enjoy discussing his concerns and sources of stress. Even though Lilin was his closest, and perhaps only friend, he never enjoyed dumping his concerns on her. The young woman hadn't displayed much empathy since the godfall 18 years ago. Her parents' death was the least of the horrors Lilin Grey experienced. However, their years of friendship had taught her to read his expressions, and she could often guess whatever was bothering him. Their poor finances was no secret anyway. Thanks to his course load, Nox didn't know when he'd get the time to make money for alchemy ingredients. Finding the time to turn the materials into products and then profit from them felt even more daunting. The schedule got busier the second week onwards once all the induction sessions were out of the way. Dungeon theory and mana system theory would go on for 4 hours once a week. He had them every second day and fourth day respectively. The schedule listed advanced alchemy once a week, too, on 6th day. It lasted all day, from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with an hour's break in between. Introduction to barriers and shields and spell weaving demanded Knox's attendance twice weekly, but the classes lasted only 2 hours. He had them back to back after dungeon theory and mana system theory. The schedule listed the rest of his classes every first day, third day, and fifth day. Professor Wolfhammer's class started at the 6th morning bell and ended at noon. Shaping lasted 4 hours, from the first bell afternoon until the 5th. Instead of carrying around Crease's letter, Knox tabulated them at the back of his notebook. He only had time on 7th day, which felt insufficient for starting a business. Knox worried he wouldn't have energy for much on most days except 2nd day and 4th day since they only had one practical lesson. 6th to 8th bell, 8th to 10th bell, 10th to 12th bell, 12th to 1st bell, 1st to 3rd bell, 3rd to 5th bell. First day, intermediate dungeon combat, lunch, beginner essence shaping. Second day, beginner dungeon theory, lunch, defensive magic, spell weaving. Third day, intermediate dungeon combat, lunch, beginner essence shaping. Fourth day, intermediate mana system theory, lunch, defensive magic, spell weaving. Fifth day, intermediate dungeon combat, lunch, beginner essence shaping. Sixth day, advanced alchemy, lunch, advanced alchemy. Seventh day, break day. I suppose my only choice is to finish some of these practical classes early, Knox said, sighing. Why are you even taking alchemy? Lillian asked. Ma said you're an accomplished journeyman. If it were up to me, I wouldn't be taking defensive magic either. We could have left it for next semester once I had a functioning shaping planet. It would have left me time to delve and brew. We'll have some extra time this week after all the induction classes are over. We'll just have to squeeze in market research and brewing before the second week starts. I suppose we have no other choice. Professor Wolfhammer didn't believe in giving students time off and refused to delay their training until regular classes began. Knox suspected the man worried that the class would rush into available dungeons and rifts given the opportunity, and the time between semesters had stagnated their skills. So, he had everyone report on the department's roof at the 6th morning bell. During the laps around the ring-shaped rooftop, Knox discovered more terraces. Each of them had a wolf centaur waiting on them. The specimens appeared mostly the same besides bulkier frames. It was the hammers they held that looked different. Instead of resembling meat tenderizers with a spike on one end, they looked more like wolf heads. Unlike the weapon the professor held, the maws were open, and the hammerhead stuck out of it. The wolf's fur jutted out of the opposite end as 5 conical spikes. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon, the class murmured while passing them. Most sounded worried. Knox guessed the detail on the hammers betrayed the accompanying beast's power. He didn't doubt the creatures would have greater strength, speed, and durability. Victor and Rogue fell back from the head of the pack, leaving Edward and Louis to run with their entourage. They joined Lillian and Knox. Would you like to share a terrace with us? The Oak Heart Heir asked. We don't have to fight together. I just don't want to get stuck with some pleb that wastes our time. The professor will probably stick us with some random duo if we aren't 5. Rogue added. Knox saw no reason to refuse the offer. He and Lillian wanted a better look at the trio before deciding to join the party. So they accepted. As the aristocrat trio predicted, Professor Wolfhammer divided the class into groups of 5 or 6. Students, without his approval, stayed on the main terrace to fight the easier summons. While Victor and his 2 companions sped off to their preferred terrace, Professor Wolfhammer held Knox back. Have you tested how much mana the bow uses for the most basic shot? 3, sometimes 4, Knox answered. That's far too high. I reckon your cast is inefficient, and your poor shaping is primarily to blame. He claimed the rod half of Ratra's bow. Professor Wolfhammer held it up to the above sun lamp's light and studied the runes. It's a mighty fine weapon, he commented, studying the runes and spell circles covering it. The professor sniffed at the rod before returning it to Knox. The craftsmanship is impeccable. Not even the Imperium's artisans can make something of the sort. It's from beyond the Sapphire Straits, Knox said. My great-grandmother and her son made it together. The runework suggests they only intended people of their bloodline to benefit from its full potential. Unfortunately, It's not like other weapons of its kind and power. You can't just pick it up and benefit from its full strength. You need excellent mana control and the appropriate planets to get the most out of it. I can't tell you precisely what you need, but I can tell you where to start. Let me guess. Shaping is the first requirement. The order doesn't particularly matter, Professor Wolfhammer answered. But, yes, shaping will help you grow more efficient and lose less mana per shot. A well-formed arrow will do more damage, too, and it shouldn't cost more than a couple of units of mana. Essence glass projectiles will be even stronger but will, of course, cost more mana. You'll also benefit from the essence's nature. I'm going off track, though. I imagine manipulation could greatly benefit me, too, Nox said, identifying one of the spell forms on the rod. I imagine this will help me add power, propulsion, rotation, and a lot more. The professor cut him off. Your imagination is the limit. The weapon is adaptable. Kreese tells me you're good with rune scripts. I'm sure you'll figure it out. He handed Nox a quiver of arrows. For now, use these when you don't want to waste mana. Are they special arrows? Lilin asked. No, Nox said, accepting the gift. His acute senses studied the quiver and its contents as soon as they entered his mana zone. They're well made but perfectly ordinary. But if I stick a fleck of essence glass to the Nox, they should function with the bow. I knew you'd figure it out, Professor Wolfhammer said. Despite the gruff exterior, the man proved warmer and kinder than Nox first expected. As soon as he and Lilin turned away to join Victor and his companions, the man turned to a group of newcomers and ripped into them like a sadistic drill sergeant in Queen Mercer's army. When Nox and Lilin reached their terrace, Victor and his companions were already engaged in combat with the wolf centaur. They worked like a well-oiled machine. Their spells and attacks inflicted little damage to the summoned beast. However, it failed to hurt them too. Victor zipped to and away from the wolf centaur, using hit-and-run tactics. He left dozens of slashes on its person. Whenever the beast got close to landing a hit on him, Rogue was there. He carried a war axe glowing with crimson light. Crescent arcs of energy followed every swing. Unfortunately, the weapon failed to make contact, and the ranged attacks inflicted negligible damage. Meanwhile, Annabelle danced around the battlefield, moving with the speed of someone using the haste cantrip. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. Nox guessed she had a spell for speaking directly into her companions' ears or heads. A wrist-mounted weapon also fired unidentifiable projectiles. They kept the wolf centaur off balance while suffering no injuries. The beast suddenly froze mid-attack, and the trio flumped on their bottoms, panting. "Do you see why we want you?" Victor asked, panting. "We can keep apprentice rank boss creatures busy, but we lack the power to put them down. Join us, and we'll make a killing in the rifts and dungeons." "You're impressive," Nox said. "That's undeniable. The truth is, I don't know if I can trust you. After a lifetime of dealing with those two, I can't help but be suspicious of people of your station." He nodded at the next terrace over. Edward fought the wolf centaur with his entourage. Louis stood talking with his companions on the distant terrace beyond it. "I don't mean any offense, but people in your position often suffer from a bad case of self-importance and hidden agendas. How can I trust you not to abandon us when things go wrong?" "No offense taken," Victor said. His smile appeared strained. Nox guessed he was testing his patience. "I'd tell you to take your time deciding, but we don't have that luxury. The three of us intend to challenge a rift in a few weeks and could use your help." Rogue seethed behind his friend but said nothing. Meanwhile, Annabelle shot Nox a polite smile. It was more than anything he got from her during their first meeting. The trio cleared the terrace, letting Nox and Lilin have their turn. The beast proved far more powerful than the specimen they fought during the previous class. It moved faster and suffered significantly less damage from the crystal glass-empowered projectiles and Lilin's gravity orbs. The duo had no choice but to go on the defensive. They danced around the attacks, doing their best to get by without suffering injuries. When the 5-minute session ended and the beast froze, sweat dripped from the brows, temples and soaked their hair. Nox felt lightheaded. It wasn't mana drain since he had used the regular arrows, too. It was plain exhaustion. Nox had resisted using his brews to improve his body's cardiovascular abilities and reaction time. "If that's what boss class beasts are like, we won't make it on our own," Lilin said. Your cocktails won't get us far. We should accept their offer. Give me a few days to explore a couple of other options, Nox replied. If I can't find anyone good enough, we'll go with Victor. You don't get it. Lilin's shoulders drooped, and her volume dropped. Victor is what I need right now. Let me have some fun. Please, why don't you just go out into the city? I'm sure you'll find someone just as appealing in the taverns. It's not the same, Lilin replied. I want Victor. Please. I'll think about it, Nox replied. What about Rogue? Not my type. She shrugged. Don't think I missed you peeking at Annabelle. Are you interested in her? I don't have the time to waste on such pursuits. Nox sat cross-legged and focused on absorbing mana. The proximity to made the air dense with arcane energies. He circulated it through his mana system. The energy first danced through the two spells in his star and then seeped into the cloud around it. The loose mana didn't diffuse. Instead, it spiraled around the core. The mana again entered the star, passed through the three-dimensional spell form, and then returned to the cloud. Nox felt himself growing more efficient with each circulation. He lost less mana every time. The energy in Nox's mana zone grew in density, and he overflowed with energy before long. He refused to miss out on the opportunity and also used the time to practice his defensive magic exercises. The cloud surrounding Nox's star shrunk, growing denser as he worked. Shaping took less effort as well. Nox checked the manometer. Nox Ratra, apprentice, custom slow, 4941. Nix smiled. He was no closer to forming his planetoid, but his star had grown. He didn't expect to raise his maximum mana level so soon after developing his star. Victor and his friends finished their time with the wolf centaur. Nox and Lilin eagerly started their turn again. The pair didn't hold back and burned more mana than before. After all, it would help restore their stars afterward. Chapter 18. Shrewd Dealings. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. I hate the trade empire, but we need the bastards. It monopolizes trade routes and resources while hiding behind trade alliances and arcane contracts. Queen Mercer's armies might be small, but her production houses makes them too powerful, too. However, they keep roaming beasts' populations under control, keep the brigands from getting too powerful, and keep far too many city-states alive. I just wish she'd leave some profit for the rest of us. Laszlo Gedge, Vice Guild Master of the Onyx Scales, Imperium Ambassador to. A small group of students followed Nox and Lilin into the cafeteria. The pair recognized them from intermediate dungeon combat. If not for their poor performance and strength, he'd worry about an ambush or another encounter like with his stepbrothers. The group waited until Nox had picked up his lunch and found a seat before approaching him. They met his eye but appeared hesitant. Lilin opened her mouth, probably to make a smart-ass comment, but Nox kicked her under the table. She glared at him but shut up. Finally, it was the youngest among the five that stepped forward and spoke. Did you mean it in the first class? The young woman asked. Is that trap foam of yours for sale? We need one. Why do you need it? Nox asked, putting on his best smile. If you're heading into a rift or dungeon, I'd suggest you get more than one. We need it for the right to attempt dungeons, said a man in the group. He appeared the best dressed of the lot. Professor Wolfhammer said he'd send us to the beginner class if we don't defeat his ugly summons. Nox sighed. He didn't need to feign exhaustion. He felt it. This might come across as rude, but that's not my intention. He half turned away from his meal even though every fiber of his being told him to focus on the food. Nox ignored his instincts. Woodson University was not the same as the Golden Isles. He had the potential to make allies in the city without worrying about the Gedge House's influence. Better yet, Nox had more avenues for making a profit without providing beneficial rates. You're all covered in cuts and bruises. He nodded at a man in the rear with his arm in a sling. Some of you are worse off. If you can't defeat the weakest wolves, you won't make it through the semester. It's just fighting stronger versions of the same thing while the professor provides additional guidance to improve your performance. I'm willing to bet that things will get even more challenging. That's none of your concern, the well-dressed man said through clenched teeth. Will you sell to us or not? I make and sell trap foam in at least batches of 5. And the next class is in less than 2 days from now. I have another class this afternoon. That means I don't have a lot of time to procure materials, process them, do the labor-intensive and highly skilled alchemical procedures, brew, cool, and bottle the concoction. What's that got to do with anything? The man's tone grew more impatient. You're looking at a rush charge on top of labor costs since this will eat into my sleep, Knox replied. The commission will cost you 30 gold coins. I need half up front as a deposit. That should cover material and energy costs. I'll expect the rest on delivery. That's highway robbery. The woman who first approached Knox exclaimed, "We can't afford that." "Let's go, Master Stefan." "No." Stefan, the well-dressed man, retreated from Knox and lowered his voice, but he could hear the group just fine. "Father said this is our last chance. If we don't get a delving license by the end of this semester, he'll move us to the war mage department. Do you know what happens to mages on the front lines? They're the first to die. You could join the house guard." "No," Stefan hissed. He pushed past the woman and faced Knox. The young man inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly before adopting a gentler, more friendly expression. "I'm sure you can make a batch and just sell us one." "That's too expensive, my friend. My funds are limited, and I can't afford to spend most of it on ingredients just to sell one. I'll lose money on the deal." "Then just sell us a pre-made one," Stefan said, his pleasant expression almost slipping away momentarily. "You want me to take one out of my personal stash?" Knox raised his eyebrows, adopting a shocked expression. "I can't do that. We're heading into a dungeon soon, and our spot in the party is contingent on me providing a certain number of concoctions. There's got to be a price." 12 gold, Lilin said. "That's too much." Stefan and his female companion exclaimed in unison. Both of their faces crinkled into unhappy frowns. "No, that's too high, Lilin," Knox replied. 10 gold coins should be enough." "That's still too much," Stefan said, but his frown eased. "You wanted 6 gold per unit with a full batch," his female companion added. "But that just required my time and effort. By asking me to take one out of my personal stash, you're jeopardizing my spot in the party and my life. I'm a long-range fighter. The trap foam is essential for my survival. One less in my arsenal means that's one possible fatal situation where I have no emergency escape." Stefan and his group retreated for a few minutes and talked amongst themselves. By the time they returned, Knox had finished his lunch. Only a plate of cut fruit and cold custard sat before him. Meanwhile, Lilin had seconds piled high on the table. She offered Stefan a skewer with peppers and chicken hearts. He shook his head, eyes narrowing and nose crinkling. "We'll take it," he said, counting 10 gold coins on the table. He appeared especially resistant to part with the final 3 and paused long between them, glancing at Knox occasionally with a pleading look in his eyes. "It was a pleasure doing business with you," Knox said, trying his best to contain a gleeful grin. Lilin swept the coins off the table, and they disappeared before making contact with her lap. Then she pulled a thumb-sized vial out of thin air and placed it in the confused aristocrat's hand. "The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. If you pass the test and gain your dungeon license, you know who to ask for your future needs," Knox continued, putting on his best salesman smile. "You'll get better rates if you come to me a week in advance, and regular customers get decent discounts and deals. I do smoke bombs, poisons, oils, and empowering cocktails guaranteed to provide better results than anything in the market. The toxin buildup in your system will also be much less." "Can you guarantee that?" the woman sticking to Stefan asked. "I can," Lilin answered in Knox's stead. "I'm his guinea pig. I use them regularly, too, and more extensively than her," Knox added. "My sigil of immunity alerts me when toxin levels get too high." "We'll keep in touch," Stefan said before walking away. His group swarmed around him, drones protecting their queen. He paused and looked over his shoulder. "I certainly hope you won't take advantage of our desperation next time." "That was lucky," Lilin said once the party was out of earshot. "I wouldn't call it luck," Knox replied. "There's a reason I used trap foam instead of any of my other creations during the test. the effects and results are the most visible. I'm just surprised more people haven't shown up asking for them. So what's the plan? Make more trap foam, among other things. Nox had his first intermediate spell weaving class at the first bell afternoon. He entered the class physically and mentally exhausted but eager to learn something new. Most of his professors, so far, had proven pleasant and interesting. Station and rank appeared to matter little to them. They only cared about their subject and humankind's war against the gods. He wondered whether things were any different in the Department of War Mages. From what he understood, generational knighthoods and noble lineage played a big role in military ranking and command. It wouldn't surprise Nox if some professors favored students from certain nations, city-states, or houses. Fortunately, Professor Dia Sengupta was the most pleasant elderly woman he had ever met. Nox never met his paternal grandmother. Meanwhile, Grandmother Mercer had never shown him any affection. She kept him at arm's length until his father's passing, only talking to him on special occasions when circumstances forced the family to display a united front. After Palapa passed, the old woman avoided Nox and pretended he didn't exist when they had the misfortune to run into each other. Meanwhile, Dia, as she insisted on being called, spoke with a sweetness that made Nox want to hug her. She was old but didn't appear ancient like Dean Myrina Woodson. The woman's head barely reached 5 feet, and Pudge kept her skin from appearing papery except around her neck and the back of her hands. Despite the course name, its subject matter will be mostly theoretical, Professor Dia announced. The final exam will have 2 parts, one written and one practical. They'll have equal weighting. A wave of disheartened sighs washed through the classrooms. However, I will allow early completion provided you create a journeyman-level spell form and find someone to execute it. They need to include at least 2 of the 3 major techniques I will teach in this class. You'll get extra points if they're 3-dimensional, and it will ensure a position in the advanced class next semester. Initially, Nox wanted to be disappointed about the course's focus on the theoretical side of things. He already had enough practice and practical experience designing spell forms thanks to alchemy. However, Dia's sweetness made the news go down easier. Then the latter revelation about the possibility of completing the course early put a big smile on his face. Much like Professor Wolfhammer, Dia leapt into the course material straight away. She started them on scripts for shaping, manipulation, and reinforcement spells and taught them how to adapt and develop them to work with basic elements. It wasn't anything Nox hadn't done before, but he liked her take on specific approaches better. As the lecture went on, he realized that his method of spell form creation was derived from alchemical processes and recipe development. Both processes worked with essence, but one almost exclusively used physical elements while the other relied on mana. Alchemists had much less mana than practicing mages since they had fewer opportunities to travel to mana-rich environments and develop their systems. However, alchemical processes often demanded significant quantities of arcane energy. As a result, the scripts and magic circles used during the brewing process focused on mana efficiency. While developing recipes, alchemists focused on minimizing cost, gathering all energy that leaked out, and funneled it back into the process. Nox used the same philosophies while developing spell forms and adapting them to work with his limitations. However, he had developed several bad habits, too. The lecture highlighted his faults, leaving Nox to wonder whether it was the reason he struggled with shaping anything besides raw mana. By the end of the lecture, Nox found himself leaning forward in his chair and drinking in every word coming out of Dia's mouth. "Professor, can I have a word?" He approached after the lesson ended, and most of his peers had filtered out of the room. "Of course, Mr. Ratra. I'm happy to make time for all of my students." She smiled, lowering her volume as she continued. "Especially for one who developed a 3-dimensional spell as a novice and integrated it with their core." "Professor Kreese told you about that?" Nox asked. "Of course." Dia gestured to the books and scrolls spread across her desk, and Nox helped her gather them into neat piles. "She used the information to win me over and rally the University Council to accept you despite the late application. Your work has its faults, but fortunately, the core spell is basic enough not to cripple your progress." Most people only integrated cantrips and evolutions standardized over decades into their core. Newer and untested spell forms often produced adverse effects down the line. It looks like you've got a piece of artificing or alchemy in your core. My class should help you fix and develop it, though, so don't fret. That's kind of what I want to talk to you about, Knox said. He picked up the pile of heavy tomes and carried it out of the classroom as he walked with Dia. Meanwhile, she held the scrolls untidily in her hands and under her armpits. I picked shaping as the focus for my first planetoid. I'm having little trouble working with raw mana, but the essence glass I produce isn't as compliant. I wonder if my star and approach to intent-driven shaping are suffering from poor spell weaving. Not at all. You should really speak to Dean Woodson about this. I might be the vice head of the research department, but there's no one better than a druid to advise you on the matter of shaping. However, I can theorize the issue. First, tell me, what is essence glass? It is condensed essence that's been forced to stabilize and change state. Precisely. When you shape something, you inject it with mana and reform the constituent parts. The process will likely destabilize the essence and force it to revert to its original state. As a result, the material is resisting your efforts. Shapers who use glass as their medium struggle a fair bit too. It's hard and brittle. Any attempts at simple shaping without first changing to a liquid state makes glass shatter. I'm not saying that's precisely what you need to do. As I said, the dean is better at this than me. I'm listing everything you need to consider to solve your dilemma. Do you think I could use the solution to pass your course? Knox asked. A soft laugh escaped Dia. It's the first day, and you're already looking to get away from me? It's not that, Professor. I'm just joking, dear. Kreese showed me your course load. It's ridiculous. I don't think anyone has attempted that many courses per semester since she was a student. But, yes, since your star uses a three-dimensional spell form, your first planet will probably require the same. Give me a good enough script with the techniques on the syllabus, and then demonstrate it in action, and I'll pass you. It will also win you a seat in the advanced class for next semester. Thank you, Professor. Knox felt the urge to hug the elderly woman again. The little pudge she carried suggested it would be a soft and warm embrace. It's okay if I read ahead and try to figure out the techniques before you cover them in class? Of course, my dear. I'd be surprised if you didn't. Chapter 19, Advanced Alchemy. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was fifth day, and Knox rose early for his last induction class. Advanced Alchemy demanded 8 hours of his time with a short break in the middle. Lilin found the length daunting, but it didn't bother him. Once engaged in the art of brewing, time passed in a flash. If anything, he didn't like the idea of taking a break. It interrupted his flow. The 8th bell rang, and the number of students didn't reach the double digits. They sat behind individual workbenches with burners, cauldrons, and grid boxes of essential ingredients. All other equipment and materials sat on shelves spread around the laboratory. Knox occupied a spot at the back just behind Vis. "You'll love Professor Das," Vis told him as they waited for the man to arrive. "He is a little eccentric, but the man knows his alchemy." Das? Knox raised an eyebrow. "Is he from the south?" Vis nodded. "He came from Morihat. He sails across the Sapphire Straits after every semester and comes back with the strangest sweets for the class and his assistants." Knox grew restless, waiting for the instructor to arrive. His pocket watch said 5 minutes had passed since the 8th morning bell, and the man was yet to appear. He had met people who originated from the sprawling southern continent and even saw glimpses of it when the Golden Isles drifted by the Sapphire Strait. Traders from across the narrow strip of water often visited his mother's court, too. However, he had never met anyone who was born and grew up in the land of mangrove jungles, terraced hills, and silt-rich hills, all fragmented by great rivers, their tributaries, and petty wars. 5 minutes turned into 10, and the professor still didn't appear. However, all the students in the class had started their workstations burners and had cauldrons full of distilled water boiling atop them. They added purifying salts and seasoning oils before stirring the contents with long ivory spoons. It was standard cleaning procedure. Cleaning cauldrons and warding the metal against unwanted reactions was necessary between concoctions. Ma had apprentices for such menial jobs, and Knox used them for the same purpose. He paid them in information regarding brewing shortcuts and tutoring before milestone exams. Now, he had to do the most annoying alchemical jobs without any aid. First, Knox scrubbed the container using a metal brush and boiled linseed oil. He cleaned every nook and cranny, going under the lip, handle hooks, and bottom. This and his peers shot curious glances at Knox. Soot build-up on the burn points affects heat retention, he told them. It takes longer to reach the necessary temperature and even longer for the cauldron to cool. An extra couple of seconds at any vital stage can drastically alter the final result, a cheerful male voice said. Itsoner over-enunciated, rolled the R's, mispronounced a few words, and stretched out several others. He emerged from a doorway at the back of the workshop instead of the main entrance. Knox was sure it led to a storeroom. The dark skin, jet black hair, and beaky nose betrayed his southern continent heritage. Apologies for the tardiness. My airship pulled in late last night. I forgot to set my alarm, and well, you know the rest. He's chronically late, Vis whispered, leaning back in his stool. Professor announces the following week's brew at the end of every class, though, so we often start without him. I see we have a couple of new faces. We need to appraise your skill level and ensure the rest of you kept sharp during the break, Professor Das said. His dark brown eyes swept over the room and momentarily paused when they met Knox's. So, we will repeat the brew from your intermediate exams, clairvoyance draft. I'll grade you on strength, activation time, and toxicity. Failure means you're demoted to the intermediate class. Do you mean all of us? A woman seated at the front of the class asked. She appeared closer to 30 than 20. I do. That's not fair. The woman exclaimed. We already proved ourselves. Alchemy isn't just about creating fantastical concoctions. Professor Das's cheerful tone disappeared. A biting coldness replaced it. You need to be capable of reproducing it whenever a commission comes, and the product needs to be of consistent quality, if not better than your previous attempt. Alchemy is a difficult and competitive trade. The intermediate course taught you that I'm not a fair man. Did you think the advanced class would be easier? Do you expect me to grow more lenient just because you're in this small exclusive group? The woman didn't argue. While the class rushed to gather ingredients, additional burners, funnels, mixing flasks, and cooling jugs, Knox continued working on his cauldron. Once done with the scrubbing, he boiled distilled water in it with cleansing salts. Then he drained the container, added seasoning oils, and let the burner roar underneath until the fats smoked. A pair of tongs and sterilized cloth helped him spread the hot fluid over the inner and outer surfaces. Professor Das stared at him throughout the process. The man sat at his desk with heavy ledgers in front of him. His ancient peacock quill scratched the paper loudly as he worked. It was the quarter chime past the 10th morning bell before Knox started processing ingredients. He chopped, diced, minced, crushed, blanched, boiled, and charred over an open flame. Each ingredient demanded a different process and served a different purpose. Knox separated them accordingly. A quarter of the ingredients would form the draft space. A third contained the essences necessary for minor clairvoyance. Another third counteracted the combination's hallucinogenic properties while also reducing the concoction's base toxicity. The rest acted as catalysts, stabilizers, and preservatives. Stolen novel. Please report. Even though it was risky, Knox attempted something new during the brewing. Besides the transmutation and spellform creation, the extraction and preservation of essences was the most challenging element of alchemy. Crystallized essence had the potential to make the process significantly easier and more efficient. Knox kept track of his classmates as he worked. They all used the same equipment setup and sequence of steps. Instead of processing all of the ingredients first, they only utilized what they needed at the moment. First, they got the base started, then prepared the catalysts, stabilizers, and preservatives to near completion. Much to Knox's surprise, they completed the countertoxin without touching the essence-containing ingredients. Knox guessed they intended to leave them untouched until after lunch, but preferred leaving the countertoxins for last. Too much of the element worked counterintuitively by poisoning the user. She had taught Knox to complete the primary reactive part of the concoction first and then measure its toxicity before producing the counter. Once he had the base cooking, Knox activated the essence-containing ingredients one at a time. Most required heating or an infusion of mana before releasing the volatile energies. Because of their instability and tendency to revert to raw mana, most alchemists preferred leaving the step until the end. They gathered all the essences simultaneously and then combined them using the relevant spell form. The Ratara family used slow to decelerate diffusion and energy loss. Now, Knox had crystallized essence to nullify almost all loss. When most of the class paused for a lunch break, Knox continued working. This and one other student took a page out of his book and did the same. Professor Das stayed at his desk, pretending to fill out material ordering forms. But Knox felt the older man's eyes on him as he went about the brewing process. Solidified essences in exact quantities and ratios went in the base. Catalysts and preservatives followed. Knox didn't need stabilizers since using essence glass and a modified spell form fulfilled the purpose. Then galvanizing touch injected active mana into the mixture, and the stabilized essences changed state simultaneously. The spell form necessary for the draft activated soon after, and Knox held his breath as the concoction came together. Slow halted the currents in the cauldron, and another spell form cooled the resulting mixture. Then the sigil of immunity helped Knox judge the mixture's toxicity. He grinned. It was the cleanest brew he had ever made, demanding minimal counter-toxins. "Are you done?" Professor Das asked. While focused on the final stages of the transmutation process and the concoction's completion, he missed the older man's approach. "I am, sir," he answered. "I don't know how good it is." "Tried new spells and processes?" Knox nodded. Professor Das placed a vial of a clear liquid on the workbench. He swirled an ivory spoon in it before testing the clairvoyant's draft. The man froze. His eyes rolled up into the back of his head, and he shuddered. It was then Knox noticed that Viss and the other student had stopped working. They were busy watching the professor's appraisal. "It's almost perfect," the older man said when he regained his composure. He sniffed at the concoction and stirred it, studying its uniform clearness and viscosity. "Knox is Professor Crease's first apprentice," Viss told the older man. "He used to work as an alchemist in the Trade Empire." "Knox Ratara?" Professor Das raised an eyebrow. "Dino Leg told me to keep an eye on you." The lecture had brought Knox to the Department of Production. Much like the Arcane Research and War Magic departments, it had its own dean. "Any relationship of Mu and Palaf Ratara?" "Aunt and father, Professor," Knox answered. "That explains it." "How are they keeping by?" Knox didn't speak his paternal family's native tongue but knew Bai was an endearing word for brother. "My father died during a godfall 18 years ago, and Mu is well," Knox replied. "She's one of the top alchemists in the Trade Empire, has a loving husband and 2 children." "That's mostly nice to hear." The professor sighed. "I'm sorry about your papa, Bai. I'm sure he'd be proud of your alchemical skills." He paused, glancing thoughtfully at Viss. "Tell me, would you like a job? This helps me out a couple of times a week. It doesn't pay the best due to departmental budget constraints, but you learn a lot." "I don't know," Knox replied, staring at the cooling concoction thoughtfully. "My course load is pretty heavy, and I need more time to work on personal brews. I'm attending the university on my own dime. You see, paying your own way in life. I can respect that. Tell you what, if you work for me, I can introduce you to my contacts around the city. They'll pay better for brews than the university, and if you're clever, you can negotiate long-term contracts, too. I'll let you buy materials through my university account so you get the best rates, until you can negotiate something better. Just don't brew anything illegal or questionable." "All right." "That sounds too good to turn down," Knox said, his face lighting up. "Do you want a formal contract, or will a verbal agreement suffice?" "There will be times when I need to take days off for delving and personal projects. Or you could transfer to the production department and live like a king." Professor Das laughed. "A verbal agreement will do, Bai. I'll send an appointment letter with Viss next week detailing your start date and the pay. After testing your brew, Dino Leg might give me some leeway on the assistant budget. We respect talent in this department and take care of our own." "Thank you, Professor." Knox finished and felt hopeful about the coming few months. He felt happier than he had in a long time. Unfortunately, A mote of sadness came with it. He wanted nothing more than to have tea with Moo and share the developments, but there was no telling when he would get to see her again. Professor Das appeared to sense the sour note tainting Nox's otherwise good mood and sent him away with a box of milk-based treats. They were unlike anything he had tasted before. The Golden Isles enjoyed countless spices as their heart of the trade empire. Nox knew cinnamon, nutmeg, and cardamom well. The older man introduced him to one he had never encountered before. "That's saffron," Professor Das told him as Nox puzzled over the pink strands sitting on a compressed block of sweetened milk solids. "It was your father's favorite. I was a student during his short stint as an alchemy professor. He'd ensure I brought him a box of these at the start of every semester. I bet you'll enjoy it too." Nox left the building feeling even more homesick. He wanted to share the little unknown piece of his father with Moo. Chapter 20. Finalizing a delving party. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. All shops inside the university campus, besides eateries, closed by the 6th bell. Meanwhile, the shops outside closed inconsistently between the 5th and 7th bells. Nox wouldn't just have to find them to conduct his market research but also haggle with shopkeepers, and he didn't know where any of them were. Exploration without someone who knew the lay would take too much time, and Nox lacked the time to recruit someone for the job. Fortunately, he had Lillian's help and Professor Das's box of sweets. She scouted the city's market and business ring, locating alchemist shops and checking their prices. Meanwhile, the gift from Woodson University's top alchemist served as an in with the businesses inside the campus. They all had ties with the production department. Many already had identical sweet boxes on the counter. Nox guessed Professor Das had made his rounds before class, explaining the truth behind his lateness. When Nox entered the stores, he carried the sweet box tucked under his armpit. As soon as the shopkeepers identified the container, their stiff welcomes softened. When Nox asked questions about potion costs, suppliers, material costs, and collectors, they weren't as resistant as he expected. At the end of the day, when Nox and Lillian got together, they had enough information to tabulate their research and figure out the best course of action. "We need to buy from the Dungeon Studies delving parties before they sell to the shops if we want the best prices," Lillian said as they reviewed the numbers. "Failing that, we can just buy our ingredients from shops bearing the production department's mark. There is no better place for sales than outside campus. We'll run afoul of the production department if we only buy from them and sell everything outside." Nox stared at the numbers thoughtfully. "I don't want to waste time on buying from delving parties. The quality of the product and its condition is not guaranteed. We have to purchase whatever they give us, and we'll find out its potency only after cleaning and processing. Time is as valuable a resource as money." "Why do you want to sell to the shops on campus, though?" Lillian asked. "You'll lose a third of your profits." "Yes, but we need to maintain a positive relationship with them," Nox answered. "It doesn't have to be all of what we produce. Perhaps a fifth or a quarter of everything we produce, and a couple of high-value brews need to go to the production department and connected businesses. Just enough to keep them happy. It will make procurement easier. The rest can go to the higher bidder." "Fine." Lillian sighed. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow. We'll have a quick lunch after dungeon combat and start straight away." Nox reached the cafeteria before Lillian. She didn't want to wake up before the 5th bell to wash and then eat breakfast. Instead, she had stuffed a spatial pocket with copious amounts of food. Time didn't flow in the shaped spaces. Hot food stayed hot, and cold stayed cold. However, all raw ingredients lost their freshness. The exposed surfaces of cut fruit and vegetables either rotted or emerged with a strange purple fuzz. None of the trade empire's couple of hundred herbalists had succeeded at recognizing the fungus. The Golden Isles libraries didn't help either. Raw meat fared worse. Nox theorized it had something to do with passing between dimensions with and without time repeatedly. The spatial mage had constructed a dining room in a static pocket dimension and covered several banquet tables with food. She had bowls of soup, stews, grilled meats, roasted carrots and potatoes, and pickles. Besides the jarred fruits and vegetables, everything tasted old. Meanwhile, Food and short-term storage retained its freshness. Unfortunately, they demanded active mana sources and shrank slowly without. Lilin only resorted to long-term sources when the duo got stuck during overnight material gathering excursions, or she was desperate for a lie-in. When he entered the cafeteria, Caitlin and her brother waved him over. Knox grabbed a breakfast of savory steaming oats with herbs and bits of salted ham, warm rye bread, and fruit preserves. He got the nameless citrus juice again and then joined the duo. "Good morning." Knox took a seat next to Caitlin. "I'm Knox," he told the young man. "Alexander," the young man replied, and they shook hands. Meanwhile, Caitlin said nothing. She only nodded at Knox and continued eating. The sour expression and drooping eyes suggested she didn't like mornings. The aroma rising from her steam mug carried notes of cocoa mixed in with the coffee. "Did Professor Wolfhammer let you stay on?" Knox asked. "No," Alexander answered, his shoulders drooping. "I begged. I tried to get Great Gran involved. I brought him his favorite jerky. Nothing worked. It's not all bad, though." He grinned. "Professor Wolfhammer offered me an apprenticeship. Ratatoskr is a cheap summon but not the most physically gifted one. I don't have enough planets to grant the squirrels spells, either. Professor has suffered similar limitations." "What are Professor's wolves? Are they part of his hammer summon?" "He used the primary summons covenant to make more contracts. The wolf centaurs are born from the low-ranked wolf spirit. The hammer empowers the creature and transforms it into the monstrosity we have to fight. In the beginner course, he has us fighting ordinary wolves." Alexander paused. "I say ordinary, but even the weaker specimens are as big as horses." "That's interesting. I never really looked into covenants, contracts, or elemental summons." Knox nodded at his scars. "These limit my mana zone. I can't cover a space large enough to materialize the spell form and manifest the summons. Anyway, if you're not in the intermediate class, why does Professor Wolfhammer have you up this early?" "This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. The old man wants me up every morning to run laps and train with his summons," Alexander replied. "So on days I don't have beginner dungeon combat, I need to train before my first class. It's a pain, but I don't mind. My control over Ratatoskr is improving. Professor has me summoning variants with different mana investments and modifications. He wants me to work with individuals and large fragmented groups, too. It isn't easy, but I can feel myself getting better. I'm sure with appropriate training, you can make the squirrels into a powerful fighting force," Knox said. "I've accepted that won't happen for a long time. I'll need 2 more planets and a bunch of moons before they can sufficiently hurt a dungeon boss. Until then, I'm having them learn how to scout, disarm traps, solve puzzles, and trip up beasts. A fang to a sensory organ is not to be underestimated either." They talked through breakfast, and Knox found Alex easy to like. His appearance made him look youthful, but the younger man had already reached his 20s. The Woodson family had a custom of sending their young out in the world to explore and find themselves before they started their journey as mages. Alex and Caitlin had not long returned from their journey. Knox couldn't help but feel envious as he listened to stories about exploring Empyrean cities and the mangrove forests in the southern continent. After the trio finished their breakfast, they slowly made their way to the Dungeon Studies Department's roof. The university's clock tower said they still had half an hour until the 6th morning bell. Yet they bumped into Lilin as they reached the top of the stairs. She stood on the landing, just outside the entrance to the terrace. She peeked out through the doorway leading outdoors. Lilin held a pastry glazed with apricot jam. Knox wondered if it kept the contents fresh. "Why are you?" Lilin shushed Knox and pointed out of the doorway. All 3 of them joined her, curious about whatever had intrigued her. Knox expected to find Professor Wolfhammer or someone interesting practicing their spells. Instead, they found Victor, Roke, and Annabelle locked in a heated conversation. "Why can't you be more useful?" Victor asked. He poked the side of Annabelle's head with 3 fingers, using enough force to make her stagger. "Just kick me out then," Annabelle said defiantly. She glared at her brother, not flinching when he poked her again. "Good luck finding a good enough scout and trap disassembler after me. Don't you dare talk back to me." Spittle sprayed from between Victor's teeth as he spoke. His voice calmed just as quickly as it had flared and continued in his usual charming tone. I'm the Oak heir. When I speak, you listen. He paused. Victor's crinkled face smoothed, and his lips spread into a soft smile. When your lord reprimands you, Annabelle, you apologize and bow. Do you understand? Rogue stood by, watching the scene. His placid expression suggested that he didn't care. I'm not bowing to you. Father is coming to the city soon. I'll have a word with him. He'll listen. He'll let me leave the party. Fine. Talk to him. If he listens, your life will improve for a while, but you know him. Eventually, house matters will distract the old bastard, and things will return to normal. Or maybe they'll get worse. Victor's smile expanded into a twisted grin. Father won't be around forever, you know. You exist to serve your lord. You will serve in my party for as long as I say. You will marry my warden as I instructed. You will give his house an heir when I tell you to. You're a twisted bastard. Why can't you just leave me alone? What thrill do you get out of harassing me? Rook. Victor wandered away from his sister. He faced away from you and looked over the sprawling city before. Can you remind my dear sister what happens when she talks back to the heir to House Oakhart? Knox's stomach dropped as Roke backhanded Annabelle. He hit the young woman across the face hard enough to throw her off her feet. She landed on her side a couple of feet away. Despite the abuse, Annabelle didn't make a noise. When she sat up, blood trickled from a cut under her eye. Knox didn't waste any more time and marched out onto the terrace. Caitlin and Alexander appeared to have the same thought and followed him. Meanwhile, Lillian stayed out of sight. Knox knew better than to confront the duo. As much as he hated what he had just seen, Knox knew his interference would only make things worse. Instead, he approached Annabelle and kneeled beside her. Rogue walked away and stood with Victor. The pair whispered to one another and laughed. Are you okay? Knox asked, offering Annabelle a hand. I'm fine, she replied and rose without his help. Annabelle's martial skills need brushing up, Victor said from behind them. Rogue has been working hard to ensure his fiancée survives the dungeons. Unfortunately, she has a bad habit of hasting without looking at what's in front of her. It looks like you had a bad fall, Knox said, ignoring Victor. Annabelle flinched when he brushed her hair aside to get a better look at the wound. She stiffened further when Knox reached for his belt. Drink this, he said, pressing a finger-thin vial into her hand. It's a brew of minor regeneration. The toxicity is low, and I put honey in it, so it doesn't taste foul. Why are you giving me this? Annabelle asked. A scout with an eye swollen shut is only half as effective, and I'd rather not die while delving with you, Knox answered. So you'll join us? Annabelle's eyes lit up. She glanced between her brother and him. Knox felt Victor's eyes on him as he continued. He gathered that their hesitance to join the party had something to do with the noble heir's wrath. I couldn't find a better vanguard for our first delve. Decent scouts are even harder to come by. Lillian and I would love to join if you'll have us. Of course. Annabelle unstopped the vial and drained its contents in a single gulp. Blood ceased flowing from the cut straight away. Lillian has been itching to work with a good vanguard, Knox continued. It's when control mages get to have the most fun. Meanwhile, I need someone to watch my back while I snipe elites and boss-class beasts. You'll serve as our rear guard, won't you, Annabelle? I will, she answered, finally smiling. Annabelle offered Knox her hand, and he helped her up. When Knox turned around, her twin brother and fiancé joined them. That's great news, Victor exclaimed, displaying his usual charm. All signs of toxicity had disappeared. I knew you'd see the light and join us eventually. Should we train as 5 today? I'm sure we can bring down Wolfhammer's blighted summon if we work together. Let's. Meanwhile, Caitlin and Alexander shot Knox confused and angry glares. They said nothing and walked away. Knox ignored their ire. After watching Victor and Roke's display, he couldn't wait to delve with the trio. It confirmed his suspicions about Victor and told him everything he needed to know about Roke. Initially, he wanted to keep Lillian away from the lordling and avoid unnecessary drama when things inevitably turned sour. Now, he no longer cared. He hoped his oldest friend would have fun seducing Victor and then breaking him. Chapter 21. Alchemist at Work. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Not all gods and their minions are bad. Summoners are evidence of that. They don't help us for free. The covenants and contracts are demanding, to say the least. However, they acknowledge that the gods and greater nature spirits were in the wrong. Our ruling powers want to eliminate their contribution from the history books. They want to say we humans are winning this war alone. But that's just not true. Excerpt from Unknown Summoner's Journal. They perished protecting Grey Rock from a godfall in 120 AY. R.I.P. Nox felt pleased about the developments of the past week. He, of course, didn't enjoy watching Victor physically and verbally abuse his sister, but everything else was going his way. After much discussion, the proud Oakhart heir had agreed to pay Nox 20 gold for his concoctions. The potent regeneration potion and trap foam had left a positive impression. Standard merchant practices dictated price in culture. The trade empire measured the material cost and multiplied it by 3 for internal sales. When selling to any ally, they set the price at 4 times the material cost. The numbers accounted for energy, facilities, and labor costs. The artisan's name carried value, too, influencing the sale price. When trading outside the empire, transport and brokerage further inflated the numbers. Nox didn't let such norms limit him. After all, he was no longer one of Queen Mercer's subjects, and no one appeared to know the brewing costs. The shops had set prices for the standard healing, mana, and stamina brews. Everything else cost far too much for Nox's liking, and samples had told him they were far inferior to the products from Golden Isles. It explained Professor Ass's surprise when testing his mediocre brew. Nox guessed the city lacked decent sources of high-grade materials, too. When selling to Stefan and his friends, Nox had implied a batch of trap foam cost him 10 gold coins in materials. In reality, it was half of that. A batch didn't produce 5 vials but 10. No one could call Nox out on the price, since only he had the recipe for the concoction. Word of Nox's sale spread through the students of intermediate dungeon studies after Stefan used his vial in the test. Only he and his young female companion passed. The rest were demoted to the beginner course. No less than 3 parties approached him for a batch and put down 15 gold each as an advance. He promised them delivery in a fortnight. They all planned to attempt low-tier rifts at the end of the semester's first month. Nox and Lilin went shopping with a much higher budget than they expected. First, they invested in more glassware. After the first advanced alchemy class, this introduced Nox to the production department's glass producer. The man had combined a sand conjuration cantrip with heating, shaping, and manipulation planets to become a glass mage. He had several coin-hungry and ambitious assistants under him. Their products were inferior in quality, durability, and finish, but they charged half that of the campus stores. Fortunately, Nox didn't need high-quality glassware. They needed to be brittle, so a simple throw against a hard surface would be enough to shatter them. Meanwhile, concoctions meant for consumption required sturdier containers so that they could handle the manhandling of the injured. As long as rough traversal and the jostling of combat didn't break the vials, Nox didn't care. A small bribe moved Nox up the order list, and another couple of coins ensured he'd get delivery the following morning when the artisans would collect the second half of the 12 gold. He didn't expect it so soon and didn't complain. Next, Nox and Lilin began procurement with a budget of 50 gold. 10 went towards materials for trap foam. 5 got them enough for 2 batches of Sandman's smoke. Another 20 gold went towards health, stamina, and mana pills. Nox intended to win merit with the production department by selling them a third of the products at just 3 times the material cost. The rest he'd peddle to other students or send Lilin out into the city to do her rounds around apothecaries and potion shops. Nox expected her feminine wiles to fetch him a decent amount. They spent the last of their coin on ingredients for an assortment of empowering brews. The shops in and outside the university campus had few of them, and the prices appeared far too inflated. Nox failed to figure out whether it was an issue of material costs, skill, or a couple of alchemists monopolizing the market. He hoped to sell and give away his brews as samples to get an answer. Finally, Knox dipped into money he had kept aside for his necessities and spent 5 gold on rare materials for himself. He didn't know whether he'd have the energy to make and use the brew, and he was in no rush. However, it was one of those things he had blown off for too long, using cost and time as excuses. After spending the remnants of their funds on additional cauldrons, cooling flasks, and cleaning supplies, Knox called it a day. The sun had already set, and his stomach rumbled. Lilin had punctuated their time between shops by snacking on food out of her long-term storage, but Knox was more than happy to wait. The walking, talking, and haggling had digested lunch, and he piled his tray high. While the duo ate, more students from intermediate dungeon combat tracked them down for trap foam. When they returned to the apartment, Knox had an order for another batch. It was tempting to go to bed. The early morning and busy afternoon had left Knox exhausted. However, he had too much to do at too little time. Once first day came, Knox's days would be far too crowded. So, he did what he did best: alchemy. Lilin rarely expressed the urgency of her biological needs except for hunger. When Knox put her to work washing the new equipment, she groaned and resisted at first. She only relented once he promised to take her out for a night around the city using their profits. It would have to wait until the upcoming delve, but the thought sufficiently placated her. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Knox only worked on the time-consuming elements of brews, which had no risk of spoiling overnight. Mana, stamina, and health potions used the same base. Knox preferred using the same for his empowering brews, too. The latter required extra steps to make them compatible. However, it allowed the usage of multiple brews in quick succession without overloading on countertoxins, which also got toxic when consumed in excess. A single countertoxin to cover all the brews boiled in the next biggest cauldron. Ma received all credit for the creation. She had standardized it across all of the Trade Empire's alchemist houses. It suffered from one downside: using any brews that didn't use the same brew or countertoxin increased toxin buildup, incited nausea, and caused significant stomach issues with symptoms ranging from mild burning to diarrhea. In the final cauldron, it came from the portable alchemy kit and was the smallest of the lot. Knox brewed the trap foam's base. It required a long cook, and Knox left it to simmer before going to bed. After the week Knox had, he wanted nothing more than to sleep in the following morning. His muscles ached following the last intermediate dungeon combat class. His muscles ached from lactic acid buildup. When Knox entered the workshop, he missed his artisan's arm more than ever. It reduced the strain on the body since he didn't need to move hot or heavy cauldrons and flasks. A handful of students in advanced alchemy used them. Their movements were slow and stiff, unlike the device with his custom runework. Lilin wasn't up yet, and Knox didn't have the patience to wait. Trap foam needed the least time to complete, so Knox attacked the task first. It didn't need a countertoxin or preservative. As long as he kept the cooled concoction away from the air, it would be just fine. Knox processed the ingredients and dissolved them in several smaller flasks. He boiled them one at a time and used crystallized essence as soon as their energies were released. He ground them to a fine powder, working gently not to destabilize the glass. Then he weighed them on the alchemy kit's scales. Using perfect measurements reduced wastage, and Knox found himself with excess essences. He stored them in extra vials and stored them in a bandolier. Lilin entered the workshop around the 8th bell, carrying breakfast. She handed Knox a breakfast sandwich containing mushrooms, fried eggs, bacon, and sausages before emptying her storage space of glass vials. They were still hot. "This is half the delivery," she said. Their master caught them taking side jobs. "The rest will have to wait until tomorrow. We have enough for the trap foam, I reckon. The delivery isn't for another 2 weeks." "True, but I want to give the brew some time to age." Galvanizing touch activated the essences, and they fizzed while combining. As soon as the mixture achieved the correct hue, Knox cast slow. He used a spouted ladle and sterilized funnel to fill each vial to the brim. As soon as he moved on to a new container, Lilin stopped the last. They washed each vial thoroughly, dried and moved them to an empty shelf. Then they thoroughly cleaned the work surface, removing all remnants of the trap foam. They'd have an unmanaged mess on their hands if the solution cooled and reacted to the air. The enclosed space would only make it worse. Lilin cleaned the cauldron while Nox ate and prepared the essences for all the recovery brews. They separated the base into 4 batches. He turned the largest of them into healing potions. Nox made equal quantities of stamina and mana recovery brews. Finally, he mixed in relevant quantities of the countertoxin. Instead of bottling them, he left them in the cooling flasks and sealed them for the aging process. Finally, Nox worked on the empowering brews. He had to consume mana and stamina pills to keep going. Meanwhile, Lilin disappeared to fetch them a late lunch. The buffing concoctions were the most challenging of Nox's recipes. He had failed to procure exact ingredients and was forced to make substitutions. It took him all day to separate essences and extract them. He successfully completed Feline Grace and Sprinter's High. However, Sniper's Eye was a failure. Nox knew it was too inefficient and toxic to consume. The sigil of immunity would prevent the brew from killing him, but he'd still suffer a horrible stomachache and then end up dealing with the consequences for days. The work had him so occupied he ended up having lunch for dinner. "You need to go to bed," Lilin said when Nox started another brew. "I need this," Nox told her. "Things might get especially ugly in the rift if I don't have any shaping at all. We need this. You've got me." She placed a hand on his shoulder. Affectionate gestures of the kind felt alien coming from her. "No Rift Lord has a chance against us as long as I'm breathing." "That might be true, but I'm the only one in my class that's not made any shaping progress. It's the first week, Nox. You can't expect to be at the top of every class straight away." "Talk to the dean like Dia suggested." "Yes, but I need this too. It's been far too long since I last checked my sigils." Immunity already took matters into its own hands and made a decision for me. "I can't let Sigil of the Artisan do the same." "Fine." Lilin sighed. "But I'm helping you." "Good. I don't think I can pull this off without an artisan arm. I'm going to need you for this." "Spatial lock?" Lilin asked. Nox nodded. "We're going to need a spatial lock." It was the fastest of Nox's brew. However, it needed the most complicated spell form, and the materials were far more dangerous than anything Nox had used to date. Nox had consumed the concoction once before, but Ma had done the brewing. Lilin conjured a gravity orb and used it to lift the volatile ingredients without touching them. Then she cast a second spell which locked the cracked, glowing sphere in place. It only moved when the spellcasting hand moved. Nox cracked it gently with a hammer and extracted the fiery nucleus within. Then he cast crystallize essence and worked swiftly, hoping he didn't screw up the process. Chapter 22. The Dangers of Mana Burn. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The tincture of sigil awakening knocked Nox out straight away. He didn't need its help going to sleep. By the time he finished the final concoction, he was on the verge of passing out. Nox ate a late pre-bed snack, stripped, climbed under the covers, and then downed the concoction. Slumber took him within seconds of his head touching the pillow. Instead of dreams, visions of an endless astral space filled Nox's night. He stood on a stone island covered in pillars. The last time Nox visited the dreamscape, only one of them stood out from the rest. Now, runes covered 2 of them. The shapes they grew out of resembled Nox's sigil tattoos. 2 sets of runes on the sigil of immunity pillar glowed. Nox's mastery of the dead language had improved since his first visit. He already knew what the first of them read. The pillar called it toxin resistance. It granted resistance to naturally occurring toxins and diseases. Nox hadn't suffered from food poisoning, reacted to snake bites, or fallen ill since receiving his sigil. Palaf's gift had infused it with the power to resist poisons and venoms born of dungeons and dungeon lords. Mu tracked the tattoo's growth, and when it had enough arcane energy to evolve, she had Nox enter the astral space for the first time. Instead of picking a new resistance, Nox had matured toxin resistance to include alchemically brewed and all man-made poisons. A new, faint symbol now occupied the kite shield sigil's top right section. It was a sphere with wisps growing out of it, and crystal fragments floated round it. Mana burn resistance. Only a fraction of the runes around the first emitted light. They appeared blurred, and Nox struggled to decipher them. His eyes darted to his forearms. Scars didn't mark them in the dreamscape. The godfall wasn't the only time Nox had experienced mana burn. He had suffered minor versions of it while hunting magic beasts and more during brewing accidents. Nox guessed one such incident had driven the sigil to take command of its growth and picked the second resistance. Even though an eventual immunity to mana burn appealed to Nox, he disliked losing control over the sigil's growth. He hadn't planned the next resistance. In fact, Nox had spent years attempting to decide a direction for the tattoo but failed. Somehow, resistance to the cause of his arcane crippling never occurred to him. The sigil had collected life energy during his excursions into the wilderness and battles with magical beasts. The process was slow, but it accumulated over time. Nox had enough energy to mature toxin resistance or make the basic mana burn resistance more powerful. If he wanted, he could pick something for the sigil's final section, too. Unfortunately, he didn't know where to start. Dungeon delving would expose Nox to magical entities capable of further damaging his mana circuits. So, he improved the kite shield's top right section. The blurriness around the surrounding runes reduced, but Nox still couldn't read them. The pillar hummed as more symbols gained luminance. Nox traced the new shapes with his finger. He felt a new warmth, and his forearms tingled. He looked forward to the results. Nox knew little about sigils and had found few books about them. Eventually, he hoped to find someone from the research department to enlighten him. Fortunately, growing sigils were straightforward. The more Nox exposed himself to stimuli, the quicker the relevant resistance improved. He didn't look forward to facing the brunt of arcane attacks but knew it would happen sooner or later. Next, Nox moved on to the newest luminous pillar in the dreamscape. It featured Sigil of the Artisan. The tingling over consecutive days of alchemy and shaping practice told him of the tattoo's growth. It didn't surprise him that the pillar had enough energy to give the sigil its first direction. 3 runes stood out to Nox: nimble fingers, eye for detail, arcane acuity. The last surprised Nox. He knew artisans needed incredible dexterity and perception and expected upgrades along the same lines. However, improved mana control caught him off guard. Now that he thought about it, the option made sense. Sigil of the Artisan considered shaping a craft. Alchemy demanded a fair deal of magic usage and mana control. 2. The tattoo must have tracked his actions to pick the path of development. Nox didn't need to think about it for long. He picked arcane acuity, hoping the sigil would improve his shaping skills. Nox reported to intermediate dungeon combat half an hour early the following morning. He wasn't surprised to find Caitlin and Alexander already on site. They sat with their legs dangling over the terrace's edge and an assortment of preserve slathered rolls between them. The pair waved Nox over and offered him one, but he turned them down. Instead, he stretched and practiced shaping exercises. He hoped the sigil's development would make things easier, but little changed. Mana flowed quicker, and the disc he conjured had sharper edges. Fewer vapors rose from it, too. His mastery over shaping had inevitably improved, but Nox still failed to alter the fragments of essence glass in his pockets. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Caitlin and Alexander watched him practice. They didn't disturb him and appeared content watching. They stiffened when Victor, Rogue, and Annabelle arrived. Her eyes appeared red and puffy from crying. However, the young woman had no visible wounds, and Nox took solace in the fact. Fighting Professor Wolfhammer's summon as a team of 5 wasn't as challenging as the first day. They didn't have the same unspoken understanding and coordination that Nox and Lillian shared. However, Rogue and Victor shared a similar connection. Annabelle didn't speak into the party's heads as he had first assumed. Instead, she offered prompts. Nox instinctively knew where to look and step. It didn't take long to figure out that the directions came from her. After a couple of rounds against the wolf centaur, Nox noticed a pleasant development. The arrows from his bow no longer drained 4 mana from his star. It was still inconsistent, but he never used more than 3 units. It wasn't a significant change but better than nothing. When Nox checked the manometer at the end of the lesson, he was pleased to find his maximum had increased by another point. After lunch, Nox entered shaping feeling tired but excited. Dean Woodson had them repeat the same exercises from the last class and walked around the class, commenting on people's progress. Some students received compliments and more exercises. Knox waited with bated breath until she reached him, and then he presented the dean with his problem. Shaping essence alone is easy. Glass is more challenging but doable with a few extra steps. Shaping a focus that combines the two is certainly new. She picked up a fragment and studied it closely. You're too weak to shape essence glass. Well, that's a shame. Knox sighed. Is it too late to switch to manipulation? Dean Woodson raised an eyebrow. Let's not be hasty, young man. I never said it's impossible, just difficult. What's the point of just shaping raw essence? Should I focus my efforts on essence glass for now? I'm not giving up. If it's too difficult right now, I just thought I could return to it later. Or, you can take this on as a challenge and emerge stronger on the other side. Dean Woodson shot him a gentle smile with the same energy as Dia. She pulled a chair and sat opposite him. No matter when you attempt developing a shaping planet, you'll face the same problems. Greater mana control will certainly make it easier, but your core's spell form tells me you're ready. Let me guess. I need a 3-dimensional spell form. I guess Dia hasn't covered looping multi-stage scripts yet, and you don't come across as someone willing to wait. Dean Woodson said. Your planet needs to reach the apprentice stage before you can shape straight essence glass. For now, you need to stick to shaping raw essence. So, I need to revert the essence to its natural form, shape it, and then stabilize it again? Knox asked. Yes, but you don't need to make the essence change state. Dean Woodson traced her index finger through the air, leaving a trail of light in its wake. She drew a chain of circles linked by short lines. Then she poked one in the middle, and it wobbled. As the central circle bobbed, the connecting shapes followed. The dean agitated it more, and the movements grew more violent. You will need to practice this and sharpen your mana control. Instead of making the essence change state, I can destabilize it to make it easier to shape. The dean didn't answer Knox's question. She started at him, smiling and looking expectant. If I make a mana framework while agitating the essence and then shape it, will the rest follow? You're on the right track, the dean told him. Destabilize the essence but not all the way, then build a mana cage and nudge the energy in the right direction. Once you have your desired shape, restabilize the essence. It won't be an infinitely looping spell form like what you have in your star. Instead, it needs to be linear. Destabilize with the light touch of something like Mana Blast, Fire Dart, or Galvanizing Touch. Build the cage, gently guide the essence, and stabilize it again. You can't use gather and feedback runes to funnel loose mana back to the start of the process this time. The spell form needs to be airtight and your control precise. This feels like a mighty project, Knox mumbled. If I pull this off, will you pass me? Dia said. If I design a shaping spell using my core and any 2 techniques from the syllabus, she'll pass me. Yes. Dean Woodson laughed. I'll pass if you successfully complete the spell, build your first planet around it, and demonstrate complex shaping. She paused, studying Knox's face thoughtfully. Tell you what. She took an arrow out of his quiver. Make me an essence glass replica of this using nothing but a single spell, and I'll give you your pass. I won't turn you away next semester if you apply for intermediate essence shaping either. It's a deal, Knox said. He wanted to feel gleeful, but the dean's expression suggested it was a much harder task than she was letting on. Dean Woodson stopped Knox when he started sketching the spell form. Nope. This is a shaping class. Save the spell weaving for Dia's class, or do it on your own time. Show me your mana disc. Knox sighed and did as instructed. The dean nodded, studying his conjuration. Good job. Show me an equilateral triangle and then a rhombus. The new shapes came just as easily as the first. Excellent. I reckon you can start with 3-dimensional shapes. They're necessary for your mana cages. Start with spheres since they're necessary for your defensive spells. Then work on pyramids. As your skill improves, you can modify the shape to make arrowheads. Yes, Dean Woodson, Knox replied and got to work. He wouldn't be ready in time for the dungeon delve, but Knox had a direction. Instead of starting with the sphere, Knox created hollow pyramids and then used his mage hand cantrip to mold them into giant arrowheads. It made the task easier, and Knox felt sigil of the artisan tingle. Chapter 23, Arcane Progress. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The following day, Nox struggled to stay awake through beginner dungeon theory. He felt fine physically, but the mental exhaustion of the constant grind was catching up to him. First, he kept himself awake by listing all of his ingredients. He almost had everything he needed to make sleeping like the dead. Reportedly Queen Mercer used the potion when the stress got too much. It knocked her out for 12 straight hours, and then she came out on the other side feeling refreshed. The brew also repaired minor tissue damage, purged impurities, and revitalized the skin. It was tempting. But Nox didn't want to use the same tools as his mother. He needed to sleep well until the day of the delve, after which, he'd take the next break day to rest. A part of him cursed Kreese for the course load. At the same time, he was pleased with all of his classes and the professors. As he sat and practiced shaping exercises under the table, he made plans to talk to Professor S during his next open office hours. Dungeon lords that didn't start as gods is a complicated subject, the professor said, introducing the first topic of the semester. Nox zoned in and out of her explanation while attempting to create an arrowhead-shaped mana cage without the aid of mage hand. First, the beast needs to get strong or smart enough to leave their birthing dungeon. The rarity of such an occurrence is high enough to call the creature a statistically anomalous entity. Then it needs to survive the world outside while growing stronger. It needs to gather enough power for its mana zone to cover a sufficiently large area and the density to increase to the point that its magic passively warps the surrounding world. Can anyone tell me how a beast could achieve such a feat? Consume mages, someone in the giant lecture hall yelled out. That's one way, but it's slow and takes far too long. Our records suggest that most creatures who attempt to transcend to Dungeon Lord strength only by consuming mages never make it. How else can aspiring Dungeon Lords gather strength? The professor looked over the class. Anyone defeating boss class monsters, dungeon or rift lords, and absorbing their essence gets them a lot more strength than consuming mages, another student contributed. Succinctly put, Miss Smythe, the professor said, unlike dungeon-born entities and the gods, we don't contain essences. By default, we contain raw mana and then convert it into attuned essence using the spell forms stored in our stars and planets. I'm sure you've covered this in beginner mana system theory or will soon. When a beast consumes us, they need to convert our mana into a form that their bodies can process. Meanwhile, they don't suffer the same problem when consuming one another. They just need to meet two parameters. The essence they're consuming can't be born of the same dungeon lord that created them, and the essence type can't conceptually conflict with their own. For example, a lightning sling creature will get no arcane benefits by consuming something that naturally resists or neutralizes their magic. The lecture passed without Nox falling asleep. By the end of the 4 hours, he could successfully create an arrowhead-shaped mana cage without mage hand. He loved the cantrip and its utility but had little use in combat. Nox considered replacing it in his mind's eye with something more combat-oriented. Mage hand excelled with a large mana zone or when combined with a tool like artisan's arm. However, he could still use it to feed himself cocktails without letting go of Ratra's bow. Because of the lack of space, Mage Hand wouldn't throw trap foam far but could very well flick it at a charging beast. He left it alone for the time being and ate a quick lunch before reporting to his defensive spell class. Your progress in 1 week is unprecedented, Professor Lorenzo said, studying Nox's conjurations. It's like you spent years stagnating. Now, your mind and mana systems are racing to compensate for lost time. I'd like you to continue with the exercises until they become instinctual, but now infuse the essence of slow into it. Combining the disc with the cantrip's essence consumed more mana than the individual tasks together. Nox chalked it up to the lack of a planet dedicated to shaping and poor mana control. Despite the mental strain and significant drain on his mana, Nox approached the task with enthusiasm, eager to learn and master something new. The tingling around his sigil of the artisan only excited Nox and drove him to strive harder. Towards the end of 2 hours of non-stop practice, A discomfort Nox hadn't felt since his preteen days raised its terrible head. A deep stinging sensation spread from the mana burns on his forearms. Nox removed his jacket and studied his injuries. Much to his surprise, fewer angry crimson lines spread from the hand imprints. Many had shrunk, while some were gone altogether. Mana burn resistance, he whispered to himself, eyes widening. Nox guessed the 18-year-old wounds inflicted ongoing damage, or they fought his mana circuits as they tried to fix themselves. A goddess had inflicted them, after all. If she weren't weak from the godfall, the mana burn would have likely killed him. Now that the sigil had matured, Nox imagined his body was resisting the ongoing damage or, better yet, fixing it. A little voice in his head claimed the latter was wishful thinking. However, if the sigil stopped the ongoing damage, there was a chance his mana zone would grow. It didn't need to be a significant change. A foot or even half of that would make a world of difference. When the third bell rang and Dia's spell-weaving class began, a dull ache made his arms too uncomfortable to move. Fortunately, all students received a booklet covering the subject matter. They all contained identical texts and diagrams, leading Nox to believe the research department had ink mages for copying and reproducing texts. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. The material covered looping and linear multi-stage rune scripts. A quick glance told Nox he used the first for the basic crystallize essence spell. Meanwhile, the second covered the process he needed for his shaping planet. The new spell would need to use crystallize essence as one of the stages, containing a loop as a result. Nox doubted Dia would be satisfied with that alone. The syllabus contained mana efficiency, amplification, and if-then scripts. Nox guessed his final spell form would require the first two, if not all three, of the processes. Unfortunately, Dia wouldn't get to them for another month. Nox intended to study them in detail after his delve. Dinner felt like a chore by the time Nox got to it. He ate just enough to satiate and didn't give in to gluttony like on most days. When he returned to his quarters, packages awaited him and Lillian, and they came with a letter from Kreese. "She can't meet with me this week," Nox said after reading through it. "More students have gone missing." "Does she say if we need to keep our eyes open for anything in particular?" Lillian asked. Nox shook his head. "I imagine it's too early to tell. It could be anything. Dungeon Lord cults regularly kidnap mana-rich individuals to feed their gods. Nations preparing for war occasionally stockpile living mana batteries, too. There could be an undiscovered rift under the city or in an abandoned house. It might be on the verge of a breach with beasts already overflowing." "That's not likely," Nox replied. "This is a city of delvers with the finest Arcane University on the continent, if not the world. I'm sure they'd have the means to detect breached rifts and monsters spilling out of them." Lillian shrugged. "You never know. There are means to avoid and resist divination." The packages contained new coats. They carried the university's colors and displayed the department's logo on the upper arm. A bronze badge sat pinned to the coat's lapel. Nox recognized it as a basic Delver's insignia. Lillian had also picked up the rest of the glassware delivery. She bottled all of their brews, and Nox set out with a sample of each, hoping to catch Professor Das. Fortune favored Nox. The laboratory used for advanced alchemy was rife with activity. This and several assistants worked under an aged alchemist's direction, working on several workstations simultaneously. They ignored Nox as he carefully skirted around them to the office in the back, from where Professor Das emerged the first time Nox saw him. "Nox?" The older man raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry you haven't heard from me." "Bye." He waved at the piles of paperwork spread around them. "As you can see, I've been swamped. I spoke to Dean Oleg about you, though. He's more than happy to have you on. I'll iron out some work for you by 6th day's class." "That's sort of what I wanted to discuss," Nox said. "I'd like to be excused from the next advanced alchemy session." "What? You want to quit?" "Not quite. I'm going delving, Professor, and need the day off." "That's not how this works," Professor Das said, frowning. "You don't just get to skip a class for the sake of a delve. The Dungeon Studies department might make allowances, but I won't." "I'm not sure I like this attitude." "Bye." Instead of answering, Knox removed all of the vials from his satchel and laid them out on Professor Das's desk. He named each concoction as he put them down. Major regeneration, mana recovery, stamina recovery, feline grace, runner's high, trap foam. The last two are my signature creations. You'll find they're journeyman ranked concoctions. Did you prepare all of these on your break day? Professor Das asked. Alone, I had a helping hand. My friend Lillian isn't an alchemist, but she helped me get around my lack of an artisan arm and took care of all the bottling. Professor Das unstopped the flasks and vials and sniffed at their contents. Knox stopped the older man from doing the same with trap foam and explained the issue to him. He tasted feline grace and runner's high, and shuddered as the effects took effect. Good job. These are well made, Knox, but I'm not sure it's enough to excuse you from class. No one from intermediate alchemy can produce these at the same level as you. But these are well within the realms of the advanced class. It doesn't. What about this? Knox asked, placing a thimble-sized vial on the desk. It's a tincture of sigil awakening. The professor's eyes widened. Are you serious? He fumbled while unstoppering the container and almost dropped it. Professor Das sniffed the concoction, swirled it around its containers, and dipped a finger in the liquid. He rubbed the droplet between his fingers and then tasted it. This is well outside the capabilities of a journeyman, you know. It's something I'd expect of a mid-adept. Where did you even learn to make this? My aunt taught me, Knox replied. She made it for me about 12 years ago. Another dose was overdue. So I brewed. I don't know if you're brilliant or stupid. The professor sighed. Do you have any idea how big a risk you took? Half the ingredients can explode in your face while the rest are toxic. I have a sigil of immunity with toxin resistance, Professor. That still leaves you vulnerable to the other half. Did you use it already? Knox showed the older man his tattoos. They've both grown. Sigil of immunity and of the artisan. That's a mighty combination. Bye. Professor leaned back in his chair and sat in silence for a minute, staring. Knox couldn't tell if he expected an explanation or apology. Fine. You're excused from this 6th day's class, but only this time. Don't die and come back safe so I can rip you a new one for taking stupid risks without supervision. Yes, Professor. Knox grinned. I'd appreciate it if you spoke to Dean Oleg and give me some flexibility regarding attendance. He whipped out his pocketbook and showed the professor his weekly schedule. As you can see, things are rather hectic for me. A couple of professors have given me special projects. Their completion will let me finish the relevant courses early. I'd appreciate it if you did the same for me. I'll see what I can do, but we don't function like the research and dungeon studies departments. So, don't be surprised if the answer is a no. Chapter 24 Into the Unknown. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Not all fallen divine entities are powerful enough to transition all the way into our dimension. Some get stuck in spatial pockets between their origin realm and ours. They're weak and hungry. Their senses tell them where they can find the most people to consume and ascend. So, they create rifts and attempt to pollute our realm. Bastards. The lot of them. Caitlin Smythe, Rift Researcher, Planeswalker. When Knox and Victor asked for their group to be excused from 5th day's combat class, Professor Wolfhammer made them face a significantly stronger wolf centaur. The 5 of them failed to bring it down despite improved teamwork. However, no one suffered any injuries, and they lasted 5 minutes against the beast without suffering any close calls. The professor approved their time off request. He had letters for them by the end of the class, so their 5th day afternoon classes teachers would excuse them, too. It turned out of the 5 of them, only Knox had a class on 6th day. Fortunately, Dean Woodson was more than willing to release him. He guessed it was a common occurrence in the Dungeon Studies department. Knox supposed a trip into a rift or God's domain added to their education. This is a university, not a school, Dean Woodson told him. You're adults. We can't force you to attend class. Since you have a dungeoneering badge, we can't keep you from delving either. She held up Professor Wolfhammer's letter. "This is to keep you from getting penalized. Poor attendance can affect our decision regarding whether you pass classes or not and will hurt your chances of getting into more advanced courses. I advise you always get a professor to write a note if you intend to skip class." Fourth day's classes didn't come with any exciting developments. Knox used the evening to explore the campus shops and parks with Lilin before going to bed early. On the morning of the expedition, Knox woke extra early and visited the university's mail office as he had done for the past week. He had no packages or letters from Mu. Knox had no choice but to delve without his artisan's arm. Knox met Lilin for breakfast afterward. Despite the upcoming day of heavy effort, he loaded his tray with food. He had 3 eggs, 2 sausages, fried bacon, and sourdough bread. They came together as a beautiful breakfast sandwich which Knox topped with butter and pickles. He also got hard cheese, thin sliced cured venison, and hard rye bread. The stall owner raised an eyebrow at the volume he took. After almost 2 weeks, most were used to Lilin's ridiculous appetite. Knox wrapped them in grease paper and stored them in his satchel. Knox reckoned it would last 2 meals as long as he rationed the food. He also stuffed his pockets with dried fruit. Lilin's stale stored food would keep her fed and last as her emergency stash. The duo were halfway through their early breakfast when Caitlin and Alexander entered the cafeteria. They didn't greet Knox and Lilin or approach them. The siblings didn't express contempt or hostility, but it was clear that they didn't approve of his choice in a delving group. When Knox walked by, Alexander still shot Knox a smile. Caitlin kept her eyes on her porridge. Even though she never shared more than pleasantries with him, Knox had grown to like the pair. He hoped they'd eventually forgive him. They reached the university's airship dock just after the 6th bell. A long airboat awaited them. The rest of the party was already on board. Knox boarded without question, and Lilin followed. "Where are we going?" Knox asked as the vessel took off. "The diviners detected a rift in the hills just west of the city," Rogue said, pointing at a thicket in the distance. Even though the sun peeked over the horizon, casting its rays across the mostly flat landscape, the sky world remained dark around the thicket. It reminded Knox of Lilin's gravity orb. Light warped around the black locus, and the world beyond appeared stretched out. "I pulled a few strings, and we get the first crack at it," Victor said. "Only the inspectors have peeked inside, and they gave the rift an F rating." Knox found the rift rating systems inconsistent. Typically diviner mages or individuals who specialized in sharpening their mana sense classified dungeons. They studied the mana density in the domains and the resident beasts to determine the ruling god's power and assigned it a rank. Unlike dungeons, rifts weren't static existences. The portals leading into them flickered in and out of location. They didn't last forever, appeared randomly near population centers, and closed when the entity at its heart died or the realm suffered sufficient damage. If left unattended, the creatures multiplied and spilled out into the world. Then they attacked cattle, ravaged villages, and eventually swarmed cities. As a result, delvers worked to destroy them as soon as possible. Occasionally, mages let more stable rifts persist to harvest renewable resources or train the inexperienced. Most rifts near big cities only lasted a day or two. As a result, appraisers rarely took the time to visit them and accurately measure their power. Instead, the diviners who detected them assigned them a rank based on their estimations. Most delvers didn't mind and accepted the letter-based rankings since rifts were often significantly weaker than dungeons. "It looks close," Knox said. "Why didn't we just take a wagon? Hiring a longboat feels wasteful." "A wagon?" Victor laughed. "Why would we waste time on a longboat? We have 2.5 days to complete this rift. Every hour spent on transit is an hour wasted." "It's our family boat," Annabelle said. "We got swarmed by cloud hunters on our way here. The vessel needed repairs and a new crew. They're sticking around for a few extra days for our delve before returning home. I asked Father just to give us the wedge." Victor sighed. "If we delve twice a month, our earnings will be enough to pay the boat's docking costs, energy costs, and the staff. 3 sailors are more than enough to run the vessel. 2 of them can double up as defenders when we're not around. We'll need to pay extra, but the convenience and time saved is worth it. Don't you think so?" This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report?" Knox shrugged. "My mother cut off my access to the royal family's privileges as soon as she married my stepfather. I'm no stranger to longboats, schooners, and frigates, but I rode with hunters. It was cramped, but I had a great time." The two other men in the party shared a knowing look but said nothing on the matter. Instead, they watched the approaching distortion. Knox used the silence to study his party mates. A half-plate protected Roke's shoulders, chest, back, and abdomen. He wore metal greaves and gauntlets, too. The aspiring ether warrior's forearms, thighs, and neck remained unprotected. He carried a round shield and a great axe on his back. Two shorter hand axes hung from his belt. Roke had built his star around a rare strength enhancement cantrip. His planets increased his speed and durability. As a result, all the armor and weapons didn't weigh him down. Meanwhile, Victor wore leather armor under his university-issued coat. Runes stitched into the hem, and a couple of mana gems suggested it carried enchantments. Victor wore a long sword on his belt. Unlike Roke, he relied on spells as much as his martial abilities. Even though Knox didn't like the lordling, he couldn't deny Victor's usefulness in a fight. Finally, he turned his attention to Annabel Oakhart. It wasn't the first time Knox's eyes had drifted to the young woman. Her blonde hair was tied up in a high ponytail, exposing her ears and elegant neck. It felt odd enjoying the sight of a woman's clavicle, but it was a pretty sight. She wore leather gauntlets and boots. The frilly low-cut blouse under her coat and the suspenders holding up her trousers gave her an almost swashbuckler appearance. The outfit reminded Knox of the sky pirates his mother's patrolling airships occasionally captured. Annabel carried no melee weapons besides the long dagger on her belt. Her left glove housed an enchanted sling. It didn't fire mana arrows like Rata's bow but infused projectiles with concussive essence. The weapon lacked power but kept foes away and off balance. She was a support mage and did the role well. It disappointed Knox that her brother and fiancé didn't see the value in her abilities. The trio was better equipped than most ordinary students. Roke and Victor hadn't explained their weapons' powers, but Knox was sure they carried enchantments, too. Magical equipment was rare, and only the affluent could afford them. Almost half the students at Woodson University were of noble lineage. The other half came from rich mage, ether warrior, or merchant families. Yet enhancements beyond durability and strength were surprisingly rare. The longboat reached its destination half an hour after leaving. A small contingent of soldiers approached the vessel when it landed. Their appearance suggested the armored men and women were a passing patrol. Protocol likely dictated they wait near new rifts until delvers arrived to take care of them. When the soldiers noticed the university coats and the badges on the lapels, they backed off. The party wove through the thicket, leaving the longboat on a hilltop. Mana density increased as they entered the area of warped light. The world no longer looked distorted, just darker. Even though dawn had not long passed, it felt closer to dusk. Then they saw the rift. It looked like someone had grabbed fistfuls of the fabric that was space and ripped it apart using nothing but brute strength. The opening stood 7 foot tall and had frayed edges. Orange light leaked through the rift, betraying its rank. Only a handful of spells made it possible to see mana. Knox knew little about them but had heard they were tier 2 or higher. However, mana system theory taught students how to identify mana density by refracted light. The colors of the rainbow were a good measure of it, with red indicating low density and violet signifying high density. Breathing air around mana of blue and above could potentially cause internal mana burns for anyone under the rank of expert. Orange light suggested that the rift was on the difficult end for apprentices. The residing beasts and environment played a major role in deciding a rift's danger levels. Knox hoped the diviner's estimations were correct and they weren't walking to their deaths. "Let's divvy up the potions before we go in," Knox said. "Can't we just go in?" Victor asked. "This can wait until we get a look at whatever we're dealing with. I'd rather do it now. We don't have a healer, and I don't want your death on my hands. You should really worry about yourselves. Roquefort, we can take care of ourselves. I insist." Knox glanced at the crew member that had followed them. He carried 3 little packs and water skins for the Oakharts and their friend. "You can put it in your packs now or keep them on your person, and I'll have peace of mind." "Fine." Victor sighed. Lilin pulled various vials out of her storage. Each party member received 3 containers of pills. Red is healing, blue restores your mana, green is for stamina recovery. I stayed up late 7th day night to make these for you. Shops would put the healing and stamina recovery pills in the major category. Meanwhile, the mana regeneration pills are minors. Don't take more than 2 of them at once and leave an hour between pills of the same kind. Why pills? Victor asked. Aren't potions quicker? You'd be right if it were any other alchemist's creation, but I used my magic to turn them into pills. It will be like glass candy when you consume it. Either suck it or infuse it with a mote of mana to destabilize the pill's exterior and immediately get the juicy center inside. That's kind of brilliant, Annabelle commented, holding a vial up to the light. You get an additional vial. Nox pressed a 4th container into her hand. Place it somewhere secure, it won't get knocked around too much. Is this your trap foam? She asked. Nox nodded. Only use it in emergencies and shout a warning so everyone can get or stay clear. Why don't we get one of those? Victor asked, frowning. You're a melee fighter, Nox replied. You'll move around too much, jostling the container. We can't risk them breaking while on your person. It will be a pain to get you out. And if you're unlucky, the foam could suffocate you. Is this it, though? Rogue sounded annoyed. You demanded 20 gold for just this. Of course not, Nox laughed. We got a lot more in Lilin's spatial storage. You can carry your shares of them if you'd like. I just wanted to avoid loss during battle or traversal accidents. No. Victor smiled, placing a hand on Rogue's shoulder. I'd rather not carry more than we have to. Can we head in now? Or is there anything else you want to discuss or distribute first? No, Nox replied. That's all. The Oakhart twins and Rogue took the packs from their servant. They carefully stowed their pills while Annabelle stood the trap foam into her blouse. The man handed her a couple of pouches, too. Then the servant returned to the longboat, and the party entered the rift. Chapter 25. A Ranger and a Scout Walking into a Bar. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The party broke up into 2 teams once inside the rift. Nox and Annabelle went on ahead to scout. She had combined Farsight, Arcane Trap Detection, Sense Mind, and a bunch of other minor spells into something she called Danger Sense. Nox had heard of nothing like it before. The unique magic lacked direct combat potential but made her invaluable in dungeons and rifts. Meanwhile, Nox had enough power to put down minor threats and possibly even elites. If things got too hairy, he had enough trap foam to stop a beast in its tracks and retreat. As they walked, Annabelle stopped Nox whenever he got too close to a trap, unstable footing, or suspicious holes. She moved with the grace of an imperial dancer and made no sound despite the heavy, leather-heeled boots and the stony ground. The rift had brought the party to caves and a canyon of yellow stone in the middle of an endless desert. Nox didn't know whether the ruling entity's domain ended with the rock structure or extended into the arid wastes. The rift didn't have much vegetation besides cacti. When Nox found samples with thorny fruit or bright flowers out of them, he took samples. On a couple of occasions, Annabelle stopped him. My spells tell me those are dangerous, she told him. It's fine, Nox replied. My sigil of immunity will protect me from whatever toxins they carry. That's not the issue. I just saw a flash of us shredded to bits by those thorns. Annabelle nodded at the spines growing out of the bulbous plants. I think these are primed to explode. When Annabelle whispered under her breath, the image of her face covered in thorns flashed through Nox's head. He laughed. What's so funny? Annabelle asked. I just find it amusing how blind your brother and fiancé are. You're amazing. If your magic is this potent at apprentice, imagine how much more powerful it will be at journeyman. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up clairvoyant. Annabelle stared at him. He expected a chuckle or a slight blush, but he got no reaction at all. Instead, she turned her attention to the forking paths ahead. Thank you, she said, and they continued walking. As they ventured deeper into the rift, weaving through a forest of cacti, Annabelle drew arrows on the walls with chalk. It would ensure Lilin and the others didn't get lost. I'm not working toward clairvoyance, Annabelle said after almost a quarter of an hour of traversal. My next planet is dedicated to the concept of foresight, but I don't want to be a clairvoyant. What are your plans? Then, Annabelle stared at him for a moment again. "What's wrong?" Nox asked. "I don't often get asked what I want from life," she answered. "Usually, people tell me what they want and expect of me. Magic is one of the few fields where I have control. No one knows my affinities and talents but me. They can tell me what they want from me, but I don't need to tell them anything I don't want to." "It's alright. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. What do you want from your magic system?" Nox shrugged. "I don't know, to be entirely honest with you. Until a few weeks ago, I didn't think I'd ever make it as a mage. My only plans involved getting so good at alchemy that I could use my creations to take on an Arcane ranked dungeon. Professor Kreese says my star's focus puts me in unknown arcane territory. It's hard to tell where Essence Glass will take me. For now, I'm focusing more on immediate growth instead of long-term plans." A soft whistle escaped Annabelle. "You've set your sights high, haven't you?" She looked him up and down. "An Arcane-ranked dungeon. I hear you need archmages and expert ether warriors to attempt one of those. Why take on such a risk?" "It's personal," Nox replied, and she didn't push for an answer. "Life isn't easy for women outside of the Trade Empire and Imperium," Annabelle said after another long silence. "We're restricted from building our systems around powerful magics, so the men can protect their fragile egos. It doesn't make sense, but that's just how it is. My mother taught me that the strongest tool in our arsenal is information. Knowledge is power, and when you excel at gathering it, you're treasured, respected, and left alone. I want to be in such a position. Farsight, foresight, danger sense. I can see all of those adding up over time. I'd suggest some method of offense or defense, too, though. Weapons are all well and good, but when you have and can gather valuable knowledge, it makes you a different kind of target. My mother has small armies protecting her diviners and intelligence mages. It doesn't have to be anything big or flashy. If you like working out of the shadows, then maybe go for poisons, stealth magic, or even mind spells. They'll combine well with your keen senses." "Thank you," Annabelle said. "It's no problem at all," Nox replied. "I'm sure you would have thought of something along those lines sooner or later. Thank you for talking to me like a friend. You can't trust someone unless you get to know them, and not trusting your delving companions will get you killed." They traversed the harsh landscape for another handful of minutes before Annabelle stiffened. She spun around, facing the narrow path they had just descended. It put the pair in the canyon's shadow. Nox followed her darting eyes, struggling to find the source of her concern. "The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings." "What is it?" Nox asked. "Are the others in trouble?" "No," she answered. Her hand shot into one of the pouches in her pocket, and she loaded a metal projectile into her glove's string. "There's something between us." The image of fluid shadows and spiked appendages darting out of them flashed through Nox's mind eye. "We're being hunted. It must have protection from divining magic or some sort of shadow essence. I should have detected it from further away." "Let's keep moving," Nox said and pulled Annabelle further down the path by the upper arm. "Keep an eye on our rear. I'll guide us somewhere more secure." "There it is!" she exclaimed. Nox neither heard nor saw anything when he glanced over his shoulder. "How many of them are there?" "I don't know," she replied. "The movement is in bursts but fluid. It's impossible to tell." "In that case, don't forget the chalk," he told her. "Talk like normal, but keep watching. I want us to be loud when we retaliate. Lilin will hear us and come running." As they ventured deeper into the rift, it became apparent that Annabelle lacked practical experience. She and her party had explored ruins and trained against Professor Wolfhammer's summons. They had never hunted a beast in the wilderness and had never been hunted. Nox and Lilin had faced enough stalkers in their day to know what to expect. The creatures always looked for the perfect opening and then lunged on the unaware or careless. Pack hunters would often send one or two members ahead to set up an ambush. The rest would pursue the prey into the trap. Stalkers had one tactic in common. They went for all-out attacks, committing everything to a single, killing assault. They lacked the endurance and durability for long sustained fights. If Lilin and Nox detected anything pursuing them, they'd stop running. The pair always found the perfect spot where they could put their back to a rock wall or tree. As a result, The predator or predators failed to drive their prey into a battlefield of their choosing. A powerful enough gravity orb had the power to ruin the first lunging attack. Off-balance creatures ended up vulnerable to grabbing Artisan's arms, Nox's slow spells, and trap foam. Then Nox ended them with poison or a well-aimed shot. If the defenses proved too hard to penetrate, Lilin conjured multiple gravity orbs and used their opposing forces to rip them apart. Unfortunately, Nox didn't have Lilin's destructive control magic. So, he set up a trap when Annabelle located an easily defendable spot, a 6-foot deep hole with an opening just large enough for one person to pass through at a time. Nox had no plans for the essence glass fragments and powders left over from alchemy. However, he had brought them with him in finger-sized vials. "Please work," Nox whispered under his breath. He poured sapphire powder and fragments of glass across the cave's entrance. Nox emptied most of the vial, making the patch of blue powder 6 inches thick. He used the last of the ground essence glass to draw a line away from the entrance to where Annabelle waited. Then Nox dropped to his knees, grabbed the rod half of Ratra's bow, and poured a mote of mana into it. The weapon that manifested was smaller than the composite bow he usually utilized. Instead, it had the dimensions of a short bow. Nox and Annabelle waited with bated breaths. As expected of a stalker, the creature pursuing them had keen senses. It stopped just outside the small cave. Shadows hugged the long scaly body, and a flat lizard face poked out of the shifting darkness. Golden eyes studied the bear, and the air suddenly smelled rancid. "Why isn't it attacking?" Annabelle whispered. She trembled next to him. Nox didn't answer the question. He watched the creature and its body language. It stiffened for a moment before the lithe body dropped into a pouncing stance. It inched a step closer, eyes studying the cave entrance. Then the creature moved even closer. "What are you waiting for?" Annabelle's hot breath assaulted Nox's ear as she hissed. He ignored her. His hand carefully pulled an arrow from the quiver at his waist. Nox had stocked it with new arrows. They weren't as high quality as what Professor Wolfhammer had given him. As expected, the projectile did no damage to the stalker. It slid off the smooth scaly hide. However, the arrow sufficiently angered the monster. It lunged. Galvanizing touch ignited the trail of essence on the floor. Azure light filled the cave as the glass changed state. The temperature in the cave dropped abruptly, and the giant lizard suffered a direct blast to its underside. Frost spread over the beast's body, and the black scales lost their luster, turning more grayish. They cracked. A powerful force pushed Nox onto his stomach, and Annabelle was on him. The next thing he knew, the lizard shot over their backs less than a heartbeat later and smashed into the rocky wall. The sound of cracking glass filled the air. Annabelle scrambled off Nox, and he climbed onto his feet. He knew better than to let his guard down. When she fled towards the furthest wall from the beast, it spun around and spat at her. She screamed and raised her arms, but Nox jumped in the way before the green slime could strike her. An arrow infused with the slow cantrip struck the lizard. It tried to rise, but more cracking sounds came from its legs. The stalker's movements appeared slow and sluggish. Nox took the time to form another arrow but added a little extra to it. First, Nox created an arrowhead-shaped mana cage. Then, he emptied half of a second vial of powered essence glass into it. Next, he used galvanizing touch and crystallize essence in quick succession. An ice-cold, rough arrowhead remained in his hand. Ratra's bow read his intent, and a mana arrow emerged from the shaped essence glass, using the shaped piece as its head. For the first time since he picked up the weapon, Nox felt it resisted. His muscles complained as he drew the bow to its maximum length. He hadn't felt as much resistance when using regular arrows. It felt as if Ratra's bow was resisting the unfamiliar essence. Before releasing the arrow, Nox infused it with a trace of galvanizing touch. The projectile flew true, struck the lizard's neck, and exploded in a burst of azure light. The essence hung so thick it froze the moisture in the air, clouding the creature in a faint mist. Nox held his breath and felt Annabelle's hands tighten on his coat. He prepared another arrow infused with slow. The creature didn't attack again. When the mist diffused several long heartbeats later, a frost-covered statue remained. Annabelle shot it with a projectile from her slingshot, and the lizard's body shattered into countless chunks of varying sizes. "What the hell was that?" Annabelle whispered. "Some sort of ambush predator," Nox answered. Number. Why did you take that attack for me? She fished a red pill out of her pack and forced it on Nox. You barely know me. Why the hell would you take the creature's attack? Nox pointed at the tattoo peeking out of the top of his shirt. Sigil of immunity. Remember, I guessed a lizard would use poison or acid. My sigil protects me from the first. And if it were the latter? Annabelle asked. Acids in a rift of this rank would take a few seconds to act, and I always carry neutralizers. Look, I appreciate what you did, but I don't need you to. Don't think for a moment that I'm taking pity on you, Annabelle, Nox said. We're a party, and you're our support mage. We need your abilities to survive and succeed. Taking a blow for you is in our best interests. I hope you understand that. He paused, looking out of the cave's entrance. Do you detect anything else? Annabelle shook her head. There were a couple of other specimens, but they scattered when you triggered your trap. I don't detect them anywhere close. Let's find the others. They need to know what we're dealing with. Chapter 26. The Laws of Attraction. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. When Annabelle tracked them down, Lillian, Roke, and Victor were engaged in combat with 3 lizards. 2 more dead specimens lay on the ground. They all didn't have the same physique. Of the 5, only 2 specimens matched the stalker. 1 was already dead. 1 lizard stood much taller than its companions. Each of its limbs was as thick as Nox's shoulders and splayed outwards from the thick, flat body. The green fumes rising from its nostrils concerned him. Meanwhile, the beast's 2 companions were barely bigger than ordinary wolf dogs. Sickly green sludge dripped from their mouth, and the ground sizzled where the liquid landed. One of the specimens had already died. Its head and body lay a foot from one another. One of Roke's hand axes lay between them. The blade had melted in parts, and the rest looked warped. Nox took a swig from his flask. The old cocktail still had samples of Sniper's Eye along with feline grace and runner's high. The effects helped him get a better look at the scene. Only Roke had suffered any injuries. Angry red blisters covered his left arm from knuckles to the elbow. Sweat covered Lillian's brow, and sweat dripped from her nose. He could tell at a glance that she had most, if not all, of the mana stored in her gravity planet. Tell them to stay away from the little ones, Nox whispered before drawing Rattra's bow. He created a mana arrow and then used crystallize essence. The excess arcane energy leaking from the weapon turned into shards of essence glass. They revolved around the conjured projectile, gaining speed with each cycle. Then Nox released his arrow. Unlike the wolf centaur, the smaller lizard lacked the durability to resist his attacks. The mana arrow pierced the creature, entering through its back and coming out of the side. Then the projectile exploded, and the essence glass shards shot in every direction. They shredded the lizard, spraying its similarly sized friend and giant friend with its bodily fluids. The mana explosion triggered the destabilized essence glass, and they reverted to their natural state, carrying the spell in Nox's star. Everything sizzled and melted wherever bodily fluids landed. The smaller lizard remained unharmed, but its larger companions' scales and hide lacked acid resistance. Chunks of them and flesh fell on the yellow stone ground, revealing the tissue underneath. Tell them to attack now, Nox instructed. Just focus on the big guy. Leave the little one to me. The destabilized essence glass had no effects on the larger beast. It was much too big for the spell's effect to cover its giant form. When it recoiled and writhed, the cantrip's effects dispersed. Meanwhile, the stalker enjoyed no such benefits. An ordinary shot from Rattra's bow ended its life before it could react to the previous attack. The projectile shot through the neck, ending the creature's life. Loud thunks drew Nox's attention to Roke. His hand axe and shield lay on the ground on either side of him. He drew his 2-handed battle axe and charged. The axe head's edge glowed red, and one swing cleaved through the giant lizard's leg. It screeched and swung towards him. Lillian slipped in between them before the attack could make contact. She thrust 2 fist-sized gravity orbs at the creature, and then an invisible force pulled her away toward Victor. Her conjurations remained in place and caught the limb. Nox collapsed onto his bottom, panting. He didn't have it in him to watch the rest of the fight. The fight hadn't just drained his mana. Nox felt the strain of using too much intent-driven magic. Spell forms existed to lighten the mental strain of channeling mana. Without them, he'd wear himself out much too swiftly. Both of his sigils tingled, and he felt a change in his core. Nox Ratra, Apprentice. Crystallize Essence Shaping. 124419, Damn. Nox sighed. He wanted to wait until he had completed the spell form before forming the planet. Unfortunately, his mana system took the planetoid's formation out of his hands. Intermediate mana system theory had taught him that when the mana cloud outside the star got too dense, internal forces caused it to come together in clumps. Gravity then brought the chunks of mana together, and the cloud slowly condensed around them, forming a planetoid. Typically, such developments early occurred when the excess mana in the system crossed 8. Nox guessed, repeatedly draining his star, and then his energy had made the mana cloud surrounding it too dense. It wasn't the worst development. Having a planetoid dedicated to shaping would make the rift easier. The Manameter's classification suggested it had no specialization and used the basic concept. He didn't have the time or mental capacity to look inward and study it now, but modifying it wouldn't be as challenging if it was simply shaping. Nox would need to be patient and not grow the planetoid into a planet or implement the spell form until it was perfect. In the future, Nox planned on being careful with the excess mana in his system. Nox didn't practice them, but, as a child, he had learned meditation techniques for funneling the extra arcane energy through his star. The techniques helped increase maximum mana but came with a risk of losing the excess. Letting the cloud get too dense would cause another planetoid to form, focused on whatever techniques he was practicing at the time. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Fortunately, Nox didn't need to worry about such a thing happening anytime soon. His star needed to reach 64 maximum mana before it had enough gravity to hold another planetoid. Meanwhile, all excess mana would gravitate toward the new planetoid. Nox would need to be careful about not letting it reach 16 maximum mana. For the time being, he planned on growing his star. Without stalkers and acid spitters, the melee fighters and Lilin had little trouble putting down the juggernaut lizard. Rogue kept the creature's attention, and she kept it off balance. Victor switched between acting as a control and support mage. If he wasn't pushing or pulling the beast, he was doing the same to his party members, rescuing them from the raging beast's uncoordinated thrashing. After the fight, Annabelle received a lot of grief for letting the beasts surprise the party. Much to Nox's relief, Victor didn't verbally abuse his sister or instruct his goon to strike her. "You can't blame her for this," Nox said, butchering a small lizard for its acid gland. He paused and whipped out a shard of black, smoky essence glass. "I got this from the stalker that attacked us." Shadow essence excels at hiding its users. Conceptually it's the antithesis of spells like Foresight and Farsight. I wouldn't be surprised if these things can blanket their companions with a concealment spell. They delved deeper into the rift and faced more lizards. The groups were smaller, and the scouting pair stayed close. Now that Annabelle knew to pay attention to shadows, no stalkers got a jump on the party. The 5 of them could work together thanks to the close proximity, and the lizards stood no chance against them. The sky darkened, and all paths led down. It wasn't long before they left the canyon walls behind and entered a cave system lit by bioluminescence. After 4 skirmishes, the party was exhausted. They set up camp in a cavern with a waterfall passing through it. It only had one entrance and enough luminous mushrooms to see several feet beyond it. "Let's keep watch in pairs," Victor said. "Annabelle and Nox can go first. Lilin and I'll take the second watch." The lordling won a soft smile from Lilin. Nox guessed she had successfully won his attention. It didn't surprise him when they set up their bedrolls in the same tent. "What about Rogue?" Nox asked. "Isn't he keeping watch?" "My magic is physically and mentally exhausting," Rogue said. "Without adequate sleep and food, I'm a useless vanguard." The party didn't light fires. Instead, they ate under the blue-green bioluminescence and kept warm with heat rocks. Nox and Lilin didn't have any. He shared with Annabelle. She planned to do the same with Victor. The sounds coming from their tent suggested they were sharing more than just a rune-worked stone. "Can you please stop defending me, please?" Annabelle asked Nox when they were alone. "My life is already pretty unpleasant. Your interference won't improve it anyway. Besides, it's rather presumptuous of you to think I need your help." "Me? Help?" He chuckled. I'm just educating the ignorant. Nox shaved cheddar onto a piece of hard rye and topped it with a slice of cured venison. He offered Annabelle a piece, and she only glared at him. While trying to stay awake, Nox made arrowheads out of essence glass. He needed to grind it first since large chunks didn't obey his magic. They had a better finish than his first creation. The mana in the air wasn't as dense as the energy on the Dungeon Studies department's roof, but that didn't stop Nox from pulling energy into his star. The progress was slow, and he had to rely on mana pills occasionally. Much to Nox's surprise, Annabelle offered him a flask halfway through their watch. He sniffed its contents, and his nostrils burned. She raised an eyebrow when he returned it to her. You don't drink? Annabelle asked. Her hushed words carried a surprised note. I don't see much of a point in it, Nox replied. I've never met a man our age who doesn't drink. Sigil of immunity. Alcohol is poison, and my body resists its effects. Now if you had sillisweed or a similar hallucinogenic, I'd happily indulge with you. You resist alcohol but not hallucinogenics? Annabelle raised an eyebrow. Not all of them. In all honesty, I avoid them all. Despite my sigil, I don't trust anything addictive. He rolled up his sleeves to reveal his mana burns. I have enough wrong with me. Adding substances which affect brain chemistry could potentially multiply my problems. A 22-year-old that doesn't drink or take drugs. That's new. It's even more rare and surprising when you take my trade into consideration. Most alchemists are drunks or addicts. I have goals. Bad habits won't help me achieve them. Annabelle shuffled closer and held the heating stone between them. The warmth that washed over Nox didn't just come from the rune-covered stone. His nostrils filled with her scent. Nox smelled her sweat and whatever she used to wash her hair. It had a comforting pleasantness to it. Then his eyes met Annabelle's. She looked away from him, and he saw the corner of her lip twitch. Nox didn't want a relationship. He didn't currently have time for one, and besides Moo and her husband, he hadn't seen many positive examples of romance. When Nox found the time, he hoped to visit a tavern to fulfill his needs. Lilin was happy to get what she wanted from Victor, but Nox wasn't happy walking the same path as her. He wanted to befriend Annabelle, not take advantage of her. Chapter 27. On Deaf Ears. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nothing attacked the party during the night. Nox believed the Rift's residents weren't nocturnal. Lizards were mostly cold-blooded and slept at night. Annabelle's magic detected movement during the night. She spotted giant worms covered in glowing moss in the distance. They stayed away from the cavern, feasting on lizard corpses the party had left behind. Nox still left a line of ground shadow essence across the entrance, and the party had instructions to ignite it if anything came close. After their watch ended, Annabelle crawled into Rourke's tent. Meanwhile, Nox slept outside with her warming stone. Lilin and Victor insisted he use their tent, but Nox was more than happy to sleep outside. Plus, he didn't want to sleep where his closest friend and a man he despised had not long engaged in carnal activities. When Lilin woke him 5 hours later, it felt as if only a minute had passed since he closed his eyes. The party had already packed up their tents and eaten their breakfast. Lilin and Annabelle had shared Nox's portion of work, letting him rest an extra hour. Before continuing their delve, Nox had a stamina pill. It dulled the sleep deprivation headache and left him feeling somewhat refreshed. The party started their journey following quick breakfasts of cured venison sandwiches and oat bars. After an hour's march, the party walked into a battle between lizards and worms as long as palm trees were tall. Blood and viscera covered the floor. Rourke wanted to rush in straight away, but Annabelle stopped him. She insisted they wait and watch. The aspiring ether warrior obeyed. The worms won the skirmish. They had the size and strength advantage, and their hide resisted the acid spitter's attacks. Only the juggernaut's powerful claws and fangs successfully inflicted any damage to them. Once the last of the lizards fell, the party descended on the worms. The beasts were long and powerful but slow. The battle had tired them out as well. Rourke, Victor, and Lilin massacred the beasts, letting Nox conserve his mana. I can't help but feel things are going much too smoothly, Nox commented. This might be an F-ranked rift, but the orange mana density left me expecting greater difficulty. Perhaps we're too effective a team, Victor said. Between Annabelle's foresight and danger sense, and your pills, We're not limited by factors lesser parties would encounter. We don't have to spend ages looking for traps and avoiding them. Injuries that would force most parties to turn back only slow us down for a few hours. He nodded at Roke's arm. The acid burns were mostly gone. He had new scars with pale marks sticking out like sore thumbs because of his dark complexion. Then he looked at Lilin and smiled. Not many parties our rank have control mages as effective as Lilin either. I don't like how close you get, though. Hopefully, I'll have a manipulation planet sorted before our next delve, she replied. Roke looked on like a dutiful retainer while Annabelle rolled her eyes. It surprised no one when the fights got more challenging deeper into the cave system. The lizard groups grew bigger, and the acid spitters attacked from elevation or from around cover. They spat globs of violent green acid and hopped behind boulders for cover. Dodging them in the narrow passageways proved problematic. 2. Annabelle continued to show her value. She didn't just warn people of attacks but physically pushed Nox and her brother out of the way of acid globules. During the second fight of the day, he experimented with the essence glass by giving her a fragment. As predicted, her slingshot injected it with mana, and the projectile shattered on impact, blanketing an area in shadows. The move forced a pair of hiding acid spitters out from behind their boulder, and Nox took them out in quick succession using ordinary arrows. Unlike the projectiles created by Rattray's bow, they didn't pierce through the beasts and spray corrosive bodily fluids everywhere. Unfortunately, Nox struggled to inflict significant damage to the giant lizards. The mana arrows failed to penetrate the thick, scaly hide, and the ordinary essence glass only left scratches. He supported the team by infusing slow into his projectiles. On a couple of occasions, Lilin and the melee fighters pushed the behemoths into narrow side passages. Then Annabelle launched vials of trap foam at them. The quick hardening material didn't just stick to the lizard but the nearby walls, too. Then a well-placed two-handed chop put them down. Victor's creative use of his longsword left Nox wondering why he limited himself to one weapon. The lordling would often use a spell to repel the blade from his hand and made it shoot at foes. Then he'd summon it back with attract. The longsword inflicted damage on both legs of the journey. Nox didn't ask about his mana system, but he didn't doubt Victor had a planet dedicated to manipulation and a large mana zone. Victor's combined spell gave him a lot more power and speed than freeform telekinesis. However, he lacked maneuverability and control. If Nox had the same gifts and the riches of a noble house's heir, he would have had an artificer make throwing blades, darts, and similar weapons with special holsters or a catching device. Nox would never risk himself by entering melee range. He would launch the projectiles straight out of their home and return them to the receptacles without ever touching them. Poisons would only make them more deadly. Even though it would make the fights quicker, Nox resisted using more essence. He had only enough powdered frost essence left for one more arrowhead. Combustive and explosive essences were too dangerous to use in a cave system, and he struggled to predict how the others would react when combined with galvanizing touch's ignition. Nox mostly worried that he'd produce effects that benefited the beasts. Annabelle stopped them 6 hours into the day's delve. "My danger sense is going crazy," she said. Her skin paled, and her body stiffened. "The mana signatures ahead are huge. Maybe we should turn back." "We're doing just fine," Rogue said. "Let's challenge the boss." "You have more antitoxins and acid neutralizers, don't you, Nox?" "I do." Nox focused on the scout. "You said signatures, plural. How many do you sense?" "The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon." "6. She answered after spending a couple of minutes with her eyes scrunched shut. Annabelle looked at her fiancé. "I saw you ripped to shreds." Her attention switched to her brother, who sat with Lilin. She tousled his hair while his hand rested on her thigh. "Something tells me you're in danger." 2. Maybe whatever is down there is too difficult for melee fighters of our rank. "If it's 6 that you sense, they're probably elites," Victor stated. "We can deal with elites easily." "Are they clumped together?" Annabelle shook her head. "They're moving independently but in the same tunnel network." "I doubt. We'll try luring them out of the tunnels then. Let's isolate them or challenge a couple of them at a time. If things get too difficult, we can just retreat." He looked at Lilin. "You'll keep me alive, won't you?" "Of course." She giggled and pecked his cheek. "We're strong enough, I reckon. If things get too dangerous, Annabelle can find us a way out. My magic will trap and slow pursuers." We got Nox's bruise, too. The conversation remained one-sided. Annabelle's fiancé and brother ignored her warnings, and they descended a tall rock face using a narrow, natural pathway jutting out of it. Annabelle took the lead, using her danger sense to look for unstable footholds and hiding holes. Nox guessed the entity ruling over the rift was either stupid or weak. The only traps Annabelle had highlighted were false floors with stalagmites on the bottom or explosive cacti. The caverns had patches of black rock that abruptly turned smooth and slippery just before a sharp fall. Then there were the beasts. The conflict between the worms and lizards told Nox that the Lord had poor control over their realm. If the beasts worked together, the delving party would have no chance against them. The first elite found the group just as they finished their descent. The lizard they encountered wasn't big or overly threatening. Instead, it appeared almost humanoid because of how it walked on two legs. The creature stood around 6.5 feet tall and had a sleek frame. Green fluid tinged with flecks of luminous purple flowed out of its mouth as soon as it saw the party. The fluid didn't fall to the floor. Instead, half of it collected in a fist-sized sphere while the rest solidified in a long serpentine length. The first shot at Annabelle while the creature grabbed the latter like a whip. Nox moved without thinking. He leapt in front of the party's scout and raised both of his hands in front of himself. Nox conjured 2 elongated mana discs large as tall as him and 1.5 times his width. The first stood 6 inches from his hands and carried a potent slow cantrip. Meanwhile, Nox actively weaved crystallize essence into the second. The projectile lost half of its momentum the second it touched the first barrier. When it touched the second, all the luminous purple flecks solidified and clattered on the stone floor, along with a few green fragments. The rest of the vile fluid splashed on Nox's face and hands. Hot itchiness spread across all patches of exposed skin like an angry allergic reaction. Lilin was on him a second later, emptying a large vial of alkaline solution on his face. It instantly killed the enzymes eating away at his skin and neutralized the acid. Nox took a healing pill as the melee fighters rushed the elite. Victor's mysterious spell launched him along the cave floor. It looked as if he had cast a tract on the elite lizard and made himself the spell's focus. He raised his sword in front of him as he flew. The creature whipped its acid whip. Green and purple droplets rained on the floor. All contact points sizzled and released plumes of smoke. Victor changed trajectory mid-flight, landed in a controlled crouch, and relaunched himself. He shot past the elite, and his sword dripped through a shoulder. A high-pitched screech burst from the humanoid lizard as its whip-carrying arm fell to the ground. Much to Nox's horror, several similar calls echoed through the cave system. Annabelle stiffened as loud, scraping footsteps followed. While the party engaged their reptilian opponent, Nox raced toward the cavern's entrance. He skidded to a halt as a second elite emerged, but the creature ignored him and sprinted to its friend's aid. Instead of helping the others, Nox took 2 trap foam vials from his coat pocket and smashed them on the ground. White bubbles grew and expanded like enchanted lava and spread through the entrance and across the floor. It hardened the floor instantly, and the entrance was just big enough for a human. A heartbeat later, 2 elite heads shot through the entrance, and the beasts chirped, struggled, and snapped at each other while trying to get through. Even though it was dangerous, Nox risked his bottled essence. Powder left over from the tincture of sigil awakening pulsed with orange light reminiscent of magma. Alchemists called it burning heart essence. Its source came from the heart of boss-class beasts who specialized in concepts like living fire and purging through burning. Nox emptied the ground glass into a spherical essence cage, fused it into a rough, cloudy ball, triggered it with galvanizing touch, and threw it at the monsters. Thundering screeches filled the cavern as scales, hide, and flesh caught on fire. Nox leapt out of the way as flaming streams of acid burst from the heads and bathed where he had stood moments ago. The attack eventually stopped, and the thrashing heads went still. The flames didn't die but charred and melted the remnants. The surrounding trap foam blackened and crumbled under the body's weight, 2. Then the world tilted. The cavern entrance rippled and extended like a mouth opening wide for an extra big spoonful. Rogue had successfully beheaded one elite, while the one-armed specimen continued to bounce around, spraying venom at anyone that got close. Everyone, including the surviving lizard, lost their balance and slid down the now tilted floor. The tunnels wriggled ahead of them like serpents. Dead ends and forks moved out of the way, removing opportunities to find footing. They passed through the cavern entrance and down a long corridor. The bioluminescent patches grew blindingly bright. As they picked up speed, the amorphous clusters of light shot by, creating almost disorienting patches. Nox closed his eyes and tried to decelerate but failed. He resisted casting slow on himself since it would only delay the inevitable and separate him from his friends. Only Victor succeeded at slowing. First, he used a track to bring himself and Lilin together, then repelled himself away from boulders in the path and then pulled himself towards the wall. Gravity orbs slowed their descent, but something in the air destabilized the magic, and it flickered in and out of existence. Meanwhile, Rogue hacked at the ground using his hand axe. Despite his strength and the arcanically sharpened edge, the weapon failed to find traction. After several heart-pounding moments, the descent ended. The world righted itself, and the party slid through another cavern entrance into a giant, domed space. A tall humanoid lizard stood at its center. It was sleek and almost elegant, unlike all the specimens they had encountered so far. Rogue didn't waste a single breath and launched himself at the creature as soon as he landed. He moved with the speed of a fighter enhanced by haste, and his raised axe glowed bright enough to blind. "Watch out!" Annabelle screamed. "It's the boss." Her warning fell on deaf ears. Rogue didn't slow. The corners of the upright lizard's mouth curled upwards, revealing long, sharp teeth. When Rogue leapt into the air, its mouth opened, and a long tongue shot out. It wrapped around the aspiring ether warrior's neck. A panicked look flashed across his face. He raised his axe, but it was too late. The creature jerked its head backward, pulling him off balance. It leapt forward as soon as the axe fell out of his hands. The long narrow mouth opened and grew much like the cave mouth, and it snapped close around Rogue's head. His decapitated body crumpled to the floor a moment later. Chapter 28. Who is Lilin Grey? This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The boss lizard spat out Rogue's head. Acids had warped and melted the skin. It looked like someone had poured thinner brew on a painted kettle, and the paint had wrinkled and parted from the metallic surface, waiting to be peeled and ripped away. "Foul," a raspy feminine voice said. It sounded as if the owner had spent the previous night chatting in a loud tavern. Now, their throat was hoarse from yelling and drinking. The creature's golden eyes focused on Nox. "You taste better." The lithe lizard stepped on Rogue's immobile bloody bone and metal armor crunched under the giant clawed foot. "Come." It waved at Nox. "Get in Mistress Makara's belly." Anger flared inside Lilin. She refused to let anyone threaten Nox. He was her person. He was her friend. Victor lay stunned next to her. His pale hands clasped her forearm and waist. Lilin peeled free of the lording and conjured gravity orbs as the beast shot at Nox. An uncomfortable tug blossomed at the back of Lilin's eyes as she used nothing but intent to drive her conjurations forward. Her star needed to grow more to have the gravity for another planetoid. If she successfully created one now, it would likely collide with her gravity planet and shatter. The fully formed heavenly body would absorb the mana, and the rest would join the cloud around her star. She desperately needed manipulation. With it, keeping Nox safe would continue to be an easy challenge. The alchemist didn't know how many times Lilin had saved his life over the years. More than one assassin had attempted to sneak up on him during excursions. A few had dared to infiltrate Moo's house and attempted removing his slumbering head. Lilin stopped them all. She then killed them. Mistress Makara proved more intelligent than the creatures serving her. She dropped onto all fours and skidded to a stop before the gravity orbs reached her. The spheres reached the edge of her mana zone, and the force guiding them disappeared. They arced and landed on the floor. The ground cracked between them. Fragments broke free of the stone, and conflicted forces ripped them apart. Much to Lilin's relief, Nox didn't waste the opportunity. He grabbed Annabelle and pulled her to the cavern's entrance. The stone came alive and slammed closed before he could retreat. Meanwhile, Victor leapt to his feet and zipped toward the boss-ranked beast. Despite the night they spent together, Lilin did not attempt to stop him or push herself to protect the man. Instead, she prepared a more complicated spell. Using spell forms she kept secret from all but Nox. Lilin couldn't deny Victor's skill and instincts despite his spoilt upbringing and despicable personality. He had displayed his ability to read and predict attacks even without his sister's prompts. When the lizards attacked while Nox and Annabelle were away, he commanded the team, predicting projectile attacks and attack patterns. Roke would have fallen to the first stalker they encountered if not for Victor foreseeing the attack and pulling him away. Lilin liked his magic. It had incredible compatibility with her gravity magic. Victor changed trajectory without touching the ground, avoiding a darting tongue. Then he corrected his flight again, skimming the ground parallel to the fleshy, pink appendage. His sword adopted a fiery glow and flashed. It moved so fast that Lilin struggled to see its path through the growing luminosity. A guttural screech burst from the mistress as she retracted what remained of her tongue. The smoking remnants of the rest fell to the ground with a fleshy thwack. Streams of luminous fluid shot from the boss monster's mouth a second later. They shot at Victor and left sizzling puddles wherever they landed. The rising fumes continued to glow. An unusually bright mana arrow shot past Lilin. Her keen mana sense detected the dense essence in it. Unlike the juggernaut lizards, the boss wasn't overly bulky. The time field covered the creature's entire body, and it didn't break free straight away. Lilin waited until Victor skewered a limb with his long sword and then retrieved it before launching a trio of spiraling gravity orbs toward it. The familiar headache that accompanied powerful intent-driven magic followed. Lilin ignored it and ran after her attack, ensuring the spell remained within her mana zone, allowing better control. The opposing forces ripped the hide and flesh from the creature's arm. Mistress Marika broke free of Slow's effects, screeched, and fled from the gravity spell. Victor got off another follow-up attack and removed the injured limb. A globe of luminous venom blossomed from the beast's mouth. Instead of shooting at anyone, it rose toward the ceiling. Spell circles lit up around Mistress Marika, and she sped along the distant wall, dodging Nox and Annabelle's projectiles. Clouds billowed from the sphere and spread across the ceiling. Then venom drizzled on the cave floor. Lilin used gravity magic to make her body lighter. She tapped into her hidden powers, too, increasing her speed. She retreated to where Nox and Annabelle stood. A black disk emerged from her hands and grew above their heads. The venom rain disappeared through the opening, protecting the trio from Mistress Marika's spell. The ground sizzled, and large fuming puddles formed. They ate into the ground, making the already rough terrain uneven and hazardous. Victor didn't retreat as Lilin expected. Instead, he shot after Mistress Marika. The rain didn't touch him. Instead, the droplets changed trajectory mid-flight and fell on the ground around Victor. The pools in his path parted, giving him a wide berth. Despite the distance, Lilin felt the repelling essence radiating from him. Nox's arrows missed the speeding boss monster. Annabelle's bullets didn't fare much better either. The creature was much too fast. Lilin didn't attempt firing another gravity orb. Instead, once the rain stopped, she conjured two more and let them orbit around her. She ran at Mistress Marika, approaching from the opposite direction of Victor. The boss-ranked monster's eyes widened. It skidded to a halt and sprayed a stream at Lilin. She opened a spatial dimension and let the liquid disappear through it into a storage space. Meanwhile, Victor caught up to Mistress Marika and closed in with a two-handed slash. She spat luminescent venom at him, and the fluid curved around her. However, her claws reached him and raked his shoulder. A pained yell escaped the lordling, and his blade missed her torso. Instead, the weapon cleaved through her tail. A mana arrow struck Mistress Marika's leg and ripped into the scaly hide. It failed to pierce through but dropped her to one knee. Lilin refused to miss the opportunity. While Victor retreated, clutching the injury, she attacked. The gravity orbs shot across the 6 feet between her and the lizard. The spheres spiraled and connected just over Mistress Marika's chest. She screeched as they bore into her. The boss-ranked monster's rib cage imploded, hit her. Nox. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. Heard. An especially bright mana arrow struck Mistress Marika just as more glowing venom burst from her mouth. It turned into essence glass before leaving her throat. The beast collapsed. Then Lilin heard someone fall in the distance. She knew it was Annabelle. Lilin wasted no more time and opened her mouth as wide as possible. The toothy orifice on her head remained closed. Instead, the exposed bit of skin between her blouse and trousers parted. A fleshy tongue as wide as her neck whipped out of the fleshy maw and grabbed Victor around the waist. What the? The bewildered cry ended abruptly as Lilin's torso expanded to twice its size, and the tongue pulled him into her. His head and most of his torso disappeared into the giant maw before it slammed shut. His left arm fell on the ground, but Lilin got the legs before they touched the still fuming puddles. She glanced at the hand and forearm on the ground. The tattoo on it glowed silver. It was ready to move on to someone new. Lilin left it alone in case Nox wanted to steal the sigil. The real Lilin Grey never made it out of the Sandashahar ruins. Nox was the only human that survived the godfall. He only made it out because of the sigil of immunity and the entity now called Lilin Grey. When the Sandashahar ruins turned into a dungeon, its new lord started the usual process of filling it with life. An overwhelming quantity of ancient furniture filled the halls. The furniture reacted like all the textbooks said when formless life-giving essence flooded the ruins. They came to life as mimics. Scholars called them the lazy and underprepared dungeon lord's weapon. The current Lilin disagreed. She believed no dungeon creature more perfect than mimics existed. Therefore, dungeon lords created them first, and reportedly, all dungeons housed them. One mimic in Sandashahar differed from the rest. It wasn't happy lying dormant and waiting for its acute mana sense to detect an alien presence approach. The mimic wanted more. First, it consumed a pair of humans, who it later identified as Lillian Grey's parents. The mimic learned about human sensory organs and the tools they used for communication by studying their corpses. Then it emulated them, too. The ruling lord's presence weighed down on the mimic when it tried to leave. It recognized the mimic's intellect and strength. The entity wasn't happy that one of its first creations already had a mind of its own and wanted to act outside of the dungeon's interests. So, it attempted to bind her. Then, the mimic met Nox. The boy was weak, lost, and terrified. He dragged a dying girl and man with him, and the mimic's mana sense told it that the second child was as good as dead. The Lord's toxic essence had twisted two of the three bodies from the inside. It had studied the boy and his companions, wondering who to consume first. Then wisps of knowledge from Lillian Grey's parents flooded the mimic. It understood magic and identified the energies in its body. An idea formed in the devious creature's newborn mind, and it offered the boy a deal just as his father stopped breathing. The mimic gave the boy a choice: either they make a deal, or she would consume him, his friend, and the dead man's remains. Though terrified, the child agreed to listen. The mimic wanted to switch shells to Lillian Grey's body and then use the boy's presence to leave the dungeon. Afterward, it wanted the boy's help to feed on humans rich with interesting essence. The mimic wished to grow strong enough to build or claim its own domain. In exchange, it would protect the child with its body, essence, and mind while fulfilling all his needs and desires until it ascended. Much to the mimic's surprise, the child argued despite his terror and haggled. It thought grief would make him pliable. Nox didn't trust the mimic and disliked the ambiguity of the terms. The boy listed the dangers of housing and feeding a dungeon-born beast. They debated and eventually agreed on time frames, ensuring a 6-month gap between feedings. Nox wasn't satisfied with his benefits either. He wanted power to avenge his father someday and demanded strength to fight the dungeon's lord even after the mimic, and he parted ways. They failed to agree on the nature of the strength since neither of them knew enough about the world, dungeons, or their lords, but agreed to figure it out as they grew. In the meantime, it agreed to share a fraction of the strength gained from feeding. However, if Nox missed a feeding more than once, the creature had the right to consume him, too. Then the mimic became Lillian Grey. "You can come out now," Lillian yelled. She absorbed Miss Marika's residual essence, grabbed Victor's hand, and marched back toward Nox. Annabelle lay unconscious next to him. Lillian picked up Rogue's corpse on the way. "I won't hurt you, friend. I just want to talk." "Who are you talking to?" Nox asked. The cavern's mouth had opened behind them. It surprised Lillian when he successfully picked up Annabelle and carried her out into the tunnel behind them. "Shush. Lilin pressed her finger to her lips and scanned the giant cavern. There was a time when human actions and sounds had felt alien to her. Now, they were second nature to her. In fact, Lilin no longer knew how dungeon creatures behaved, what they desired, or thought. I killed the infiltrator. The rift is yours again. Don't you want to thank me? The ground shook and parted. A worm as thick as the tunnel mouth broke through the stone. It had no eyes, only a mouthful of more rows of teeth than Lilin cared to count. The lone orifice faced Lilin. I'm Lilin, she said. It's nice to meet you. The worm rippled and shrunk. Its body folded in on itself, growing smaller with every heartbeat. Within a minute, the worm stood no taller than Lilin. The creature resembled a naked woman, but its skin was leathery brown and covered in luminescent moss. Thank you, the entity said. What do you want? Nothing, Lilin replied. She approached the entity and offered it her hand. I freed this dimension from the invaders. Isn't it customary for us to meet and exchange pleasantries? My kind don't meet with each other unless there is food, let alone outsiders. The entity studied Lilin's hand for a moment but then closed the 2 feet between them. They shook hands. You're like us. Why are you human? I'm looking for a place of my own. You can't have my home. Could you protect it if I took it from you? Lilin asked, still holding the entity's hand. The weak lizards had no trouble. I bet it would be just as easy for me. You can't have my home. The entity's body rippled as it spoke. I don't want your home. It's too arid, dry, and ugly. I'd prefer something more homely. I like walls, floors, water. Lilin sighed. I suppose I've become used to the human comforts. Don't worry, worm. You can keep your home until the next thief comes along. I'm just letting you know. Unless you change things, I could take your home if I wished. You can't take my home. It's perfect. The rippling intensified, and the arm attached to the hand-holding started to swell. Lilin grinned. I hoped you'd do that. Her stomach opened again, and the maw consumed the entity in one bite. Its essence flooded through her body, and she felt a fragment flow into her star system. The rest disappeared into the fleshy monster heart residing in the open pocket dimension that stored most of her biomass. Both halves of Lilin swelled. She felt her star and the one planet transcend to the following stages. That hits the spot. Lilin Gray, Journeyman, Spatial Shaping Gravity Polar Manipulation, 1666-233-319. Are you satisfied? Nox asked. You're set for 6 months. Will you agree to a time adjustment? Targets will be harder to find now that we're in university. If all our delving partners keep dying, no one will party with us. Eventually, we'll end up in chains. What are you suggesting? Let's delay your next feeding until after the next semester. We could go traveling when not committed to the university and find suitable targets. Fine. Lilin sighed. She was too full to argue. It's low of you to bring this up now. I take all the advantages I can get, Nox replied. What now? Do you want these sigils? Number. It will be too suspicious if I walk out with 2 dead party members and their sigils on my person. He glanced at Rook's corpse. The light leaking through his clothes suggested he has 2 sigils. Let's wake Annabelle. She might want one. We'll take their arms back and use them as evidence of their deaths. Chapter 29. Reporting Casualties. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The delve couldn't have gone any better. Nox foresaw Oak being the largest obstacle. Body reinforcement magic came with a minor resistance to natural and artificial toxins, often including sedatives. He worried that disabling and later putting down the aspiring ether warrior could potentially injure, if not kill, him and Lilin. The man was too fast, strong, and hardy. His axes were terrifying, too. If they didn't get the jump on him, Nox was sure he'd find a hand aches in his chest. The 2-handed weapon would separate his head from his body seconds later. Fortunately, Roke had a foolhardy streak. A lifetime of success and praise had filled with overconfidence. No one thought to explain the importance of experience to him either. He fought with the recklessness of a fighter with much greater gifts and a planet or 2 dedicated to regeneration. If not for Victor frequently pulling him out of danger, Roke would have died long before the party encountered the elites. Nox had counted on the chaos of the Rift's final battle to disable Roke and Annabelle. He planned on killing the first or leaving him trapped with no weapons. Mistress Marika took care of him. Sandman's slumber knocked Annabelle out in time for Lillian's feeding. Nox had hoped to break her fall, but it was a good thing he failed. She hit her head on a rock when she fell. The damage wasn't worrying, even though it sliced open her temple and drew blood. Nox woke her with smelling salts after taking a few minutes after Lillian finished her business. He fed her a healing pill before letting her take in the scene. "I'm sorry," Nox said, placing her dead twin's arm at her feet. "We tried to save Victor, but you saw how reckless he got after Oak lost his head. There wasn't much we could do." "What happened to me?" Annabelle asked, rubbing the side of her head. She still appeared dazed. "I'm not sure." He felt bad lying to the woman. However, Nox's contract with Lillian was much too valuable. Without it, Nox would never destroy Sundar Shahar. "One moment, you were standing next to me. The next, I found you unconscious with blood leaking out of your head." She checked. "I'm an amateur. I used too much mana. Maybe I slipped when my danger sense faltered." Her eyes focused on what remained of her brother and fiancé. "I don't know how I'll explain this," she said. "A dead air will cause so much chaos." The ground trembled, and dust rained from the roof. "It wasn't anybody's fault," Lillian said. "Roke got reckless and got himself killed. Grief made your brother lose his composure, and he followed his best friend." "That won't be good enough. Can you put Roke's body in your spatial storage? His corpse will help explain what happened." "I don't think that's a good idea. Uncooked flesh rots and shrivels inside my pocket dimensions. That's if we're lucky. A purple fungus might cover and consume most of it, making Roke unrecognizable." "We need to take something back," Annabelle said. She stirred at Roke's body, poking it with her boot. Then, much to Nox's surprise, she pulled her leg back and kicked it with all her strength. "Let's take his arms. Then his brothers could benefit from his sigils." "Don't you want to take one for yourself?" Nox asked. "After how the bastard treated you, don't you reckon he owes you? Wouldn't it be suspicious if I return relatively unharmed and with one of his sigils?" Annabelle's eyes focused on the left arm. "They don't need to know. You can put it somewhere they wouldn't dare ask to look." Nox grabbed the hand axe still attached to Roke's belt. "We can say the rift was collapsing, which it is, and we couldn't risk bringing back all of him. So we grabbed an arm and fled. Better yet, you can say the boss set one side of him," Lillian added. "We chopped off whatever we could and fled." Annabelle studied Nox and Lillian for a moment. Then her attention returned to the remains. A minor earthquake spurred her into action. She picked up her brother's arm and placed it in her satchel. Next, Annabelle took the hand axe from Nox and chopped off Roke's right forearm. It carried the sigil of warrior, and she gave it to Nox to store. Next, she rolled up the left sleeve and pressed her right hand against the second sigil. Nox recognized the tattoo. The innermost room in Queen Mercer's vault had it on display. Sigil of agility sounded humble, but its description said it could do a lot more. The base sigil improved the aspect it was named after but also increased speed, reaction time, and dexterity, making it perfect for someone with Annabelle's abilities. The silver light flowed from the corpse into her. She held her left hand just under her navel. A soft wince escaped her as a glow leaked through her clothes. "Let's go," Annabelle said when the light died. Instead of backtracking through the rift, the trio descended through the hole left behind by the worm. Lillian detected thick essence leaking through it. The tunnel led them to an even larger cavern with a river running through it. Bones littered the edges, and a cluster of head-sized eggs sat in a corner. Best of all, a tear pulsed at the room's heart. Nox and Lillian claimed an egg each before exiting the rift. The world looked brighter on the other side, and red light leaked through the portal instead of orange. It had shrunk considerably, too. Nox didn't doubt that it would disappear within the hour. "Tell me exactly how Victor died," Annabelle asked as they weaved through the thicket. "I had the lizard slowed, and Lillian's gravity orbs kept the beast off balance," Nox said. He and Lillian had practiced the tale before waking Annabelle. "Victor went in for the finishing blow when Mistress Marika broke free of my spell." Her mouth expanded again, and she got all of him in one bite. "The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings." "Then where is his sword?" She raised an eyebrow. Lilin pulled it out of her storage space. Slime and gore covered it. I reckon the blade ravaged its insides. It gave me enough time to hit it with gravity spheres, and then Nox took out the head. Right. Annabelle's lip twitched, betraying her disgust as she took the weapon. She wiped the hilt dry on the grass and carried it far from her body. When the wedges grew spotted the trio, they rushed to take Victor's sword and Annabelle's pack. They didn't ask any questions. The steeled faces suggested they had already put the pieces together and knew the details. Nox didn't know what future awaited the crew, but things would likely turn out better than they would have under Victor's command. The Delves survivors boarded the longboat and returned to the city of Once back on the campus, the party sped to the mail office. Annabelle sent 2 packages using boxes with stasis enchantments. The first contained Victor's hand and sword. It went to the Oakhart estate. She sent the second package to Sing House in a city-state near the Imperium's border. It also contained Rogue's handakes. Letters detailing the fight in the rift accompanied both. Next, the Tyre trio reported to the Dungeon Studies Department's Expedition Office. They met with the diviner that had found the rift and her supervisor. Nox detailed the incident and how 2 of their party members died. "It's not your fault, son," the supervisor said, falling for Nox's fake grief. "Apprentices are fine in an orange rift, but we advise they take a journeyman with them." Master Oakhart led us to believe he had employed one for the delve. He studied the chunks of flesh Nox had brought back, wrapped in grease paper. "The boss-class monster's remains don't match the worms at all. I reckon you were unlucky enough to happen upon a recently invaded rift. I wouldn't be surprised if the dimension was on its way to reaching a danger level of yellow." "That's possible?" Nox asked, feigning horror and concern. He didn't know much about rifts. Beginner dungeon theory would possibly cover the topic eventually. The intermediate version of the course was compulsory, too. If Nox made it to the next semester, Kreese would expect him to take it. "I would have insisted we get at least another apprentice if we did. Dungeon and rift invasions weaken both sides." He poked the worm chunk with a pair of long tweezers. "Given the environment you described, I wouldn't be surprised if the worms originally owned the rift and the lizards were the invaders. You likely found the boss while it was still recovering after its battle with the former lord. I doubt you would have survived if both of them were at full strength or this." The supervisor checked his notes. Mistress Marika finished absorbing the worm's essence. "The evidence speaks for you," the diviner said. "You encountered a series of unfortunate events. It's no one's fault." "Although, it's no one's fault," the supervisor reiterated. "Although, what?" Annabelle shuffled in her seat and leaned forward. "How so? Oakhart will want to know if you suspect foul play. We're allied with the city of My father will send investigators and most likely follow soon after once he gets my letter." The supervisor and diviner shared a quick glance. They both appeared uncomfortable. The supervisor shook his head, but the diviner broke the silence. "We reckon some god's cult has infiltrated the city. They're abducting mages from the city. We've lost low-ranking delvers and students who wander outside the campus. Rifts as dangerous as yellows and greens have appeared around the city. Historically such occurrences are super rare, and we mostly see reds and oranges." "What about the city dungeon?" Annabelle asked. Nox raised an eyebrow. "We have a dungeon?" She and both university staff shot him a surprised look. "You didn't know?" The supervisor spoke first. "We have the finest dungeon studies department on the continent because we have our own dungeon. It's on the high end of apprentice, and the floors are monitored, limiting student access. I knew there were a couple of dungeons close by, but I didn't think there was one directly under us." Nox replied. "How is that even possible with you?" "It started in secret. We suspect a god and his followers started in the ruins under the city with plans to invade the city eventually and steal the World Tree's power. Dean Woodson has wards and defenses to ensure the barrier is never broken. It's why we have so many non-student delvers in the city. Their constant efforts are necessary to cull the dungeon residents and drain the Lord's strength. We have the strength to destroy it, but the Research and Dungeon Studies Department keeps it around for academic progress and training students," the diviner added. "Why did we attempt to rift and not the dungeon, then?" Nox asked. "We can only access the upper floors," Annabelle answered. "They're highly contested. Master Oakhart wanted rewards that come with fighting elites and boss-ranked monsters. 2. The diviner sighed. She removed her glasses and massaged the bridge of her nose. Your party would need at least 2 journeyman delvers before earning such clearance. I suppose joining Woodson University at such a late age left massive gaps in my knowledge, Knox admitted. He didn't mind listing his shortcomings, especially when it cast him in a favorable light on the matter of dead party members. I wish I knew more and was better prepared. He sighed, holding the hands of the women on either side of him. He got a light squeeze from Annabelle. We could have prevented 2 unnecessary deaths. As far as your question is concerned, it's a no, the diviner told Annabelle. We haven't seen many changes in the dungeon besides regular creature evolutions and flora growth. Initially, we were concerned that a cult was sacrificing mages to the Lord underneath us, but that doesn't seem to be the case. There's a lot more at play, and we are trying to figure out what. She looked at Knox. Professor Kreese is one of the mages leading the investigation. She's in the dungeon as we speak. The staff questioned them a while longer, gathering all the details for the report. All Delver casualties, especially student deaths, needed to be documented and filed to keep the city's many allies placated. Dungeon cities were highly contested, after all. And Woodson University made the land even more desirable. The supervisor kept the trio for a couple of hours before releasing them. Annabelle wanted to be alone and left, leaving Knox and Lillian to have a late dinner. The university appeared satisfied, but experience had taught Knox it wasn't enough. Questions always arose when people went missing in the settlements the Golden Isles passed. Investigations were even more intense when it was a hunter or fighter that went missing. Knox always ensured Lillian went for unpopular or reviled individuals. This time, the scions of 2 noble houses had disappeared. Life was only going to get more complicated. At the same time, he felt pleased with what they had done. Annabelle probably felt differently about the matter, but Knox wanted to believe that they had made her life better. Her future would be a better one because of his and Lillian's actions. Chapter 30. Consequences. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Violent knocking stirred Knox the following morning. He checked his manometer. The 5th bell was still a quarter of an hour away. It was break day, and Knox wanted to sleep in before taking samples of his brews to the shops outside of campus. The knocking got louder. "Give me a second," he yelled. "Hurry up, Knox," Kreese said through the door. "We need to talk." The mana lamp crudely hung from the ceiling needed a new light enchantment. Financial constraints kept Knox from updating it. The lights in the workshop were bright enough for Knox to get by. Now he had to dress in darkness. He found everything but his socks and a shirt. Knox settled for his still dirty university-issued coat before exiting his bedroom. "Good morning, Professor," Knox said, rubbing his still sleepy eyes. "How can I help you?" "What were you thinking?" Kreese demanded. The bags under her eyes suggested she hadn't been to bed yet. Green splutters and soot marked her green coat and the thigh-high leather boots underneath. She wore shorts, an armored corset, and a green blouse. It looked like a delving outfit. "Just because you have a badge saying you can delve doesn't mean you should without your first planet. You could have died down there." "With all due respect, Professor, my alchemy compensates for my shortcomings," Knox replied. "I ended up forming a shaping planetoid, destroyed the rift, and came out on the other side alive." "But you got 2 students killed." "If that weren't bad enough, they had to be aristocrats. Do you realize how bad that looks? Not just for you but me too. You're my apprentice, for his sake. The department might have cleared you, but that won't stop people from talking." "People are going to talk and point fingers. The Oak Hearts and Sings have allies in the city. You're going to struggle to find decent party members. We kept the support mage safe from the Rift Lord after both of our vanguard fighters perished. She wouldn't be alive if Lillian and I didn't put down the Rift's ruler. That's not enough to absolve your name." Kreese sighed. She sat on a stool and leaned against the central workstation. She placed her elbows on the oiled wooden surface and her face in her hands. "I just wanted to get back after investigating the dungeon. Your mess has kept me up and running around since the first bell." "I'm sorry, Professor," Knox said. "I only wanted to get enough coin to fund another round of brews. Another delve or 2, and I'll have enough gold to pay for the rest of the semester. There won't be another delve anytime soon. Kreese looked up at him and held out her hand. Give me your badge. What? Nox's hand darted to the bronze emblem on his lapel. Number. I need this to pay my way. You'll need to find another way to gather funds, she replied. As your mentor and sponsor, I can remove your delving rights. You're banned until you complete your shaping planet to Dear and Dean Woodson's standards. Nox scowled. If I'm to blame for Oak and Victor's death, you hold a part of the responsibility, too. I barely have enough time for alchemy, let alone shaping practice. If I had more time, I wouldn't have to delve so soon after the semester's start. Kreese's stern expression grew colder. You're not wrong. I expected too much from you. Why even sign me up for so many courses? If you fail to find the funds, that's 2 months to learn as much as possible before you head out into the world to find your own way. You could prove talented enough to interest the other professors and win their sponsorship. Maybe I was wrong to have such high hopes for you, she sighed. If I deem your performance satisfactory, I hold the right to change my mind. However, I will have the final say over your party members until you have a fully functioning shaping planet. It needs to satisfy your teachers and me while working harmoniously with your star. That could take months. I don't want to rush the process. Nox wanted to argue, but he felt defeated. They could have completed the rift with just Oak's death, but Lillian wouldn't be satisfied. He couldn't afford to break their contract. Nox gave her his delving badge, feeling defeated. You shouldn't, Kreese replied. She pocketed his delving license. You'll need to rely on alchemy alone to pay for the rest of the semester. Until then, I'm sorry, Nox, but you brought this on yourself. You should have never delved without checking with me. I could have warned you about the party. Rogue Singh doesn't have the best reputation. The Oak Hearts aren't much better. They're skilled fighters but too immature for delving. Professor Wolfhammer only looks at combat prowess. He doesn't pay much attention to the rest. Is there any work for someone with my skills? Nox asked. Anything that gets me enough coin for alchemy materials will do. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. With your schedule and the current mark on your name. Kreese shook her head. I don't think so. You're the Merchant Queen's firstborn. Turning 1 gold into 5 is in your blood. I'm sure you'll figure something out. Maybe you'll prove you're as smart as you portray yourself to be. Nox seethed as he walked the woman out of his accommodation. He wanted to yell and curse at her. At the same time, he acknowledged that he wouldn't have his current opportunities without her. Kreese initially offered to pay for the whole semester. She only reduced it to half because of Lillian. It wasn't just Nox's ambitions on the line but Kreese's reputation. He needed to be more firm with Lillian. Her future meals needed to come from outside the university. First, Nox needed to organize the sale of his stored brews and turn his coin into more. The delve had earned Nox several glands, essences, and new materials. Lillian had Rogue's enchanted weapon stored in her dimensional pocket alongside other bits they had stolen off the corpses. Selling them in the city would prove difficult. However, Lillian excelled at finding black markets and fencing goods despite her annoying needs. He hoped she would help gather the necessary funds. A young woman walked into Nox just as he entered the apartment. Her hazel eyes appeared alarmed. Her skin tone and features betrayed her south of the Sapphire Straits heritage. She wore a pale blue dress cut so low the neckline almost plunged to the navel. She looked at him, shocked, eyes darting over her shoulder. I'm sorry, she whispered. I should look where I'm going. It's quite all right, Nox replied, putting on his best smile. Were you visiting this? Before she could answer, Pudge walked through his open door with an equally gorgeous woman on his arm. Everyone but the shorter man froze. Eyes darted between faces. Then both women looked at Pudge. Eliza, Pia. This is Nox. He lives in the workshop below. Pudge went on to introduce both women. Eliza is from the War Mage department. We're in the same healing magic class. Pia is an arcane researcher. She and I are working on modifying and enhancing beasts using life magic. Good morning. Nox stifled a yawn. He nodded at both women. You said your flatmates would be asleep, Pia hissed. Nox connected the name to her southern continent appearance. She also sat near the front in his intermediate spell-weaving class. Don't worry, Pudge said. His smile had an oddly reassuring aura. Even though Nox had no skin in the game, He felt oddly comforted by the shorter man's smile. "Knox is the most discreet man I know. No one will ever know you were here." "Pudge is right," Knox said. "I'll forget you were ever here as soon as I return to bed." "Thank you." Both women smiled. They kissed Pudge goodbye at the door. Eliza left straight away. Meanwhile, Pia paused. She waved at Knox. "Thank you again for your discretion. My family would be serious if word got out." "It's quite all right," Knox replied. "I'll see you on second day in Dia's class." Pia froze. She glanced between Knox and Pudge. Then she left. An awkward silence hung over the room after Pudge closed the door. He and Knox stared at one another for an eternity. Then the shorter man burst into a fit of laughter. "I'm not going to hear the end of that." "Two women in one night and at the same time?" Knox chuckled. He peeked through the open door into Pudge's room. Livestock and small wildlife still sat in cages piled against the wall. The smell emanating from the room still reminded him of stables with no stable boy on the payroll. "I've got to say, Pudge, I'm impressed." "It's not a big deal." Pudge grinned. "Just don't tell anyone about it, all right? The girls don't want this getting out. Their families are rich, conservative, and I'm pretty sure Pia is betrothed." "You don't need to worry. I can be discreet. Just share your secrets sometimes. I've never taken a woman as beautiful as them to bed, let alone two." "It's not that big a deal." The two men returned to their individual quarters. Knox still hadn't recovered from the dove and tried to go back to sleep but failed. The conversation with Kreese and then Pudge's curious liaison had his mind stirring. Instead, Knox looked inward, studying his mana system. A simple shaping spell occupied the new planetoid. Knox was far from completing his essence glass shaping spell. However, he had ironed out the most straightforward element of it, the mana cage. Repeatedly using the process while the mana density around his star continued to grow had birthed a planet around the spell. Conjuring three-dimensional shapes out of mana had become more manageable since it was a core part of his future shaping spell. Knox didn't see it as a problem. He guessed growing a planet around it wouldn't prove too challenging. Instead of waiting until he completed the spell, Knox could build around it, adding levels and layers. Knox Ratra, Apprentice. Crystallize Essence Shaping. 53 10/10. It was the first time Knox had helped feed Lilin, a Rift Lord. Usually, she feasted biannually, generally eating ordinary novice and apprentice mages. They marginally empowered her human shell, the body that once belonged to the real Lilin Grey, winning her a couple of extra units of maximum mana. Meanwhile, her mimic half gained more biomass but no new magic. Every few feeds, Knox saw benefits. His star grew, and his mana zone gained a half an inch. The benefits from her latest feeding were significantly greater than any before. Knox didn't know why Lilin only consumed the worm and not Mistress Maruka. He didn't quite understand how it worked, and Lilin had never explained. However, she ascended to Journeyman and completed her manipulation planetoid. As stated by their contract, Lilin shared a fraction of the benefits with him. His star didn't gain enough mana to ascend. However, he was half as close to his destination as the day before. Kreese would likely grow suspicious if he grew too much too quickly. Knox wanted to destroy Sundar as soon as possible but also needed the time to make allies. Besides, Knox needed to complete his shaping planet and upgrade his star's spell form. The extra mana would make alchemy significantly easier, and he'd have more energy to experiment with new spell forms. Knox needed both to stay at Woodson University. The seventh bell was ringing in the distance when he drifted off again. Chapter 31 Pursuit of Profit. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was almost lunchtime when Ox and Lilin entered the cafeteria. The mimic woman let him sleep in until she grew concerned. She had already finished washing up, letting him have time with his washroom. Knox had no appetite and wanted to delve straight into visiting shops. His money worries weighed heavier than spell weaving. However, Lilin insisted they eat first. After a lifetime of early rising, Knox expected an empty cafeteria. In his experience, most people ate early before they started their work day. Instead, the tables were packed. Then he remembered it was seventh day. While the noble-born students could afford to take time off between their classes, regular students and staff didn't have such luxuries. It was likely the one day of the week they got to relax. All the stalls were busy, and Knox had to wait in line to get his food. The many different aromas stirred his appetite, and he avoided the usual porridge. Instead, Knox opted for pancakes, fried eggs, thick-cut bacon, blueberries, and thickened cream. Much to his surprise, Lillian only got half her usual volume. He guessed she still needed to digest Victor and the giant worm in her mimic belly. The pair had to wait for seats to clear before they got a chance to eat. They took their time eating and made a game plan for the day. Lillian was furious when she learned of his conversation with Kreese. Knox waited until they were almost done with his meal before telling her everything. "Do you want me to sort her out?" Lillian asked, leaning in and whispering in his ear. "What? No." Knox laughed. "She's not entirely wrong. It is my fault Rook and Victor are dead. I doubt we'd find a party right now. Anyway, no one wants to group with delvers who lost almost half of their team. So we have to pedal hard." Knox nodded. "You go around the market ring clockwise. I'll go anti-clockwise. I'll wear something pretty." Lillian grinned. "Maybe something low-cut. These general and delve merchants are lechers. It shouldn't be too hard to get good prices. Maybe I should leave all the shops outside of campus to you," Knox said. "My talents are no good in the apothecaries and alchemy stores," she replied. "They like to talk potency, toxicity, and allergies. I'd rather you talk to them in case they want to discuss contracts, too." "Fine. Maybe you should wear something low-cut, too." Lillian giggled. Her body language and tone no longer matched the mimic woman Knox knew. Instead of acting like a human, she genuinely felt human. "In all seriousness, if you shave and run a brush through your hair, I'm sure you'll fare well." Lillian tenderly brushed a stray lock out of his face. "You've got a nice face, and the high-end merchants like dealing with good-looking folk." Knox took a moment to process the change in his friend. Over their 18 years of friendship, she had consumed no less than 36 humans. Her understanding of human customs and norms improved with every meal. As a mimic, she excelled at copying her shell's nature. It no longer felt like she was pretending. Her speech inflections, hand waves, and arm touch felt natural. Before consuming the Rift Lord, the only genuinely human part of her was her carnal desires. They oddly mingled with her appetite, making sex a part of her biannual meal. Knox didn't mind the change. It made passing Lillian off as a human easier. He wouldn't have to explain her oddities as often. However, the flirtatious words and touch unnerved him. Lillian Gray was a beautiful woman, but Knox wouldn't want to climb into bed with her even if she wasn't a monster. She was like a sister to him even when they were toddlers. He couldn't imagine anything besides a platonic relationship. "By the way, I had an interesting encounter this morning after Kreese left." "Are you perhaps talking about Pudge and his rotation of gorgeous bed warmers?" "You knew?" Knox asked. Lillian nodded. "It's been going on since the night we arrived. I haven't sensed the same essence more than a couple of times." "How does he manage it, you think?" "His room smells awful, and all of those animals must be distracting while they're in bed. Besides," Knox hesitated, feeling guilty about what he was about to say next. "Pudge looks like a fat troglodyte. It looks like someone cast a softening spell on his face and then smashed it with a frying pan. If the boy were any worse looking, he'd be a sandwich." "A sandwich?" "You know, he's a sandwich." Lillian snorted. She bit her upper lip, clearly trying to suppress a loud laugh. "Because he's inbred." "That's going too far, I think," Knox said. The bad joke caught him off guard, and he almost sprayed icy tiger nut milk out of his nostrils. It was a rare beverage only available on break days. "Pudge seems nice. Let's not be horrible about him." "Geez." She sighed. "You must be really stressed." "It's just us joking around. We're always horrible. Maybe it's about time we changed that." Knox studied Lillian closely, studying her expression and tone. She rarely timed jokes well, let alone set them up. Knox hadn't heard the turn of phrase before and wondered whether she had made it up herself, or be more selective about the targets of our jokes. "You're no fun." "I'm not saying we can't crack horrible jokes anymore. Let's just not make nice people the butt of them." "Is it Annabelle?" Lillian asked. "You two spent a lot of time together over the last couple of days. Did something happen? Did she rub off on you?" "Annabelle was lovely, but this isn't because of her," Knox told her. "Eddie and Louis might be here, but that doesn't mean we're surrounded by hateful people that are out to get us. They are too focused on the war to target us. We need them on our side. Alright. Can't even joke around when we're alone and out of earshot. Maybe then, but within reason. I'd prefer it if we limit our targets to unknowns, distant acquaintances, and people we hate. Do you think Edward is overcompensating for A? That's enough. Let's dress like we work directly for the Merchant Queen and get to work. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. As Knox explored the market ring, he passed artificers, blacksmiths, and various other artisans. His thoughts drifted to Victor and Roke. Knox still felt he had done the right thing. The lordling and his silver spoon-raised thug were horrible people. If they treated Annabelle so poorly, he was sure they treated people that weren't their sister or future wife considerably worse. He could picture Victor abusing servants, beating them, and being needlessly cruel. However, that didn't mean either of them were murderers. In the past, Knox had always ensured that Lillian's targets deserved to be devoured. The people he went for war and wanted and hated. Most were suspected of multiple murders. Hunters regularly died or disappeared under mysterious circumstances during their expeditions. Often towns on Golden Isle's path would report alarming numbers of violent crimes, many of which targeted women or children. Knox would let Lillian use her mimic senses to track down perpetrators, and she'd feast on them. It was the first time she hadn't confirmed whether Rook and Victor fit the usual criteria. Because of his disgust at the pair's behavior, Knox hadn't asked. Guilt was the wrong term for what Knox felt. He still believed the pair deserved death. Instead, he wondered whether it was worth the trouble. His already difficult circumstances were now more challenging. Knox often wondered whether his relationship with Lillian was worth the trouble. Even though they hadn't written anything out on paper, Knox knew what they shared wasn't an ordinary deal but an arcanically enforced verbal contract. He had fed Lillian a drop of blood and remembered the lights that followed. For the first few years after the incident, he kept an emotional distance from Lillian. Since the Godfall killed the Greys, too, Mu took the mimic child in and raised her, not knowing her true identity. Knox had no choice but to play along and excuse her strange behavior. Fortunately, the adults wrote off the oddities as normal for a traumatized, parentless child. Then somewhere along the way, as Lillian grew more human, their relationship changed. They weren't partners bound by a contract anymore but friends. Knox wondered whether that meant she'd agree to end their contract. Lillian had gained enough strength to survive by herself. She knew enough to pass as human, too. Knox doubted anyone would stand in her way now if she continued to train as a mage while she searched for the power to steal or create a domain. He would never say it to Lillian, even though she was a mimic. Knox was sure she had developed some human emotion, but he believed that he had outgrown her. Knox had the power and skill to protect himself now. However, he didn't know how to broach the subject or whether he wanted to. It wasn't the contract that made him hesitate but the friendship. Over the years, Lillian had gone out of her way to do things not outlined by their contract. Knox wanted to believe that it meant she also saw him as a dear friend. Then his brain told him that mimics weren't capable of such emotions. After some thought, he decided to find some time for the library so he could research the dungeon-born beasts. Mimics absorbed the knowledge and some memories of the people they consumed. Knox wished to find out whether that eventually led to developing emotions and personalities. After visiting 5 alchemists and apothecaries, Knox had no results. Despite his dapper clothes, groomed face, and trade empire-taught mercantile skills, no one wanted to buy from him. All the businesses either had their own alchemists or contracts with prolific names around the city. They refused to disclose the identities of the artisans that supplied them. However, Knox saw flasks bearing Professor Das insignia. It used a couple of alphabets from his homeland. He also spotted a handful of vials marked with a snake wrapping around the letter V. They contained a clear unidentifiable solution, but Knox guessed they contained poison. The emblem belonged to Vis. After all, hopelessness threatened to take over until Knox happened on an interesting conversation. He was passing a general store, of all places. The wall maker is your only option unless you can find a decent shaper. the shopkeeper said. I can guarantee you can find nothing better. Just put it in the hands of someone with decent mana control and visualization. It will raise a wall within a couple of heartbeats using whatever material you target. That's useless to us even if we could afford the 200 gold, a woman in a long coat said. She wore the university's colors, and the badge on her lapel carried the sheen of polished iron. Creating a barrier isn't enough. We need the ability to remove it afterward without wasting too much stamina or mana. Your wall maker will get us stuck, another woman said. She stood taller than her companion and wore a full plate of armor. A hammer hung from her hip, and she carried a kite shield on her back. We're on the 4th floor. I'd like to create temporary barriers when the worms pass or if we get the swarm's attention. This just won't do. Nox took a quick sip of the sniper's eye brew at his hip and got a closer look. The team of 4 only had female members. One of the 2 silent members wore a silver badge. She was an adept delver. The dress and coat didn't tell him a lot about her. The armored woman was obviously the vanguard. The woman Nox heard speaking first carried a wooden staff decorated with flowers, and her outfit had a strong nature motif. Since they were still looking for a barrier maker, he guessed she was more a healer than a plant mage. He waited until they exited the store before approaching them. I might have a solution for your problem, Nox told them. The party paused. They looked him up and down. Are you with the production department? Yes, Nox replied. It wasn't a complete lie. Advanced alchemy made him a part of the department. After all, telling them about recent events and explaining his missing Delver badge would benefit him in no way. I'm an alchemist. I believe one of my inventions could potentially fulfill your needs. Go on, said the woman Nox identified as the leader. Perhaps in the alley? Nox pointed at the space between 2 buildings behind them. The party exchanged looks. You do realize we can eliminate you in a heartbeat if you try anything, right? Asked the armored weapon. I might be able to run away from most of you, Nox said before nodding at the adept mage. I doubt I'd escape her, though. Overconfident, commented the 3rd journeyman delver. She carried a rapier at her waist. But lead the way. Once in the alley, Nox smashed a vial of trap foam against the wall. A mound of foam grew rapidly in the enclosed space, rising 1.5 times Nox's height in a couple of heartbeats. It hardened instantly. The armored woman tested its hardness, punching it and smashing it with her hammer. The latter cracked the material but didn't break through. Nox guessed her magic focused on defense more than offense. That's good and all, she said. But if we can't remove it without wasting too much mana or stamina, it's no good to us. Nox held up a smaller vial and smiled. He hadn't disclosed its existence to anyone except Lilin. He used a dropper to sprinkle some on the foam wall. It dissolved within a minute. Removal takes a while longer, but I can guarantee it will hold. You can use the concoction to trap beasts as well. Impressive, said the silver-badged delver. And this is your invention? Nox nodded. 40 gold will get you a batch of 10. He sensed the advanced party knew more about the markets than his green classmates. Nox also wished to win their favor. And I'll throw in the dissolver for free. That's a steep asking price. True, but it's better than investing in a device that'll only serve you well on one floor and requires expensive materials for recharging. You'll probably need a second device for breaking the wall without wasting mana. 30 gold, the healer said. 39. 30 gold. The adept reiterated. 39. Nox and the party haggled for a handful of minutes before settling on 36 gold. He had enough on his person to complete the order immediately. The party handed him his payment and took his address. If it performs as well as your demonstration, we'll be no back for more, the adept delver said. I'd appreciate it if you tell your friends, too, Nox told them before parting ways. Starting a business without a rich sponsor or connections is challenging. I'll keep that in mind. The woman shook his hand, and the party followed her out of the alley. The dissolver used the same base and leftover materials from the trap foam recipe. Nox considered the cost negligible and walked away with a huge profit. Chapter 32, More Than Monsters. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Professor Wolfhammer was late the following morning, relatively late for his standards. The man usually arrived a quarter of an hour before the sixth bell and expected the class to be done with their prelapse stretching by then. He would discuss general combat techniques and reorganize groups that hadn't already formed a party, and then the running would begin. Knox's manometers said they still had 5 minutes until the class's official start time, but the ginger-haired teacher was nowhere to be seen. Whenever they had time, the students would talk amongst themselves, discussing magic, other classes, or their evening of debauchery. Unlike most days, a heavy silence hung over the class. Eyes darted at Knox and Lilin or stared at them more than often. Everyone but Annabelle gave them a wide berth. Knox heard the names of the deceased classmates in their conversations. Many spewed vitriol about the bear. Others did the same about the survivors. "Settle a bet, Knox," Edward said, approaching the trio. "Are you a coward or a murderer? Did you bite off more than you could chew and then abandon your front line? Or did you want a bigger cut and stab them in the back? I wouldn't expect you to know the challenges of rifts or dungeons, Eddie," Knox replied. "You're just here to sow your wild oats before Mother gives you a comfy spot on the Royal Guard, aren't you? Come to think of it, why are you even in this department? Wouldn't the simplicity of war mage studies suit you better? Should someone in your position talk?" Louis asked. "If I returned from a mere orange rift with 2 dead party members, I'd hide my face in shame. In fact, I'd leave the department if not the university altogether." "Rogue died because he's a fool," Annabelle said, planting herself firmly next to Knox. "He rushed the Rift Lord without taking a moment to figure out its abilities and openings. Victor was in no position to pull him out and ignored my warning. There is nothing Knox or Lilin could have done to help him." "So typical." Edward laughed. "Little Midge Knox needs women to do the fighting for him." "Do you really want to discuss fighting, Eddie?" Knox asked. "I'd be more than happy to accept a duel. If getting humiliated in front of Mother, her subjects, and the Empire's allies wasn't enough, I can do it again in front of our peers." Louis placed a hand on his brother's shoulder when he stomped towards Knox. "What excuse do you have for Victor? I suppose Rogue's demise is believable. He's never been the patient sort, and he didn't have much going on in his head either. Victor, on the other hand, was amongst the finest fighters in our class. I'm the only person here that's ever beaten him in a swords-only duel, and he had finer control of his magic than anyone." "That's true," someone in the gathering crowd commented. Knox guessed it was someone in Edward's entourage. "It was just utility magic, but Victor figured out excellent defense, mobility, and control out of it. He wouldn't go down easy." "Perhaps, but like most of you, Victor had no real-world experience," Knox retorted. "Maybe this should be a lesson in humility for all of you. Go out and fight real beasts instead of conjurations that will never try to kill you." Victor was talented, but he lost his head after Oak fell. The boss rained acid on us, and instead of retreating and regrouping, Victor got overconfident and tried to take it alone. Lilin is a control mage, yet she got in close to try and save him. It wasn't enough. Victor got eaten whole. If you're not careful, the same fate awaits you. Knox and I have hunted beasts that will make most of you hide under your mother's skirt, Lilin said. Death awaits the green and careless. It doesn't matter how good you are in class. Get your servant to shut her vile mouth. Edward spat. You can give us all the excuses you want, Knox. Everyone knows you're a filthy murderer. You killed Victor. You killed dozens of my father's people. You killed your father. Annabelle slapped Edward before Knox could retort. The blow lacked enough force to do more than marginally turn his head, but her hand almost blurred as it moved. A red welt formed on his skin almost instantly. Knox guessed it was the sigil of agility at play. You're as vile as everyone says, she said, clutching her right hand. I can't believe my father suggested I accept the proposal from Lord Jegd. He said allying our families made sense, and you were a good man. I'll be sure to brief him on your behavior so he doesn't make the same mistake with my sisters. Only someone desperate for coin or status would want to be with you. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. For the record, Edward, I'm the one that killed your father's men. Lilin added. I'm assuming you're talking about the assassins he sent to cut Knox's throat while he slept or stalked us during our expeditions. It's funny how easily poisons a pretty girl, or simple traps can take care of the Gedgehouse's pathetic minions. A heavy silence fell over the class. Surprised eyes, including Knox's, focused on Lilin. She had never told him about any attempts on his life while living under Queen Mercer's rule. He had only faced beatings, bullying, and isolation. Lilin chuckled. Like father like son. Pathetic. Insecure. Cowardly. I hear this is the second year you're attempting this course. What happened? Did the final exam terrify you so much that you didn't turn up, or are you scared you'll end up just like Victor and Rogue? Edward broke free of Louis' hold and marched towards the trio, his jaw clenched, and lightning crackled around his hands. Two men just as large as him followed. One carried a monstrous hooked weapon that looked more like a one-armed anchor than a club. A light breeze picked up, and dirt swirled under the feet of the other. The crowd retreated, enlarging the circle. Knox and Lilin didn't need a warning from Annabelle. The latter of the pair conjured an eyeball-sized gravity orb. Meanwhile, Knox created the same layered defense he invented against Mistress Marika. A slow-infused mana disk manifested as far as possible from his outstretched palm as possible while the other maintained an inch distance from his skin. Knox's heart skipped a beat. The second disk materialized further from him than it had before. Instead of 6 inches, Knox estimated it floated just under a foot away. Knox grabbed the metal rod. A brand new chain connected it to his belt like the manometer. A mote of mana activated the artifact, and the composite bow of azure light grew out of the metal. White smoke exploded from the ground between the two parties before Knox could fire an arrow. Worried it was the wind mage's conjuration, he considered releasing an arrow anyway. Then a metal wolf head poked out of the little cloud. Did someone tell you about today's class already? The professor's raspy voice spoke from within the smoke. The sound of a metal point striking stone followed, and the cloud dispersed immediately. That can't be right. We're engaging in one-on-one duels, not team fights. The professor frowned as he glanced at the groups on the verge of a fight. Or were you going to engage in a silly fight on the one day I decide to sit back and observe? He sighed. Are you fools looking to get expelled? Professor Wolfhammer shook his head derisively. More than half of delves full of first-timers result in casualties. It is why we insist all apprentices don't enter dungeons or rifts without someone experienced, preferably a journeyman. Jumping to accusations is never smart. All 5 of them are dullards. If Victor Oakhart didn't lie to the department office and me about hiring a journeyman guide, he wouldn't have received the rift's location or my permission to miss 5th day's class. But Professor, I don't want to hear any more than I already have. Edward Mercer, Professor Wolfhammer said, cutting the lordling off before he could protest. Both parties spat vile nonsense. Settle it in a duel. Let me guess. You want to fight Nox Ratra? No, Edward replied, pointing at Lilin. I want to fight her. Gladly. Lilin shot the man a smile. It appeared sweet to the unpracticed eye, but Nox knew it was actually predatory. If we can choose our dueling partners, I'd like to fight Nox, Louis said before looking Nox in the eye. There's a matter we need to settle, don't we, half-brother? Nox guessed Louis intended to make the last word venomous, but it sounded more like a pantomime villain. He wanted to laugh and ask whether they learned how to be menacing from bad plays and trash novels, but taunting in front of the professor would debase both parties. I'm fine with it if Professor Wolfhammer doesn't mind. Nox shrugged. I don't have anything to prove. I don't care who fights whom, the professor replied, although, I'd rather do the matchings so vanguards don't face off against support mages and controllers don't stall forever against one another. So, I'll arrange the rest of the pairs. We have 6 hours, so there will be multiple matches and other exercises. A hand shot up. It was Caitlin. What's the purpose of this exercise, Professor? She asked. Isn't this intermediate dungeon combat? What's the point in training against fellow ether practitioners? I thought that's the War Mage Department's purpose. Dungeon combat isn't limited to gods and their beasts. Besides helping you get used to humanoid foes, fighting other humans will also prepare you for dungeon lord cults and delver hunters. The professor paused. His eyes scanned the class. The official announcement isn't out yet, but I'm sure some of you have heard about students going missing. We initially thought the abductors were grabbing people from outside campus, but we're not sure anymore. I usually delay these training sessions until later in the semester, but I think it's vital you experience this now. Aren't they almost exclusively targeting commoners? Edward asked. The cults know better than to touch us. That might be true for now, but things might change. I want everyone to gain experience against future ether warriors and control mages. The abductors are most likely using them to capture targets relatively unharmed. Any more questions or arguments? A heavy silence hung over the class. Very well, get your laps out of the way, then the duels can begin. Chapter 33. It's not nice to play with your food. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The gods may have fallen, but their followers have not. Once religious zealots now function out of the shadows, leading or serving cults. They wouldn't be so bad if they weren't so desperate to win divine favor. The fools don't realize that sacrificing innocents does little more than feed a vicious cycle. When we see a dungeon lord gorging on mana-rich folk, we only target them harder. The gods suffer a net loss, and the idiot cults don't get it. Kenneth Kotechek, leader of Silver Seekers Guild. Professor Wolfhammer spread the students across 3 adjacent terraces. He didn't stop there. The man displayed his most powerful summon yet. 7-foot-tall men stood on the sidelines of each arena. Giant grey-black wolf furs hung from their shoulders and wore the giant canine heads as helmets. They each held a hammer that stood as tall as them and carried almost the same level of detail as the professor's weapon. "They're my eyes and ears," the professor said. "I see what they see. I hear what they hear. The standard dueling wards will prevent killing blows, and we'll follow the standard format. 3 breaks determine the winner. My babies will stop the fight if something goes wrong, like a failed ward or someone decides to keep going even after the last one shatters. Remember, the focus of this exercise isn't killing your opponent but defeat and capture." "Are crippling blows acceptable?" Edward asked. "The wards will prevent dismemberment and counted as half of a death blow. If we find you trying to subvert them and intentionally cripple your opponent in other ways, you will be removed from the course and perhaps expelled from the university. However, it can't be helped if your magic is destructive. We have emergency healers on the field if the wards fail for any reason." Professor Wolfhammer nodded at a man and woman with green, curling vine motifs on their coats. They carried staves with flowers growing out of the knobble's top, leaving Nox to wonder whether it was a part of their uniform or they built similar mana systems which tied into their equipment. "They'll keep an eye on the fight, too, but won't interfere unless you ask for help." Then the 3 fights began simultaneously. Nox and Louis both had the same thought. They wanted to watch Edward and Lilin face off before starting their duel. Students stood on the connecting passages between terraces or on the roof's edge closest to each stem. Both Edward and Lilin stared at each other for several seconds after the duel began. Neither party made a move for what felt like an eternity. Then the sound of crumpling sheet metal filled the air. It started as a distant crackling hum and then grew louder until the smell in the air reminded Nox of bathhouses that went heavy on cleaning powders. Then Edward broke into a haste-empowered dash. Blue energy enveloped his sword, and the blade changed shape. It gained length, width, and an unsteady curve. When he swung his sword, a crescent lightning blade shot at Lilin. The projectile never reached its target. A black disc blossomed from Lilin's outstretched left palm. It was darker than any black Nox had ever seen before. It reflected no light, and looking into it filled Nox with a deep unknown terror. The projectile disappeared into it. Then Edward was on her, slashing through the conjuration. The disc shattered, but most of the lightning coating the sword went with it. When Edward attempted a follow-up slash, he found a gravity orb waiting for him. It shot from Lilin's right hand and flew into his shoulder. He attempted to dodge, but the sphere stuck to him. It shot away from its conjurer, dragging Edward away. The gravity orb disappeared as soon as it left Lilin's mana zone, and he landed on his back, coughing. Nox wondered for a second why the spell didn't inflict more damage. Lilin's gravity orbs were most destructive when she conjured multiple and used the conflicting attractive forces to rip apart whatever got close. Solitary spheres weren't particularly powerful, but their high-speed rotations often ripped clothes and left shallow lacerations. Edward showed no signs of injury. Then he realized she had altered the spell. The gravity orb got close but never touched Edward. She combined its natural attractive force with the polar manipulation she stole from Victor. Nox planned on asking her about the details of the spell once alone. "I see why you avoid rifts and dungeons, Edward," Lilin said. "You're pretty pathetic." Instead of answering, Edward jumped to his feet and sprinted at Lilin. The sound of crackling intensified, and a dozen lightning spheres manifested, revolving around him. It occurred to Nox that his stepbrother was at the cusp of ascension, and manipulation or animation was likely his next planet's focus. When Lilin sent another gravity orb at him, 3 lightning spheres darted forward to meet it. They formed a triangular formation in the black projectile's path. When it passed through the gap between them, lightning tendrils assaulted the gravity orb, and it dissipated. "That's spell nullification," Alexander exclaimed. A trio of squirrels stood in front of him. 2 of them held open a journal, and a third scribbled in it. "How does that work?" Nox asked. "Isn't that a product of anti-magic? If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it." "Not necessarily. Lightning essence is one of the most volatile forms of magic. It also generates multiple fields, and research on the subject is questionable and incomplete. I reckon that the triangular formation creates an essence net that destabilizes passing spell forms. So, it's not true anti-magic or spell nullification but disruption?" "I suppose spell disruption would be a more accurate term," Alexander commented. The pair kept their eyes on the fight as Edward and Lilin both lost one of their 3 dueling wards. Instead of using her high-power attacks, she kept throwing her opponent off balance or flung him across the terrace. Nox couldn't tell whether she was toying with him or testing new control techniques and defenses. "Are you with the research department? You seem pretty familiar with lightning magic." "Besides the compulsory courses and summoning theory, I'm with the dungeon studies department full-time," Alexander answered. "Ratotask, or the iteration of him I contracted, at least, uses lightning essence. I'm not powerful enough to summon that aspect of him yet, but I've been researching and preparing spell forms when the time comes." "How does spellcasting for summoners work?" Nox asked. "Shouldn't your spells focus on empowering your summons?" "Not necessarily. Most practitioners who are summoners from the formation of their star end up storing a fragment of the contracted entity in it. As the star grows, the connection between the 2 beings improves, and you get access to their essences and spells." Alexander nodded at the creature overseeing the fight. "Professor Wolfhammer's hammer comes with empowering essences which enhance the strength and durability of the wielder. He passes this on to his wolves. However, they don't benefit from its minor stone shaping, snow, and frost magic. Only Professor gets to use them. If his star ever ascends to Archmage, perhaps he can pass those on to the wolves." 2. What rank do you need to reach before Ratotask gives you lightning? "Journeyman, I think." Despite his mythology, the squirrel isn't the most communicative of partners. "Either way, I'm focusing on a life core to enhance the little guys." The pair fell silent as the fight intensified. Nox's initial hypothesis proved correct. Lilin was toying with her opponent. Pale face, ragged breathing, sweat dripping from nose, ears, and chin. Edward had burned through almost all of his mana. Meanwhile, as a journeyman, Lilin had significantly greater stores than him. Victor's magic, combined with gravity, had significantly improved her mobility. 2. Edward appeared to only get in melee range when she wanted to let him. Edward displayed more of his arsenal. It occurred to Nox that his stepbrother wasn't as useless an individual as he thought. Galvanizing touch occupied Edward's star, and lightning shaping helped him mold it around his sword and crescent projectiles. He used haste to increase his speed. Meanwhile, his third cantrip wasn't as obvious. Since Edward could launch his lightning crescents during the tournament, it meant the spell wasn't connected to manipulation. After all, he didn't have nearly enough mana to start on a new focus, let alone a planetoid dedicated to it. Lord Gedge or Queen Mercer got him a rare cantrip that specialized in launching shaped essence. Now, the lightning spheres and spell disruption defense suggested Edward had either designed a new spell or paid someone to do it. Either way, He needed to be close to journeyman to dip his toe in the new pool. Executing something so nuanced without some modicum of talent or hard work was no easy task. Unfortunately for Edward, it mattered little against his opponent. Lilin destroyed the second dueling ward but kept giving up opportunities of claiming the third. Instead, she tossed gravity orbs behind or next to Edward, throwing him off balance. His disruption spell struggled with anything that didn't come directly at him. In the end, he collapsed from exhaustion and surrendered. Edward's face suggested he was too tired to feel humiliated. In fact, his grip on consciousness appeared fragile. "She's tenacious," Alexander commented, taking notes. "You've seen nothing." Nox laughed. "I suppose this is what Professor meant by control mages stalling forever. She's used nothing but the most basic control spells. Her attacks would be too devastating to use in practice. I can imagine conflicting gravity fields inflicting irreparable damage in seconds. The fight would be over before it even started. Why doesn't she use them?" "Your guess is as good as mine." Perhaps she wanted to frustrate Edward or found joy in tossing him around. Maybe she doesn't want to show the class her full strength. "Why not?" Alexander asked. "A display of strength will win you more party offers." "Look where that got us," Annabelle said. "Victor picked you because of your display on the first day. You picked us after watching our coordination. A party needs trust and harmony to function effectively. We didn't have that even before Nox and Lilin came along. I see you're sticking with them now." Nox spotted Caitlin hovering within hearing distance as Alexander spoke. He guessed she'd heard most of their conversation, because unlike my brother and fiancé, they've won my trust. We worked together without making it about subservience or familial standing. "Does that mean you're sticking by us?" Nox asked. "I hope you're aware that I'm banned from delving until my mentor says so." "I guessed as much when I saw you without your badge," she commented. "After the last delve, I'm in no rush. I'd rather we get stronger and faster first." "We need a vanguard, too," Nox said. "We won't get much done as 3 ranger fighters." "Or you could get lucky and find a summoner," Alexander said. "Finding one with a contract capable of frontlining could be challenging. But I hear the war mage department is full of them." Their conversation was cut short when Louis marched to the terrace's center and drew his rapier. It was Nox's turn to fight. Chapter 34. Inheritor against the Disinherited. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. "You're a terrifying opponent, brother," Nox said, meeting Louis in the middle of the terrace. "I reckon I'll need to pull out all my tricks against you." He grabbed the flask from his hip and took a swig. When he continued, Nox spoke loud enough for everyone watching to hear. "Sniper's eye to see you better. Feline grace to avoid your blade. Sprinter's high, so I don't tire out." "You never stop, do you?" Louis asked. "Every duel is an opportunity to advertise." "Mummy isn't paying my way through life. Some of us have to work for a living, and I believe in sharing my gifts. Why shouldn't our classmates have the opportunity to share my advantages?" "Quit the nonsense. I'm going to prove today that mother's concerns are baseless. I need no help dealing with you." The banter gave the bruise enough time to take effect. Sniper's eye kicked in first. It didn't just increase Nox's field of vision. Colors grew more vivid, and whenever something moved, it momentarily gained luminosity. Nox was counting on it to help him track his half-brother's illusions. Feline grace only further sharpened his senses. Nox felt his muscles loosen and twitch. Finally, Sprinter's high kicked in. Nox's lungs expanded, and his vitality swelled. He stretched, enjoying the feeling of unstoppability. "I don't get it, Louis," Nox said, cracking his neck. "Why are you so obsessed with me?" "I get Eddie to some extent. Mother never gave him any attention, and your father never did him favors." "The man is still jealous of a person that's been dead for almost 2 decades and still sees the disinherited son as a liability." "But you got everything you could have ever wanted, Louis. Why don't you think for yourself and be better?" "Unlike you, I have the honor to stand by family," Louis answered. "And you're a blight on our name, family." Nox sighed. "The idiot's excuse. I thought you were supposed to be a prodigy, little brother." "My family is the aunt who raised me when our dear mother dropped me for the Gedges." "My family is the lovely woman that just kicked your pathetic father's first spawn." "You forget, Louis, mother took the Mercer name from me. I'm just a humble rattra." "I know what you're trying to do, Nox, it's not going to work. I'm not as quick to anger as Edward. Are you lads done posturing? Professor Wolfhammer asked, sounding tired and frustrated. We don't have all day. Nox and Louis retreated to opposite ends of the terrace. The latter already had his weapon ready, and it took Nox half a second to activate his bow. The composite bow felt more solid and powerful in Nox's hand. It hummed for a couple of heartbeats after manifesting. Louis frowned from across the terrace, his eyes focusing on the bow. More eyes on the terrace focused on the weapon, but Nox failed to see any changes from his point of view. Then the duel began. Unwilling to give Louis a chance to swarm the field with illusions, Nox fired instantly. The mana arrow appeared clearer and better defined than any arrow he had fired before. It felt as if the increased energy in his star improved the projectile's purity and strength. Louis made no attempt at dodging. Instead, he exploded in a cloud of pink fire. Was he an illusion all along? Someone in the audience asked. Has anyone seen him get hit or have a close call? Not since the beginner course, a woman answered. Oh, my. Nox feigned concern. He pulled a marble-sized pellet out of his pocket, feeling glad about carrying his utility pouch. Little Louis disappeared. Whatever will I do? A pained yelp escaped Nox before he could shatter the smoke bomb. It fell from his hand, and an arrow blade struck the pellet midair and knocked it across the terrace. It landed on the opposite of the terrace, and a blue cloud formed a couple of heartbeats later. Nox heard a soft chuckle to his left as a hair-thick line of blood blossomed on the back of his right hand. I know all your tricks, Nox, Louis said. His voice now came from the opposite direction. Alchemy is a charlatan's substitute for true magecraft. Stick to what you're good at. Move to the production department. You might just excel there and save our family the shame of calling you a relative. The taunts had no effect on Nox. He had grown up with worse and identified his half-brother's attempt to beat him at his own game. Mages relied on their minds a lot more than ether warriors. They needed to remain calm during the heat of battle for the sake of spell form control, visualization for script modifications, and mana control. Angry mages made mistakes and resulted in accidents, if not death. The second smoke pellet exploded in Nox's hand. He didn't attempt shattering it on the ground. A hard squeeze between the thumb, middle, and index finger did the job. Nox dropped it as the concentrated acrid smoke stained his hands and stung his nasal passages. If not for the sigil of immunity, he'd keel over coughing and spewing colorful mucus. When Professor Wolfhammer announced the class's contents, and Louis declared his intent to duel Nox, he retrieved a few key items from Lillian's storage. Besides trap foam and chokem blue, Nox had also claimed a pair of enchanted goggles. It was originally standard alchemical equipment, but Nox had modified them to improve the smoke-penetrative powers. Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Sniper's eye had a side effect of drying out the eyes and making them more sensitive to irritants. Unfortunately, his sigils did little to alleviate the discomfort. He had made a pair of them for himself and Lillian. Hers came with a nose, mouth covering, and a spell form for filtering air. The modifications swiftly drained the device's mana stores, making the effects last only 5 minutes, but Nox considered the time sufficient for his purposes. It had mana recovery runes, too, but they took over a day to restore the goggles to full. Nox injected a mote of mana into the goggles as he pulled them on. His guidance pushed open a gate in the script, activating the modifications. The smoke around him appeared to thin. Moderate translucence did little to improve visibility. Soft coughing pulled Nox's attention to the right. It didn't echo all around him like Louis' speech. He knocked a mana arrow and launched it in the general direction. The projectile hit nothing, but a section of smoke shifted laterally instead of rising. Nox fired another quick arrow in the smoke's path. It made impact. Fire burst from where the arrow struck, and Louis emerged from the flames. He stumbled to his knees with an arrow in his hip. Sorry, Louis, Nox said, firing the most basic mana arrows in quick succession. I'll do better next time. Who am I to deprive you of a prick in the ass? The second arrow hit Louis in the butt, drawing a short scream, and the third bounced off his side, shattering the first dueling ward. Before Nox could fire a third, a tongue of golden flames burst from Louis's right palm and assaulted Nox. He didn't dodge, thinking it was illusory fire, but scalding heat caressed his cheek, and he lost a ward, too. If that weren't bad enough, Rattra's bow flickered, and the translucent blue limbs of mana flickered. They disappeared a second later, leaving nothing but the inscribed rod in his hands. For the first in a long time, Nox's heart threatened to pound out of his chest, and his temples throbbed. He and Lilin had been cornered before by hulking magic beasts. He had faced stalker lizards with only an inexperienced support mage at his side. However, it was the first time he was against an arcanically superior foe with no weapon in hand. Worst of all, he didn't have his artisan's arm. Nox felt vulnerable, and his image was at risk. Salesman valued reputation and buyer perception of all. If he lost and let Louis humiliate him, no one in class would want to buy concoctions from him. The second dueling ward shattered before he successfully conjured his layered defense. Golden flames slowed to a crawl approximately 10 inches from him and solidified into glass on contact with the second disc. The essence carried pink and fiery orange hues. Louis cut off the flames and retreated immediately, leaving crimson droplets in his wake. No mana arrows stuck out of the prince. He multiplied, and the illusory doubles spread across the terrace. Louis Mercer had disruption magic. Nox was sure it wasn't anti-magic or spell nullification, since slow and crystallize essence had still worked as intended. The two spells stabilized essence, while disruption effects had the opposite effect. It made sense that Louis and Edward had worked together to devise magic with similar functions. They likely shared tutors. The tournament had told Nox that Louis used Fire as his primary cantrip, and illusory forgery served as his first planet's focus. Nox knew little about his other two cantrips. He guessed Louis used Silent Step to complement his invisibility spell. The fire spell, on the other hand, made no sense. Nox only knew of the long-ranged fire dart cantrip. Flame Tongue was a tier 2 spell limited to journeymen specializing in fire magic. Either Queen Mercer had supplied her prized son with a rare cantrip, or he had an artifact for the purpose. It was likely Louis was close to ascending his star or had already achieved the evolution, which meant he probably had a second planet, which made spell disruption possible. Nox racked his brain, looking for solutions. He had a few more varieties of smoke bombs. However, his sigil of immunity would struggle against several different toxins. He was not guaranteed to find his opponent or get the correct Louis through the illusory doubles spell. The flame attack had blown the last smoke screen away. It was likely the same would happen again. When Louis and his clones charged at Nox, he indiscriminately threw pellets and electrified poison essence glass at them. A couple of them dodged, and others burst into puffs of pink flame. There were too many of them, and Nox had no choice but to go on the defensive. He constructed a pyramid-shaped mana cage. Unlike his previous conjurations, the construct stood taller than Nox and significantly drained his mana. Nox infused all four sides with crystallize essence, willing Rattra's bow to recover. "Come on." Nox hissed at the weapon, throwing mental images of ranged weapons at it. "Doesn't have to be a big bow. Anything will do." Rattra's bow finally reacted but didn't adopt any of its usual shapes. Instead, two branching lengths of mana extended from the rod, and a flopping band connected them. Nox tested the conjuration and realized it was a slingshot. Memories of Annabelle's favored weapon were still fresh on his mind. 4 copies of Louis lunged at Nox simultaneously, driving their rapiers at his torso. 3 solidified into countless fragments of pink essence glass while the third burst through the defensive spell. Nox spun with the attack, and the rapier's edge sliced deep into his side. Fortunately, the damage wasn't enough to shatter the final dueling ward. Galvanizing touch electrified a piece of essence glass just as he launched it from his sling. It was a remnant of Mistress Marika's acidic attack. The projectile turned into luminous purple fluid mid-flight and splashed all over Louis' clothes, hands, and face. He screamed, dropping his rapier and falling to his knees. Nox wasted no time and grabbed his brother's sword arm, twisted it around his back, and drove a knee into the back of Louis' legs. The screaming didn't stop when the second dueling ward shattered. Louis desperately clutched and scratched at his face as the acid burned him. Then the third ward shattered. Nox released him, and the screaming intensified. A fourth glass triangle appeared above Louis' head, and cracks spread across it rapidly. It would have been easy to let the last layer of protective magic fail. The healers would save Louis' life, but the scars would remain for life without an expert or archmage's work. Healing specialists of the rank were few and far between. Knox hated Edward and severely disliked Louis. While he had given up on the former, he thought the younger of the pair redeemable. Instead of letting the 18-year-old suffer, Knox emptied a vial of alkaline salve on his brother's face. It took another before the purple splotches lost their luminosity. Then he divided a third vial between Louis' hands. The cracks spreading across the final ward ceased growing, and the screaming ceased. Even though a healer was already sprinting towards them, Knox infused 2 healing pellets with galvanizing touch. When he forced them into Louis' mouth, they turned into jelly, and the younger man looked up at him with shocked eyes. His cheeks were red and raw, but the skin looked unharmed. Unfortunately, his hands had suffered damage and would need a skilled healer's touch. Chapter 35. Academia is challenging even for the talented. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Sorcerers and wizards might appear the same from the outside, but they're not the same. The former often appear stronger, but their abilities are limited, and they lack control over their mana system's path. After all, their strength comes from their lineage, primordial ancestors, divine blood, or a humanoid magical beast parent are often the source of their power. Unfortunately, their origins make sorcerers the target of suspicion when they could become vital weapons in the war against the gods. Unless the Imperium and city-states change their opinion on sorcerers, more will be forced to join dungeon lord cults to survive. Archwizard Alex Ma, creator of the Rock Cannon spell series. The rest of the week passed swiftly. Intermediate dungeon combat classes remained the same throughout the week. Professor Wolfhammer had everyone fit enough to fight. They dueled as soon as their mana and stamina had recovered to adequate levels. It resulted in the class fighting various opponents, sometimes facing the same classmate multiple times. However, he didn't push Knox and Lillian to fight their first opponents. Edward and Louis gave the pair a wide berth. The brothers neither spoke to nor looked at them. Knox won most of his fights with relative ease unless facing melee opponents. Speedier foes had little trouble breaking his wards if they made it to him. Even though Knox had decent hand-to-hand skills, he struggled to catch and pin them as he had with Louis. Meanwhile, he had a never harder time with the vanguards. They were slower, taking longer to reach him, and more vulnerable to his projectiles. Unfortunately, the mana arrows failed to penetrate their defenses, and projectiles accompanied by essence glass shards only inflicted surface damage. Knox refused to waste more of his alchemical creations or stored essences and fought with nothing besides Rattra's bow and his magic. Instead, he accepted the loss and used the experiences to improve his general combat skills. When the juggernauts got close, Knox combined slow with his martial skills. Unfortunately, his opponents outmatched him in strength and durability. They eventually overpowered and defeated him. He had less success with them than he did with the speedier melee fighters. Lillian continued to mostly use control and defensive spells. She picked up a black staff somewhere along the way and used it more than attack magic. The narrow end proved excellent for thrusting attacks while she used the thick knotted top for bludgeoning. Knox had never seen her fight in melee range and wondered whether her staff combat knowledge came from consuming past victims. Much to his surprise, she lost more than half her matches and just shrugged when asked why. However, she'd have the biggest grin after each duel and talk animatedly about the experience, even when it was a defeat. The change in his victory-loving friend only further unnerved Knox on the topic of Lillian's transformation. Finally, Annabelle displayed the most surprising transformation. The young woman appeared battle-hungry, demanding to face opponents beyond fellow support mages or controllers. She didn't just appear more confident in conversation but in battle as well. Unlike most of the class, she had life and death experiences and used everything the Rift had taught her to polish skills and cover weaknesses. Runes and spellforms covered Annabelle's new boots. They looked like the pair Victor used to wear but altered to fit her slender legs and came up to the knees. Her jumps carried her higher, and light kicks let her change direction mid-air before she landed. Annabelle also didn't just rely on her sling. She carried an odd artificed weapon that started as a dagger with a forearm-long blade and just as long a handle. A flick of the wrist made the latter half double in length. Then a twist turned it into a short spear. The head occasionally glowed during thrusts and mid-fight extensions, penetrating defenses including Caitlyn's armor. Once Annabelle's martial skills improved and she gained experience, Nox believed the woman would become a terrifying rearguard. Foresight, danger sense, haste, and the sigil of agility would put her on par with the class's speedier fighters. All other classes moved past foundational exercises and delved deeper into their respective topics. All students displayed adequate competency in Dean Woodson's shaping class, and she gave them a break from practicals for the week to cover theory. Each lesson covered a new topic. First came multi-shaping, which covered visualizing multiple shapes simultaneously to create multiple mana cages. The spell form for it appeared simple, but execution demanded splitting one's attention. On third day, they delved into the field of micro-shaping. It built on the previous lesson, exploring spell forms focused on breaking down chunks of mostly homogeneous materials. It targeted the constituent materials, destabilizing bonds between them to create fingernail-sized chips or fine powders. The final begin essence shaping of the week delved into the topic of macro shaping. The spellform was the most complex one of the week. It combined the previous two techniques with mana cages to create large blocks. As Nox strived to complete his shaping planet, he realized all three techniques would be necessary for his final spellform. He thought back to the essence glass arrowheads he had constructed in the rift. It was a form of macro shaping combined with mana cages. Repeating the task with a proper spell form and not just intent made it significantly easier. The two compulsory theory classes taught in the research department built on what they had covered in the previous weeks. Nox guessed the intermediate dungeon theory course explored entities like Lilin further. He hoped Annabelle wouldn't catch on. As far as Nox could tell, her danger sense ignored the human mimic. It only alerted her of creatures that wished her harm. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. Nox eagerly waited for intermediate mana system theory to progress past foci. He specifically wanted to learn more about binary star systems. Mostly summoners got access to them, but that didn't stop Nox from dreaming. He still wanted to explore true slow or freeze. The course's final topic, understanding essence, intrigued him too. Nox recognized gaps in his knowledge because of not completing the beginner course. Since Kreese had banned him from delving, Nox hoped to find some time for the library. He needed to explore the topic thoroughly to get the most out of the products of crystallize essence. Thanks to the week of dueling in Professor Wolfhammer's classes, Nox had a variety of essences waiting to be turned into concoctions or weapons. Much to Nox's disappointment, Dia's class didn't explore any new topics and continued building on layered scripts. Most of the class needed more time. It was the foundation for three-dimensional spells. However, when Nox asked her for reading materials on mana storage and amplifying scripts, she lent him a book to read ahead. In the meantime, Nox successfully completed a quarter of the necessary script for his planet. It combined the spell forms for macro shaping and mana cages. Dia approved of his work and highlighted where he could make things more efficient and avoid mana leakage. Nox initially planned on using the elements of galvanizing touch to destabilize essence glass, forcing it into a mana cage, and then using crystallize essence to stabilize the final form. Dean Woodson's class taught him more mana-effective methods of doing the same. Since galvanizing touch wasn't a part of his star, using it in the shaping planet's script would only make the resulting spell too expensive for frequent use. Instead, Nox planned on using micro-shaping to break essence glass. When free-forming, the process demanded a fair degree of concentration and mana. However, a good enough spell form could potentially make the process quick and cheap. Unfortunately, Nox lacked the necessary knowledge and practice to complete the rest of the script. Micro-shaping demanded a much deeper understanding of the targeted material than macro-shaping. Since essence glass was a rare and almost unknown substance, none of his teachers had adequate knowledge to guide him. Before completing the script, Nox needed to investigate essence glass of various types and the bonds between its fundamental elements. However, it was progress. Any progress was better than no progress. Only Professor Lorenzo appeared disappointed in Nox's spell development. "You're working hard but not smart," the man told him. The professor's accent grew thicker with every meeting. He had moderately darker skin than most of the people of the northern continent but didn't quite look like people from Professor Das's homeland. He originated from a narrow strip of land to the east, which separated the Imperium from the endless sands and yellow rock wastes. Mana costs might be cumulative, but mental strain grows exponentially with every instance of a spell you have active. That might not seem like a lot right now, but as you add more sides to your defensive spells, you'll feel the headaches. Migraines usually result in dead mages. I'll be honest, I wasn't really thinking when I came up with the pyramid barrier, Nox replied. It was a panic cast. That's no excuse, is it? Professor Lorenzo shook his head. A panicking mage is a dead mage. Nox sighed, finishing the thought for him. I'm not particularly good at shaping stable curved surfaces yet. Since there were several illusory copies, I hoped each instance of crystallized essence would dispel one illusion. I'm not saying your reasoning was wrong. It's your execution that needs improvement. The two men sat together with large sheets of parchment, drawing diagrams. Professor Lorenzo sketched 4 equilateral triangles next to a square with the same dimensions as the previous shapes. Infusing all 4 triangles with your spell costs the same quantity of mana as doing the same to the square. However, you're only straining your mind once with the latter. Then Professor Lorenzo drew lines connecting the opposite corners and tapped the center where they intersected. Now, if you fold or break the shape, it's still that one instance you're focusing on while feeding separate streams of mana to each section. Mana and your endurance are not the only resources you need to consider. Mental stamina is just as important for spellcasting. Defensive spells need to be quick and reflexive. You don't want to have to think about it or strain yourself since, as the party's striker and controller, your priorities lie elsewhere. The differing approach to spellcasting felt negligible at first. Nox practiced it during the lessons and used it during dueling. When he remembered, he didn't notice significant benefits until 5th day when he dueled an opponent he hadn't faced before. Matthias Morgan came from a long line of famous summoners. As the 3rd son of a branch family, he lacked sufficient station to draw allies using his lineage. However, his magic had won him a position in Louis' entourage. The man summoned a flock of birds made of pure fire essence. They moved as a swarm, and a couple flew independently. The former kept his attention while the latter snuck up on him from his blind spots. The pyramid defense proved invaluable for keeping Nox's dueling wards intact. It took 3 birds to dispel one side. Nox replaced each triangular barrier with a new one as soon as they fell. With each new creation, Nox's A's and temples hurt more. By the end of the fight, he struggled to stand upright even though his knees threatened to give out. Nox had no choice but to surrender. Despite his other losses, it was the match that helped him find some humility and practice Professor Lorenzo's approach more seriously. Nox dedicated most of his evenings to alchemy, selling sample potions to the stores within the Woodson University campus and developing his spell form. He used a fraction of their recent earnings in new alchemy equipment, specifically microscopes and similar tools for brewing equipment. Nox used them to break down and analyze his essence glass. The crystalline bonds between stable essence proved similar to mana gems. However, the discovery didn't help Nox figure out micro-shaping. He needed an expert from the production department to progress and hoped Professor Das was his man. Chapter 36. The Artisan's Path. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox had breakfast with Vis on 6th day. They discussed alchemy and the upcoming day's brew. Even though neither man reacted when exiting the apartment, Nox couldn't help but bring up the noises they heard on the way out and the sight they observed through a wide-open doorway. This isn't the first semester you've lived with Pudge, is it? It's the 3rd or 4th. Vis answered. Why do you ask? Has he always had beautiful women spending the night? Nox asked. Vis laughed. Yes and number. It was a much rarer occurrence when he came to the city. The numbers and frequency seem to increase every semester. How the hell does he do it? It's not just that women are gorgeous, and his face looks like a dropped pancake. Number. That's not it. Confidence, humor, and the ability to hold a conversation are enough to overcome looks. The volume is certainly uncanny. But that's now what I'm wondering. These women look like they come from good families. If they're students, they're obviously smart and gifted. How, in Yggdrasil's name, do they come to a dark, damp apartment and not leave once they smell the blighted smell coming out of his room? His beasts don't just smell, but they're noisy, and I bet they stare while Pudge and his lady friends are at it, too. As for how these women flock to him, you should ask Pudge. He is upfront about it with his partners and friends. I often go to the taverns with him, and his presence makes me seem less creepy to women. You've probably noticed that I look like a vampire out of a children's picture book. I didn't want to say anything. Knox chuckled, almost choking on a piece of fruit. It's true. My mother, uncle, cousins, grandparents, and everyone on that side of the family look like this. If we weren't rich, our city's council would probably pin all mysterious deaths and disappearances on us. Vis rolled around the sausage on his plate, amusement slipping from his face for a moment. He was smiling again when he continued. I've been wondering how Pudge gets his partners to ignore the beasts and their stench ever since I met him. That's one secret he keeps close to his heart. 8th Bell and Advanced Alchemy started without Professor Das. This had already filled Knox in on a day's brew during breakfast. Booklets with directions, spell form fragments, and precautions sat on each workstation when they entered the classroom. They wasted no time, cleaned their cauldrons, processed equipment, and got the base started. When delvers returned from dungeons and rifts, they occasionally brought diseases with them. The mages and ether warriors either served as carriers, or the corpses they brought back carried them. Rift and dungeon breaches also brought diseases to the mortal realm. If not culled soon, they devastated neighboring settlements, blighted flora and fauna, and scarred the landscape. Nergal's pox was one such disease with only one known cure, pox purger. Pox purger burned the disease out of the patient. It stopped the boils from spreading and made them resistant to future inflictions. However, it did little to repair the lung damage or heal the scars. Brews capable of fixing the latter reacted poorly to the brew, preventing simultaneous consumption. By the time pox purger left their system, it was too late to fix the already inflicted damage. However, there was no better cure for the disease. Knox had made the concoction a few times when Golden Isles passed settlements suffering from the affliction. The brew wasn't particularly complicated, but it used live samples of diseased flesh and several ingredients which needed careful handling. They weren't just hazardous, but small missteps could potentially render a significant number of them inert. Everyone in the class wore full personal protective equipment, and more than half used artisan arms. When the professor arrived, Knox was about to start working on the more dangerous ingredients. Knox Ratra. In my office, please. Professor Das marched through the class without checking on his students. Knox couldn't tell whether the man had confidence in the class or was an incredibly callous teacher. Thank you for excusing my absence during the last session, Professor, Knox said after closing the office door behind them. Is everything okay? I heard of your incident during the delve, the professor said. Please share my condolences with Annabelle O'Ackhart. I didn't know her brother or fiancé, but I'm familiar with the house. Their farms are responsible for a third of the herbs we use in our bases. I'll be sure to pass on the message. If that's all, Professor, I need to get back to the cauldron before it boils. I appreciate your dedication to the craft, but I don't think this brew is necessary. I've looked over the Golden Isles alchemist's qualification standards. Their promotion requirements are far more stringent than ours. You must have made pox purger to reach journeyman. That's correct, Professor. The alchemy houses demand a mastery of curative brews amongst one of the essentials for any journeyman. A good deal of the Golden Isles residents are novices or apprentices. Beasts weren't bad enough. Professor Das sighed. The bastard gods also had to curse us with their plagues and blights. He shook his head and pulled a stack of papers and a velvet pouch out of his drawer. They sat on the desk between the pair. I've got good news for you, Knox. The department professors and I consulted your mentor, studied your brews, and discussed them in depth. To be frank, this class won't teach you anything new until the final few weeks. It might be useful if you want to get in practice, but I reckon you're doing enough of that on your own. This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Does that mean I'm excused from classes? Knox asked. His heart skipped a beat, and he resisted the urge to smile. Yes, but you're not excused from the course, the professor said, sliding the papers toward Knox. It's a list of concoctions I'd like you to brew in your own time. Bring me a vial of each, and I'll mark them off the checklist. Continue to bring me your creations as well. Knox leafed through the recipes. He recognized some of the concoctions, others were alien to him. The spell forms accompanying them felt inadequate. Knox would need to expand on them and fill in the blanks. I'll graduate from advanced alchemy if I complete all of these, he asked. Not quite. Professor Das's A's narrowed, and he leaned forward in his chair. Complete these, and you learn the Adept Alchemist's license. It might not meet the Trade Empire's standards. You'll need to pass a couple more certifications if you ever fly south with me, but the Imperium and all city-states on the continent will recognize the qualification. Knox's mouth fell open. The Adept rank had always felt too distant for him to think about. He had never given further promotions a thought. Knox wanted to be a delver. He needed alchemy to cover his weaknesses and pay costs between delves. Adept rank brews demanded materials much too rare and expensive to excuse personal use. Chances of failure while brewing was high, too, making it a costly and risky endeavor. Finding buyers for the concoctions would prove difficult, too. Not everyone carried enough coin to afford such potions. However, holding the rank would open several doors for Knox. His simpler brews would also sell more easily. Adept rank will gain you benefits with the production department. If you ever wish to take a break from dungeon studies, we'll take you in and fund your education. It's likely you learn money while studying and get full access to our suppliers and buyers. That's amazing, Knox mumbled, slumping down on the chair opposite Professor Das. I'm not ready to give up dungeon studies just yet, but it's nice to know my talents are enough to keep me afloat if I can't achieve my goals. Kreese told me about your goals. Targeting an Arcane dungeon is a fool's errand. In the past century, we've only destroyed 2 of them. 9 out of 10 parties that attempt anything besides containment suffer major casualties. These teams have at least 2 archmages and 2 or more high experts. Don't waste your gift. Bye. I'll think about it, Knox said. I'm happy to work for the production department, but it won't be full-time. He looked over the recipes again. Some of these materials are grossly expensive. Will the department provide the materials? Number. All alchemists pursuing promotions past journeyman must fund themselves. It proves your skills are sufficient to support your trade. However, you can procure them through the department and enjoy our significantly discounted rates. Professor Das placed another recipe on the table. My stores are open to you for this brew. Submit a requisition form to the supplies department, and they'll get everything for you. Saulin stasis solution. Knox read the concoction's name out loud. The recipe appeared simpler than the brews on the other list, but it was just as challenging as the tincture of sigil awakening. The Department of Dungeon Studies uses vast volumes for procuring volatile materials from delves, the professor explained. We produce them just as much as healing and mana potions. If you can pull this off, you'll complete advanced alchemy. I'd advise you not to underestimate the challenge. It's harder than it looks. Thank you, Professor, Knox said. I don't know what to say. This will make my life so much easier. The pass is contingent on us receiving samples of your regular brews. He pushed the velvet pouch toward Knox. There's also this. Knox's mouth fell open when he checked its contents. He counted out 6 gold coins. Each of them held a value of 10. What's this for? Knox asked. The tincture of sigil awakening, the professor answered. Dino Leg deemed it good enough for his apprentice, and you're deserving of the appropriate market price. It's too dangerous and difficult to brew to just give away. Thank you. Since Knox had the professor alone, he asked for help studying essence glass. The pair returned to the laboratory and cleared Knox's workstation. He set up analyzing equipment while Professor Das looked over everyone's safety gear and ensured all precautions were in place before the students touched the more dangerous material. Then he and Knox analyzed the essence glass together. First, they attempted temperature tests. Non-magical stimuli made the material act like ordinary glass. Too hot, and it warped. Cold made it harder and more brittle. The lightest touch filled chilled fragments with cracks. Only magical heat made the essence return to its original state. Cold spells induced no changes. Pressure tests came next. Regardless of its source, arcane or not, gradually applied force did nothing but shatter and eventually powder the essence glass. They didn't have the means to launch and test how impacts affected it without leaving the laboratory. Because of the dangers accompanying the brew, Professor Das couldn't afford to leave the classroom. Finally, they conducted vibration and dissolving tests. After noting frequencies that shattered the essence glass and declaring its powdered form was insoluble, they finally studied the material under microscopes. They started with unchanged basic essence glass and went through the forms that had suffered the rigors of testing. Essence glass is a misnomer, Professor Das declared. Glass can only be declared a crystal if more than 1/100th of it is lead. Otherwise, it's an amorphous solid. Your essence glass is homogeneous, geometrically regular, and has symmetrically arranged plane faces. This makes it a crystal. Fortunately, the pattern is consistent despite the type of essence. That makes my life considerably easier, Knox said. I won't need different spell forms for shaping different types of essence. True, but it's not that straightforward. He brought two microscopes together. One focused on Mistress Marika's poison, while the other had Luifi fire under the lens. Look closely. What difference do you see besides the color? It took Knox only a short time to find the challenge. The geometrical pattern is the same, but the scale isn't. That's correct. The essence's nature determines the size of the symmetrical faces. Your spell form will need some flexibility to deal with the inconsistency. Thank you, Professor, Knox said. I'll need a while to study crystal shaping, but this will make my life significantly easier. It's fine. This was just as useful to me as it is to you. Your essence glass could potentially change alchemy as we know it. I hope you'll share the spell form with me someday. Knox didn't make any promises. Instead, he thanked the professor and the production department. He still had an hour until lunch and hoped to spend the day in the library. Crystal shaping, though rare, wasn't an unknown discipline. Studying their techniques and spell form would give him an idea of how to proceed. Chapter 37. Money Troubles. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. This ridiculous. Knox sighed. Recipes, letters, and coins lay littered on the table before him. What kind of stupid institution charges 500 gold coins per semester? This one, apparently, Lilin answered, recounting their coins for the third time. We have 212 gold. Delivering the latest batch of trap foam and empowering potions will bring our total to just over 300. Let's just say we'll have 250 after the material and energy costs for our next batches. That's half of what we need, and we only have 1 month to collect the remainder. The university required the semester's second installment a week before the third month's beginning. I get how the nobles, famous mage families, and politicians afford it. Almost half the student body is upper middle class commoners. How do they afford it? I had the same question and asked around. Lilin said. Turns out Dungeon Studies is the only department where almost all students pay the full tuition. It's the reason why commoners are so few or far between. The Imperium and city-states have contracts and alliances with Woodson University. These are mostly non-aggression pacts that ensure they won't attack the city, involve it in their internal and internation strife, and if any armies attack, they'll provide protection. In exchange, their students get discounted entry to the War Mage department. They have similar agreements with the production department. Alternatively, artisans can get significant discounts if they agree to service contracts. These involve a service of 3 to 10 years to the city. Tuition in exchange for service sounds like an amazing deal for any commoner. They need to display exceptional talent, already hold the apprentice rank, and family connections help. Of course, I hear some have shared secret recipes, spell forms, and techniques with the university to benefit from such privileges. What about the research department? Knox asked. It's mostly got nobles who don't mind paying the full tuition. They're often the third or fourth born who have no hope of inheriting significant family assets and are too cowardly to play war or delve. The Imperium and city-states also present their exceptional scholars to if their ruler doesn't give them full scholarships. The university often subsidizes a lot of things. I suppose they value minds who can further arcane and dungeon research. Apparently, Pudge was an often stable boy who impressed higher-ups with his magic and its use in animal rearing. They're paying so he can help produce war beasts, delver companions, and blight-resistant livestock. The research department makes almost the same amount of coin as the production department through patented spell forms. They make tens of thousands by imprinting spells in lazy mages' minds and also receive funds from nations to further study in many fields. His presence makes the mana clean enough to conduct a lot of arcane research safely. I suppose we don't get the same benefits since we have shorter life expectancies than war mages. Nox sighed. Most rulers, including my mother, care more about containing dungeons and exploiting their resources instead of putting them down. They'd rather deal with the diseases and blights than exterminate the larger ones. That's not the worst for me. When I'm a dungeon lord, I want to find sustainable methods of feeding and ruling that won't draw the ire of any major powers. If more dungeons chose cohabitation instead of expansion and war, delvers wouldn't need to exist. Currently, they only serve to contain or exterminate threatening dungeons seeking widespread death and destruction. I'm aware, Nox grumbled, arranging their gold in neat stacks. I have no problem with beast-run dungeons as long as they're not wild, breaching, or spreading disease. Most, if not all, the formerly divine dungeon lords are a whole other story. They hate humanity for losing praise, worship, and sacrifice. They want us to pay for their fall. I want to put these bastards down before we fall victim to their wrath. Who do you think they'll pursue if humans fall? The gods are a vengeful bunch. The bastards will war over the earth and specifically target dungeon lords without divine pasts. I'll probably be amongst the first to die, given Mother rules an arch and dungeon. That's assuming either of us lives long enough to see such a future. Nox sighed. I wish the dungeon studies department had scholarships or subsidized some part of the tuition. 500 gold per person for 4 months is way too much. I could have a new Ratter's bow or something from the inner vault made yearly for that kind of money. Nox knew the claim wasn't strictly valid. The objects in his mother's vault were unique artifacts, and individuals capable of replicating them were almost as rare. Some were born of gods, others used materials from the depths of Arcane dungeons. The creation of many demanded long-lost techniques, and others used spell forms even a prodigy rune scholar would struggle to decipher. They were priceless, and buying one in the open market would be equivalent to several years of tuition, if not more. Most people who benefited from the inner vault's contents remained in the trade empire's service. The queen often reclaimed the artifacts following their demise or expected the inheritor to receive them out of merit instead of familial relation. 1,000 gold coins would almost get Nox a cheap imitation which demanded frequent, expensive repairs or mana gem investments. Such creations were also prone to critical failure when overloaded with multiple mana fields. Despite their uniqueness and power, most weapons and tools in the inner vault became outdated only a short time after the user crossed the journeyman rank. They typically had the strength of the same rank and served to round out the wielder's shortcomings or expand their basic abilities. The average practitioner rarely made it to adept, making the problem negligible for most. Not all weapons, like Rattra's bow, grow in power with the wielder's mana system. However, it was a very high-skill weapon, dependent on the wielder's arcane control, weapon mastery, and compatibility with a tool. It was more a complicated spell form than a weapon capable of functioning independently. Nox often wondered if he had relatives across the Sapphire Straits. If they existed, he imagined they were master alchemists and artificers, making such tools every handful of years. If you find this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the infringement. Nox pushed idle thoughts aside and focused on their money troubles. Lillian had gone around selling materials collected during the delve. After giving Annabelle her share, they had made about 50 gold. A couple of more rift clearances would have made paying tuition possible. He imagined dungeon studies students without wealthy parents relied on sponsors for the first couple of semesters and then paid their own way with regular delves. Unfortunately, He didn't have the same luxuries. They needed to find new avenues for expanding their earnings. Lillian's flirting had sold all of their recovery brews. Unfortunately, the profits weren't as high as Knox would have hoped. The general stores that fell for her feminine wiles lacked the funds to pay the kind of coin Knox desired. Meanwhile, apothecaries and alchemists had shown little interest besides professional curiosity in his creations. None of them believed there was a market for his products. Most of Knox's sales came from his peers. After watching his duels while empowered by his brews, several people had put in orders for his cocktails. They couldn't afford much, and Knox got as much as possible out of them. The rest of his profits came from selling trap foam. Again, it was his classmates who purchased it. The party of journeyman delvers hadn't returned for more despite having his address. Their financial situation felt more hopeless with every passing day. His desperation grew until Knox went to the people Kreese had advised him to avoid. The busy schedule took Knox to every department of Woodson University except the War Mage department. They belonged to the philosophy that dungeons were valuable sources of resources for the world's many nations. Containing the beasts and preventing expansion was the extent of their duties when not engaging in wars of conquest, expanding into magical beast-dominated territory, or fighting over their rulers' petty squabbles. Conflicting goals often sparked arguments between them and delvers. Knox believed that if it weren't for rifts, dungeon breaches, and blight spreaders, war mages would exterminate their dungeon killers. He had heard rumors around the dungeon studies department that several greater powers on the continent also had ties to dungeon lord cults, making them extra hostile to delvers. Knox and Lillian visited the War Mage department together. They had heard from the glass mages that the quartermaster often bought recovery potions directly from journeyman alchemists. The production department only gave beneficial rates to their own people. Everyone else got market rates. Aspiring artisans, especially commoners, had no qualms about undercutting shops and named sellers to move their goods and make a profit. Much to Knox's surprise, he found Edward engaged in a hushed, heated conversation with a woman in the quartermaster's office. Several minutes passed before he noticed the pair. Edward froze, looking horrified. He whispered something to the woman behind the desk and stomped past Knox without meeting his eye. "Can I help you?" she asked, stacking the many sheets of paper scattered around her desk. "I was hoping to have a word with the quartermaster," Knox said. "There's 4 of us." Her eyes studied Knox and Lillian before focusing on the Delver's badge on her lapel. "If you're looking to transfer departments, the forms are by the door." She pointed at a shelf by the office's exit. "If you wish to transfer as soon as possible, the cutoff is in 2 days. Otherwise, you'll need to wait until the next semester. I'd advise you to opt for the latter if you want sponsorships or scholarships." "That's not why we're here, Lady Quartermaster." Knox put on his best smile and removed 4 containers from his desk. "Healing, stamina, and mana pills." He pointed at each bottle as he named them. "This one is a cocktail of Sniper's Eye, Feline Grace, and Sprinter's High. The last is my creation. It staves off fatigue and keeps the body pushing harder. I hear the lovely War Mage trainers like to use training aids to prepare their students." "And you're with the production department?" The quartermaster raised an eyebrow. "That's correct," Knox answered. "What are you doing with a delver?" "Lillian is an old friend. An artisan needs connections in all departments to acquire materials at the best price. Procurement is challenging if one chooses to be economical. Don't you think so?" The woman's shoulders visibly relaxed, and her expression softened. "Gatherer delvers are the best kind of delvers," she replied. "My uncle made a living as one for decades near the Yellow Rock Wastes." "Smart of you two to form a partnership this early." "Thank you," Lillian said. "It's hard to find good artisans without middlemen who eat half your profits." "I've heard that before." The quartermaster picked up each container and studied them closely. "Since when is the production department creating pills?" "I hear it doubles the workload, and the shops out in the city demand a hefty markup for them." "I've developed a process which simplifies the process considerably," Knox replied. Infusing a pill with volatile mana before consumption will dissolve instantly and grant more instantaneous results. I believe the War Mage department could benefit greatly from my products, especially the empowering brew. I'm sure the other quartermasters and dean will appreciate the pills, but brews are terribly inefficient. They cost too much for the average war mage to use effectively. You'll find only commanders and the like have deep enough pockets to benefit from them. She swirled the liquid in the bottle and breathed it in deeply. Leave these with me, along with your name and address. I'll consult my colleagues and send a message with a page. Thank you for your time. Knox shot her his best merchant smile before leaving. That went smoothly, Lilin stated once they were out of the building. I hope so. Unless they put in big orders, I doubt our profits will be enough to pay for the rest of the semester. Maybe you should branch out from brews that mages need and think about luxury products as well. What do you mean? Knox raised an eyebrow. Like pheromonal perfumes and skin cleansing ointment? Lilin shrugged. The city is full of young, beautiful women, and there aren't many boutiques that cater to them. The few that store such products have a monopoly on the market and mark up their products enough to profit handsomely. It might be worth considering. I never thought about brewing cosmetics and beauty treatments, Knox mumbled, mentally kicking himself for not thinking of the mostly untapped market. I wouldn't know where to begin, though. I'm not familiar with the necessary recipes or materials. Perhaps talk to some of Pudge's partners, Lilin suggested. They might use beauty products. If they're willing to give you samples, you could reverse engineer the recipes and reproduce them. Maybe even produce superior products and then sell them significantly cheaper than what the boutiques stock. I doubt you'll face much trouble for undercutting them. Perhaps it's time I take Pudge out for a drink, Knox said, and the pair returned to their quarters. Chapter 38. Mentor and Apprentice. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The first month of the semester ended without Knox making significant advances in his spell form or solving his money troubles. Meanwhile, guard presence around the city increased. Individuals wearing crests from the Imperium and other ruling powers became common on campus. When asked, university staff claimed it was because of the upcoming summer solstice festival. Knox believed there was more at play, and it probably had something to do with the disappearances around the city. Despite the abductions and increased presence, everyone appeared in a festive mood. Floral decorations around campus and outside grew, colorful flags and banners hung from walls or across streets, and new stalls popped up on the pavements, making streets and walkways narrower. More roadside eateries popped up, further clogging the roads with patrons and, worst of all, drinkers. Thanks to the sigil of immunity, Knox never learned to indulge in the latter habit. Occasionally he felt envious of the joy and merriment drunks in taverns displayed. Then he saw them vomiting or lying unconscious in an alley, and pity replaced all other emotions. The headaches and stomach upsets the following day didn't appeal to him either. I wonder if I could make a fortune with a cure for hangovers, Knox mumbled, weaving through a crowd. Then he reprimanded himself for whispering when silent thoughts work just as well. If mumbling turned into a habit, someday he'd reveal secrets to an eavesdropper or passerby with enhanced hearing. Some of Knox's secrets would likely get him killed. It was sixth day, and the first month of the semester had just ended. Most students, except those in the production department or taking beginner dungeon combat, had the day off. Now that he didn't need to attend advanced alchemy, he technically had the time to himself, too. Unfortunately, it was the only time Kreese had off and had set a much-needed mentor-apprentice meeting. Come in, she said when he appeared at her door. Instead of her office in the main building, Kreese had organized the meeting at her apartment next to the eating hall only royalty, nobles, and their entourages used. It was far nicer than the buildings near the campus wall, and each apartment covered the entire floor. Kreese occupied the ground floor, and the two abodes above had their individual entrances with external stairs leading up to them. Dusk was less than a bell away, and Kreese welcomed him in a slim evening dress, hair in curlers, and tissues stuck out of her neckline. I apologize for my state, Kreese told him. This is the one evening where I'm not teaching, holding office hours, or investigating the disappearances. Unfortunately, it is also the evening Dean Woodson organized a meeting with Continental Powers so we can get more funding. Funding? For what? Knox asked, feeling curious about the university's inner workings. To sponsor more people like you. Of course, there are far too many talented individuals out there who go unnoticed or unutilized because we don't have the funds to support them. She raised her hand before Knox could interject. Don't give me the tired story of the university's high tuition. I had the same complaint when I was a student, but I now see how much work and money goes into running this place. Maintenance and staffing costs alone would cripple most city-states. Then there are the wards that contain the dungeon and facilities costs to keep your peers from destroying buildings or repairs when they do. I still think 500 gold a semester is an obnoxious number. That number is precisely why the department is full of spoilt nobles and generational mage houses. They delve for glory or to further their family fortunes instead of the war. If you had more commoners or people like me who've lived through godfalls or suffered a god's wrath, you'd have fewer dungeons. Not everyone agrees with the work we do, or how we do it. But we delvers are essential to humanity's survival. Far too many rulers and lords forget the importance of our work in the war against the gods without frequent reminders. As far as they're concerned, if the fight isn't near their borders, it doesn't exist. These cocktail evenings and dinners get us the means to offer scholarships or subsidize education for those who deserve it. Most delvers get their licenses through the guilds. They learn on the job, get clearances and qualifications through bodies with no standardization, and end up dead. Are Lillian and I benefiting from one such benefactor? Not quite, Kreese answered. She led Knox through an untidy living room into a study with wall-to-wall shelves, a desk, and 2 chairs. It was even messier. Professional curiosity has a lot to do with your presence in the university. Anyway, we have very little time and much to discuss. Tell me about how your classes are going. Professor Das has already told me about the provisions he made for you. She grinned. He was mad at me for enrolling you in the class. You're too advanced for advanced alchemy. Apparently, he wants you to reach adept and then have you join the staff. He already made me an offer along those lines. Unfortunately, he wants me to leave the dungeon studies department, and I'm not ready to give up on my goals. Knox placed a leather-bound book on the one empty space on the desk. It was the one spot that didn't have scribbled notes or open tomes. I kept notes of my progress as you advised. It's been a challenge, but I reckon I'm close to completing the spell. Kreese flipped through the hand-sized journal, glossing over the notes and studying the scribbled spell forms closely. I'd say you lucked out. Glass is significantly harder to shape than crystal. She took a minute to check one diagram closely. I see you've got the micro and macro ends of the script sorted. What's holding you back? Unauthorized use. This story is on Amazon without permission from the author. Report any sightings. Cost. Knox replied. The spell form needs to adapt according to the essence type, which drastically increases the mana requirements. The micro side of things needs more work since it will tell the macro what to do. Currently, I'm controlling that aspect with intent, but the spell is tiring me out too quickly. Your spell form is far too busy, Kreese commented. You haven't even included mana storage, amplification, or controller scripts yet. She smiled. Good job, though. I'm glad you're not rushing things. You've made brilliant progress. I suppose your shaping planet won't be ready for another month or 2. That's far too long. 3 more weeks, and I'm done here. How short are you? We have a little over half of what we need. So you've made close to 300 gold in 1 month. Kreese's A's narrowed. That's impressive. I'm sure you can manage the rest in the time you have. Not without delving, Knox said. I'm close. Can't you just return my license for one expedition? If you were further along with the spell script or fixed the issues with your star, I would have considered it. Most students need the whole semester to complete their first planet. Even then, their spell forms are significantly simpler than mine. You're not most students, Knox, Kreese said. You're my apprentice, and I hold you to higher standards than the others. You can switch to research and production full-time if you fail to finish the script. It's not the end of the world. You brought me to this university so I can help in the war. Nox exclaimed. I'm only here for a chance to take down Sandashahar. There's more to war than fighting at the front lines. You have a knack for alchemy beyond the tired recovery brews. Make explosives, more creations like trap foam, and better empowering brews. Further research into essence glass and developing spells to make the most out of the material will also help us further the war. You want me to do all the work so someone else can take down Sandashahar? Nox felt his jaws clench and heat rise from the bottom of his stomach. He resisted the uncontrollable urge to clench his fists and raise his voice. What was the point of dangling this golden carrot before me? Is this some cruel game? Nothing stops you from attending classes in other departments, you know? Kreese frowned as she cut him off. Her voice lost its casual tone, and she grew cold and professional. You won't get qualifications or much support from the professors, but nothing is stopping you from sitting in on any course the university teaches. It might take a few years of working for the university, but you can eventually take any courses as staff. It's a longer route but still a viable one. Nox sighed. He wanted to fire off a harsh retort but failed to find the words. Instead, he flumped in his seat. 2 years. Just 2 years of full-time service, and I can officially take any class the university offers. This is while taking production and research classes. Hold on. Kreese leaned back in her chair. You're seriously considering this? You're ready to give up 2 years of your life just like that? I put up with beatings, harassment, isolation, and worse for 18 years, he replied. Before you came along, I was ready to waste a decade or two working through the guilds, looking for a nice catalyst, and gathering gold. You gave me the opportunity to cut that journey short significantly. If it means I add 2 years to that instead of dozens, I'll deal with it. Kreese stared at him for a minute, but it felt like much longer. She closed Nox's journal and passed it back to him. The woman rose from her seat and walked out of her study. When she didn't return 5 minutes later, Nox returned to the living room. He found the professor at a bar by the wall mixing a drink. Her long locks hung around her face and over her shoulders, now free of the curlers. Kreese had also removed the bits of paper sticking out of her neckline. More than liquor and glasses sat on her bar. Ointments and a vial of black fluid sat on the polished wood, too. A brush sat in the liquid. Kreese's eyelashes appeared longer, and her irises contrasted more with the rest of her face. Nox guessed it was eye makeup when Kreese offered him a glass quarter full of amber fluid. The bitter beverage had a sweet aftertaste and carried citrus notes. It burned his throat on the way down. Nox felt the heat at the bottom of his stomach, too. Nox enjoyed the taste. He had never tasted liquor as refined as it. Victor Oakhart and Rogue Singh weren't good party members, Kreese said. They had skill but no mind for battle. You had me seriously questioning your judgment for a while. Annabelle Oakhart is a good decision, though. Wolfhammer tells me she works well with you and Lilin. Her magic is very support-oriented, but she's working on her martial skills, Nox replied. I reckon she's tired of playing the role of a damsel in distress. But you don't have a vanguard yet, do you? I'm afraid Annabelle's magic is better suited for a hit-and-run fighter. She'll never be the vanguard. Good, because I have someone for you. Who is it? I'd rather not say until they decide to join you. If it's a yes, they'll approach you within the week. What if I don't want to work with them? Nox asked. A decent vanguard is compulsory for delving, Kreese replied. If this works out and you learn to work together, you might just get your delving rights back without completing the planet. I don't like these sorts of games. Can't you just tell me who it is? I was specifically advised not to do so. She grinned. Don't worry, Nox. I have full confidence in you. I wouldn't invest my time in you otherwise. Fine. Nox sighed. It's probably too late to delve for my earnings anyway. I've got 3 weeks left. Finish your drink, have another, or help yourself to whatever you want from the bar, Kreese said. I need to run. Kreese handed him a couple of books on the way out. Nox looked them over. One was an archmage's account of Sandashahar, while the other was a journal about a mage's development from apprentice to expert. A couple of pages told him she had built her mana system around crystal shaping, manipulation, and warding magic. He gladly accepted the gift and also helped himself to a sample of each of her cosmetics on the way out. Chapter 39. Everybody likes Pudge. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Nox had yet to make plans to join in on the revelry. However, sixth day evening was the only time Pudge didn't have prior engagements. They avoided the cafeteria and left the campus without eating dinner. The streets were busier. After all, it wasn't just students visiting stalls and taverns and indulging in the after-dusk market. Citizens and independent delvers visited them, too. The aromas outside the campus were more tempting. They didn't need to rely on royalty, aristocrats, their retainers, and individuals born with famous last names to achieve success. The stalls sold grilled offal, cheap cuts of meat, and rough sweet treats one would find at a large family feast. It was the kind of food one would find at Moo's table instead of in Queen Mercer's dining hall. Much to Nox's delight, Pudge gravitated towards skewered meats and mushrooms. They were cheap, and Nox didn't mind splurging on them. Since he needed information and favors from the shorter man, he paid for their food. Despite Nox's insistence, Pudge bought them mead. The pair didn't talk much. Instead, they ate, drank, and watched the sights. Bright colors, fire eaters, dancers, and more filled the streets with entertainment. Women gravitated toward Pudge. He made no move but received arm strokes, smiles, hair tousles, and a couple of invitations to join larger groups. Meanwhile, Nox got no attention from them at all. He got glances and occasionally a polite nod but wasn't the focus of their attention. It didn't offend Nox. He enjoyed watching Pudge brush off beautiful women most men, including Edward and Louis, would fawn over. Most importantly, the shorter man appeared unfazed by the interest, even when it came from individuals wearing royal grabs or adept delving badges. "How do you do it?" Nox asked when he couldn't contain the questions any longer. "You don't even appear to be trying." "I'm not," Pudge answered, no less casual than his usual demeanor. "Honestly, it can get annoying at times. I wish there were a way for me to turn it off." "So, it's your magic, perhaps?" He shrugged. Taverns had expanded their seating to the streets and gardens outside. The pair found seating at one such venue. "Have you read about how certain foci can change a person's personality or aura?" "You mean like how flame conjuration in the star used to drive the mage insane eventually?" Nox asked. "Weren't cases like those deemed strictly anecdotal?" "They were, and I might be a future anecdote," Pudge said. "You can't stop there, buddy." Nox prodded when Pudge spent a minute saying nothing. "Tubby little boys don't get a lot of opportunities. Without family, there's rarely anyone to hold their hands or teach them trades or cantrips. I was a traveling scribe's whipping boy. I took care of his horses, washed his clothes, cooked his food, and did whatever he needed me to do. My tasks included making illegal copies of spell scrolls. One day, one of his unsavory deals went south. While he and his mark quarreled, I grabbed what I could and ran." "So you pulled a cantrip into your star without knowing what it did?" "I learned how to build a star while copying books. Unfortunately, I knew nothing about runes or spell shapes. However, repetition burned them into the back of my mind. I didn't know what my star housed until months later when Dean Woodson found me working in a stable. My way with the horses appeared unnatural." "Charm?" Pudge nodded. "No one can tell me what's wrong. Perhaps I did it too well. Maybe the methods I picked up from my former master's books were outdated processes from a time prior to the current Mana's system." Dean Woodson and Dean Johnson, he heads the research department, believe I've unconsciously developed an aura. It doesn't use any mana and makes me especially likable. People who I find attractive appear to feel the same way about me. It's as if the aura finds possible mates in my mana zone and draws them toward me. A lot of women are appalled when I tell them what it is and keep their distance. Some don't mind. I can't tell if it's a blessing or a curse," Nox commented, thinking about the implications of such a power. "Typically, only magic beasts had natural auras. After reaching adept rank, ether warriors learned to radiate them, but they had conscious control over the essence fields." "What does the active version of the spell do?" "Much of the same. It's far more potent than the aura. I only use it on the beasts I tame and train. It makes them susceptible to my suggestion, guidance, and arcane manipulations." Pudge downed his mead and faced Nox. "Is this the only reason you wanted to spend time with me tonight?" "I just wanted to get to know you. We live together, after all." Don't do that with me, Pudge said. His expression turned serious for a moment. I was up front with you. The least you could do is show me the same respect. Lilin and I are in danger of getting kicked out, Nox replied. Pudge leaned closed, his volume dropping significantly. Did someone find out what she really is? This narrative has been purloined without the author's approval. Report any appearances on Amazon. Nox stiffened. As far as he could tell, no one besides Ma had figured out Lilin's secret. She had never confronted Nox about it. He doubted there were many others. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've developed my magic beyond charm, Pudge said. I study animals, guide their growth, and take them to realms beyond the ordinary. My senses and spells extend beyond them to beasts, including those born of dungeons. I know. Have you told anyone? Nox asked. The music around them grew louder, and the crowd added their voices to the bard's song. The singing got so loud Pudge had to lean in even closer. It's not my story to tell. The pair of you mean me no harm. I can tell. If I ever deem you're a threat to this city, or you're about to change sides in the war, I won't. Good. I sensed a change in her when you returned from the dungeon. It was an overall positive. But I understand the implications. Only the deserving suffer. And who is the judge? You? Nox didn't have an answer for Pudge. He had spent years wondering whether he had any right to choose Lilin's targets. Even though she was always the one that struck the final blow, Nox accepted the responsibility for all the resulting deaths. Halfway through his teens and near the cusp of adulthood, he spent one too many sleepless nights pondering the implications of his actions. Much like with Victor and Roke, Nox occasionally let his emotions get the better of him when making a decision. Sometimes, the evidence of murder, rape, or trafficking was far too circumstantial even for his standards. However, Nox's gut told him he was right. Lilin often said she could smell it on them, too. Even though he had grown to trust her, he occasionally wondered whether she spoke the truth or it was her appetite talking. Yes, Nox answered honestly. I have no choice but to make the best of a bad situation, if that's what you want to call it. Pudge chuckled. He waved over a server, and before long, they had 2 flagons of mead, steak and kidney pies, and braised red cabbage laid out in front of them. The smell was too enticing, and the duo attacked the flaky parcels of meat hungrily. So, Pudge spoke again when they were halfway through their meal. Are you going to tell me why you wanted to meet? Lilin and I received sponsorship for only the first half of the semester. Paying for the rest is our responsibility. We've only successfully gathered half the necessary amount. If we don't find a way to make the rest in the remaining 3 weeks, Lilin and I will be done at Woodson University. And how do I tie into this? We believe the city has a market yet untapped, Nox replied. He nodded at a group of women wearing the university's coat over their dresses. They sang and danced along with the bard's song. Beautiful, vain, rich. I see what you want to do. If you want me to use my magic to take advantage of them, that's not happening, Nox. I'm not going to take advantage of them. Nox feigned offense. I want to give the women of the city what they want. Lilin scouted the boutiques selling skin treatment ointments, hair dyeing formulas, and cosmetics. They charge obnoxious amounts. I don't know if they import their product or only a handful of alchemists supply them, but they have a monopoly. And you want to break said monopoly? Exactly. If you could talk to your regular partners and find out what they like to use, can't find but would like, that won't work, Pudge said. Most of my partners prefer discretion. They seek me out. Things might get ugly for all involved parties if I go looking for them. Nox's shoulders drooped, but Pudge grinned as he continued. However, I've kept everything these lovely women left behind. This includes cosmetics, perfumes, and various other sundries. You're welcome to all of them. That's even better, Nox exclaimed. His lips spread into a wide smile. Their beverages arrived. Nox toasted his new friend, and they both drank. It's kind of silly limiting yourself to just selling to women, you know. I can't think of many products to sell to men besides hair serums. I suppose some aristocrats might appreciate skin cleansing ointments and brews that make them feel like they just bathed. What about contraceptives? Pudge asked. The products currently available on the market cause cramps, bleeding, and apparently stomach pains for weeks. Not everyone can afford an expensive healer's services. Nox frowned, pondering the requirements of such a product. Current contraceptives are derived from parasite and symbiote purging concoctions. They scar the body over time and can potentially rob a woman of their ability to reproduce. My aunt prepared a preventative measure for her daughters. It was experimental, and the alchemist's houses blocked further production for some reason. There is no one to stop me from doing the same here, though. Sell it at a premium until you have enough money to pay for your semester and the next, Pudge said. Then drop the price and make it available to the general public. Better yet, I could sell the patent when I'm done, Knox said. Thanks, Pudge. I think you might have just given me the key to continue my education. That's assuming I can recall the recipe and recreate the brew in time. You're an intelligent lad, Knox. I'm sure you can pull it off. Maybe you'll do something good for the world instead of judging it for. The pair discussed how easily available contraception could improve the lives of everyone and not just mages. Pudge even waved over a handful of women and asked them how they'd feel about such a brew. They got a positive response, but Knox couldn't tell whether it was genuine or related to Pudge's aura. The idea of paying 5 gold for a month's supply of such a brew felt like a good deal to Knox. He knew delvers and aristocrats would have little trouble paying the amount. From what he remembered of the ingredients, they were cheap. The glass containers housing them and an accompanying dropper would likely cost more than the materials that went to each bottle. Knox was sure his profit margins would be huge, and he couldn't wait to sprint home and list everything necessary. Then Pudge and his new lady friends pulled Knox onto the dance floor. Before he knew it, he had his arms around the gorgeous Empyrean woman's waist and her tongue in his ear. Half a year had passed since he last enjoyed the touch of a woman, and Knox surrendered to the moment. They danced for what felt like hours, and his partner had little interest in talking. The two men lost track of each other long before the evening ended, and Knox didn't return to the apartment until late the following morning, feeling lighter and significantly less stressed. Chapter 40. Obstacles. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The second month of the semester began, and the festivities continued. More guards roamed the city, and litter on the streets increased. When Knox and Lilin attended the first intermediate dungeon combat class of the week, most of their peers were nursing hangovers. Edward and most of his entourage didn't show up at all. Professor Wolfhammer had made the class return to regular classes the week before. He made them duel again. Many protested, claiming they were in no shape for it. Godfalls won't care about your hangovers or other ailments, the professor said. Dungeon lords and their cults will care even less. Between duels, Knox studied his peers. He mostly kept an eye on the melee fighters and individuals capable of acting as the vanguard. The class had several prospective ether warriors. Many used bodily reinforcements and paired them with self-regeneration spells. One student from the icy wastes north of the Imperium partially transformed into a bear and shrugged off most attacks aimed at them. Then there were individuals like Caitlin who shaped armor out of living vegetation, stone, or spiraling gales. Their defenses had varying strengths and consistency. Unfortunately, none of them approached Knox or revealed themselves as Crease's candidate. He and Lilin didn't hold back, showing most of their arsenal during the duels. Yet the mage or aspiring ether warrior didn't reveal themselves. Meanwhile, Annabelle's martial abilities showed extraordinary improvement. She fluidly switched her weapon between its short, mid-length, and long forms, making her a threat at all distances. Knox couldn't help but wonder whether her new sigil had something to do with her dramatic progress or the lack of negative presences in her life, set free a well of untapped potential. She probably also had the undivided attention of tutors who previously focused on Victor. Annabelle danced around her opponents, twirling her weapon and moving with the grace of a desert blade dancer. Her sigil granted speed and danger sense made her near impossible to pin down. When foes tried fleeing from her, she struck them with charged essence glass launched from her slingshot. Knox had supplied her with tools to slow enemies, bathe them in fire or create short gravity pulses. He doubted she'd be more than a distraction against Rift Lords or boss-rank beasts, but lesser foes and humanoid enemies would struggle against her. Even though Alexander wasn't an official part of intermediate dungeon combat, Professor Wolfhammer let him participate in the duels. The summoner moved almost as fast as his critters, ducking projectiles and dodging melee attackers. He carried a dagger but made little use of it. Instead, Alexander let his squirrels do all the work. They tripped opponents, leapt onto their backs with enough force to knock them down, and scratched at vulnerable areas. If enough of the larger variants got a hold of a limb, all the summons swarmed the mage and pinned them to the ground until they surrendered. Much like Annabelle, Nox imagined Alexander would do brilliantly against smaller foes and other humans. He hoped things worked out for the young man, and Ratotask granted him access to lightning essence following his ascension to the next rank. If strong enough, it could make the squirrels into devastating weapons. Even when weak shock effects had their uses, they shocked the nerves, leaving people numb or stunned. If the party didn't already have Annabelle's expertise, Nox would happily recruit Alexander once he got his license. After lunch, Nox raced to shaping. Dean Woodson had promised to finally demonstrate spell forms that combined all three shaping techniques taught over the past 2 weeks. He waved at Caitlin when entering the classroom, but she averted her eyes, not acknowledging his presence. Nox shrugged and dove into the regular pre-class exercises. They didn't have to wait long before class began. Who can name the 3 most common foci used by mages today? Dean Woodson asked the class. It surprised Nox how spry she appeared despite her age. The stories claimed the Dean was already middle-aged when she appeared over a century ago. Her wrinkled skin sagged from her skinny frame, but she still walked with the gait of a woman at her prime. When no one answered, the ancient druid's eyes narrowed. I expect everyone who took beginner mana theory and intent-driven casting to know this. Creation, shaping, and manipulation. Someone in the class yelled without raising their hand. Correct. Most mages rely on their star for creation. For those of you who didn't take the foundational courses, it's how we mages make something out of nothing. Technically we're creating the object, phenomenon, or energy out of mana, so it doesn't come from nowhere, but I'm sure you understand the philosophy. Shaping's function is in the name. It grants us the ability to change our conjuration's shape. More advanced techniques enable changing state and pressure manipulation. Dean Woodson created a sphere of golden light. She molded it into a cube, then an arrow. Finally, there's manipulation. It's the art of telekinetically controlling our conjurations. The arrow shot across the classroom and shattered against the stone wall. The 3 foci go hand in hand and function best when combined. To make the most out of shaping and maximize the techniques we've learned so far, I'd advise you to make manipulation your next planet's focus. Another golden sphere materialized, hovering over Dean Woodson's outstretched right hand. It morphed into a cube over a handful of seconds. When it reverted to its previous shape, the change was almost instantaneous. The first shaping was completed with nothing but micro-shaping, multi-shaping, macro-shaping, and a mana cage. I did the same thing the second time, but I used manipulation as well. The difference might feel minuscule, but that's because I've been doing this for longer than most of your grandparents and great-grandparents have been alive. Once you get better, you'll see the time delay for yourself. The bigger your target, the longer the shaping will take. The mana cost will significantly increase too. The multi-shaping stage especially benefits from manipulation, so don't sleep on it until you're ready for your next planet. Start practicing and planning as soon as you have a decent handle on shaping. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Is manipulation a prerequisite for intermediate shaping? Another student asked. Yes. Dean Woodson asked. You'll find manipulation is significantly easier than shaping. It's a lot more intent-driven. So, we allow taking beginner manipulation and intermediate shaping simultaneously. The lecture carried on for the first quarter of the class. Dean Woodson demonstrated shaping larger objects. She broke it into steps and went slowly, showing off the 3 processes individually. A piece of chalk attached to a piece of wood moved independently over the blackboard, drawing spell forms and outlining individual steps during each stage. Afterward, the class practiced everything they had learned, combining it with whatever their star conjured. Nox used the opportunity to show his work so far to Dean Woodson. She approved everything he had done so far and provided the same advice as Grease. As the expert on shaping, Dean Woodson was a lot more critical, but she also gave more concrete directions on improving the micro end of things. Something clicked in Nox's head, and he got a more concrete idea about managing the spell form's adaptable elements. It would cut down significantly on the final spell's cost, but he still needed to improve mana efficiency and control before deeming the project complete. Nox had already started studying mana storage, amplification, and management, but his understanding of them was nowhere near good enough to incorporate into the final script. After class, he met Lilin for a quick dinner. They were rushing to the shops outside of campus to procure materials when a pair of men stepped in their path. Their clothes matched the many House and Imperium guards on the street. Thinking it was an honest mistake, Nox and Lilin attempted slipping around them. Then two more similarly dressed individuals flanked the pair. Another duo appeared behind them. When Nox felt Lilin stiffen next to him, he grabbed her wrist. A marble-sized gravity orb had already blossomed in her palm. He felt its pull. She struggled against him for a moment but relaxed when Nox squeezed. "We'd like a few minutes of your time," a woman standing behind Nox said. "Does Annabelle know you're isolating us for a shakedown?" "You know who we are." It was a man in front of them that spoke. Nox nodded at his collar. It was barely visible under his green and gold coat. "A human heart with an oak growing out of it. I didn't know your house's emblem before, but it's easy enough to connect the two. Mistress Annabelle will be notified of this meeting after we've spoken," the first house guard to speak said. "We have permission from your deans to conduct our investigation. Please come with us. This won't take long." Nox sighed. "Does this permission involve detainment and forcing them to leave a public space with you?" "We have places to be. If you make an appointment, as a close ally to the city of, we have greater freedom outside campus. If we meant you any harm, we'd just wait until you crossed the gate. Please, Mr. Ratra, Miss Gray, just give us a few minutes of your time." "Fine." Nox sighed. The pair followed the Oak Heart men away from the main street, heading out of campus, down an alley, and into a little garden surrounded by accommodation used by aristocrats. Most people were at dinner. There would be no witnesses if the group planned to attack them. "How can we help you, nice people?" Was the account we provided the university not enough? A door connected to the courtyard opened. A much older man, better dressed than the others, marched out. He sat on a bench and studied Nox and Lilin for a moment. "My daughter has told me a lot about you, Nox Ratra." "Lord Oakhart?" Nox asked. The older man nodded. "The university's record keepers are very clinical. They list a bunch of time-stamped facts and nothing more. It's a terrible read." "Would you please tell an old man how his only son and heir died?" "Wouldn't you like Annabelle around for this conversation? She and her brother didn't have the best of relationships. I fear her presence and interjection would derail the conversation. Besides, didn't she mysteriously fall unconscious in the last minutes before his demise?" Lord Oakhart looked at Lilin. "The Wedge's crew tells me you and my son were amorous. I'd like your account of the incident, too." "Very well. Do you want to hear about Victor's final moments or the entire delve?" "The latter, please." Nox and Lilin fulfilled the request. They took turns going through the timeline, discussing the party's time together, and separated. Nox talked about Victor's battle performance and drive to push on even when Annabelle warned them about the elite-ranked beasts. Meanwhile, Lilin spoke in graphic detail about their alone time. Lord Oakhart got the same tale of his son's demise as the university. Nox told them about how Victor continued fighting the beast through the acid rain even while the rest of the party took cover. Then he got overconfident and approached Mistress Mariko at melee range before facing the same fate as Rogue. The Oakharts appeared unconvinced, but they didn't push the matter. Instead, they moved on to new questions regarding the information regarding the rifts, warring beasts and the disappearances around the city. Nox, of course, knew very little about both and told them so. He only parroted the information about rift evolutions the diviner and her supervisor had shared. After some thought, he also mentioned how Kreese was investigating the issue and ensured they knew about the mentor-apprentice relationship, much to Nox's disappointment. The Oakharts told him nothing. It was too late to shop when they were allowed to leave. The merchants dealing in materials had long closed their doors. The festival celebrating the solstice and the end of summer flowers were in full swing. Lilin took it as an excuse to drink, flirt, and join in on the celebrations. Knox saw no choice but to join her. He didn't have the same luck as his outing with Pudge, but he still had a good time. An uncomfortable feeling tugged at the extremities of Knox's mind throughout the evening. It wasn't an arcane sense or anything similar. He had long grown used to the sensation and learned to identify it. Lord Gedge always kept a tail on Knox whenever he moved around the Golden Isles. They were usually stealthy, yet he could almost always tell when they were watching him. Knox didn't know how to explain it. Some scholars claimed humans had developed a sixth sense when they still wore loincloths and lived as nomads. It helped them survive predators in the wild. There was no evidence to back up the hypothesis. Several summoner and archmage journals spoke of psychological, sensory, and occasionally physiological changes after making contracts with powerful entities or magical beasts. Knox often wondered whether his deal with Lilin had changed parts of him, too. Regular mimics had no eyes. They sensed their prey using mana sense and telepathy. There was a chance he had developed something similar. Thoughts of the arcane bond affecting his personality often haunted him. Knox didn't want to turn into a monster. However, after being responsible for close to 40 deaths, he worried it was too late for such concerns. Chapter 41, House Without an Heir. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Annabelle Oakhart wasn't used to raising her voice. Her mother and etiquette tutors had taught her to be soft-spoken and gentle, especially around the men in the family. Lessons on social graces and upper-class cultural rights taught her to keep her head down and opinions to herself, especially when around her father or the house's heir. Then she went on her first delve. She met people with genuine interest in her ideas and opinions. Annabelle had always thought her magic weak. It existed to support her brother and future husband. Knox and Lilin helped her discover she was worth a lot more. She was valuable and strong in her own right. Despite her classification as a support mage, Annabelle learned she had more to contribute than scouting and warnings for her party. Now, she refused to continue living under anyone's thumb. Lord Oakhart failed to hide his surprise when his oldest daughter stood up to him. Annabelle didn't just refuse to bow to her father's wishes. She warned her father not to interfere with her new friends' lives under the threat of cutting ties with the family. Annabelle had inherited enough from her late maternal grandparents to live a frugal but comfortable life without the Oakhart influence. The ruler of the Oakhart barony caved. He granted his firstborn freedom to make her own decisions regarding her education and finances. More importantly, Lord Oakhart also gave his daughter the freedom to choose how to use her time. So, she skipped weapons training for the afternoon and left to meet her friends. Annabelle felt proud of herself as she marched out of her accommodation. An escort followed her but retreated when she ordered him to stay away. The anxiety that came with facing her father after Victor's death disappeared. She knew it wouldn't be long before the man found a new fiancé for her. Even though there were no laws prohibiting it, Annabelle knew a woman could never inherit a barony in their corner of the continent. As the oldest daughter of the household, it would be up to her to secure House's future. Her father probably had plans and prospects in place. When the time came, Annabelle had no intention of behaving like a stepping stone and accessory like she had for Og. She intended to grow as a mage and make a name as a delver before the time came. The more outstanding her accomplishments, the more strength she'd have to stand freely and act without her future husband's permission or his house's agenda. Annabelle needed time. She hoped Knox and Lilin would help her find it. Keeping their friendship and favor took priority. So, she walked swiftly, hoping to catch them before they returned to their quarters. Even though she had chosen to ignore her mother and etiquette teacher's training, Annabelle thought appearing at their door uninvited was inappropriate. Some elements of their teachings were more challenging to ignore than others. "I'm sorry," Annabelle told Knox as soon as she saw him. It was just after the 5th bell on second day, and she caught him exiting his intermediate spell weaving. "If I knew my father was coming to the city, I'd have warned you of something like this happening. The Solstice Festival is a big event on our estate. I didn't expect him to visit until later in the month." "It's quite all right," Knox said. He walked briskly, and Annabelle had almost to jog to keep up with him. "I'd love to talk, Annabelle, but I'm in a rush." "Aren't you going to have dinner?" "I don't mind eating with you." "You'd willingly dine in the Pauper's Cafeteria?" "Pauper's Cafeteria?" Annabelle raised an eyebrow. "That can't be the official name." She paused. Can it? No. Knox chuckled. It might as well be when compared to where you eat, though. Wouldn't your father mind if you? I'll be fine anywhere, Annabelle said defiantly. Where I dine is none of my father's concern. I'm just pulling your leg, Annabelle. Lillian and I have too much to do tonight. She's picking up dinner, and we'll eat in the workshop. Given her monstrous appetite, there should be enough food for all three of us. They descended the stairs and exited the research department. Was there anything, in particular, you wanted to discuss? Not really. I mostly wanted to apologize for my father's behavior. Annabelle hesitated. Mostly. She grabbed Knox's right wrist, stopping him. I've noticed how stressed you've been, Knox. I can loan you the money if you're still short on the tuition payment. With Victor gone, I'm the oldest. I have greater access to family funds and more control over how we use them. I appreciate the offer. Knox smiled. But I can't accept it without having the means to repay you. 200 gold is a hefty amount. There's no telling how long it will take me to get my delving license back. My alchemy endeavors haven't proved particularly fruitful either. Besides, don't you think your father will get suspicious if you give me so much coin so soon after he interrogated me? He clearly suspects foul play. Annabelle didn't have a suitable answer to the question. Even though her father hadn't broached the subject, he clearly suspected something about Victor's demise. The late heir's martial and arcane training started young. He had proven himself as a cautious combatant and prioritized mobility and avoidance over direct head-on confrontation. His charging a superior foe at close range and then falling for a straightforward frontal attack sounded improbable. However, loss, grief, and rage clouded one's judgment. Besides, Annabelle believed there was more to her brother and Rogue's relationship than they claimed. It was likely her father had similar suspicions. Whenever Annabelle thought about the delve, she wondered whether hatred for Victor and Rogue blurred her memories and clouded her judgment. Despite the answers she had given Lord Oakhart and the family's inquisitors, she couldn't deny that her brother's death raised many questions. Annabelle was glad both men were gone, but the circumstances felt too convenient. Since an unexpected head wound had rendered her unconscious, she couldn't confirm Knox and Lillian's claims. Even if they killed Victor, is it necessarily a bad thing? When it came to Victor, Annabelle felt little beyond hatred. He was a vile man. She'd seen her brother beat servants nearly to death and then had his aides cover it up from her father. When his amorous activities with young women in the family estate or the city resulted in unwanted pregnancies, and they refused the healer's services, Victor had his lackeys murder them. Annabelle believed House Oakhart would fall under his rule. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. For several days after the delve, she had pondered the possibility of Knox and Lillian causing his death. Annabelle wondered whether the pair meant her any harm. Just because they had brought her back alive from the delve didn't mean they'd do the same in the future. However, Annabelle's danger sense told her that neither of the pair meant any harm. No one, neither her tutors nor the delving party, knew of the latest developments in her magic system. Her passive spells didn't just warn her of danger. She had dipped her toes into minor divination. It would be a while before she upgraded her star and built a planet dedicated to it. But she no longer just relied on danger sense. Annabelle now had a channeled active spell that directed her toward good decisions, intelligent choices, and safe bets. It was far too expensive to keep active constantly, so she used it sparingly. It didn't tell her much about Lillian but advised her to stick close to Knox for a chance at a better future. Annabelle had heard about the conditions in the accommodation closest to the campus walls. The buildings were old and poorly maintained. Moss grew on the external walls while damp stained the ceilings. Annabelle smelt mildew the second she entered her party mate's semi-basement apartment. The smell grew even worse as she passed some of the doors, and not showing her disgust proved challenging. Fortunately, the odor faded when they descended a second flight of stairs to a level with no windows or natural light. Mana lamps lit the floor, and the hum of air ventilation enchantments filled it. After growing up in a family that produced and supplied ingredients for alchemical bases, she was familiar with alchemical workshops. Annabelle couldn't help but feel impressed by how efficiently Knox had set up the space with minimal equipment and despite the lack of space. It wasn't just Lillian that awaited Knox but a short, tubby man, 2. Annabelle couldn't think of any nice adjectives to describe him. Even pig-faced felt generous. She instantly felt bad about herself for such thoughts. It was a description her late twin would use. Pudge, meet Annabelle, Knox said, introducing the pair. Research and production. Pudge offered her his hand. Annabelle shook it. Dungeon studies and war magic. You're with the war magic department? Knox raised an eyebrow. Just for a couple of courses, Annabelle answered. They have quite a few classes on divination and information gathering. There are also a few mind magic modules that intrigue me, but I'm not sure if I want to go down that path yet. The students and professors don't give you any grief as long as you don't wear your doving badge in their buildings. I keep to myself mostly, and they leave me alone. Eat, Lillian said, placing a sandwich on the counter. When Knox cleared his throat, she glared at him for a moment before taking another out of her coat. She pushed it towards Annabelle. It's just roast beef, cabbage, and horseradish. Simple but satisfying. Thank you. Annabelle accepted the meal hesitantly. Grease stained the paper packaging. Sauces and meat juices had rendered the bread soggy. The other three dug into the sandwich without hesitation, unwilling to stand out from her peers. She ate the humble offerings. Much to her surprise, the taste didn't match the appearance. After the first couple of bites, Annabelle found herself attacking the meal with the same gusto as Knox and Pudge. After spending all afternoon on mana exercises and weapon training, she was ravenous and finished before them. Then the livestock milling about the workshop got her attention. Don't you need a sterile environment for your work? Annabelle asked. Why do you have livestock in your workshop? We're testing new products, Knox replied, spraying crumbs on live animals. Isn't that cruel? It's better than testing products on people, Knox replied. Besides, Pudge can heal any damage they suffer and wipe the memory of any pain and discomfort from their minds. The idea still felt wrong to Annabelle, but she didn't express her displeasure. It wasn't uncommon for alchemists and mages to use wildlife as their test subjects. Her family did the same with criminals. She found solace in the fact they had someone to ensure the animals' well-being after the experiments. It was better than exploiting the poor and desperate. What are you making? Annabelle rose from her seat, peeking inside the 3 boiling cauldrons on the central workstation. Then the many containers of top-shelf skin creams, cleansers, hair serums, rouges, and mascara caught her eye. Are you brewing makeup? We noticed the boutiques selling these products charge an arm and a leg, Knox replied. I'm trying to reverse engineer their products with local ingredients. So you can undercut them and make a profit. Knox nodded. We're making contraceptives, too, Pudge said. Warmth blossomed at the bottom of Annabelle's stomach when he spoke. Then her danger sense activated, and whatever was tugging at the corners of her mind faded. She retreated from the man until she was back at Knox's side. It was his presence that usually put butterflies in her stomach. Contraceptives? Knox nodded, pushing a journal toward her. The products currently available in the market are pretty awful. I'm trying to produce something easy or on the stomach and not scar the insides. We're struggling with sourcing some of the materials and trialing substitutes. That's pretty amazing, Annabelle said. You could genuinely improve quite a few lives with something like that. She frowned, piecing together an idea. I know you don't want to accept a loan, Knox. You're right. It might make my father suspicious. But how about an investment? You can register a company with the city government, and I can invest in it. Your alchemy business will be legitimate, and my father won't be as suspicious of the expenditure. All eyes in the room shifted to Annabelle. She felt her cheeks and earlobes warm. She wasn't used to being the center of attention and would need to overcome the issue sooner than later. So, Annabelle held Knox's gaze. Her insides warmed further, and she felt her pulse in her temple. That might not be the worst idea, Knox said. Are you sure about this? I can't give you any guarantees. My recipes could fail. People might refuse to buy from an unknown. Competing alchemists might try to have me shut down. A lot of things can go wrong with a new business. I'm sure, Annabelle said. Servants in the house and our tutors have already heard about your brews and their potency. Victor and Rogue spoke a fair deal about them. I'm sure my father found out about them when he had you investigated, too. I won't need to lie about where the money went and its purpose. I can't afford standard interest rates or It's an investment. I'll claim dividends on your profits until I recover my investment. You'll offer beneficial rates and discounts in exchange. She kept speaking even when Knox tried to interject. I use these products, Knox. I know the market and can help you build a client base, too. Accept the offer. Please. I don't want to go looking for new party members. Fine. Knox sighed. Thank you, Annabelle. He took Annabelle's hand and squeezed it. You have no idea what this means to me. To both of us, Lillian said before hugging her. Chapter 42. The Guilds. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Registering a company and its logo only cost 10 gold coins. Then Knox and Annabelle visited the banking guild, where the in-house notary helped them draw up a contract. Knox left the building with a promissory note for 200 gold and another 100 in coins. The first went to the university registrar along with the rest of the tuition fund. Knox spent the latter on materials and more equipment to streamline production, automate sections of it, and increase volume. It took 1 week to reverse engineer the cosmetic products. He substituted some ingredients for cheaper and more common varieties. Next, Knox added his flair to the products. He made a morning face cream with essences used in Sprinter's High. The modifications resulted in an additional freshening effect. The ointment also removed dark circles and pimples and gave the user's skin a natural glow. He devised a night cream that tightened the skin, helped clear the impurities from the epidermis, and also helped achieve a better night of sleep. Lillian served as the first tester of the products. Her mimic half helped her recover from ill effects sooner, and her keen connection to her biomass helped her quickly identify the stimuli. Knox pretended to use the livestock for his experiments, and Pudge played along. Once Knox finalized the recipes, mass production of his many creations began. Cauldrons with temperature and viscosity sensing enchantments helped reduce the manual involvement and stick to standardized recipes for consistent results. Since Lillian had a lighter course load, she had little trouble starting processes, moving brews between containers, or bottling them. They began stockpiling products so they'd have enough for orders, while Annabelle started spreading samples amongst the more affluent women on campus. Creating the contraceptive proved more challenging than Knox had predicted. He had to work off memory to produce the concoction. He had to deal with obstacles like recalling correct ingredients, their proportions, necessary spell forms, and concentration. Fortunately, as a mage with a young planet dedicated to life spells, Pudge had a keen knowledge of human anatomy. He helped identify hormones, enzymes, bodily processes, and a lot more Knox knew little about. They worked together on the product's development. Unlike cosmetics, it was a far more delicate and complicated brew. It also had great potential to cause severe and long-term harm. It would take a couple of months if not longer, to create the final version. Professor S enjoyed testing and studying his brews. He didn't provide any notes but had Knox go to the university's patent office to ensure no one had registered similar recipes. Much to his pleasure, the material substitutions and Knox's spell forms differed enough from recorded brews to count as new creations. While the patent office checked their records, Knox studied all the information independent artisans and business owners needed to know. The office registered all recipes and spell forms into the continent's patent database. Monthly ships from the United Artisan and Researchers Guild visited to copy and upgrade records. Any registered business or trader creating and selling the same products using his registered product would now owe Knox a 20th of their profits. Similarly, the banking guild would expect sales records from Knox every quarter. A fraction of gross profits from Feline Grace and Sniper's Eye sales would go to the trade empire. If Knox failed to comply, he'd run afoul of the guilds, and they'd revoke his trading rights. The United Artisans and Researchers Guild protected Knox's recipes and spell forms. Even if someone stole notes or reverse engineered them, they'd struggle to sell them without sufficient modifications legitimately. The volume of paperwork and bureaucracy was mind-numbing, and the guilds claimed 1/100th of registered organizations' profits as their commission. Suddenly, all the challenges Knox had faced thus far made sense. The trade empire bypassed the guild's rules for internal trade by not using gold. Instead, they used tokens of varying quantities, which had gold. silver, and copper value. Citizens could exchange them for the continent's currency whenever needed. Meanwhile, the merchant houses managed external trade, and the empire owned all patents. After spending all of his life in a production house, Knox hadn't learned much about mercantile laws outside the Golden Isles. General stores only sold recovery products since the patents were public. They didn't have to deal with the guilds or pay commissions to anyone for their sale. Meanwhile, alchemist stores and apothecaries had contracts with artisans and probably already completed the necessary bureaucracy. Dealing with patented or new products from an independent artisan, especially an unregistered individual, would only make life harder for them. Knox made plans to visit them again as a representative of Knoxian brews with a trade contract. They would only need to display and sell the products. All commissions and patent payments would come out of Knox's pocket. Bureaucracy annoyed Knox, and he didn't always follow or understand its intricacies. If Knoxian brews ever took off, he hoped to hire an accountant for the bookkeeping and to manage all the annoying elements. After all, the city's laws now dictated that he owed them taxes, too, and Knox lacked the patience to calculate accurate amounts. They kept track of all money stored with the banking guild, and cheating the government was a challenging task unless he peddled in secret and hid all of his money on his person. It wasn't an impossible task, thanks to Lilin, but Knox wanted to keep his dealings mostly legitimate. After all, Annabelle and Pudge were now tied to him, and he didn't want to endanger his first human friends in 18 years. When not in class or brewing, Knox spent time in a campus training hall with his party. Students needed to book beforehand for permission to use them, and Annabelle had no qualms about greasing palms to get them a spot. Since Crease's picked vanguard hadn't yet approached them, the trio spent time working together or training individually. Knox often sat in a corner and let the women spar while he worked on his shaping spell form. Knox was close, he could feel it. Dean Woodson's advice helped him figure out the flexible element of the micro end. Most spells either targeted a set volume or mass of the target material. Meanwhile, energy shapers focused on molding fire, lightning, or whatever they conjured in a set area. If Knox tried the same, he would either see no results or destabilize the essence glass. Instead, Knox's script learned to read the uniform patterns in the crystal and read the size of the symmetrical faces. The size of each face helped the script decide how large of a section the sequence to use for micro-shaping. Knox had to read ahead for spell weaving class to figure out mana control scripts. It was easy in theory, but the spell shapes were challenging in practice. He had to be careful to ensure the channels didn't overlap and render the gates redundant. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Shaping arrows out of chunks of essence still consumed over 10 mana, creating essence glass out of the slow cantrip, and then turning it into a usable projectile still consumed between 12 and 20 units. Both quantities were far too high for regular use. Knox needed mana storage and amplification scripts before the spell was good enough for regular use. While Knox shaped, occasionally Annabelle would sit near him. She'd face the opposite direction and try to sketch the shapes he created. The exercise helped sharpen her divination spell. He grew more comfortable with her presence and found himself enjoying the sight of her smile. "I'll need another lot of samples and a few batches for sale by 7th day," she told him one evening after Lilin had left for the evening. The mimic woman craved carnal pleasures and had gone seeking a bar, leaving Knox and Annabelle alone. "Word is spreading then?" Knox asked, lying on the training room's floor. He faced the ceiling, holding an orb of essence glass in his hands. He had used Luifi fire for the exercise, and the sphere's interior shimmered, shifting between different colors. The lights in its hearts flared whenever Knox channeled his spell. The orb turned into a cube, then a pyramid, followed by a rhombus, and then returned to the original shape. Like wildfire, Annabelle answered. She sat by Knox's head with a sketch pad in her lap. Instead of sketching, she listed women who wanted samples or had placed an order. Numbers sat next to the second category, and she tallied their deposits versus how much was still owed. "At this rate, every female non-scholarship student will use your product in a few semesters." "That sounds amazing," Knox said, wishing he had the power to levitate his practice tool and change its shape while it floated. "I don't know how to thank you, Annabelle." His heart picked up its pace as he made a bold move. Nox scooted closer to the woman and placed his head in her lap. You didn't just give me the means to stay in the university, but the means to finance future semesters, too. Without your support, it would have taken me years to get Noxian Brews off the ground. Crimson blossomed on Annabelle's cheeks and spread to her ears. Her fingers found their way into Nox's hair. His locks had grown long and messy since his last trim almost 3 months ago. If I didn't invest in your creations, someone else would eventually. Her eyes drifted between Nox's eyes and lips. You're talented, Nox, and willing to take risks. The pair stared at each for several seconds. She smiled, leaning toward him. This is probably a bad idea since we're in a delving party and technically work together, but... Annabelle stiffened. She gently slid out from under Nox's head and rose to her feet. That's right. We work together. She moved away from Nox as he stood up. You're a good friend, Nox. You're possibly the most real friend I've had in a long time. The OAC hearts have a rule against mixing business with pleasure, but even though it's tempting, I'd prefer this not turn into anything more. We can't let anything get in the way of our platonic or working relationship. Annabelle hesitated, glancing at Nox's lips again. Is that all right? Of course, Nox replied, struggling not to break eye contact with her. But are you sure? I thought I felt something between us, and if that's the case, I'd love to explore whatever this is. Annabelle looked at the door. She gathered her things and stuffed them in her satchel. I don't know. I like you, Annabelle, but if you want to leave our relationship as it is now, I'm fine with that, too. Nox stood, rising to Annabelle's eye level. He approached the noblewoman and took her hands in his. It felt as if there's something in the air between us. Was I wrong? I should go. Annabelle turned away from Nox and briskly marched out of the training room. The door slammed shut behind her, and the sound echoed off the tall blank walls. That didn't go as I expected. Nox sighed. He gathered his notes and journals. They lay spread around him. He took his time, hoping to give Annabelle enough time to put some distance between herself and the training hall. When Nox exited the room, he saw no traces of the woman. To some extent, he felt relieved. He believed it was better if their relationship didn't grow into more awkward friendships recovered faster than failed romantic entanglements. Nox was lost in thought when he heard pressed soft footsteps behind him. He peeked over his shoulder. There was a man behind him, and he had a club in his hands. In the dim evening lighting, Nox couldn't see his face, and the clothes didn't tell him much either. Then he heard another set of feet just behind the first man. The attacker wasn't alone. Nox heard more footsteps ahead. It wasn't the first time Nox got jumped. In the past, he had let the thugs sneak up on him and take the beatings. He was a different man now. Galvanizing touch destabilized the sphere of essence in Nox's hands. It flared bright pink as he closed his eyes and threw it over his shoulder. The essence glass orb exploded with a roaring bang, and he saw the bright lights through his closed eyelids. When Nox opened his eyes, fluorescent pink flames surrounded him. The individuals sneaking up on him screamed and beat at their burning clothes. It would take them a few seconds to get over their shock and realize it was just fire. Nox refused to give them the time to regain their senses and ran. He made it 6 feet before he ran into a hard stony surface. Even though it was humanoid, the figure didn't budge. Nox pressed his fingers to a stony foot just as it started moving and cast slow. A sharp, stabbing pain blossomed from Nox's left shoulder. Then a pungent odor filled his nostrils. Nox recognized the scent but failed to place it. The smell reminded him of cleaning concoctions in bathhouses. Before Nox could react, a piercing pain spread through his body, and it felt like his skeleton wanted to leap free of his body. Nox somehow powered through the pain and activated his pyramid defense. His concentration failed a moment later, and the spell fizzled out. Something hard and rounded struck the back of Nox's head before he could recover. His limbs refused to obey his instructions, and the world turned blurry. Darkness consumed his vision, and consciousness fled. Chapter 43. Abductors, Assassins, or aristocrat thugs. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The fallen gods mean us harm, but they don't want to wipe out all of humanity. They need our worship and praise to sustain them. So, Even when they rampage or attack, they're careful to minimize the loss of possible followers. Humans are their own worst enemies. We wage war over territory or petty squabbles. We cripple the talented and turn them into mana batteries for the rich and powerful. We slit the throats of our own kind for deities who see us as little more than ants. Unite and rule with an iron fist. It's the only way our kind will survive. Lord Emperor Elor, founder of the Imperium, the first Archmage. Everything hurt when Nox stirred. It felt as if all his joints had popped out of their sockets simultaneously and then slammed back into place violently. A moment later, the greatest discomfort came from his left shoulder. The pain was deeper, and it burned hot. Something had directly attacked his nerves and mana circuits and attempted to burn him from the inside out. When Nox's eyes adjusted to the light, he realized he wasn't in his bed, let alone the correct apartment. The ceiling had no cracks or damp spots. The paint appeared high quality, too. The bed under him was far more comfortable than his hammock, and the lighting was also gentler. A stinging fire blossomed along Nox's upper left side as he tried to sit up. He winced, biting back a cry. Tears threatened to cloud his vision, but Nox blinked them away. He hadn't yet visited the university's infirmary, but it couldn't be where his rescuers had brought him. The furniture was far too nice, and a messy desk sat against the wall on the other side of the room. Women's clothing littered the floor, and a familiar scent filled the air. Nox struggled to place it at first, but then everything clicked into place. It was the amber liquor he had consumed during his meeting with Kreese. Nox was in Kreese's apartment. He peeked under the blanket covering him. Much to Nox's relief, no one had removed his trousers. Only his shirt was missing. Thick gauze went across his torso, from his left armpit to his right collarbone. They wrapped around his left shoulder, too, leaving him to imagine a cape made of bandages. The image amused Nox. It occurred to him then that he had pain-killing substances in his system. He guessed his back would hurt even more without it. Nox's hand drifted to his head. He felt dried blood and a bald patch but no laceration or stitches. It meant he didn't have to wait long before receiving healing. The slight burn at the bottom of his stomach suggested someone had fed him a mixture of alchemical brews. "Hello," he called. "Is anyone there?" Several footsteps sounded outside the door. It opened violently a moment later. Lillian and Annabelle burst into the room. Both women spoke at once. Nox heard questions asking about pain, and then someone offered to help him up. The speed of their speech and the pitch made piercing pains shoot from the front to the back of his skull. Nox had to close his eyes and bite his tongue to ride out the discomfort. Fortunately, both women realized their mistake and quietened. When Nox opened his eyes, Lillian and Annabelle appeared sorry. The first knelt by his bed while the latter stayed by the door. Then Kreese and Pudge entered the room. They appeared just as concerned. "How are you feeling?" his mentor asked. "Sore," Nox replied. He accepted Lillian's offer, and she gently helped him upright. The pain in his shoulder flared for a moment but faded just as quickly. "Is this what a hangover feels like?" "No," Pudge replied. "Hangovers are much, much worse." Nox chuckled. More discomfort followed. "Don't try to be funny." "I can't help it. I'll spend my life alone if I'm just funny looking." Pudge's comment won him smiles from the women in the room, but then everyone refocused on Nox. "Do you need more?" "I'd rather not have any more brews," Nox said. "My stomach lining is inflamed. It means there are a bunch of incompatible cocktails in my stomach." "That's my fault," Annabelle said sheepishly. "I didn't know what to do and fed you whatever I had on my person." "Sorry." "Then I caught up and administered a healing pill and sprint as high," Lillian added. "Pudge used his healing, too." "I only cast a basic regeneration spell," the shorter man said. "Healing is a delicate art, and I'm not practiced with humans." "I called a healer in to look you over, and he said you weren't in any danger," Kreese told Nox. "The wounds were superficial. The brews and regeneration will do their job if you just get a good night of sleep." The man was more worried about mana burn. Nox frowned. It was uncomfortable, but he cycled mana through his system. Nothing felt out of the ordinary. "I think the sigil of immunity protected me from it," he told them. "Did anyone see what happened?" "I caught the end of it," Annabelle said. She sheepishly glanced at the others in the room before meeting Nox's eyes. "I was debating coming back to the training room to ask if you wanted to grab a late supper and talk when my danger sense went wild." By the time I got back, you were already on the ground. I didn't get a good enough look at them, but there were 3 people standing over you. A scream and a couple of pellets were enough to make them scatter. Annabelle did a lot more than that. Lilin pulled Annabelle to the bedside. I felt you in my head, Annabelle. I didn't know who it was at first, but it was clear that Knox was in danger. Didn't you go out drinking? Knox asked. I wasn't in the mood for a lot of mead. Lilin grinned. I was already back in my room with a man of the university guard. He wasn't pleased when I got up and ran. Stolen novel, please report. Then Annabelle fetched me while Lilin took care of you, Pudge added. The guards were already on site when I got there. They thought it might be the abductors and called Kreese. Did you get a look at who it was? Kreese asked. Abductions from within the campus walls are rare, but it has happened before. I'm not sure, Knox answered. It was pretty dark. The city guard and deans will need a report since I was the first professor on the scene. Anything you can tell me will be of immense help. It was dark, Knox repeated. I can tell you there was a lot more than 3 of them. A bunch, 2 from behind and at least 1 from the side, tried to sneak up on me. They were clearly not used to it, though. Their footsteps gave them away. Knox paused. The boots sounded heavy. Or, they had hard leather heels. I can't be sure, but I heard them coming. One of the men coming from behind had a short club. Then, are you sure they were all men? Kreese asked. No, but their heights and builds made them appear masculine. I can't confirm more than that. Fire was enough to surprise them. I took the opportunity to run, but someone body checked me just as I was turning a corner. It was like running into a statue. Then something stabbed me in the back. I'm not sure how to describe the pain. My muscles locked, and even my bones hurt. Then something hit me in the back of the head. You got a defensive spell off before passing out, Lilin said. She dumped fistfuls of essence glass on the bed. The bulk of them were clear. When Knox picked a piece up, ripples pulsed through them from the point of contact. He flicked the chunk, and the glass hummed. Sound essence? Knox asked, but no one had an answer for him. This one might interest you. Lilin pushed a large shard toward him. It had cracks running through it, and lightning tendrils whizzed along them. Lightning essence. Knox frowned. You don't have to look far, Professor, he said. This is Edward Edge's work. How can you be sure? His star uses galvanizing touch for its focus. He's building his system around close-ranged lightning spells. That's not enough to accuse him, Knox, Kreese said. Lightning is a common choice for most battle mages. The war mage department is full of them. You have a cantrip for it, too. Edward has a history of having me jumped. He's never done it in the city or campus. Kreese cut him off. I'm not calling you a liar. Just be careful with your accusations. A lack of evidence will make the statements slanderous, and the nobility make a big deal of it. If you get something more concrete like a witness or even an indirect confession, I can have the guards launch an investigation. The professor appeared embarrassed. From what Knox had heard, each department contributed to campus security. A central fund paid for the guards. The research department was responsible for all the wards around campus. Equipment came from the artisans. The remaining 2 departments provided manpower to assist the guards, lead them, and solve matters beyond their capabilities. An attack within campus meant the staff had failed in their duties. It specifically meant that the dungeon studies and war mages departments had failed in their duties. Guard patrols should have covered the area and noticed the attackers lying in wait. The research department's wards should have also reacted somehow when offensive magic activated outside the training hall. For a moment, Knox wondered whether he could get a discount on the next semester's tuition if he made a fuss and then changed his mind. So what then? Annabelle asked, sounding perturbed. They get to beat up Knox and almost ruin his mana circuits but face no consequences. We're still going to have Edward and his friends questioned, Kreese said. Lightning gives us a lead. You also claim that you ran into a statuesque figure. That sounds like a stone armor spell to me. It's not an uncommon mana system path. She grabbed a chunk of sound essence glass off the bed. Sonic mages are considerably rarer. Looking them up will get us further with the investigation. But we shouldn't hold our breath, right? That's right, Annabelle. The professors and the guard will take the matter seriously. But the assault was well thought out. They waited until Knox was alone and attacked him in an area with poor lighting. Thanks to the time of day, There were no witnesses, and a sound mage kept the noise contained. If they had the skills to match their planning, the fools might have succeeded at crippling Nox. You don't think they were trying to kill him? Lillian's face and tone had turned stone cold. If Nox still hadn't completed his star and intended to walk the path of freeze, her expression would have sufficed as a source of the focus. It was Lillian's "I'm going to kill and devour someone" face. "Murder is easy," Kreese replied. They had Nox disabled and on the ground. Slitting his throat or putting the knife in his neck would have been no challenge at all. Since he has no physical enhancements, they could have done it in a heartbeat before fleeing. The attackers wanted to inflict pain and possibly ruin his future as a delver and mage. Or, they wanted to damage him just bad enough to sacrifice him to a dungeon lord or turn him into a mana battery. Well, this sucks. Pudge sighed. I could rally hounds to sniff the site and follow a scent. The only blood on the scene is Nox's, and they were careful to leave nothing behind. It's all right, Nox said. The drugs had him too numb to focus on anything as pointless as anger or frustration. I'm alive, and I'll be careful not to roam the campus alone late in the evening. Perhaps it's something all four of us should consider. If it's not Edward, it could be the same people responsible for the abductions. Or someone might have figured out our plans, and they're targeting Noxie and Bruce. I'm sorry, Kreese said. I wish there was something more I could do. You could always clear me for delving. Nox grinned, trying his luck. Do you have a vanguard yet? No. Is the shaping spell ready for your planet? No. You know my answer then. The professor left the room to prepare food for Nox. A layer in his stomach would ease the burning caused by mismatching brews and help him sleep better. Lillian followed her, sparking an argument over the delving badge. Pudge glanced between Nox and Annabelle. He shot the pair a mischievous grin and left them alone. Once they were alone, Annabelle sat on the bed next to Nox. She took his hand and squeezed, but said nothing. Then her soft lips caressed his cheek and the pair sat in silence until the others returned with a tray of food. Since Nox hated eating alone, everyone nibbled on pieces of bread while he devoured the brothy chicken and mushroom stew. The meal eased the discomfort in his stomach and left him feeling heavy. It was close to midnight, so Kreese escorted Annabelle back to her quarters. Meanwhile, Lillian and Pudge returned to the apartment. None of them liked the idea of Nox moving or sleeping in a hammock, so he spent the night in his mentor's bed. Chapter 44, Vanguards Needed. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 5th day. 3 days had passed since the assault, and Nox finally felt well enough to attend intermediate dungeon combat. His left shoulder still throbbed if he held it up for too long, but Nox refused to spend any more time resting. Also, his absence would likely please Edward regardless of his involvement in the attack. It came as no surprise when the lordling and his entourage maintained a healthy distance from Nox and his friends. It wasn't out of the ordinary for them to do so. Hey, I heard about what happened. Caitlin finally broke her weeks-long silence and spoke to Nox. My grandmother didn't want to say anything to you in class on Thursday, and you rushed out as soon as class ended. So, she wanted me to convey her apology. It's not her fault, Nox said. Dean Woodson has no reason to apologize. The attackers were clearly tracking my routine for a while and planned the assault out well. How are your injuries? Alexander asked. They didn't mana burn you, did they? I'm mostly fine. My shoulder is still sore where I was stabbed, but it's nothing I can't handle. Nox leaned close to the Woodson siblings and divulged a secret. He liked the pair and hoped to recruit them, or at least Alexander, for his party someday. My sigil of immunity gives me resistance to mana burn. The bastards would have crippled me if not for it. I didn't know sigils could do that, Caitlin whispered, staring at the ground thoughtfully. As a vanguard delver, she was more in danger of mana burn than anyone else in her party. Attackers would, of course, need to get through her armor first. It's worth investigating. She met Nox's gaze and smiled. I'm glad you're okay, though. We all are. It would be a shame someone with such a unique skill set ended up crippled. Careful, Caitlin. Nox grinned at the woman. You might accidentally give me the impression you care about terrible ol' me. I never called you terrible. Caitlin's eyes narrowed. Alexander cleared his throat. I was just dubious about the company you keep. Annabelle trusts you, though, and continues to remain your party member. So you can't be all bad. I can assign a squirrel patrol to you if you'd like, Alexander said. They won't be much help, but they can fetch help if anyone attempts to attack you. I'm fine, thank you. Nox laughed. He adored the image of a spyglass-equipped squirrel running along rooftops as it tailed him. The offer is greatly appreciated, but I'd rather not put you out. I'm fine as I am. People outside Moo, her family, and his late father's friend expressing concern felt odd. Nox struggled to hide the awkwardness bubbling inside as they expressed rage toward the unknown assailants. Nox liked the Woodson siblings, and being back in their favor pleased him. He suspected Caitlin was the vanguard Kreese had picked for the party. The tree mage said nothing about the matter, and Nox didn't broach the topic either. Caitlin had declared she refused to delve without her brother unless she found a party she could trust. Nox hoped to earn a spot in the woman's list of trustworthy individuals. Because of his injury, Nox found himself struggling by the third lap. The change frustrated him since he could now complete all 5 without tiring himself out. Yet he pushed on, clenching his teeth through the pain and resisting the flask at his waist. By the time he finished, everyone else had completed the routine exercise, and sweat had Nox's clothes sticking to his skin. Loud chuckles rose from the group that surrounded Edward. Many sets of cruel eyes glanced at Nox's disheveled forms. Meanwhile, Louis and his party paid no attention to Nox. They appeared engaged in a heated conversation. The group stood on the opposite end of the terrace, huddled close together. Lilin stiffened next to Nox. Her expression betrayed her thoughts. She was sure Edward had orchestrated the attack, and Nox had spent the past handful of days convincing her not to act on her suspicions. If he tried once, Edward would come for him again to rectify his previous failure. Nox planned on reacting with lethal force. It was unlikely they'd catch him alone, too. Nox and Pudge rarely spent time alone outside of the cafeteria or workshop, but he spent almost all of his time outside of class hours with Annabelle or Lilin. One would see hostile threats coming far in advance, while Lilin's magic excelled at destruction and capture. She also had her mimic senses for detecting nearby mana sources. The range was considerably lower, but she'd detect most mages preparing spells within her mana zone. Either woman would buy Nox enough time to set up adequate defenses, prepare Atra's bow, and weaponize any essence glass at hand. Since they were approaching the end of the semester's second month, intermediate dungeon combat classes had changed once again. Professor Wolfhammer grew more involved in their direction and customized challenges based on party composition, expertise, and weaknesses. Even though Nox's party had no vanguard, they excelled at taking on lone targets. Danger Sense made Annabelle proficient at close range. Her time with the Oakhart tutors was showing results. Her martial skills appeared to improve with every combat class. She successfully kept the wolf centaur's attention using probing thrusts and shallow slashes. The summoned beast failed to ever strike her speedy, lithe form. Meanwhile, Lilin continued to display her excellence as a control mage and mid-ranged attacker. She fired marble-sized gravity orbs at her opponents in clusters of 3 or 4. The summoned monsters dodged the projectiles easily, but the damage was devastating when they struck. Lilin successfully removed limbs and, in a couple of instances, the attacking wolf centaur's heads. Because of her spell's wide area of attacks, she used them with extreme care, ensuring Annabelle was always out of the way. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Because of the party's frail temporary vanguard, Lilin used her larger gravity orbs sparingly. Their attractive force was far too powerful and could potentially unbalance Annabelle, leaving her vulnerable to the wolf centaur's attacks. So, they only came into play when Annabelle retreated to catch her breath or fire essence glass projectiles from her enchanted slingshot. Thanks to his party members, Nox rarely had to do much besides firing arrows or throwing essence bombs. He occasionally dodged mad charges or repositioned for better angles. The swiftest road to victory was through attacking vitals. So he did just that, targeting eyes, noses, armpits, and whatever vulnerable points he could see. Wouldn't you rather take the day off, lad? Professor Wolfhammer asked. I know you spend most of your time in the rear, but I'd rather you be in prime condition before fighting one of my beasties. Will dungeon lords, their bosses, or elites give me the same consideration? Professor, I'd rather keep my skills as sharp as possible. You were attacked, Nox. Professor Wolfhammer had dropped all pretense with his party weeks ago. He spoke to them casually without using honorifics, and his instruction felt more friendly than serious. Mana burn doesn't always show immediately. You could have suffered damage which only shows when your mana circuits are stressed. I'm fine, Professor, Nox said. He spoke loud enough for his peers to hear. It took 6 grown men to take me down. Their tactics were pathetic, and their spell work even worse. Competent fighters might have put me out of commission for more than a couple of days, but fortunately, they weren't. So, I'm ready for whatever you can throw at me. Those are warring words, lad. I'll ask you again, are you sure you don't want another day off? I'm sure. The wolf centaur standing 1 terrace away exploded into a puff of white smoke. The cloud billowed briefly, fighting the wind, expanding and quaking. Then it coalesced into a more humanoid opponent. The summoned creature resembled the wolf skin-wearing men that oversaw the duels, except he was smaller, standing under 6 feet tall, and the hammer he carried was considerably simpler. A trio of wolves appeared in front of him, too. Think you can manage that? Professor Wolfhammer grinned and crossed his arms, clearly expecting the party to back down. Dealing with multiple enemies would prove challenging without a dedicated vanguard. Annabelle appeared especially hesitant since the burden of distracting the beasts would be mostly on her. Lillian's mastery of manipulation spells wasn't yet high enough to strike small, speedy targets. Before any of them could say anything, an unexpected member of the class stepped forward. We'd like to fight with Nox's party, Professor, said Ernest. The giant of a man stood closer to 7 feet than 6. Nox had never seen Ernest's face before. He doubted anyone had. A knight's helmet covered everything but his lips and chin. A long scar diagonally ran across both. It looked like a sword had once slit his face open. We, delving teams larger than 6. Not them. Just me. What about your current team? Professor Wolfhammer craned his neck, looking past the giant man and his party. The trio looked away sheepishly. Their expression betrayed their relief. It's safe to say they'll be pleased with my absence. Ernest's voice was deep and hoarse. It sounded like he had damaged his throat over decades of pipe smoking. Since no one knew his age, confirming the hypothesis without asking rude questions was impossible. After almost 2 months in the class, Nox had a rough idea of nearly everyone's capabilities. Ernest fell into the category of people he knew little about. The man fought with a giant club almost as tall as he was and as thick as Nox's thighs. He didn't use any flashy magic. His strength and durability suggested he primarily utilized body enhancement magic. It wouldn't surprise Nox if there were also self-healing spells in the mix. Ernest had shrugged off hits that would have killed most men. However, the man's martial skills weren't noteworthy enough for Nox to consider him for a prospective party member. At times, Ernest appeared unstable, losing his mind during a fight. He occasionally fumbled and stumbled around like a drunk man, too. Then there was the oddity of him speaking in the plural when referencing himself. Nox had heard some of their peers whispering about the man. They thought him weird and creepy. I'll leave the decision to you, Professor Wolfheart told Nox and his party. I'm not sure, Nox replied. He looked up at Ernest as the man approached. The height difference between them was greater than a foot. Nox felt like a child before the giant fighter. I don't mean any offense by this, Ernest, but I'm unsure if you'd be a good fit for us. We intend to delve frequently and take on challenges greater than us. You're an excellent fighter, but I'm not sure you're the dedicated frontline we're looking for. Ernest moved closer until there were less than 6 inches between them. Despite his metal breastplate and the thick leather armor under his extra-large university coat, Nox smelled no sweat. In fact, Ernest had no smell at all. Even though he stood inside Nox's mana zone, his alchemy-refined senses detected nothing from the man. He felt like an ordinary person who hadn't developed a mana cloud, let alone a star. Professor Kreese suggested we work together, Ernest said softly. I've been watching your party for quite a while. I'm not sure we're a good fit either, but I feel the same about everyone else. So, I'd like to defer to her judgment and give this a shot. Are you her apprentice? Knox asked. You could say so. She took a special interest in me shortly after the semester started. When Ernest leaned in, Knox finally smelled something off the man. It was his breath. Knox wondered if Ernest had ever cleaned between his teeth or had himself checked for gum disease. Knox looked past Ernest at the professor. Will you let us fight today without a vanguard? I wasn't planning on it, Professor Wolfhammer answered. Fine. Knox sighed. We might as well give this a shot. Chapter 45. Trialing a Vanguard. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Professor Wolfhammer increased the number of wolves on the floor from 3 to 5. Fortunately, the canines were about the same size as their ordinary counterparts. However, Knox saw almost human intelligence in their eyes. Meanwhile, the summoned man in wolf skin appeared most threatening of all. He looked like the barbarian raiders from the snowy wastes north of the Imperium's lands. When the man's eyes moved, scanning the opposing party, the wolves' gazes followed. Knox worried they'd have much greater coordination than a hunter with his dogs. He knew at a glance that their fight would be a challenging one. Going up against them with an unstable vanguard who they barely knew or had fought with before especially concerned him. So, how are we doing this? Annabelle asked. Is there any point in me going up front now? No, Ernest replied. Despite his club's size, he held it in one hand, wielding the weapon like it was a child's toy. His test swings caused loud whooshing sounds. My attacks aren't particularly precise. I'd rather not hurt any of you. You're not exactly filling us with confidence, Ernest, Knox said. You're an intimidating figure. That much is true, but are you sure? I'll be fine. Ernest cut him off. He pointed at a woman on the sidelines using his club. We've got a personal healer if things go wrong. He looked at Lilin. You don't have to hold back with me acting as your vanguard. I have stability wards and spells to resist controlling effects. Are you sure? Lilin raised an eyebrow. I've been holding back in class. My spells are a lot more potent than you think. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. They spent a handful of minutes discussing their battle plan and formation. Lilin needed no protection. Her gravity magic made her light and mobile. It also gave her adequate control of the battlefield. The foe would struggle to reach her, and if they did, she'd have little trouble running away. Her attacks were devastating, too. She needed no protection and could function independently on the battlefield, fighting at whatever range the situation demanded. Meanwhile, Knox, with or without injury, was the most vulnerable of the group. He'd struggle to react if nimble foes like the wolves got close. His defensive spells were useless against physical attacks. He lacked the speed and reaction time to deal with the canines too. He didn't know what to expect of the hammer-wielding man, but he was undoubtedly dangerous. Annabelle would need to stick close to Knox, serving as the rearguard. Thanks to her weapons, spells, and sigils, she had the means to combat the wolves from afar or up close. Knox trusted her to watch his back while he sniped their foes and weaponized his stock of essence glass. The party had no choice but to trust Ernest to serve as the vanguard. He had the size to fill the role. However, the lack of mana signature concerned Knox. Ernest was one of the few people in intermediate dungeon studies with delving experience. All of his companions had returned from the expedition alive. Something about him made them want to part ways, but the party had no other melee fighters. It meant the man had done his job well. Once all party members were in position and ready, the practice battle began. The summoned man raised his hammer and whooped. The wolves surrounding him broke into two groups and ran along the terrace's edges. Meanwhile, the man raised his hammer and charged at the vanguard. Lilin targeted the pair of wolves approaching from the right. She released a pair of gravity orbs. They met in the canine's path, a couple of feet in front of the wolves, and exploded. A humming boom filled the terrace, and the air rippled around the point of collision. It sucked both wolves forward. One somersaulted and landed on its back while the other was yanked sideways. It disappeared over the terrace's edge. Targeting the summoned man proved impossible. Ernest's wide frame kept Knox from getting a clear shot. By the time Knox changed position to get a better angle, Ernest and the enemy leader were too close to safely fire without hitting the wrong person. So, he attacked the wolf Annabelle had already stunned. Even though the canines appeared ordinary, They were far from it. Nox's normal mana arrow failed to penetrate deep enough to inflict sufficient damage. The wolf recovered from the gravity orb's effects and leapt away before the second projectile could hit it. The three wolves approaching from the left were getting close. As a result, Nox had no choice but to change targets while Lilin continued to protect the right. Without a usable shaping planet, essence glass fragments proved more useful in Annabelle's hands. Her slingshot infused them with mana, destabilizing the projectiles as they flew toward their target. Annabelle started with Luifi fire. Nox had it in surplus. The essence inflicted no damage in its raw form. However, the explosion of pink flames sufficiently frightened the wolves and sent them into a panic. Their disorientation made it easy to strike one with several arrows empowered with essence glass. The arrow only pierced the creature, but the conjured shards shredded hide and dug deep into the flesh. A second charged projectile from Annabelle's slingshot struck the wolf. It inflicted little damage but created a little shockwave. The force pushed it off the terrace while knocking the other two down. An angry scream demanded Nox rip his attention away from the remaining wolves on the left. Unfortunately, the pair had already recovered and were speeding toward him. As a result, he couldn't afford to look away and support Lilin. He knew that a solitary wolf would struggle to inflict more than surface wounds. She likely suffered a passing scratch or a minor bite. Lilin's dimensional storage had a surplus of healing pills in her dimensional pocket. If the situation turned dire, she could also use her stored mimic biomass to patch major damage and claim it was an extra potent regenerative elixir. They needed to be careful with such excuses. Of course, overuse would make it too suspicious, and Lilin's secret would be out. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. The following two arrows missed their mark. The wolves moved in erratic patterns and faster than their ordinary counterparts. Nox had no choice but to create his usual defense. Instead of infusing with crystallize essence, Nox used slow. He first created a square sheet of mana infused with the cantrip, then he folded it into an almost transparent pyramid. Instead of firing projectiles through the pyramid, Annabelle drew her bladed weapon and extended it into its spear form. She adopted a defensive stance and prepared for the approaching beasts. The wolves flanked the pair, and one leapt at Nox's exposed right side. It almost froze mid-jump, moving at a 20th of its ordinary speed through the air. Annabelle wasted no time and thrust her weapon at the beast. The spearhead shone with a silver light as it pierced its collar and disappeared into her chest. The second wolf ceased its charge. It hesitated, eyes darting between the human pair and its fallen comrade. The brief pause was all the time Nox needed. He dispelled the remainder of his defensive spell, absorbing whatever mana he could, and channeled it into Ratra's bow. The arrow contained his cantrip's essence while crystalline mana spiraled around the head and upper shaft. Then Nox released his projectile. The arrow struck the wolf's lower jaw and ripped it free of the skull. Then the crystal shards shredded exposed flesh, bone, and the underside. Instead of spraying blood, the creature exploded into a cloud of smoke. When Nox and Annabelle returned their attention to their companions, only the summoned man remained. Ernest dealt with him with surprising nimbleness. He ducked and sidestepped swift hammer swings, and the frost collecting on his armor appeared to have no effect. Unfortunately, his club failed to hit its mark too. Nox couldn't tell which of the two melee combatants had filled the terrace with cracks and craters. Much to the party's surprise, Lilin's gravity orbs did not affect the summoned man. His hammer swings changed the trajectory of the approaching black spheres, making them strike the ground far from him or fly off the terrace. Beads of sweat covered her forehead. It was too early for Lilin to run out of mana, but Nox guessed she was pushing her manipulation planet to its limits. The discipline demanded a lot more intent-driven casting and likely also drained her mentally. The tide turned when Annabelle rushed into melee range, and Nox provided support using only slow-infused arrows. Since the hammer swings didn't redirect them, he guessed the weapon interfered with manipulation magic. They barely inflicted any damage or deterred the beast, but Nox refused to waste essence glass. Instead, he focused on interrupting their opponent's swings and gave his companions opportunities to attack. Much to Nox's surprise, Annabelle's precise strikes and spear thrusts inflicted more damage to the creature than anyone else's attacks. She struck at gaps in the fur armor. Instead of blood, faint smoke streams rose from the wounds. The summoned man staggered and stumbled just as much as Ernest. Best of all, he slowed. As a result, their temporary vanguard successfully struck his opponent with his monstrous club. Each strike drove the hammer wielder back a couple of steps or more. As Ernest gained ground, his attacks became surer and swifter. Meanwhile, Annabelle continued her hit-and-run tactics. When Lilin used her gravity orbs, the hammer failed to redirect them. However, she had to use them sparingly to avoid hurting Annabelle. Finally, the slow cantrip's effects found a home. The weakened summon lost the power to resist them. It slowed to the point where dodging and redirecting blows was no longer possible. A spearhead to the knee and leg sweep was enough to drop the beast. Then Ernest ended it by bringing his giant club down in a two-handed swing. The sickening crunch caused no blood splatter. Instead, the skull turned almost gelatinous for a moment, turning into a pile of mush. Then it reformed a couple of minutes later. However, the creature didn't rise. That was impressive, Knox stated. He offered Ernest a hand to shake. I'm sorry, I underestimated your capabilities. We work well together, Ernest replied. What do you think? Would you be interested in merging parties? Knox glanced at his companions. I have no qualms as long as everyone else is fine with it. No complaints from me, Lilin said. She had a curious look on her face as she studied the giant man. Knox struggled to read her expression. You made the fight significantly easier. I doubt we could have managed this fight without you. You reduced my load significantly. Annabelle smiled. I wasn't sure at first since we've never interacted before, but what better way to know someone besides a fight, right? She checked with her companions and got approving nods. Although, I'm curious about your magic. I think it's important we be comfortable with one another. You don't appear to use any standard spells or auras during combat. My spells are also struggling to get a read on you, which makes me uncomfortable. My star is based around the minimize spell, and I've expanded it to things beyond size and weight, Ernest replied. His giant club shrank until it was no bigger than a pinky finger. He hooked a finger under his collar and pulled out a chain necklace, and attached the miniaturized weapon to it. Ernest had a small arsenal around his neck. Knox saw spears, halberds, axes, great swords, and something that oddly resembled an old airship cannon. The spell doesn't work with living entities. However, modified elements of it to function differently on my body. Ernest looked at Lilin. That includes how gravity affects me. Moving around with my bulk and weapons is challenging enough already. However, I don't know how your clustered attack spells will affect me. I hope to extend the minimization to essence effects which deter my movement. That sounds amazing, Knox stated. The applications are endless. What? Your explanations don't help with my concerns, Annabelle said, cutting Knox off. Neither my danger sense nor positive vibe can tell me anything about you. There's more to you, and I'm afraid we can't work together unless you elaborate. Knox glanced at Lilin for her input. The woman only nodded. He caught a glimpse of Ernest's eyes as he studied the trio. The man had one blue iris and one golden yellow. Annabelle was right. There was something off about Ernest. She's right. You're hiding something, and it looked like your former party was glad to see you go. We need to know why. Fine. Ernest sighed. Professor Kreese said we'd need to be upfront before you agreed to work with us. Let's go somewhere more private. Then we can talk. We believe partying up would be mutually beneficial for all of us. But we've got more than 3 hours of class left, Annabelle stated, looking for their teacher. Professor Wolfhammer will expect us to disappear for a bit. He won't mind. Ernest waved them towards the rooftop path leading away from the terrace. Please come. Chapter 46. The Beaufort Family Secret. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Certain arcane disciplines are better off buried and forgotten. We've had plenty of horrors with weaponized healing causing cancerous growths and fathers merging their daughters with family pets. The Empyrean Mages Guild exists to help draw the line. Yes, we are at war with the gods, but that doesn't mean we can stoop to their level and create the same horrors as them, which is why the guild has the Emperor's backing to train inquisitors. All practitioners of forbidden magic will be tracked down, arrested, and put on trial. The severity of their crimes will determine their punishment. Some might say our actions will deter arcane research and development. So be it. We will do what we must for our children and our future. Archmage Alfonso de Waffen, Empyrean Inquisition, Vice Leader of the Empyrean Mages Guild. Instead of taking the stairs down into the Department of Dungeon Studies, Ernest led the party in the opposite direction. He had a steady gait but occasionally stumbled like a drunk man, wobbling and relying on his trunk for support. Groups straining on neighboring terraces shot them curious glances but said nothing. The group passed Ernest's former party, too. Caitlin had replaced him. However, they appeared to lack harmony. The party's movements were awkward and uncoordinated. Professor Wolfhammer had also upgraded their opponents. Caitlin faced the hammer wielder and a wolf alone. Meanwhile, two mages dealt with one canine on one end of the terrace. The final party fought the last wolf on the opposite side. Hammer swings cracked Caitlin's armor. The blows broke and splintered the wood. Fragments of bark flew free of her enlarged frame as she got knocked around. Young, green tendrils stitched the damage closed before darkening into a rough brown and reinforcing the damaged sections. Meanwhile, the wolf inflicted no harm on her at all. Caitlin swung at her opponent and rarely landed blows. Her armor limited her speed and mobility far too much. She occasionally threw her whole body at the creature and grappled with it. Unfortunately, without party support, she failed to hold on to her opponent for more than a handful of seconds at a time. Then Caitlin would return to taking blows and missing swings. Her form and technique suggested she had hand-to-hand combat training. Most strikes on her armor were glancing blows or grazed her. Nox couldn't help but feel impressed by her performance despite the incompetent team. Nox's desire to get Caitlin on his team was no secret. There were vanguard mages and aspiring ether warriors with better magic and skills than her, but he liked the woman best. He adored Alexander, too. Unfortunately, the younger of the Woodson siblings lacked the strength in a delving party. Annabelle did the same as him but had more to contribute. Alexander needed to improve his capabilities before Nox would consider inviting him. However, if Caitlin agreed to join him on the condition her brother could come along, Nox wouldn't turn him away. Instead of taking the usual stairs, Ernest led them down a flight connected to the research department. Nox only visited the section of the ring-shaped building for his mandatory theory lectures and his class with Dia. Besides visiting the 3 classrooms, he hadn't explored the department, except when he got lost on his first day. On their way down through the building, the party passed menageries, gardens lit by sun lamps, laboratories that made no sense to Nox, and rooms where rune scripts covered every visible surface. Some sections and the people occupying them made Nox think of a madhouse with no medical staff or guards. Ernest didn't stop until they were in the basement. They ended up in what looked like a small infirmary. A combination of medical equipment, brewing setups, and artificing gear stood neatly arranged around a giant cot with reinforcements for someone Ernest's size and weight. In the middle of it all stood a familiar woman. It was the same healer who stood waiting next to their terrace. She had the classic look of a woman from the northwestern edge of the Imperium, blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Unlike Lord Gedge's children, Victor and Annabelle, her features were softer and more rounded. She almost looked like a milkmaid from the farmlands surrounding the Grand Empire. "I thought you wanted to talk to us privately," Annabelle said. "We did," the healer said. Suddenly, Ernest's tendency to refer to himself in the plural made sense. Even though the woman wore a coat almost exclusively worn by the research department's students, she had an adept delving license on her lapel. "I'm Michelle Beaufort. Ernest is my brother. I'm not sure what's going on here." Nox looked between the siblings, brows furrowed. Ernest stood next to the reinforced cot, stiff as a statue. "We're just looking for a vanguard, not a healer. Things will get too hectic if our rearguard needs to split her attention between too many people. Only Ernest will be delving with you. However, you'll be working with both of us. So, I thought you'd want to meet and be aware of the details. It's important you're comfortable with Ernest's condition and the circumstances surrounding us. Please elaborate, Michelle," Lillian said, leaning on the cot. She scanned the equipment surrounding them. It was clear to Nox that she sensed something strange from Ernest. However, he couldn't ask about what Lillian's mimic senses detected in the open. "Are you not human?" Annabelle asked. looking the giant man up and down. "My spells give me differing readings when analyzing humans and beasts. They're beyond confused with you. My family used to specialize in magic most mage societies considered taboo. We were persecuted by the Imperium for it, even though we were their most effective tool against the dungeon-born scourge plaguing their lands." Michelle stood next to her brother and placed a hand on his back. "Most of our family died fleeing the Imperium. Our parents sacrificed themselves to ensure we made it to this city where we won't be hunted and our skills are valued." "You're necromancers," Annabelle exclaimed, retreating a couple of steps. "I'm a necromancer," Michelle corrected her. "What we do is nothing like the slug plague from 2 centuries ago, though. My family never raised hordes of undead or reaped the souls of unsuspecting villages. We specialized in reanimating dungeon-born creatures and using them against the gods. I'm aware of Beaufort family history. The Imperium tied several blights to your estate. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Those were lies to excuse their actions and rally the local villages against us. Farms on Beaufort land had no traces of the blight." Michelle looked up at her brother. "Ernest never wanted to practice the family trade." "I was training to be an ether warrior," Ernest said, continuing to sound like his throat was made of gravel, "so he could rearguard for me." There was a rift breach. Ernest didn't make it. "Fortunately, I saved a Beaufort phylactery. It trapped his soul, and then I remade him." "So you're a walking corpse?" Knox asked. Ernest removed his helmet. Scars and stitching crisscrossed his face. Whatever similarities he had with Michelle had long disappeared. Not a strand of his hair grew out of his head. Scales with the same color as gray rotting meat covered the top left quadrant of his face. It housed the golden yellow eye. "Corpses rot," Michelle stated, "and stink," Ernest added. "I do neither." The mana lamps at the back of the room flickered on. Several glass tubes lined the wall. They housed organs, eyeballs, limbs, and more that Knox didn't recognize. "Necromancy and healing are 2 sides of the same coin," Michelle said. "My family specialized in keeping the dying alive instead of reviving the dead." "I hear you take advanced alchemy. Are you familiar with soul in stasis solution?" "I need to brew it to pass the class," Knox replied. "Saul in Beaufort was my grandfather. My family delved, harvested beasts while they were still warm, stored them in stasis fluid, and then used them to construct war beasts and chimeras." The leather armor covering Ernest's arms parted, and finger-thick tentacles peeked out of them. They writhed and wriggled. Michelle continued to speak after the grotesque display. "I failed to keep Ernie's body alive. His mind and memories stayed safe in the phylactery, but it had nowhere to go. So, I rebuilt him from scratch." "I'm a chimera," Ernest said. "Not undead." "Professor Kreese said you were open-minded, discreet and would take an interest in my alchemical endeavors," Michelle added. "Ernest is a strong fighter, and I can adapt him for whatever dungeon you're targeting. We only ask you to give him time to harvest limbs, organs, or whatever we need. It will take no effort on your part. I excel at skinning and butchering. The bits will do just fine in the stasis fluid, and I can carry them safely with minimize." "What about you, Michelle?" Knox asked. "Will you delve, too?" "That depends on the length of the expedition. If it's just a rift or a couple of floors of a dungeon, I'll wait outside. However, if it's a longer journey, I'll accompany you to conduct repairs, substitute parts, or whatever Ernest requires. I won't be fighting, though. I'm ill-suited for the battlefield." "Then how in Yggdrasil's name do you have an adept license?" Annabelle asked. She turned to Knox. "I don't know about this. Taking a non-combatant on an expedition is a recipe for disaster." That was before Ernest's incident. Michelle fidgeted, eyes moving to the floor. "I've attempted a few delves since but froze up, and people got hurt." "That can't happen again." "The other students don't know, but all the professors and the relevant authorities know about our condition. Unlike the Imperium, the university, city, and neighboring states don't mind. Ernest technically doesn't have the same rights as an ordinary person, but he's treated as an extension of me. So, taking him along would count as an adept delver. You don't have to worry about me. As long as Ernest is fine, I'll be okay and well out of your way." "Will you take over all butchering duties and pay for your own stasis fluid and relevant containment?" Knox asked. Michelle nodded. I think this is a good idea, Knox told Annabelle. It will take us a while to get used to one another, but I reckon we'll work well together. As long it's just a trial, I'm willing to give it a shot, Annabelle said. I'm sorry, Michelle. The Imperium might have painted your family in a negative light, but it's hard to just shrug off those concerns. But if the professors are fine with it, we might as well give this a shot. If we ever find another vanguard, could you take on a more fighter role? Knox asked. If Shelley reduces my bulk and size, I'd be happy to sacrifice defense for more speed and power, Ernest replied. I'd much rather serve as a close-range damage dealer than the party's shield. He rolled his shoulders. This form is uncomfortable. It's what gets the most parties, though. I'd rather not make major changes until the party can function well, Michelle said. The bulk exists to protect critical organs and the phylactery. As long as the latter survives, I can rebuild my brother from nothing. But I'd rather not put it at risk just yet. That's all right. Knox offered Michelle his hand, and she shook it. Your work is fascinating. I'd like to pick your brain sometime. For now, could you put in a good word with Greece? I won't get my delving license back without your good work. Consider it done. Michelle smiled. She retreated to her brother and took his hand. I can't promise she'll clear you so easily, though. She'll probably want you to spend a while longer training together. Personally, I think that's for the best. For the time being, could you keep all of this a secret from other students? There is a lot of prejudice surrounding necromancy and my family. The university is crawling with Empyrean students, too. They might make a fuss if they discover my condition. Of course, Annabelle said. We're good at keeping secrets and being discreet. Chapter 47. Essence of the Void. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. Questions kept Knox up for several nights following his meeting with the Beaufort siblings. The university, especially Crease, appeared to treasure Michelle despite the taboo surrounding her magic. After their meeting, when he got some time off, he spent an hour in the nearest library looking up the Empyrean Mages Guild and the Empyrean Inquisition. It took him a while since the library index didn't include the necromancer family, but he found journals mentioning them. Even people without misconceptions regarding modern necromancy had qualms with the expertise. They claimed it perverted healing magic and alchemy and was a dark science. Knox disliked the phrase since it mostly saw use in the era of the gods. Zealots called any field of knowledge that disagreed with their patron's doctrine a dark science. He wondered whether the same people pursued and exterminated the necromancers. After all, rumors claimed that the Imperium was a hive of cult activity. Apparently, the ruling family had links to several necromancy-used branches of alchemy Knox had never explored and the trade empire didn't practice. Many researchers studied and occasionally reanimated magical beasts or dungeon-born creatures to either find out weaknesses, study the alien physiologies, or investigate the essences they used. Scholars claimed the first mages developed their cantrips, spells, and foci by analyzing how creatures created by the gods used their magic. Biological alchemists played a significant role in the field. However, the area had little money without a major power's backing. Modern alchemists primarily focused on brews for delving and wars or cures for the many diseases plaguing humankind. Knox wasn't sure how he felt about grafting monster parts with a human. He, of course, had no grounds to oppose it, especially given the company he kept. However, some part of him believed it was wrong. At the same time, he saw the value of a warrior who could literally turn a dungeon lord's weapons against them. There were records of gallimancers creating constructs of clay, metal, and occasionally flesh. The latter variety used monster parts for their construction, too. However, the constructed creatures had simple, childlike minds and relied on their creators to control them. The trade empire had banned flesh golems long ago, believing they were a source of disease and a dungeon lord's influence could make them change sides. In Knox's eyes, Ernest was a flesh golem powered by a phylactery. During the conversation with the party, Ernest had come across as a stable individual. However, rumors around intermediate dungeon studies claimed he was prone to terrifying fits of rage. Occasionally, he babbled nonsense. One person had seen him eating raw monster flesh during a delve. There was no evidence or corroboration of the final bit of information, and it could just as quickly be nothing more than talk. However, It gave Knox reason to worry about the new person's presence on the team. If the university is willing to overlook necromancy and the risks involved, would they be willing to overlook our contract, too? Knox asked Lilin when the two of them were alone. Kreese told the forts we were discreet and that I'd understand them. You think that's because she knows our secret? Knox shrugged. It's possible. I'm starting to feel that Kreese will use every tool available against the gods. She doesn't care about their morality. It's possible, Lilin replied. Don't most mages need a familiar before they can safely push their star's maximum mana level to 4 digits? They're usually fragments of sympathetic divine or primordial entities, Knox said. Occasionally, mages bond with powerful and intelligent magical beasts, too. But that's an exceptional rarity even for archmages. Contracts like ours are even rarer. I suppose our deal would make me something akin to a warlock, and they're persecuted even more than necromancers. It's possible Kreese, perhaps other professors, have figured out your identity. It's not impossible. It annoyed Knox how nonchalant Lilin was about the matter. If Pudge figured it out, others may have too. He's a journeyman, and the staff are all adepts or experts. Unless Annabelle is a brilliant actor, she is clueless. Perhaps divination and related fields can't detect me. Pudge studies living entities and is developing magic to alter them and guide their growth. Perhaps it's given him some spell to sense what I am. It's not physiological or anatomy detection. Pudge's charm might have given him some sort of psychic sense. For the sake of safety, you should avoid powerful healers and anyone displaying developed mind magic. Knox paused, looking for holes in his hypothesis. It doesn't explain how Kreese might have figured you out without the help of someone like Pudge. Or Michelle, Lilin added. Kreese's mana system is built around light, Knox said, speaking to himself more than Lilin. Maybe she doesn't limit her to visible spectrums. It's possible she sees or detects something inside of you. My anatomy is human, through and through. I keep my mimic parts and biomass in a pocket dimension. The opening is right here. Lilin pressed 2 fingers over her solar plexus. It's no bigger than a pinhole unless I enlarge it. Even if Kreese's detection powers are as potent as you believe, she'd need to study me very closely to know what I am. I think you're stressing over nothing. Even if she knows something, it's no more than a suspicion. We'd face greater repercussions for Victor's death if they were sure. Or they don't care. We have genuine reason and intention to contribute to this war. What if they're willing to overlook crimes for the greater good? Victor was an asshole. No one beyond his father appears to give a blight about his demise. How long are you going to go on about that? Lilin sighed. We're fine. The world is moving on. You need to do the same. Focus on making money and finishing your damned spell. I want to delve and eat more Rift Lords. Will preemptive feedings help delay the scheduled ones? I haven't thought about it. The contract appears flexible unless you're late on delivery. I thought about what we discussed after I ate Victor. A full belly clouded my decision making. We can't delay the next feeding as long as you hoped. However, if you feed me after the semester ends, we can limit future feedings for when we're not in university. Once we're done here, we can rethink the schedule. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. Can you be careful around healers and mind mages? Please? Knox asked. Just for my peace of mind? Even if Kreese knows, she's willing to leave us alone for the time being. I'd rather not do anything that can jeopardize our situation. I'd like to get at least an adept delving license before we leave the university. The new working relationship with Michelle proved fruitful. She had no qualms about sharing the Soul in Stasis Solutions recipe with Knox. He already had the ingredients list but not the complete spell form. It wasn't strictly cheating since the parameters for the exam only demanded delivery of the concoction. Alchemists often collaborated with their peers, sharing ideas, developing recipes together, and learning from one another. Knox reasoned that using Michelle's spell forms counted as the same. It wasn't that he couldn't do it himself. Given his experience and expertise, the exam was an easy task. However, developing the spell form, testing it, and achieving the final result would require at least 3 days of study and experimentation. It was time he couldn't spare. Finishing the shaping planet and launching Noxian brews took priority. Even though brewing during 6th day's advanced alchemy class would have been easier, the laboratory had better equipment, and he wouldn't have to carry the ingredients far. Knox brewed in his workshop. It allowed him to requisition more materials than he needed from the production department. If not for the hefty per-semester tuition, he would have felt guilty. Saline stasis solution was a challenging brew, but easier than the tincture of sigil awakening. It used a few dangerous ingredients like blizzard blossoms, black water, and void fragments, a mysterious material born of spatial or chronal instability. All three grew in the depths of adept jungles or occasionally around unstable exprotract rifts. Most almost journeymen like him wouldn't dare use substances, fearing frostbite, mana burn, or worse injuries. More experienced alchemists would use an artisan's arm for the brew. Unfortunately, Knox hadn't received any letters or packages from Mu. To be fair, he hadn't sent any either, but in his case, he didn't know where he stood as a banished individual. Given the projections, Knox hoped to earn enough money for one at some point the next semester. He refused to waste coin on something basic and hoped to eventually save around 1,000 gold and build a custom tool. He imagined something made of light metal segments with the flexibility of a tentacle. It would have an incredible range of motion and more durability than the standard 2-3 jointed limbs. Knox made plans to take a chance and send Mu a letter if he heard nothing from her before the end of the semester. For the time being, he used the mage hand cantrip to compensate for the lack of the tool. Since his mana zone now extended almost a foot from his extremities, he could now use it for its intended purpose. Unfortunately, the conjured spectral hand barely had the strength to lift more than a pound. Any stimuli capable of causing enough discomfort to make someone flinch or reflexively pull their hand back would dispel the cantrip. Knox had to modify the spell form to increase strength and make it last a few seconds before failing under stressful conditions. The mana cost and concentration requirements were obnoxious. Only mages pursuing pure telekinesis as their focus built their star around mage hand, and the spell weaving helped him figure out why. He doubted the task would have been within his capabilities if not for Dia and Dean Woodson's classes. It took 3 attempts to get the brew right. Void Essence was responsible for both failures. Knox mistimed its application the first time, and a fingernail-sized opening, similar to Lillian's dimensional pocket enemies, blossomed in the flask. It consumed hours of work as most of the brew disappeared into the momentary spatial rift. During his second attempt, viscous black sludge appeared in the solution, tainting it and rendering the brew unusable. The final attempt got Knox a result he deemed near perfect. It was clear with no residue and had the consistency of fresh honey. He tested the solution with an apple. It didn't freeze or turn into mush after 5 minutes. When the fruit was still intact the following morning, Knox knew the brew was a success. Lillian ate the apple and reported it as fresh as the day before. How? Professor S asked when Knox submitted the solution and a work log. The spell form should have taken you weeks. My aunt was an excellent teacher, Knox replied. Dia and Dean Woodson's classes helped to buttload, too. Everything I learned in class helped prepare the necessary tools. And the void essence? I failed half a dozen times before I succeeded. Knox hoped the lie would excuse the volume of ingredients he had checked out. All 3 of the rare components were rare and would come in use when creating the brews for adept rank. I had a bunch of momentary rifts and a few instances where black sludge appeared out of nowhere, tainting the solution. Void essence, next to chaos, is the most unstable and unpredictable of all known essences, Professor S says. Dean Woodson refuses to let us research the space between dimensions and drifts. She fears the flora and fauna could taint life in our world. Her claims of the undead slug plague keep the staff scared and from investigating it further. He sighed, shaking his head. I'm surprised you only got the minor singularities and the sludge across 6 attempts. In my experience, failed void essence usage results are much more chaotic and inconsistent. Perhaps there's something I'm missing, but you can't investigate it without going against Dean Woodson? Professor S nodded. She worked it into the university charter, and the city adopted it into her laws. Anyone caught researching the void, its fauna, and flora beyond using the essence found around rifts will end up in prison. Nothing scares the old woman besides entities she calls void lords. Apparently, they're responsible for her mother's death. Either way, good job. You're done with advanced alchemy. Thank you, Professor. Nox's lips spread into a wide smile. You have no idea how much time this frees up. I can launch Noxian brews. I never expected you to get into the cosmetics business. Professor Das laughed. But, I hear my assistants and some colleagues are trying to get their hands on samples. You're onto something. Bye. This is going to make you a lot of money. I need to get the funds for delving somehow, Nox replied. The road to Archmage is an expensive one. That it is, Nox. Even though the older man smiled, Nox saw a hint of sorrow in his eyes. It's a shame. I see your barber's talent in you. You could have changed the world if you made alchemy your focus. Life doesn't have to end after I destroy Sundar Shah. Maybe once I've avenged my father, I can find a nice woman, settle in a small city with lots of rift activity or nearby dungeons, and live as an alchemist. It takes a lifetime to reach Archmage. Bye, Professor Das says. Give it some thought. Alright. It'd be a shame if someone as talented as you died on the road of vengeance. There's more to war than fighting at the front lines. You could just as well equip the soldiers and keep them alive, resulting in greater overall contribution. I'll think about it. Alright. Thank you. Nox doubted Professor Das bought the lie. Chapter 48. Academic Progress. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The second month of the semester ended with a gross profit of 150 gold coins, I-20 of which went to Annabelle for repayment towards her investment. He paid Pudge the same for his time and use of his beasts. Unlike cosmetics, live subjects were essential for testing contraceptives. The brew was nowhere near ready for human trials. Nox didn't want to scar someone permanently or inflict damage that needed thousands in healer fees. After paying the glassmakers and more equipment, Nox only had 50 gold coins for himself. He needed new regular clothes and a decent outfit for delving. Nox intended to put the rest toward materials for his promotion to adept. His energy costs had also shot up. He had expected to save more than 10 gold. It would take forever to save up for the artisan's arm unless he scaled up his operation and expanded his client base outside of campus. Things would turn around once Nox emptied his stocks. He had mass-produced the product and had plenty to sell. It was now a matter of outreach. These are amazing, Michelle exclaimed after trying his samples. Are you sure about giving me a discount on more? I don't want to put you out. There's got to be some benefit to putting up with us, Nox told her. Just do me a favor and share some of it with your peers. I've got clientele everywhere on campus except the research department. Do you really have buyers everywhere? Currently, there are only small pockets everywhere, but I expect it to spread through word of mouth. Annabelle is doing great work bringing in more orders from the Dungeon Studies and War Mage department. Professor Das shared samples with his colleagues, but the artisan students aren't showing much interest. I guess they're more hesitant to spend their coin. The researchers might be more of the same, Michelle said. We spend most of our time locked in laboratories or researching in the library. What's the point of makeup when you spend all of your time in dark rooms or between the stacks? It doesn't mean they have to skimp on skin and hair care. Just slip it into conversation. Please, you don't have to sell anything for me. Just spread the word. If anyone follows up for contact, tell them where to find me. And where is that? Do you have a shop? Do you have a set location for people to find you? A reliable means of communication? No, Nox replied. Perhaps I should invest in a box at the mail office. It's better than nothing. That's another expense. Nox sighed. The number of Oakhart retainers on campus increased. They cornered Nox and Lillian between classes and questioned them again separately. Lord Oakhart didn't show up for the interrogations, and his followers got more aggressive with the questioning. Neither Nox nor Lillian wavered, and their stories remained the same. They still had no information regarding the abductions or rift evolutions. Nox was surprised when they questioned him about the assault, too. He didn't think it was common knowledge. Afterward, he felt more eyes on him after classes and on break days. Intermediate dungeon combat got more difficult. Professor Wolfhammer appeared to have taken their initial win as an insult. He added obstacles to the field, making it difficult for Nox to get a clear shot. They kept Annabelle from expanding her spear to its full length as well. The pillars reduced the effectiveness of Lillian's gravity spheres, and Ernest had less room for maneuverability. The party rose to the challenge and adapted. First, Michelle altered her brother. She reduced the bulk around his chest and shoulders, narrowing his monstrous frame. His massive arms lost some mass, too, but gained incredible flexibility. They appeared almost elastic at times, and for brief moments joints bent the wrong way. The range of mobility made sense, given the masses of finger-long tentacles under his skin. Nox guessed they formed the bulk of Ernest's musculature. The giant man grew faster and more stable. He got hit less frequently but took longer to recover when he did. However, dents and breaks fixed themselves faster every lesson. Michelle appeared to prioritize recovery over defense. It felt as if she grew more trusting of the party after each lesson and scaled back the layers of underskin armor. Ernest appeared happier with the changes too. He still occasionally spaced out between combat sessions. The helmet remained on, but Nox could still see his eyes thanks to his brew-enhanced vision. They looked lifeless whenever Ernest went unresponsive. Nox wondered whether the larger man's spells drew energy from his phylactery, and the container needed time to recover between fights, resulting in the catatonic states. Apparently, he had a lot of weaponry and magic hidden in his body, but Michelle refused to remove the limiter on them for ordinary lessons. They'd expose what Ernest and she really were. Both siblings saved their best for delving. Lillian stuck close to Ernest during combat and didn't hold back with her gravity magic. It barely had any effect on him, and at close range, the summoned hammer wielder couldn't interfere with them as easily. Nox's hypothesis proved correct. The weapon interfered with manipulation spells. Lillian countered the issue by simply not using them. The growing competence of the Vanguard and Control Mage was countered by greater challenges for the rest of the party. Professor Wolfhammer made the fights even more difficult for Nox and Annabelle by increasing the number of wolves. The man denied it, but the creatures felt faster and more durable than previous versions. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. The pair had no choice but to fight more defensively. They couldn't afford to stay close to Ernest and Lillian either. The summoned man almost always looked for opportunities to turn his hammer on Nox. Ratra's bound channeling spells through it demanded a lot more concentration than the rest of the party's magic. Having to deal with increased numbers and bone-shattering bludgeoning attacks made Nox's life significantly harder. On the bright side, his defensive spells grew stronger. Nox added more sides to his triangular defense and also created a version with multiple layers. Nox learnt that triggering his defenses slowly and more than once had a cumulative effect, making the wolves vulnerable to Annabelle's enchanted spearhead. Her skill at locating weak points increased, meaning she could dispatch individual wolves swiftly. During every 6-hour class, the party defeated their summoned opponents at least twice, placing them above the class average. Meanwhile, Dia's spell-weaving class finally started mana storage and amplification. The former script proved necessary for the latter. Storage involved trapping arcane energy in a loop of runes and spell shapes with a controller gate, ensuring the energy stayed contained. Meanwhile, the amplification script increased the speed in the loop, packing more energy into each unit of mana. The process continued until the controller gate's parameters were met. Then it opened the loop and fed the supercharged stream into the rest of the spell. As Nox started developing the final version of his shaping spell, he added more gates throughout the spell structure, getting better control over the flow of energy. Then he added amplification scripts between the micro-shaping and multi-shaping sections, and then again between multi-shaping and macro-shaping. The spell form again ended up cluttered, and he would need a few weeks to simplify it, but he felt good about the development. In fact, he found himself enjoying spell weaving without any impossible deadlines hanging over his head. The new techniques also proved valuable in alchemy, and Nox started making progress on the brews for his adept license. He still had a long way to go, but he hoped to reach the target before the start of the next semester. He planned on delving during the break but also planned on setting aside ample time for alchemy. After all, he and Lillian needed to pay the following term's tuition and also expand Noxian Brew's client base beyond the university campus. Doing so with the adept tag attached to the company would only help the business. As an adept, he would also get the clearance to legally purchase materials containing void, chaos, and starfire essences. Strict regulation kept journeymen and below alchemists from getting their hands on dangerous elements. Misuse could result in catastrophic consequences for the artisan and everyone in their neighborhood, if not the entire city. Knox would need to acquire several materials necessary for the promotion through the university. This meant there would be a record of everything he used, and people could track his creations and, worst of all, have the means to figure out his recipes. The more Knox got entangled with the production department, the more he learned about its cutthroat nature. Competing artisans would steal from one another and register patents first, stealing months, if not years, of work. Once something was registered with the United Artisan and Researchers Guild, the magically created records became permanent. Knox had heard changing them was near impossible, and the offended artisan would need to rely on local powers to punish the offender and figure out compensation. Time spent with Annabelle outside of class and training sessions increased considerably. She started dining with Knox in the paupers' cafeteria. It drew surprised stares from the regulars. People of her social class also shot her surprised looks whenever they saw her exiting or entering the building. Even though Knox often felt tempted, he didn't broach romantic topics with the woman. He was just as happy spending time with her. Annabelle had spent most of her life locked in subservient daughter and sister roles. Then Victor forced her into the position of dutiful fiancé. Knox understood that she needed time to be just her. He didn't have much time for romance due to his schedule and current ambitions anyway. If he got desperate for carnal release, he could always visit the taverns outside of campus. Pudge and Lillian had become close friends and spent time regularly together. They often invited Knox to tag along, but he rejected the offer. Knox got to know Annabelle on a deeper level. The young noblewoman told him about memories of her late mother, her favorite handmaids, and tutors while growing up, and her interests outside of magic. He couldn't help but feel astonished by her sharp mind and unique view of the world. Their conversations got him thinking about topics he often pushed to the back of his mind. Knox wondered about how Rattlesbow had spent almost 2 decades in the vault without anyone picking it. Annabelle got him questioning the curious conditions around which Kreese approached him with an apprenticeship offer just after his mother exiled him. Annabelle didn't say the exact words, but she got Knox to question Queen Mercer's role in everything. People in positions of power have to make difficult decisions. Annabelle told him, "My father occasionally treated me poorly because he knew preferential treatment would draw Victor's wrath. As the heir, he had backing from the maternal side of the family and our grandparents. Punishing him was always difficult because of the number of people speaking in his defense. Then there were times Victor and his loyalists would leave the estate to explore some southern beach or to visit a distant festival. Father and I would end up in the Oakhart Castle alone, and he'd display tenderness I didn't think possible from the stoic Lord Oakhart. It took me forever to figure out the contrast in behavior. But I understand now. He wanted to ensure my life wouldn't be completely terrible after he was gone. Don't get me wrong. Some of the things he let happen are inexcusable, but he's human at the end of the day. We almost make as many mistakes as the gods. I'm not telling you to forgive your mother for everything she has done. Just consider it all from another angle." The conversation frustrated Knox. It wasn't because it sounded like Annabelle was defending Queen Mercer. Instead, a lot of what she said sounded plausible. Knox wondered whether his mother had placed Rattlesbow in the vault. After their private meeting, he questioned the possibility of her sending Kreese to meet with him and orchestrating the banishment so Knox could attend Woodson University without any powers in the kingdom protesting. The Mercer and Gedge families despised Knox's existence. After all, they acted as if he didn't exist, but in reality, wanted to keep the Queen's firstborn under constant surveillance. Now, as a banished man, he was no threat to the Empire's stability. Then Knox pushed idle thoughts out of his head, reminding himself of the near 2 decades of negligence. He struggled to believe Queen Mercer cared about him. Ma was the only mother he knew, and he could think of no one better to fill the role. Chapter 49. A Mentor's Guidance. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. On the 6th day of the 3rd month, Kreese summoned Knox to her apartment for another mentor-apprentice sit-down. He didn't think it possible, but her apartment was messier than the first meeting. The professor had several chalkboards littered around her office and living room. Some contained mathematical formulae and spell forms Nox couldn't begin to understand. Others listed dungeon lord cults, businesses, noble houses, and individuals, many of which Nox recognized. It occurred to Nox that his mentor did more than help with campus security. She used her powerful detection magic to work as a detective, too. Invisibility also allowed the woman to get around unnoticed. Kreese never spoke about her magic system or spells, but he theorized she used sound cancellation cantrips and some variant of farsight to improve her sneaking and information-gathering magic. He often wondered whether her power set suited her for war better than dungeon studies. Then again, Annabelle had taught him that the departments had a lot of overlapping disciplines despite their animosity toward one another. Light magic intrigued Nox. Dean Woodson shaped and manipulated sunlight and used a unique phenomenon called hard light for her in-class demonstrations. He didn't know whether she could focus it for heat blasts and imagined it was too destructive to use in an enclosed classroom full of wooden furniture. Given the speed and flexibility of hard light, he doubted she needed to use sunlight for much else. Meanwhile, Kreese's use of the essence felt much more delicate and specialized. He was sure she used invisible light. It was too hectic during the Cloud Hunter attack to get a close look, but he was sure she had burnt and destroyed tentacles with spells with no visible effects. He only recalled her palms growing red and orange. However, the fight was chaotic, and he was so engrossed in figuring out his new spell it could have been his mind playing tricks on him. "I hear things are going well with Michelle and Ernest?" Kreese asked, opening Nox's mana system journal as they sat down. "They're an interesting pair," Nox replied. "I won't lie. Ernest gives me the creeps sometimes. I know he is a person like you and me, but his body language and demeanor at times are unnerving. Especially when he disappears into his own world. He goes still like a statue, and I'm left wondering if he's still alive. It's a result of his consciousness trying to contain the monster parts in his body. Don't quote me on this. I'm no expert, but there is research claiming that dungeon-born creatures, especially elites and boss-ranked beasts from high-ranking dungeons, can store their memories in their tissues. So if they die and the dungeon lord recreates them, everything they learned during their lifetime isn't lost. The monstrous elements of Ernest's body may get overexcited during battle and want to expend their energy. Since he can't let them release them on campus without raising questions, he needs a moment to contain them. I'm not sure if that helps me feel any better. There's no denying his combat prowess. Michelle is a maelstrom of knowledge in rarely discussed fields too. The applications of her work beyond necromancy are endless. Careful with that word, Kreese said. It has far too many negative connotations. I know a phylactery and soul trapping are involved, but I'd rather everyone call it calamancy. We can't afford to draw the Imperium's ire. Her eyes narrowed. Life will get difficult for all of us if the Imperian Inquisition insists on increasing their presence in the city. Almost half the disappearances involve their citizens. They're breathing down our necks already. I'll keep that in mind. They sat in silence for a while as Kreese studied his journal. Several minutes passed before she broke the silence. Nox took the time to investigate the spell forms spread around the study. He noticed she focused a lot more on manipulation than shaping. The mathematical formulae made the scribblings harder to follow. Some of the equations and symbols looked alien to Nox. It delved into fields of physics he had never explored. One alchemist house in the Trade Empire created a handful of specialized brews using variants of invisible light. Unfortunately, they closely protected their secrets. Neither he nor Ma had figured out the recipes or the processes involved. They couldn't even tell how to produce the same spectrums of light or find the relevant essences. Nox hoped to earn enough of Kreese's trust someday to learn her arcane secrets. "I'm glad you got advanced alchemy out of the way," she said, finally breaking the silence. "It takes most students multiple semesters to pass the course. I believe this is Vis's second semester taking it. To be honest, if not for the resulting relationship with Professor S and the production department, I would have called the course a waste of time. That's precisely why I had you do the module. Connections are everything if you want to rely on alchemy for your income. Professor Das knows a lot of useful people, and a good relationship with the department will get you beneficial rates. Have you made any progress towards your adept qualification? Kreese asked. Nox shook his head. I was hoping to save that for after I finished my shaping planet. Unless Noxian Bruise faces any challenges, I plan to get it all done before the next semester starts. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Why not? Nox asked, raising an eyebrow. Unless I fail to solve the issue with the abductions, I plan to investigate a dungeon leaving blights and poxes in its wake. Since you're my apprentice, I'd like you to accompany me. Your party is welcome to join me. A lot of delving and your alchemical expertise will prove useful. It should be profitable. I predict you'll make enough gold to cover a third of your and Lillian's tuition all least. I might have to delay expanding Noxian Bruise beyond the university, but that sounds excellent. If you embark on such an expedition, I'd love to join you. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Kreese closed the mana system journal. The spell looks ready. Why haven't you completed your shaping planet yet? It's not for a lack of trying. Nox had prepared for the question, yet he struggled to hide his embarrassment. I'm not sure what's wrong. It's like the spell form refuses to lock. I've spent the past 3 evenings and nights doing nothing but going through the recommended mana exercises to prepare the planetoid. The overlay fits around the mana cage script but then destabilizes the second I try to lock it in place and complete planet formation. The usual exercises? Kreese raised an eyebrow. Why would you do that? Do you think it's usual for mages to use such a complicated spell form for their first planet? She tapped his journal. This rivals my mana system in complexity, and believe me, that's saying something. Besides, your conditions are far from ordinary. You mean my scarred magic circuits? Nox asked. The professor nodded. I didn't think that would be an issue since I had no trouble with star creation. That only worked because you picked one of the easiest known cantrips. Mostly artisans use it but not as their focus because of how weak it is. Most mages are stupid for not considering the greater applications. But that's an entirely different story. You would have failed miserably if you tried implementing crystallize essence in your star from the start. So what do you suggest, Professor? First, tell me why you bothered with this arduous task instead of just making a 2-dimensional spell form. Kreese said. It would have made your life so much easier. I want to be able to use each stage individually or modify them without doing the same for the whole spell. Nox answered. He struggled to figure out the objective of the question. It was basic spell weaving logic. A 2-dimensional linear spell means my planet can do just the one thing unless I add moons with modifications. Exactly. You're using techniques meant to create planets dedicated to 2-dimensional spells. This is a complicated foundation and needs appropriate adjustments, on top of which, you can't use a technique for an intact magic circuit in your condition. I think my channels are healing themselves. My mana zone has grown, and the sigil of immunity is helping, too. That's impossible, Nox, Kreese said. Mana circuits can't heal itself after close to 2 decades. Your resistance to mana burns only stopped the ongoing damage. Hence the red marks have disappeared from your arms. Your body is growing new channels. How can you be sure? Nox asked. I checked you over for mana burn after the assault. It involved studying your mana circuits with invisible light. She studied Nox thoughtfully for several long seconds. It appeared as if Kreese expected him to come to some realization or make a mental connection. Unfortunately, Nox failed to get whatever conclusion she wanted him to reach. He checked his manometer, hoping to find an answer. Nox Ratra, apprentice. Crystallize essence shaping 55-55-16-15. Unfortunately, the display gave Nox no answers. How did you deal with your limitations before evolving your star? Temporary tattoos with ether ink. Moving mana around my arms used to be a challenge. The artificial channels made it easier so I could practice and master my cantrips. You just found the solution. Kreese smiled. You don't have the appropriate mana circuits to complete the planet. I doubt you're willing to wait until your body grows new ones. So, use ink? Knox thought about everything he had learned during years of studying magic circuits. Circulating mana with the temporary tattoos was beyond uncomfortable. That's not going to be cheap. Would you like me to loan you some money? You can pay me back after your next delve. That's fine, Knox said. I have more payments coming in today. Thank you. By the way, did you get anywhere with your investigation? Any idea who attacked me? It was your stepbrother, Kreese answered without hesitation. The evidence is circumstantial and honestly not enough for me to do anything. If we tied him to more crimes, we could have him expelled. Unfortunately, it's not. She sighed. I'm sorry. I really am. It's just how things are. It's all right. I know how things are. Knox sighed. Politics makes everything far too complicated. I can't wait for the day I can get away from all of this nonsense. No one messes with you when you're a big delver. You don't even have to reach Archmage. Just hit expert, and the continent's powers will think twice before bothering you. The meeting went on for a while longer. Kreese asked Knox about his progress in his theory courses and with Professor Lorenzo. Unlike in his other practical courses, the man still appeared unimpressed. Knox's progress in defensive magic didn't impress him. The man claimed the ratio of mental commitment required to the defense provided was abysmal. Knox needed to either make the triangular and dual-disc defense more reflexive. Alternatively, Professor Lorenzo demanded he create a more solid defense. Knox expected to get there after completing his shaping planet. Overall, Kreese appeared pleased with Knox's development. In fact, she sounded impressed. Knox had started with 7 challenging courses and had already completed 1. If things went according to plan, he would complete 2 more soon. If he finished the shaping planet in a week, Knox would have 5 more until the end of the semester. He hoped it was enough time to get a pass from Professor Lorenzo, prepare for the final theory exams, and complete whatever challenge Professor Wolfhammer set for the combat course. Despite all the challenges along the way, Knox felt hopeful. Even though he didn't have the destructive power necessary for a damage dealer, he felt accomplished as a mage. In fact, the fact that his spell weaving and shaping was well beyond that of his peers left Knox feeling cocky. He was making money, preparing an arsenal for destroying Sundar, and, best of all, Knox had friends. Chapter 50. It's nice to have friends. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. It was 7th day, Knox's favorite day of the week. It was too early to call it a ritual, but he and his friends met at the 8th morning bell for breakfast. Initially, it was just Knox, Annabelle, Lillian, and Pudge. Caitlin and Alexander joined them after the assault. They were an excellent addition to the gatherings. The female half of the Woodson siblings were quiet and only engaged in conversations if someone spoke to her first. Caitlin appeared content just listening to conversations, people watching, and enjoying her breakfast. Meanwhile, Alexander was as lively as one would expect of a person who summoned squirrels. He was a funny young man and never failed to make the group laugh. Alexander's broad range of skills, trap disarming, lock picking, scouting, information gathering, and entertaining, made him come across like a bard from old adventure novels. He didn't have much to contribute on the battlefield, but Knox doubted anyone would care. Alexander's energy alone made him a lovable presence. Necromancy, the taboo surrounding it, and their traumatic past had made the Beaufort siblings wary of the world. They avoided large gatherings and kept to themselves. Knox expected the pair to reject the offer when he invited them to the 7th day gatherings. They jumped at the offer. Knox was no stranger to isolation. He felt guilty when he saw the signs and finally understood their loneliness. Michelle especially appeared desperate for human contact. Ernest wasn't much of a conversationalist and seemed lost in his own world most of the time. The monster parts in him probably messed with his mind as well. One moment, the giant was laughing and joking with Alexander. The next it looked like he was trying to contain rage or on the verge of tears. Knox guessed his condition made Ernest a poor conversationalist. His presence probably did little to alleviate Michelle's loneliness. Much to the group's surprise, Michelle gravitated toward Caitlin. The two frequently spoke to one another in hushed voices. They asked each other about their lives and classes. The pair occasionally shared quiet laughter. Alexander said nothing, but Knox often caught the young man watching his sister with a big smile on his face. Michelle loved her food and indulged in hefty quantities. She had a broad frame typical of Empyrean countryside women but didn't appear heavy or unhealthy. Knox guessed she made a point of exercising regularly to compensate for her primarily sedentary, indoor lifestyle. In comparison, Ernest barely ate at all. He got a plate like everyone else and didn't load it enough to satisfy Knox, let alone someone of his build. He mostly sat around, shuffling the food around his plate with a fork. Knox recalled large vats around the cot with pipes attached to them. He wondered whether Michelle used them to feed her brother. It wouldn't surprise Knox if Ernest had no stomach or anything close to a human digestive system. All the monster parts in his body probably needed varying mixtures of proteins, fats, and other minerals. The seventh-day breakfast ended with Alexander leaving first. Even though it was everyone's day off, Professor Wolfhammer expected his apprentice to report for training exercises. Apparently, it wasn't as intensive as regular classes and more tailored to his specific spell set. Then Michelle and Caitlin left to look up something in the library. "What's your plan for the day?" Annabelle asked Knox as the rest of them worked on finishing their fruit and custard desserts. "Shopping," Knox answered. "I need ether ink to finish my shaping planet. None of the shops on campus sell the ingredients, so I'll need to go out into the city. We might pick up some new clothes, too. Mind if I tag along?" She hesitantly glanced at Lillian and Pudge. Annabelle's fidgeting and hesitance felt out of place. She had grown comfortable enough around the trio to speak her mind. Yet she appeared nervous. "Of course." Knox smiled. "The more, the merrier. You know we love having you around." "Actually, if Annabelle is coming along, I'd rather go drinking," Lillian said. She and Pudge shared a shy smile. "We were only coming along so you didn't end up alone." "I can't think of anything more dull to do today than ingredients shopping," Pudge added. He turned to Lillian. "Should we find a nice beer garden? We can get the bards so drunk they can't play a single note." "That sounds amazing to me." Lillian nudged the shorter man. It surprised Knox that Lillian's true nature didn't scare or repel the charismatic mage. Instead, whenever Knox was busy brewing or training with Annabelle, she spent all of her time with Pudge. "You don't mind if it's just the two of us, do you, Knox?" Annabelle asked. "Of course not," Knox answered. "Perhaps we can make a day of it. Let's shop, have some lunch, maybe visit the banking guild if we have the time. I'd like to take out some money to fund my adept alchemy license." Seventh day made the market ring extra busy. Farmers and artisans from neighboring villages and towns rode into the city and set up stalls. Citizens with side hustles also picked the day to conduct business. Anybody not busy with weekly family lunch gatherings walked the streets, visiting stalls and other shops in the ring. Delvers also occupied a section of the market. Most sold materials they had gathered from rifts or dungeons. The items on offer ranged from beast hides, bones, and organs to metals, stones, and flora. Artisans looking to get good prices on ingredients for their projects haunted the area. The quality of the materials could have been better. Not all delvers had decent harvesting skills. They often suffered damage during fights and transit, losing integrity and essence density. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Yet Knox explored the section of the market, looking for delvers who specialized in material gathering. He specifically wanted to find delvers who explored the first 3 floors of the dungeon below the city. Knox's sources claimed the university's production department sent teams into the levels to collect alchemical reagents and artificing materials. Not all delvers were affiliated with the university. They frequented the dungeon to gain experience and nurture their mana systems. They supported themselves by harvesting and selling whatever they could find. Knox hoped to find such teams and make priority purchase contracts with them, so they offered their products to him first. Unfortunately, the endeavor proved fruitless. Other independent and student alchemists had the same idea as him. Knox found familiar faces from the production department talking to delvers and closely analyzing their wares. Gold won the favor, and he didn't have enough to tempt any of them. However, Knox listed notable parties who primarily had high-quality materials on display. They appeared experienced and had an idea of what the local artisans needed. Annabelle had grown talkative over the past month. Sometimes, She kept a conversation going without Knox's input. He didn't mind. She never spoke nonsense or wasted time on pointless topics. Knox also enjoyed the sound of her voice and often encouraged topics she enjoyed. Much to his surprise, Annabelle barely said anything as they explored the city. First, they visited Knox's favorite general stores, reagent merchants, and apothecaries. His friends called him paranoid, but Knox hated buying all the ingredients for a brew from the same merchant. He preferred spreading them around so merchants and artisans with no qualms against bribery would struggle to figure out his recipes. The guilds protected Knox from registered recipe threats, but that didn't mean products still in development were safe. During the walk between shops, Knox sensed Annabelle wanted to broach a particular subject. She would start a conversation in a nervous tone, but then a stall or storefront would catch her interest, and she'd talk about the products on display. He didn't push her. There was no telling whether it was a familial issue or she had given a romantic relationship some thought. Aristocracy came with a long list of challenges. In the meantime, Knox found the necessary ingredients for ether ink. He bought extra since there was no guarantee planet formation would succeed on the first attempt. The purchase set him back 10 gold. It didn't sting as much since the week had ended with a gross profit of 200 gold coins. He also purchased materials for a couple of brews necessary for his adept license. The party hoped to delve within the fortnight, assuming Knox completed his shaping planet and Kreese returned his badge. So, Knox focused on concoctions that would help them in a rift or dungeon. The duo ran into a group of noble women close to lunchtime. Knox had seen them around and knew they were in the same social circle as Annabelle. They primarily belonged to the War Mage department or spread their curriculum across all schools in the university. The women ignored Knox at first, only speaking to his companion about the latest campus gossip. When one of them brought up the cosmetics Annabelle had recommended, she brought Knox into the conversation, naming him as the creator. The women changed their tone. He won compliments for his work. Flirtatious arm squeezes, and an invitation to a soiree followed. Ultimately, Annabelle had to drag Knox out of their clutches, lying about a client meeting. "You're going to be the most eligible bachelor on campus in a couple of semesters," Annabelle said. "You're charming and know how to speak to people as equals regardless of social standing. The cosmetics are going to make you rich and famous. The entire continent might know Noxian Brew's name if you can successfully develop the contraceptives. Lilin will have to chase away eager suitors with a stick. If I were a betting woman, I'd wager my investment on it." Suitors? Marriage? I don't know if I'd be a good husband to someone of their social standing. Knox laughed. Delving is a dangerous life, and I'd spend my time traveling too much. If I were to entangle with someone, they'd need to understand my priorities. Ideally, I'd want to end up with someone in the same line of work, delving or arcane artisanry. Then why would you want to be with me? I'm of the same social standing as them. But you understand what it is to be a delver. You're not spending 1,000 gold of your family's money yearly to expand your social circle, throw soirees, or expand your family's business. You're a delver and understand our purpose. It makes you different from them, Annabelle. Silence resumed as they explored stalls, general stores, and more reagent merchants. Knox also visited beauty boutiques to check their performance. It delighted him to learn most of them had sales on the same type of products Noxian brews sold. Despite the discounted price, their wares were still more expensive and probably inferior. "I came out with you today because I wanted to ask you for a favor," Annabelle said after almost an hour of no conversation. "But I don't want you to think it means I'm propositioning you or that I've made a decision regarding." She paused. The young woman appeared nervous again. Then she steeled herself and continued. "Regarding us, I still think you and me getting together is a bad idea." Knox watched her expectantly as she struggled to get her words out. "You got me curious, Annabelle." "Don't stop now. My father has found a couple of marriage prospects for me and wants me to consider them seriously," she finally said. "I lied to him. I told father that you asked me to marry you after we made our first round of profits, and I said yes." Knox stared at Annabelle for what felt like an eternity as he tried to get his mind around the revelation. "Well, I can honestly say that I didn't foresee this turn of events." "So what now?" He grinned, playfully nudging her. "Do we need to get married?" Don't be silly. Annabelle smacked his arm. I'm just buying time. He will play along for a bit before he orders me to end things and then pushes me into marrying someone for the house's sake. Perhaps one of his friend's sons will take the Oakhart name and take over the house when father is gone. So where do I come into all of this? Knox asked. He's in the city. I hoped you'd come to dinner with me and play the happy couple. So he leaves me alone for now. I'm not ready to end up under someone else's thumb so soon after getting free of Victor and Roke. Annabelle failed to conceal her disgust as she spoke the latter name. Father will probably behave like an ass, but it's just a couple of hours. If you'd like afterward, you don't have to offer anything in exchange. Annabelle. Knox took her hand as he interrupted her. The young woman's cheeks reddened as he dropped to one knee. Yes, beautiful maiden. I will fake marry you so we can make a fool of your father. Stop it, she hissed, pulling him up. Annabelle's sudden burst of strength surprised Knox and almost pulled him off balance. She blushed even more, eyes darting all over the place as he kissed the back of her hand. You're going to need new clothes for dinner. What's wrong with the clothes I own? They're ugly and 20 years out of fashion. Don't worry, your fake future wife will dress you. Annabelle kept a hold of Knox's hand as she dragged him towards the clothing boutiques frequented by the aristocracy. Chapter 51. Fake Future Father-in-Law. This chapter is updated by novels.pl. The amount of gold Annabelle had at her disposal disturbed Knox. She casually threw around money on mundane items Knox considered luxuries. Even though he needed clothes for one dinner, she purchased 3 silk shirts and matching tailored trousers. The young noblewoman also picked out 2 vests and evening coats. She ignored Knox's protests and also bought black grack leather shoes with heavy, noisy heels, probably the same kind Edward and his cronies wore during the assault. Knox thought the shopping trip couldn't get any worse until the shop assistant brought out new socks and underwear to wear with his new fineries. The 100 gold Annabelle paid for the clothing alarmed Knox. He protested, believing the boutiques were cheating their clientele. Then she revealed the rune scripts and mana gems stitched into the hems, undercollars, and hidden by the inner linings. They're stain-proof and self-cleaning, Annabelle explained. So, the clumsy offs in the laundry office won't ruin your clothes. They charge a premium for anything that's not uniform anyway. Everything is hydrophobic, and the coat won't get you hot, even if it's summer. These enchantments are reserved mostly for the aristocracy's traveling clothes and aides who need to appear their best but can't afford many sets. Why so many, though? Knox asked. It's just one dinner. If father buys a charade, it won't be the last gathering I'll need you to attend. It'll be good for Knoxian brews. You'll also need decent clothes for business meetings and dinners. So this is a business expense? Annabelle shrugged. Call it what you will. It's what we need to get father off my back. Unfortunately, Annabelle wasn't done after just clothes shopping. They had a quick late lunch before she dragged him to a gentleman's hair parlor. She gave an attendant instructions without allowing Knox to get a word in, then told him to be ready for the 6th evening bell and left. The things we do for women, right? Knox joked. The barber, hairdresser, or whatever he wished to be called, ignored him and went about his work. A man and 3 women tended to Knox. All their hands touching him made him more than uncomfortable, but he held his tongue. One attendant washed his hair while another worked on his hands and feet. They cleaned his nails, scrubbed his calluses with an uncomfortably rough brush, and then dipped his extremities in a stinging solution. Meanwhile, the attendants mumbled about poor cuticle care and how all artisans were pigs. Knox's extremities remained in the uncomfortable solution while the 3rd woman cut his hair. The stinging intensified into burning before all discomfort disappeared. They finally released his hands and feet when the male attendant attacked the overgrown stubble on his face. Fortunately, Knox's facial hair grew slowly compared to men from his father's homeland. He felt satisfied with a weekly shave. First, the attendant soaped, scrubbed and washed his face. Then he lathered the beard with a scented concoction before gently getting rid of it with a straight razor. The blade glided over Knox's skin. He barely felt the edge. The man repeated the process once before rewashing Knox's face. Finally, the attendants led Knox into a back room, stripped Knox, and immersed him in a bath of pink fluid. It had petals floating in it, and a lute played in some corner of the steam-filled room. One of the women applied a thick ointment to his face and finally left him alone to stew. Knox didn't know what Annabelle had paid for the service and wondered if men truly put themselves through the annoying ordeal regularly. However, as he sat in the bath, all of his aches and pains disappeared. It felt as if Knox was melting and becoming one with the water. Knox felt more relaxed than he had in a long time until a fifth attendant stirred him. The woman helped him dress in one of his new outfits. It featured a white silk shirt, midnight blue trousers, and a coat of a slightly darker shade. While a man tended to his hair, she returned with a cherry blossom pink cravat tie. "That's not mine," Knox said, leaning away when she tried to put it around his neck. The man drying and combing his hair forced him back into position. "Mistress Oakhart commanded we make you presentable for her father. Noblemen of his stature never dine without neckwear. It's either this or a bow tie. Which would you prefer?" "This is fine." Knox sighed and let her do her job. All the relaxation from the bath left Knox. Knoxian brews wouldn't exist without Annabelle. If not for her interruption, Edward and his goons would have successfully further damaged Knox's mana circuits. His limbs were also intact, thanks to her. Annabelle wasn't just a party member but also a dear friend. It didn't matter that their relationship was only platonic. Fulfilling his sexual needs was an easy task. Classes, brewing, and Knox's ambitions kept him from wasting mental space on much else. After years of social isolation, he was used to dealing with rejection and compartmentalizing feelings. After all, Queen Mercer had removed Knox from her care at the tender age of 6. Annabelle refusing to explore their feelings was but a pinprick compared to the experience. His eyes were already wandering. Knox had planned to return to the apartment and drop off his belongings before meeting Annabelle for dinner. Much to his surprise, a carriage awaited him outside the parlor. The shopkeep sent a runner to carry his dirty and new clothes back to the apartment. He insisted on taking Rattery's bow, his flask, and pouch, but Knox firmly told him to back down. Even though it was a formal, non-combative affair, he refused to go anywhere unarmed. "The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement." The carriage weaved through the narrow streets of the market ring and out of its gates into the next section of the city. It was much wider than the two inner sections and housed the city's dignitaries, affluent businessmen, powerful delvers, and the continent's nobility. Knox expected to dine at one of the many fine eateries lining the streets, but the vehicle stopped in front of a grand 3-story mansion with a flower garden and a 2-level fountain in the front. A guard in Oakhart colors opened the door for Knox, and a butler led him into the building. The clock struck 6 just as Knox entered a library with a roaring fire, a piano, and a cushion-filled reading nook. The butler took Knox's coat, had him sit, and offered him a drink. "Something cold and citrusy, please," Knox said. "I'm not fussy." "With a splash of gin or vermouth, Master Ratterer?" the man asked. "I'll be fine without." The butler raised an eyebrow but complied. Knox received a fluted glass full of a carbonated, cloudy beverage before he was left alone. It was cold and tart, just as he liked it. "You'd think my children would use this beautiful house and its skilled staff instead of using campus accommodation," Lord Oakhart said, appearing just as Knox was starting to get comfortable. He entered through a hidden doorway behind the bookshelves. Knox stood, showing his respect to the nobleman, but Lord Oakhart gestured at him to sit down. "I had this place built just for them and staffed with people willing to hide my children's secrets from me. But they'd rather live on campus so they can wake up a quarter of an hour before their classes start and stay close to their friends. I'd say they wanted to pursue independence, but I doubt that's possible with Woodson University's tuition fees. 500 gold for 4 months of tuition is obnoxious. It's double for them." The older man took a seat opposite Knox. "The best accommodation and food passes on campus don't come cheap. Neither do the social connections that'll shape their lives and future for the continent for the rest of their lifetime. So, I put up with it." "I wouldn't know anything about that," Knox said. "You're right, you wouldn't. I looked you up, Knox Ratterer." Lord Oakhart leaned back in an armchair. He withdrew a rolled piece of parchment from inside his coat. "Disinherited and banished son of Queen Lydia Mercer. Journeyman alchemist, buying materials for promotion. Your legally and illegally sold products suggest you're more than ready for the next rank, and you're on some mad quest to destroy an Arcane dungeon. He put on a pair of eyeglasses and studied the parchment more closely. Sundar Shah, right, you're mad. Your information broker might have missed a few things. Would you like me to fill you in? Please enlighten me. Nox rolled up his sleeves, displaying his scars. Sundar Shah gave me these and killed my father when I was 6. My mother blamed me for his death and disinherited me not long after her second marriage. I've lived most of my life in social isolation with no one but my aunt, her family, and a childhood friend for company. My stepfather has tried to have me killed a dozen times, if not more. Recently, my stepbrother jumped me in the middle of the night in an attempt to cripple me further. All right. Then, given your background and social standing, what makes you think you're deserving of my daughter? I don't beat her at her brother's request, Nox replied, smiling. However, he internally kicked himself for the stupid jibe. Your daughter is free to speak her mind, and I ensure she's always heard and her opinion is respected. You already know my ambitions. Annabelle also gets 7.5% of Noxian Brew's gross profits, which is well above the market rate for small value investments. So you know I'm not after your family's money. And you think that's enough? Lord Oakhart's expression didn't change despite the subtle jibe at Victor and Roke and, by extension him. I don't know, enough is subjective. However, I honestly believe that someone who respects Annabelle for who she is instead of what she can do for my social standing or how much money her family has is a better match for her than her previous fiancé. Nox and the older man studied each other. Both sipped their individual drinks, not breaking eye contact for seemingly an eternity. I'll be honest, Nox, I don't like you, Lord Oakhart said. Even though there is no evidence and my daughter says otherwise, I believe you're responsible for my only son's demise. You might not have killed him yourself, but your incompetence played a significant role. I, of course, can't say anything about the matter without implicating my daughter. However, Annabelle hasn't been this happy and content with life since her mother's passing. I believe you're responsible for that, too. Don't mistake this as me welcoming you into the family, but I'll play along for her sake now. I suppose I can respect that. I'm rather fond of Annabelle, but my ambitions revolve around destroying Sundar Shah. The possibility of inheriting a noble house won't change that. I don't know what will happen if and when I complete my ambitions. If Annabelle and I do work out, she'll be the one running the house. She is better suited to running a house and dealing with people than Victor would have been. I'd prefer it if you don't talk about my son, Nox Ratra. Why did you come to my house armed? Were you worried I'd attack you? I doubt I'd be alive if the great house Oakhart meant me any harm, Nox answered. The recent assault made me wary. There wasn't enough evidence for the university to take action against my stepbrother, and I worry he'll try again. He won't catch me unprepared a second time. Fortunately, Annabelle didn't keep them waiting for long. She joined them in the library, wearing a dark blue evening dress that matched Nox's trousers. Someone appeared to have spent hours on her golden locks. They hung in elegant curls over her shoulders. White gold pins lined with rubies pinned them back so none obscured her face or ears. Both men stood as she entered the room. Annabelle kissed her father on the cheek before taking a seat next to Nox. Her presence made the conversation lighter. The trio discussed Noxian brews, the company's products, and alchemy in general until dinner. Lord Oakhart's cold demeanor softened around his daughter. He grew more casual and engaged in conversation regarding delving and the party. Nox sensed the man hated the idea of his daughter entering dungeons. Yet he indulged her, listening intently and never sounding discouraging. Then the butler arrived, announcing the carriage was ready, and the trio left for dinner.